A few days later, the regulars at the pharmacy on the square were astonished to see Father Notario and Dr. Godinho conversing amicably at the door of Guedes's ironmongery shop. The tax collector, who was listened to with deference on matters of foreign policy, observed them attentively through the glass door of the pharmacy and declared in a profound tone
that he would be no more surprised to see Victor Emmanuel and Pius IX strolling arm in arm.
The district surgeon, however, found nothing strange in this commerce of friendship. According to him, the latest article in the Voz do Distrito, evidently written by Dr. Godinho, it was his incisive style, full of logic, crammed with erudition, showed that the Maya faction wished to draw closer to the Misericordia faction. Dr. Godinho, in the surgeon's phrase, was making overtures to the civil governor's office and the diocesan clergy. The final sentence of the article was significant. "We shall not be the ones to begrudge the clergy the means to exercise profitably their divine mission." The truth was, as a stout individual, their friend Pimenta, observed, that if there was not yet peace, negotiations were already underway, because the day before he had seen, with these very eyes that the earth would one day consume, Father Notario leaving the offices of the Voz do Distrito early in the morning.
"Oh, my dear Pimenta, that's an invention."
The friend Pimenta rose with majesty, gave a solemn tug at his waistband, and was about to become indignant, when the tax collector intervened. No, our friend Pimenta is right. The fact is that the other day I saw that scoundrel Agostinho tip his hat profoundly to Father Notario. And Notario has something up his sleeve, that's certain. I like to observe people. Well, gentlemen, Notario, who never used to appear here in the arcade, now I see him constantly poking his nose around the shops. Then there's the great friendship with Father Silverio. You'll have noticed that they're always to be seen together in the square at the Angelus. And it's something to do with Dr. Godinho's people. Father Silverio is the confessor of Godinho's wife. One thing leads to another. Much commented upon, indeed, was the new friendship between Father Notario and Father Silverio. 5 years earlier there had occurred in the sacristy of the cathedral between the two ecclesiastics a scandalous quarrel. Notario had actually charged at Father Silverio with his umbrella raised, when the good Canon Sarmento, bathed in tears, seized him by the cassock, crying, "Oh, colleague, this is the ruin of religion." Since then, Notario and Silverio had not spoken, to the sorrow of Silverio, a good-natured fellow of dropsical obesity, who, according to the ladies he confessed, was all affection and forgiveness. But Notario, dry and small, had tenacity in his grudges. When the Reverend Dean Valladares began to govern the diocese, he summoned them, and, after eloquently reminding them of the need to maintain peace in the church, and citing the touching example of Castor and Pollux, he pushed Notario with a grave gentleness into the arms of Father Silverio, who held him for a moment buried in the vastness of his chest and stomach, murmuring, deeply moved, "We are all brothers, we are all brothers." But Notario, whose coarse, hard nature never lost, like cardboard, the folds it had taken, maintained with Father Silverio a sullen manner. In the cathedral or on the street, sliding past him with a brusque jerk of his neck, he merely growled, "Father Silverio, at your service." However, 2 weeks earlier, one rainy afternoon, Notario had suddenly paid a visit to Father Silverio, on the pretext that
"A downpour had caught me here, and I had come into shelter for a moment. And also,"
he added,
"to ask you for your remedy for earache, because one of my nieces, poor thing, is in agony, colleague."
The good Silverio, no doubt forgetting that only that morning he had seen Notario's 2 nieces, healthy and content as 2 sparrows, hastened to write out the prescription, delighted to put his beloved studies of home medicine to use, and he murmured, beaming with pleasure, "What a joy, colleague, to see you here again in this house of yours." The reconciliation was so public that the brother-in-law of Baron Villa Clara, a bachelor of great poetic gifts, dedicated to it one of those satires he entitled Stings, which circulated in manuscript from house to house, much savoured and much feared, and he had called the composition, with the figures of the 2 clergymen doubtless before him, the famous reconciliation of the monkey and the whale. It was indeed now a common sight to see Notario's small figure gesticulating and hopping alongside the enormous phlegmatic bulk of Father Silverio. One morning the clerks at the district office, which was then in the cathedral square, were vastly entertained, observing from the balcony the two priests strolling on the terrace in the warm May sun. The district administrator, who spent his office hours aiming his binoculars from behind the glass of his study at the wife of Tellis the tailor, had suddenly begun to roar with laughter at the window. The clerk Borges ran at once, pen in hand, to the balcony to see what was amusing His Excellency, and much diverted, sniffing with pleasure, hurriedly called Arthur Cuchero, who was copying a song from the Grinalda to study on the guitar. The scribe Pires, severe and dignified, approached, pressing his little silk cap over his ear in horror of draughts, and in a group, wide-eyed, they observed the two priests who had stopped at the corner of the church. Notario seemed excited. He was evidently trying to sway Father Silverio, and on tiptoe, planted before him, he waved his very thin hands frantically. Then suddenly he seized Silverio's arm, dragged him the length of the flagged terrace. At the far end he stopped, stepped back, made a broad and desolate gesture, as if attesting the possible ruin of himself, of the cathedral beside them, of the city, of the entire universe around them. The good Silverio, with his eyes very wide, seemed terrified, and they began to stroll again. But Notario grew more agitated. He made abrupt retreats, thrust a long finger like a rapier into Silverio's vast stomach, stamped furiously on the polished flagstones, and suddenly his arms, hanging limp, appeared crushed. Then the good Silverio spoke for a moment with his hand spread over his chest. Immediately Notario's bilious face lit up. He leapt, clapped his colleague on the shoulder with great jubilation, and the two clergymen entered the cathedral, huddled close and laughing softly. "What buffoons," said the clerk Borges, who detested cassocks. "That's all about the newspaper," said Arthur Cuchero, returning to his lyrical labours. "Notario won't rest until he finds out who wrote the article. He said so himself at Senora Joanera's. And working through Silverio is a good approach, since he's the confessor of Godinho's wife." "Rabble," snarled Borges in disgust. And he went on phlegmatically composing the official document he was drafting, transferring a prisoner to Alcobaça, who at the back of the room, between two soldiers, sat waiting on a bench, prostrate and stupefied, with a face of hunger and his hands in irons. A few days later, there had been a funeral service in the cathedral for the wealthy landowner Moraes, who had died of an aneurysm, and to whom his wife, in penance no doubt for the grief she had caused him with her inordinate fondness for infantry lieutenants, was giving, as people said, obsequies fit for royalty. Amaro had disrobed, and in the sacristy, by the light of an old brass lamp, was writing overdue entries, when the oak door creaked, and Notario's agitated voice said, "Amaro, are you there?"
What is it?
Father Notario closed the door and, flinging his arms in the air,
Great news! It's the clerk.
What clerk?
João Eduardo, it's him! He's the liberal. He wrote the article.
What are you telling me?
said Amaro, thunderstruck.
I have proof, my friend. I've seen the original, in his handwriting. What one calls seeing with one's own eyes. 5 strips of paper.
Amaro, his eyes wide, stared at Notario.
It was hard work,
exclaimed Notario.
Hard work, but now everything is known. 5 strips of paper, and he wants to write another. The esteemed Senor João Eduardo, our dear friend Senor João Eduardo.
Are you certain of this?
Am I certain? I'm telling you I saw it, man.
And how did you find out, Notario?
Notario hunched forward, and with his head buried in his shoulders, drawing out his words.
Ah, colleague, that. The hows and the wherefores. You understand. Sigillus Magnus.
And in a shrill voice of triumph, striding the length of the sacristy,
But that's not even the half of it. This Senor Eduardo, whom we used to see there at Senora Joanera's house, such a nice young man, is an old scoundrel. He's the intimate of Agostinho, that villain of the Voz do Distrito. He's mixed up at the editorial offices till all hours of the night. An orgy of drink and women. And he boasts of being an atheist. He hasn't confessed for 6 years. He calls us the canonical rabble. He's a Republican. A beast, my dear sir. A beast.
Amaro, listening to Notario, was distractedly shuffling papers in the drawer of the writing desk with trembling hands.
And now?
He asked.
Now!
Exclaimed Notario.
Now we crush him!
Amaro shut the drawer, and very nervously, passing his handkerchief over his dry lips.
A man like that, a man like that. And the poor girl, marrying such a man now, a wretch.
The two priests then looked at each other fixedly. In the silence, the old sacristy clock kept up its plaintive ticking. Notario drew from his trouser pocket his snuff-box, and with his eyes still fixed on Amaro, the pinch of snuff between his fingers, said with a cold smile,
Wreck the little marriage for him, eh?
Do you think so?
Asked Amaro eagerly.
My dear colleague, it's a matter of conscience. For me, it would be a matter of duty. One cannot allow the poor girl to marry a scoundrel, a Freemason, an atheist.
Indeed, indeed,
murmured Amaro.
It comes in handy, doesn't it?
Said Notario, and he savoured the pinch of snuff with relish. But the sacristan entered. It was time to lock the church. He had come to ask if their reverences would be much longer.
One moment, Señor Domingos.
And while the sacristan slid the heavy bolts of the inner courtyard door, the two priests spoke in low tones, huddled close together.
You'll go and see Señora Joanera,
Notario was saying.
No, wait. It's better that Diaz speaks to her. Diaz should be the one to speak to Señora Joanera. Let's play it safe. You speak to the girl and tell her simply to throw him out of the house.
And into Amaro's ear.
Tell the girl he's living openly with some shameless creature.
Good Lord,
said Amaro, recoiling.
I don't know if that's true.
It's bound to be. He's capable of anything. And besides, it's a way to sway the girl.
And they went on down through the church behind the sacristan, who jingled his great bunch of keys, clearing his throat noisily. In the side chapels hung the draperies of black cloth trimmed with silver braid. At the centre, between four large candlesticks with thick wicks, stood the catafalque, with the broad cloth of velveteen covering Maurice's coffin, falling in fringed folds. At the head lay a large wreath of everlastings, and at the foot, hanging from a great bow of scarlet ribbon, was his insignia as a Knight of Christ. Father Notario then stopped, and taking Amaro's arm with satisfaction.
And then, my dear friend, I have another thing prepared for the gentleman.
What?
Cut off his livelihood.
Cut off his livelihood?
The idiot was about to be employed at the civil governor's office. First clerk, well then, I'm going to ruin that little arrangement for him. And Nunes Ferral, who's one of mine, a man of sound views, is going to throw him out of the notary's office, and then let him write his articles.
Amaro felt a horror at that rancorous scheming.
God forgive me, Notario, but that's to ruin the man.
Until I see him begging for a crust of bread in the streets, I won't let up, Father Amaro. I won't let up.
Oh, Notario, oh, colleague, that shows very little charity. That's not Christian. And here, where God is listening.
Don't trouble yourself about that, my dear friend. This is how one serves God, not by mumbling our fathers. For the impious there is no charity. The Inquisition attacked them with fire. It doesn't seem wrong to me to attack them with hunger. Everything is permitted to those who serve a holy cause. He shouldn't have crossed me.
They were about to leave, but Notario cast a glance towards the dead man's coffin and pointing with his umbrella.
Who's in there?
More eyes,
said Amaro.
The fat one, pockmarked?
Yes.
Dull brute.
And after a silence,
So it was the funeral service for Moraes. I didn't even notice. I was so busy with my campaign. And the widow's left rich. She's generous. She gives presents. Her confessor is Silverio, isn't he? He gets the best pickings in Leria, that elephant.
They went out. Carlos's pharmacy was closed, the sky very dark. In the square, Notario stopped.
To sum up, Diaz speaks to Señora Joanera, and you speak to the girl. I, for my part, will deal with the people at the civil governor's office and with Nunes Ferral. You, too, take care of the marriage, and I'll take care of the job.
And clapping the parish priest jovially on the shoulder.
As one might say, attacking him through the heart and through the stomach. And good night, the girls are waiting for supper. Poor little Rose has been laid up with a cold. She's delicate, that girl. She gives me so much worry. As soon as I see her looking peaked, I can't even sleep. What can you do when one has a good heart? Good night, Amaro.
Good night, Notario.
And the two priests parted as the cathedral clock struck 9. Amaro entered the house still somewhat tremulous, but very determined, very happy. He had a delicious duty to fulfill. And he said aloud, pacing gravely through the house, the better to convince himself of that cherished responsibility.
It is my duty. It is my duty.
As a Christian, as a parish priest, as a friend of Senora Joanera, his duty was to seek out Amelia, and, simply without self-interested passion, to tell her that it was João Eduardo, her fiancé, who had written the article. It was he. He slandered the intimates of the household, priests of learning and position. He brought discredit upon her. He spends his nights in debauchery at Agostinho's den. He vilely insults the clergy. He boasts of irreligion. He has not confessed for 6 years. As his colleague Notario says, he is a beast. Poor girl. No, she could not marry a man who would prevent her from leading the perfect life, who would defile her good beliefs. He would not let her pray, nor fast, nor seek in her confessor the salutary guidance, and, as the Holy Father Chrysostom says, would ripen her soul for hell. He was not her father, nor her guardian, but he was her parish priest, her pastor, and if he did not save her from that heretical destiny through his grave counsel, through the influence of her mother and her friends, he would be like a man who has charge of a flock on an estate, and ignominiously opens the gate to the wolf. No, dear little Amelia would not marry the atheist. And his heart beat hard with the surge of that hope. No, the other man would not possess her. When he came to take legal possession of that waist, those breasts, those eyes, that dear little Amelia, he, the parish priest, would be there to tell him plainly, "Stand back, you scoundrel, this belongs to God." And then he would take great care to guide the girl toward salvation. Now the article was forgotten, the dean reassured. In a few days he could return without fear to the Rua da Misericordia, resume those delightful evenings, take possession once more of that soul, form it for paradise. And none of this, dear God, was a scheme to tear her away from her fiancé. His motives, and he said it aloud, the better to convince himself, were entirely upright, entirely pure. This was a holy labor to snatch her from hell. He did not want her for himself, he wanted her for God. By coincidence, yes, his interests as a lover happened to coincide with his duties as a priest. But if she were cross-eyed and ugly and stupid, he would go just the same to the Rua da Misericordia, in heaven's service, to unmask the slanderous atheist Senor João Eduardo. And calmed by this reasoning, he went tranquilly to bed. But all night he dreamed of Amelia. He had eloped with her, and he was leading her along a road that led to heaven. The devil was pursuing him. He could see him, with João Eduardo's features, snorting and ripping the delicate bosoms of the clouds with his horns. And he hid Amelia in his priestly cloak, devouring her with kisses underneath. But the road to heaven had no end. "Where is the gate of paradise?" he asked golden-haired angels who passed in a gentle murmur of wings, bearing souls in their arms, and they all replied, "In the Rua da Misericordia, number 9, the Rua da Misericordia." Amaro felt himself lost, a vast ether the color of milk, penetrable and soft as the down of a bird, enveloped him, and he searched in vain for a lodging-house sign. At times a gleaming globe slid past him from which issued the murmur of a creation, or a squadron of archangels, in diamond breastplates, raising high their swords of fire, galloped past in a noble rhythm. Amelia was hungry. She was cold.
Patience, patience, my love,
he told her. Walking on, they came upon a white figure who held a green palm in his hand.
Where is God, our Father?
Amaro asked, with Amelia pressed to his chest. The figure said,
I was a confessor, and I am a saint. The centuries pass, and immutably Sempiternally I hold this palm in my hand and am bathed in a changeless ecstasy. No tint alters this light that is forever white. No sensation stirs my being that is forever immaculate. And immobilized in beatitude, I feel the monotony of heaven weigh upon me like a cloak of bronze. Oh, if only I could stride through the varied depravities of the earth, or flail about amid the varieties of pain in the flames of purgatory.
Amaro murmured,
How right we are to sin.
but Amelia was fainting with exhaustion.
Let us sleep, my love.
And lying down, they watched stars floating in a dust-like chaff shaken briskly from a sieve. Then clouds began to arrange themselves around them in the folds of bed curtains, giving off a scent of sachets. Amaro placed his hand upon Amelia's breast. A very sweet languor enervated them. They entwined, their lips pressed together moist and warm.
Oh, Ameliazinha,
he murmured.
I love you, Amaro, I love you.
She sighed. But suddenly the clouds drew apart like the curtains of a bed, and Amaro saw before him the devil, who had caught up with them, and who, with his claws on his hips, stretched his mouth wide in a mute grin. With him was another personage. He was old as substance itself. In the curls of his hair forests grew. His pupil had the blue vastness of an ocean, and along his spread fingers, with which he stroked his infinite beard, there marched, as along roads, files of human races. Here are the two culprits, the devil told him, twisting his tail, and behind them Amaro saw legions of saints massing together. He recognized Saint Sebastian with his arrows piercing him, Saint Cecilia carrying her organ in her hand. Among them he could hear the flocks of Saint John bleating, and in the midst rose the good giant Saint Christopher leaning on his pine tree. They peered, they whispered. Amaro couldn't disentangle himself from Amelia, who was weeping very softly. Their bodies were supernaturally bonded, and Amaro, in anguish, saw that her lifted skirts revealed her white knees. Here are the two culprits, the devil told the old personage, and observe, my esteemed friend, for we are all connoisseurs here, that the girl has fine legs. Ancient saints craned eagerly on tiptoe, stretching necks on which the scars of martyrdoms were visible, and the 11,000 virgins took flight like frightened doves. Then the personage, rubbing his hands from which universes crumbled, said gravely, I am duly informed, my dear friend, duly informed. So then, parish priest, you go to the Rua da Misericordia, ruin the happiness of Senor João Eduardo, a gentleman, snatch Ameliazinha from her mother, and come here to satiate repressed concupiscences in a little corner of eternity. I am old. This voice of mine that once discoursed so wisely through the valleys has grown hoarse. But do you think the Conde de Ribamar, your protector, overawes me, despite being a pillar of the church and a column of order? Pharaoh was a great king, and I drowned him, and his captive princes, his treasures, his war chariots, and the herds of his slaves. That is my way. And if the gentlemen of the clergy continue to scandalize Lyria, I can still burn a city like a scrap of useless paper, and I still have water enough for floods. And turning to two angels armed with swords and lances, the personage cried, Clap a shackle on the priest's feet and take him to abyss number 7. And the devil yelped.
There you have the consequences, Father Amaro.
He felt himself torn from Amelia's bosom by hands of fire, and he was about to struggle, to cry out against the judge who condemned him, when a prodigious sun that was rising in the east struck the personage's face, and Amaro, with a cry, recognized the Eternal Father. He awoke, bathed in sweat. A ray of sunlight was entering through the window. That evening, João Eduardo, on his way from the square to Senhora Joanera's house, was astonished to see the Holy Sacrament appearing in procession at the far end of the street, on the cathedral side, and it was coming to the ladies' house. Among the old women with their shawls over their heads, the torches lit up cloaks of scarlet cloth. Beneath the canopy the gold of the parish priest's stole gleamed. A bell tinkled ahead, lights appeared at the windows, and in the dark night the cathedral bell pealed without ceasing. João Eduardo ran up in alarm, and at once learned that it was the last rites for the bedridden woman. A paraffin lamp had been placed on the stairs on a chair. The servants leaned the canopy poles against the wall, and the parish priest went in. João Eduardo, very nervous, went up too. He was thinking that the bedridden woman's death, the morning, would delay his marriage. The presence of the parish priest vexed him, and the influence the man gained at such a moment, and it was with almost irritable annoyance that he asked Ruka in the parlour,
So what happened?
"It was the poor soul, sir. This afternoon she began to sink. The doctor came, says she's dying, and the mistress sent for the sacraments." João Eduardo then thought it proper to go and attend the ceremony. The old woman's room was beside the kitchen, and at that moment it had a lugubrious solemnity. On a table covered with a ruffled cloth stood a plate with 5 little balls of cotton between 2 wax candles. The bedridden woman's head, all white, her waxen face, could barely be distinguished from the linen of the pillow. Her eyes were stupidly dilated, and she kept incessantly catching, with a slow gesture, the fold of the embroidered sheet. Senora Joanera and Amelia were praying, kneeling at the bedside. Donna Maria de Assuncao, who had happened to come in on her way back from the farm, remained at the bedroom door, terrified, crouching on her heels, murmuring, "Hail, Holy Queens." João Eduardo, without a sound, dropped to one knee beside her. Father Amaro, bending almost to the bedridden woman's ear, was exhorting her to surrender herself to divine mercy. But seeing that she did not understand, he knelt, rapidly recited the Miserita, and in the silence, his voice rising sharply on the Latin syllables, it gave a sensation of burial that moved them, that made the 2 ladies sob. Then he rose, dipped his finger in the holy oils. Murmuring the penitential words of the ritual, he anointed the eyes, the chest, the mouth, the hands, which for 10 years had only moved to reach the spittoon, and the soles of the feet, which for 10 years had only been employed to seek the warmth of the hot water bottle. And after burning the little balls of cotton moistened with oil, he knelt, remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the breviary. João Eduardo returned on tiptoe to the parlour, sat down on the piano stool. Now certainly, for 4 or 5 weeks, Amelia would not touch the piano again. And a melancholy softened him, seeing in the sweet progress of his love this brutal interruption of death and its ceremonies. Donna Maria then came in, quite distraught by the scene, followed by Amelia with very red eyes. "Ah, how glad I am you're here, João Eduardo," the old lady said at once. "I want you to do me a favor, to walk me home. I'm trembling all over. I was unprepared, and God forgive me for saying it, I can't bear to see people in their death throes. She, poor thing, is slipping away like a little bird, and sins she doesn't have. Look, let's go by the square, it's shorter. And forgive me. You, my dear, excuse me, but I can't stay. It would bring on the pain. Oh, what grief! Though for her it's really better. Well, I declare, I feel quite faint." It was even necessary for Amelia to take her downstairs, to Senora Joanera's room, to revive her charitably with a glass of sweet wine.
Ameliazinha,
said João Eduardo then.
"If I'm needed here for anything."
"No, thank you. She hasn't long now, poor thing."
"Don't forget, my dear," Donna Maria da Assuncao urged as she descended. "Put the 2 blessed candles at her head. It brings great relief in the agony. And if she has many convulsions, place 2 more, unlit, in a cross. Good night. Oh, I can hardly stand." At the door, the instant she saw the canopy, the men with the torches, she seized João Eduardo's arm, pressed herself to him in terror, partly also with the access of tenderness that sweet wine always gave her. Amaro had promised to return later to keep them company as a friend in this ordeal. And the canon, who had arrived as the procession with the canopy was turning the corner towards the cathedral, informed of this kindness on the part of the parish priest, promptly declared that since his colleague Amaro was going to sit up through the night, he would rest his body because, as God well knew, such commotions devastated his health.
And the Senora would not want me to catch something and find myself in the same straits.
Heaven forbid, Senor Canon!
Exclaimed Senora Joanera,
Don't even say such a thing.
and she began to whimper, deeply shaken.
Well then, good night,
Said the canon.
and no distressing yourselves. Look, the poor creature had no joy in life, and since she has no sins, it doesn't matter that she finds herself in God's presence. All things considered, Senora, it's a blessing. And good night, for I'm not feeling well myself.
Nor was Senora Joanera feeling well. The shock, coming right after dinner, had given her the beginnings of a migraine, and when Amaro returned at 11, Amelia, who had gone down to open the door, said to him as they went up to the dining room,
Please forgive us, Senor Parroco. Mama's migraine came on, poor thing. She could barely see. She went to bed, put on a sedative compress, and fell asleep.
Let her sleep.
They entered the bedridden woman's room. Her head was turned to the wall. From her parted lips came a very feeble, continuous moan. On the table now, a thick, blessed candle with a black wick raised a sad light, and in the corner, rigid with fear, Ruca, following Senora Joanera's instructions, was reciting the rosary.
The doctor
Said Amelia softly.
says she'll die without feeling it. Says she'll moan and then suddenly go, like a little bird.
God's will be done.
Murmured Father Amaro gravely. They returned to the dining room. The whole house was silent. Outside the wind blew hard. It had been many weeks since they had found themselves alone like this. Very awkwardly, Amaro moved to the window. Amelia leaned against the sideboard.
We're in for a wet night,
Said the parish priest.
And it's cold.
She said, drawing her shawl around her.
I've been beside myself with fear.
You've never seen anyone die?
Never.
They fell silent. He motionless by the window, she leaning against the sideboard, eyes lowered.
It is cold,
Said Amaro, his voice altered by the agitation that her presence was causing him at that hour of the night.
The brazier's lit in the kitchen.
Said Amelia.
It would be better to go in there.
That would be better.
They went. Amelia carried the brass lamp, and Amaro, going to stir the glowing embers with the tongs, said,
How long it's been since I was last in this kitchen. Do you still have the little pots with the sprigs outside the window?
Yes, and a carnation plant.
They sat down on low chairs beside the brazier. Amelia, leaning towards the fire, could feel Father Amaro's eyes devouring her in silence. He was going to speak to her, surely. Her hands were trembling. She dared not move, nor raise her eyelids for fear the tears would burst forth, but she longed for his words, whether bitter or sweet. They came at last, very gravely.
Menina Amelia,
He said,
I did not expect to be able to speak to you alone like this, but things have arranged themselves. It is surely the will of our Lord, and besides, your manner has changed so much.
She turned to him abruptly, all scarlet, her lip trembling.
But you know very well why.
She exclaimed, almost crying.
I do. If it hadn't been for that infamous article and the slanders, nothing would have happened, and our friendship would be the same, and all would be well. It is precisely about that matter that I wish to speak to you.
He drew his chair closer to hers, and very gently, very calmly.
You remember that article in which all the friends of the household were insulted? In which I was dragged through the gutter? In which you yourself, your honor, was offended? You remember? Do you know who wrote it?
Who?
Asked Amelia, quite astonished.
Señor Juan Eduardo.
Said the parish priest very calmly, crossing his arms before her.
It can't be.
She had risen to her feet. Amaro gently tugged at her skirt to make her sit down, and his voice continued, patient and soft.
Listen, sit down. It was he who wrote it. I learned everything yesterday. Notario saw the original in his handwriting. It was he who discovered it. By honorable means, certainly, and because it was God's will that the truth should come to light. Now listen, you don't know this man.
Then, In a low voice, he told her what he knew about João Eduardo from Notario. His nights out with Agostinho, his insults against the priests, his irreligion.
Ask him if he's confessed in 6 years and ask him for his confession certificates,
She murmured, her hands fallen in her lap.
Jesus, Jesus.
I then felt that as a friend of the household, as a parish priest, as a Christian, as your friend, Menina Amelia. Because believe me, I care for you. In short, I felt it was my duty to warn you. If I were your brother, I would simply say to you, Amelia, that man, out of this house. I am not, unfortunately. But I come, with all my heart, to say to you, the man you intend to marry has deceived you and your mother in good faith. He comes here, yes indeed, with the appearance of a good young man, and at bottom he is—
He rose as if struck by an irrepressible indignation.
Menina Amelia, this is the man who wrote that article, who had poor Brito sent off to the mountains of Alcobaça, who called me a seducer, who called Senor Canon Diaz a libertine, who poisoned your mother's relations with the canon, and who accused you, in plain Portuguese, of allowing yourself to be seduced. Tell me, do you wish to marry this man?
She did not reply, her eyes fixed on the fire, 2 silent tears on her cheeks. Amaro paced the kitchen with irritated steps, and returning to her side, his voice softened, his gestures very friendly.
But let us suppose he were not the author of the article, that he had not insulted in print your mother, the canon, your friends. There remains still his impiety. Think what your fate would be if you married him. Either you would have to yield to the man's opinions, abandon your devotions, break with your mother's friends, never set foot in church, scandalize all decent people, or you would have to set yourself against him, and your home would be a hell. Everything would be a quarrel, over fasting on Friday, over going to benediction, over keeping Sunday holy. If you wanted to go to confession, what discord, a horror, and to be subjected to hearing him mock the mysteries of the faith. I still remember the first evening I spent here, with what disrespect he spoke of the saint of Aragacha. And I still remember one evening when Father Notario was speaking here of the sufferings of our Holy Father Pius IX, who would be imprisoned if the liberals entered Rome. How he had his little sneers, how he said it was all exaggeration, as if it were not perfectly certain that by the will of the liberals we would see the head of the church, the vicar of Christ, sleeping in a dungeon on a few straws. These are his opinions, which he proclaims everywhere. Father Notario says that he and Agostinho were in the cafe by the Torero saying that baptism was an abuse because everyone should choose their own religion and not be forced as a child to be a Christian. Well, what do you think? As your friend, I tell you, for the good of your soul, I would rather see you dead than bound to that man. Marry him, and you lose the grace of God forever.
Amelia raised her hands to her temples, and letting herself fall back against the chair, murmured in deep misery.
Oh my God, my God.
Amaro then sat down beside her, almost touching her dress with his knee, putting a paternal kindness into his voice.
And then, my child, do you think a man like that can have a good heart? Appreciate your virtue, love you as a Christian husband should? He who has no religion has no morality. He who does not believe does not love, as one of our church fathers says. Once the first flush of passion wore off, he would begin to be harsh with you, ill-tempered. He would go back to frequenting Agostinho and women of the streets, and he would perhaps mistreat you. And what constant dread for you! He who does not respect religion has no scruples. He lies, steals, slanders. Look at the article. To come here and shake the canon's hand, and then go to the newspaper and call him a libertine. What remorse you would feel later, at the hour of death. It's all very well while one is healthy and young. But when your last hour came, when you found yourself, like that poor creature in there, in your final throes, what terror you would feel at having to appear before Jesus Christ after a life of sin beside that man. Who knows if he would not refuse to let them give you the last rites? To die without the sacraments, to die like an animal.
For the love of God, Senor Parroco.
Exclaimed Amelia, breaking into nervous sobs.
Don't cry,
he said, gently taking her hand between his own, which were trembling.
Listen, open your heart to me. Come, be calm. Everything can be remedied. The bans have not been published. Tell him you don't wish to marry him, that you know everything, that you despise him.
He rubbed and gently pressed Amelia's hand, and suddenly, with an abruptly ardent voice,
You don't care for him, isn't that true?
she answered very softly, her head fallen upon her breast.
No.
Well then, there you are.
He said excitedly.
And tell me, are you fond of someone else?
She did not reply, her chest heaving, her eyes wide upon the fire.
Are you? Tell me, tell me.
He put his arm around her shoulder, drawing her gently towards him. Her hands lay abandoned in her lap. Without moving, she slowly turned towards him, eyes that shone beneath a mist of tears, and slowly parted her lips, pale, quite faint. He leaned his trembling lips towards hers, and they remained motionless, sealed in a single, long, deep kiss, teeth against teeth. "Mistress! Mistress!" suddenly cried Ruka's voice from inside, in terror. Amaro sprang to his feet, ran to the bedridden woman's room. Amelia was trembling so much that she had to lean against the kitchen door for a moment, her legs buckling, her hand over her heart. She recovered herself, went down to wake her mother. When they entered the old woman's room, Amaro was kneeling with his face almost on the bed, praying. The two ladies dropped to the floor. A quickening breath shook the old woman's chest, her sides, and as the gasping became more raucous, the parish priest hurried his prayers. Suddenly, the agonized sound ceased. They rose. The old woman lay motionless, her eyes bulging and dull. She had expired. Father Amaro at once brought the ladies to the parlor, and there Senora Joanera, cured of her migraine by the shock, gave vent, in fits of weeping, to memories of the time when her poor sister had been young, and how beautiful she was, and what a fine marriage she had been on the point of making with the Lord of Vigorera.
And the most generous nature, Senor Parroco. A saint. And when Amelia was born and I was so ill, she never left my side, night or day, and so cheerful, there was none like her. Oh, God of my soul, God of my soul!
Amelia, leaning against the glass of the window in the shadows, gazed numbly into the black night. Then there was a ring at the door. Amaro went down with a candle. It was João Eduardo, who, seeing the parish priest at that hour in the house, stood petrified by the open door. At last he stammered,
I came to see if there was any news. The poor lady has just died. Ah.
The two men looked at each other fixedly for a moment.
If I'm needed for anything,
said João Eduardo.
No, thank you. The ladies are going to bed.
João Eduardo went pale with the fury those proprietary airs aroused in him. He stood another moment, hesitating, but seeing the parish priest shielding the candle flame with his hand against the draught from the street.
Well, good night,
he said.
Good night.
Father Amaro went upstairs, and after settling the two ladies in Senora Joanera's room, for full of terror they wanted to sleep together, he returned to the dead woman's room, renewed the candle on the table, settled himself in a chair, and began to read his breviary. Later, when the whole house was silent, the parish priest, feeling drowsiness overcome him, came to the dining room, fortified himself with a glass of port wine he found on the sideboard, and was savouring his cigar contentedly when he heard in the street the steps of heavy boots going back and forth beneath the windows. As the night was dark, he could not make out the walker. It was João Eduardo, pacing outside the house, furious. The next morning, early, Donna Josefa Diaz, who had returned not long before from Mass, was greatly surprised to hear the maid who was washing the stairs call up from below, "Father Amaro is here, Donna Josefa." The parish priest had rarely come to the canon's house of late, and Donna Josefa called out at once, flattered and already curious,
"Have him come up here. No need for ceremony. He's like family. Have him come up."
She was in the dining room, arranging squares of quince paste on a dish, wearing a black serge dress, frayed at the hip, and arched around her ankles by a single-hooped crinoline. She wore blue spectacles that morning, and she went at once to the landing, shuffling along in her dreadful list slippers, composing beneath the black kerchief pulled down over her forehead a pleasant expression for the parish priest.
What a delightful sight!
She exclaimed.
I came in just a little while ago and have already had my first Mass. Today I went to the chapel of Our Lady of the Rosary. Father Vicente said it. And what virtue it gave me today, Senor Parroco. Do sit down. Not there. There's a draught from the door. And so the poor bedridden woman has gone at last. Tell me about it, Senor Parroco.
The parish priest had to describe the bedridden woman's agony, Senora Joanera's grief, how after death the old woman's face had seemed to grow younger, what the ladies had decided regarding the shroud.
Between ourselves, Dona Josefa, it's a great relief for Senora Joanera.
And suddenly, pulling himself to the edge of his chair, planting his hands on his knees.
And what do you say about Senor João Eduardo? Have you heard? It was he who wrote the article.
The old woman exclaimed, clutching her head.
Don't even speak to me of that, Senor Parroco. Don't even speak to me of it. It's made me quite ill.
You already know?
I know more than that, Senor Parroco. Father Notario, I owe him that favor. Was here yesterday and told me everything. Oh, what a scoundrel. Oh, what a lost soul.
And you know he's the intimate of Agostinho. That they drink at the newspaper office till the small hours, that he goes to the billiard hall at the Torero to vilify religion.
Oh, for pity's sake, Senor Parroco, don't tell me, don't tell me. Yesterday when Father Notario was here, I even had scruples about hearing so much sin. I owe him that favor, Father Notario. The moment he knew, he came and told me. Very delicate of him. And look, Senor Parroco, I always had a feeling about that man. I never said so, never said so. For this little mouth never meddled in other people's lives. But I had an inkling. He went to Mass. He kept the fasts. But I had a suspicion deep down that it was all to deceive Senora Joanera and the girl. Now it's plain. He's a person who never won my favor. Never, Senor Parroco.
And suddenly, with her little eyes gleaming with malicious glee,
And now the wedding is off, is it?
Father Amaro leaned back in his chair and very deliberately,
Indeed, madam, it would be a scandal for a girl of good principles to marry a Freemason who hasn't confessed for 6 years.
Heaven forbid, Senor Parroco. I'd rather see her dead. The girl must be told everything.
Father Amaro interrupted, rapidly drawing his chair close to hers.
Well, that is precisely why I came to see you, madam. I already spoke with the girl yesterday. But you understand, in the midst of that grief, with the poor lady dying beside us, I couldn't press the matter much. In short, I told her what there was to tell, advised her in kindly terms, explained that she would lose her soul, have a wretched life, and so on. I did what I could, madam, as a friend and as a parish priest. And as it was my duty, though it cost me, it truly cost me, I reminded her that as a Christian and as a lady, she was obliged to break with the clerk.
And she?
Father Amaro made a discontented grimace.
She didn't say yes or no. She began pouting, whimpering. It's true she was very upset with the death in the house. The girl isn't dying for him, that's clear, but she wants to get married. She's afraid her mother will die, that she'll find herself alone. Well, you know what girls are like. My words had an effect on her. She was very indignant and so on. But in short, I thought the best thing would be for you to speak to her. You are a friend of the household, her godmother. You've known her since she was small. I'm certain that in her will she'd leave you a handsome remembrance. All these are considerations.
Leave it to me, Senor Parroco.
Exclaimed the old woman.
I'll give her what for.
What the girl needs is someone to direct her. Between ourselves, she needs someone to confess her. She confesses to Father Silverio, but, without wishing to speak ill of him, Father Silverio, poor man, is of little use. Very charitable, very virtuous, but what one calls finesse he has not. For him, confession is just going through the motions. He asks the catechism, then examines by the commandments of God's law. Just imagine. It's obvious the girl doesn't steal, nor murder, nor covet her neighbor's wife. Confession like that is of no benefit to her. What she needs is a strict confessor who tells her this way and no argument. The girl is a weak spirit. Like most women, she cannot govern herself. She therefore needs a confessor who rules her with an iron rod, whom she obeys, to whom she tells everything, whom she fears. That is what a confessor should be.
You are just the one for her, Senor Parroco.
Amaro smiled modestly.
I wouldn't say no. I would advise her well. I'm a friend of her mother's. I think she's a good girl and worthy of God's grace. Whenever I speak to her, whatever advice I can, in all things, I give her. But you understand, madam, there are things one can't discuss in the parlor with people around. One is only at ease in the confessional. And that is what I lack, the opportunity to speak to her alone. But I can hardly go and tell her, from now on you must confess to me. In that I am very scrupulous.
But I'll tell her, Senor Parroco. Oh, I'll tell her.
Now that would be a great favor. It would be a blessing for that soul. Because if the girl entrusts me with the direction of her soul, then we can say her difficulties are over, and we have her on the path of grace. And when will you speak to her, Dona Josefa?
Donna Josefa, believing it a sin to delay, was resolved to speak to her that very evening.
I don't think so, Dona Josefa. Tonight is the condolence visit. The clerk will naturally be there.
Heaven forbid, Senor Parroco. Are I and the other ladies supposed to spend the evening under the same roof as the heretic?
It must be so. After all, the young man, for the present, is still considered part of the family. Besides, Dona Josefa, you, Dona Maria, and the Gansoso sisters are persons of the highest virtue. But we must not take pride in our virtue. We risk losing all its fruits, and it is an act of humility, very pleasing to God, to mingle sometimes with the wicked. It is as when a great nobleman must stand side by side with a man of the hoe. It is as if we said, I am superior to you in virtue, but compared with what I ought to be to enter glory, who knows if I am not as great a sinner as you? And this humbling of the soul is the finest offering we can make to Jesus.
Donna Josefa listened to him, enraptured and in admiration.
Oh, Senor Parroco, it gives one virtue just to hear you.
Amaro bowed.
God sometimes, in his goodness, inspires just words in me. Well, madam, I don't wish to take up more of your time. It's settled then. You speak to the girl tomorrow. And if, as is to be expected, she consents to hear my counsel, bring her to the cathedral on Saturday at 8 o'clock. And be firm with her, Donna Josefa.
Leave her to me, Senor Parroco. Won't you try my quince paste?
I will,
said Amaro, taking a square and biting into it with dignity.
It's from Donna Maria's quinces. It came out better than the Gansoso sisters' batch.
Well then, goodbye, Donna Josefa. Oh, that reminds me. What does our canon say about this business with the clerk?
My brother?
At that moment, the doorbell below rang furiously.
That must be him,
said Donna Josefa at once.
and he's in a temper.
He was in fact coming from the farm, furious with the tenant, the village magistrate, the government, and the wickedness of men. Someone had stolen his spring onions, and choking with rage, he relieved himself by gleefully repeating the name of the enemy.
Heavens, brother, it's hardly becoming,
Exclaimed Donna Josefa, seized with scruples.
Come now, sister, let's save those pieties for Lent. I say to the devil with it, and I say it again to the devil with it. But I told the tenant that if he hears anyone on the property, he's to load the shotgun and fire.
There's a lack of respect for property,
Said Amaro.
There's a lack of respect for everything.
Exclaimed the canon.
Spring onions that were the picture of health just to look at them. Well, gentlemen, there they go. This is what I call a sacrilege. A flagrant sacrilege.
He added with conviction. For the theft of his spring onions, the spring onions of a canon, seemed to him an act of impiety as black as if the sacred vessels of the cathedral had been stolen.
a want of fear of God, a want of religion.
Observed Donna Josefa.
Want of religion, nothing.
Retorted the canon, exasperated,
A want of police constables, that's what it is.
and turning to Amaro,
Today is the old woman's funeral, isn't it? One more nuisance. Go on, sister, send in my clean collar and my buckle shoes.
Father Amaro then, returning to his preoccupation.
We were just talking about the João Eduardo affair, the article.
There's another piece of villainy of the same sort,
said the canon at once.
Just think of it. What a gang is loose in the world, what a gang!
And he stood with folded arms, eyes wide, as if contemplating a legion of monsters let loose upon the universe, hurling themselves with impudence against reputations, the principles of the church, the honor of families, and the clergy's spring onions. On his way out, Father Amaro renewed his instructions to Donna Josefa, who had accompanied him to the landing.
So tonight, the condolence visit, nothing is to be done. Tomorrow you speak to the girl, and towards the end of the week you bring her to me at the cathedral. Good. And convince the girl, Donna Josefa, try to save that soul. God has his eyes upon you. Be firm with her, be firm with her. And let our canon deal with Senora Joanera.
You may go with an easy mind, Senor Parroco. I am her godmother, and whether she likes it or not, I shall put her on the path of salvation.
Amen,
said Father Amaro. That evening, indeed, Donna Josefa did nothing. It was the condolence visit at the Rua da Misericordia. They were downstairs, in the parlor, lugubriously lit by a single candle with a dark green shade. Senora Joanera and Amelia, in mourning, occupied the sofa at the center, and around them, in rows of chairs against the wall, the lady friends, covered in heavy black, maintained a funereal immobility, their faces saddened in a mute torpor. Now and again 2 voices whispered, or from a corner in the shadows came a sigh. Then Libanino, or Arthur Cochero, would go on tiptoe to trim the candle-wick. Donna Maria de Asuncao expelled her catarrh with a tearful sound, and in the silence they heard wooden clogs striking the flagstones of the street or the quarter hours on the Misericordia clock. At intervals, Ruca, all in black, entered with a tray of sweets and glasses of herbal tea. The lampshade was then raised, and the old women, who had been drooping their eyelids, feeling the room brighter, raised their handkerchiefs to their eyes at once, and with sighs helped themselves to cakes from the encarnacao. João Eduardo was there in a corner, ignored, beside the deaf Gansoso woman who slept with her mouth open. All evening his gaze had sought Amelia's in vain, for she did not stir, her face upon her breast, her hands in her lap, twisting and untwisting her cambric handkerchief. Father Amaro and Canon Diaz came at 9 o'clock. The parish priest went with solemn steps to say to Senora Joanera,
Madame, the blow is great, but let us take consolation in the thought that your most excellent sister is at this hour enjoying the company of Jesus Christ.
There was a murmur of sobs around the room, and as no chairs remained, the 2 clergymen sat at either end of the sofa, with Senora Joanera and Amelia in tears between them. They were thus acknowledged as members of the family. Donna Maria de Asuncao whispered to Donna Joaquina Gansoso,
Oh, it's quite lovely to see the 4 of them together like that.
And until 10 o'clock the condolence visit continued, somber and somnolent, disturbed only by the constant coughing of João Eduardo, who had a cold, and who, in the opinion of Donna Josefa Diaz, who told everyone afterwards, only coughed to make fun and to mock respect for the dead. 2 days later, at 8 in the morning, Donna Josefa Diaz and Amelia entered the cathedral after having spoken on the terrace to Amparo, the pharmacist's wife, who had a child with measles and, although it was nothing serious, had come as a precaution to make a vow. The day was overcast, the church suffused with a grey light. Amelia, pale beneath her lace mantilla, stopped before the altar of Our Lady of Sorrows, dropped to her knees, and remained motionless, her face upon her missal. Donna Josefa Diaz, with soft steps, after prostrating herself before the chapel of the Blessed Sacrament and the high altar, went to push gently at the sacristy door. Father Amaro was pacing inside, shoulders bowed, hands behind his back.
Well?
He asked at once, turning towards Donna Josefa, a very closely shaved face, in which his eyes gleamed uneasily.
She's there,
said the old woman in a low voice with a triumphant expression.
I myself went to fetch her. Oh, I was firm with her, Senor Parroco. I spared her nothing. Now it's up to you.
Thank you, Donna Josefa.
said the priest, pressing both her hands with force.
God will repay you for this.
He looked around, nervous, patted himself to check for his handkerchief, his document case, and slowly closing the sacristy door, went down into the church. Amelia was still kneeling, a dark, motionless shape against the white pillar.
Psst!
Donna Josefa signaled to her. She rose slowly, very scarlet, tremulously arranging the folds of her mantilla around her neck with her hands.
Here she is, Senor Parroco,
said the old woman.
I'm going to Amparo at the pharmacy and I'll come back for her afterwards. Go on, my dear, go. May God illuminate your soul.
And she went out, with curtsies to all the altars. Carlos, the pharmacist, who was the canon's tenant and somewhat tardy with the rent, doffed his cap with a great flourish the moment Donna Josefa appeared at the door, and at once conducted her upstairs, to the parlour with the muslin curtains, where Amparo was sewing at the window.
Oh, don't trouble yourself, Senor Carlos,
the old woman was saying.
Don't leave your work. I left my goddaughter at the cathedral and have come here to rest a little.
Then, if you'll excuse me, and how is our canon?
He hasn't had the pain again, but he's been suffering from dizziness.
The beginnings of spring,
said Carlos, who had resumed his majestic air, standing in the middle of the room with his fingers in the openings of his waistcoat.
I, too, have been feeling disturbed. We sanguine persons always suffer from what one might call the resurgence of the sap. There is an abundance of humours in the blood, which, not being eliminated through the proper channels, go, so to speak, to open a path here and there through the body in the form of a boil, a pimple, a sore, sometimes in very inconvenient places, and, though in themselves insignificant, always accompanied, so to speak, by a cortege. Pardon me, I hear the apprentice chattering. If you'll excuse me, my respects to our canon. Let him use James's magnesia.
Donna Josefa then wanted to see the little girl with measles, but she did not pass the bedroom door, recommending to the child, who stared out with feverish eyes, very muffled in her blankets, not to neglect her little prayers morning and night. She advised Amparo of certain remedies that were miraculous for measles, but if the vow had been made in faith, the child could consider herself cured. Ah, every day she gave thanks to God for not having married, for children were nothing but toil and trouble, and with the vexation they brought and the time they took, they were enough to cause a woman to neglect her devotions and send her soul to hell. You're right, Donna Josefa, said Amparo. It's a punishment, and I with 5. Sometimes they drive me so mad that I sit down here in this chair and cry all alone. They had returned to the window and greatly enjoyed spying on the district administrator, who, from behind the glass of his office, was ogling the tailor Tellez's wife through his binoculars. Oh, it was scandalous. There had never been such authorities in Leiria. The Secretary-General was an outrage with the novice woman. What could one expect from men without religion, educated in Lisbon, which, according to Donna Josefa, was destined to perish like Gomorrah in the fire of heaven? Amparo sewed with her head down, perhaps embarrassed before that pious indignation by the guilty desires that gnawed at her, to see the Paseo Publico and to hear the singers at São Carlos. But very soon Donna Josefa began to speak about the clerk. Amparo knew nothing, and the old woman had the satisfaction of recounting at length, in every last detail, the story of the article, the distress at the Rua da Misericordia, and Notario's campaign to discover the liberal. She expanded especially on João Eduardo's character, his impiety, his debauches, and, considering it a Christian duty to annihilate the atheist, she even hinted that certain recent thefts committed in Leiria were the work of João Eduardo. Amparo declared herself flabbergasted. The marriage, then, with Ameliazinha.
That's ancient history,
Donna Josefa declared with glee.
They're going to throw him out of the house, and he should count himself very lucky not to end up in the dock. For he has me to thank, and my brothers Prudence and Father Amaro's. There were grounds enough to clap him in prison. But the girl was fond of him, it seems.
Donna Josefa was indignant. Heaven forbid. Amelia was a sensible girl of great virtue. The moment she knew of the outrages, she was the first to say no, and no. Oh, she detested him. And Donna Josefa, lowering her voice confidentially, related
that it was certain he was living with a fallen woman near the barracks. Father Notario told me so,
she affirmed.
And he's a man from whose mouth nothing but the pure truth ever comes. He was very kind to me. I owe him that favor. The moment he found out, he came to my house to tell me, to ask my counsel. Very attentive, in short.
But Carlos reappeared. He had a free moment at the pharmacy. They hadn't let him draw breath all morning, and had come to keep the ladies company.
So you've heard, Senor Carlos?
Donna Josefa exclaimed at once.
About the article and João Eduardo?
The pharmacist widened his round eyes. What connection could there be between such a disgraceful article and this young man who seemed to him honest?
Honest?
Shrieked Donna Josefa Diaz.
He's the one who wrote it, Senor Carlos.
And seeing Carlos bite his lip in surprise, Donna Josefa, enthused, repeated the story of the villainy.
What do you say to that, Senor Carlos? What do you say?
The pharmacist gave his opinion in a slow voice, weighted with the authority of a vast understanding.
In that case, I say, and all right-thinking people will say with me, it is a disgrace for Leiria. I had already observed when I read the article, religion is the foundation of society, and to undermine it is, so to speak, to wish to topple the edifice. It is a misfortune that there should be in this city such partisans of materialism and the Republic, who, as is well known, wish to destroy everything that exists. They proclaim that men and women should couple with the promiscuity of dogs and bitches. Forgive me for expressing myself so, but science is science. They wish to have the right to enter my house, carry off my silverware and the sweat of my brow. They will not admit that there should be authorities, and if given free rein, they would be capable of spitting on the sacred host.
Donna Josefa shrank with a little squeal, deeply horrified.
And this sect dares to speak of liberty. I, too, am a liberal. For I say frankly, I am not a fanatic. Nor do I judge a man a saint merely because he belongs to the priesthood. No. For instance, I always disliked the parish priest Miguis. He was a serpent. Forgive me, madam, but he was a serpent. I told him so to his face, because the gag law is dead and buried. We shed our blood in the trenches of Porto precisely so there would be no gag law. I told him to his face, "Your reverence is a serpent. But, after all, when a man wears a cassock, he must be respected. And the article, I repeat, is a disgrace for Leiria. And I also tell you, with these atheists, these Republicans, there should be no quarter. I am a peaceable man. Amparo here knows me well. Yet if I had to fill a prescription for a declared Republican, I would have no qualms instead of giving him one of those beneficent preparations that are the pride of our science about sending him a dose of prussic acid. No, I won't go so far as to say I'd send prussic acid, but if I were on the jury, I'd make sure the full weight of the law fell upon him."
And he rocked for a moment on the tips of his slippers, casting a grand gesture around him as if expecting the applause of a district council or a municipal assembly in session. But the cathedral clock then slowly struck 11, and Donna Josefa hurriedly wrapped herself in her mantle to go and fetch the girl, poor thing, who must be tired of waiting. Carlos accompanied her to the door, doffing his cap, and saying, as a courtesy he offered up to his landlord,
"Give our canon my regards, and on this matter of the article and attacks upon the clergy, I stand heart and soul with your reverences. Your servant, madam, the weather's turning."
When Donna Josefa entered the church, Amelia was still in the confessional. The old woman coughed loudly, knelt, and, with her hands over her face, plunged into a devotion to Our Lady of the Rosary. The church settled into immobility and silence. Then Donna Josefa, turning towards the confessional, peered through her fingers. Amelia remained motionless, her mantilla pulled far over her face, the circle of her black dress spread around her, and Donna Josefa, sank back into her prayers. A fine rain now lashed the panes of a window to one side. At last there came from the confessional a creak of wood, a rustle of skirts on the flagstones, and Donna Josefa, turning, saw Amelia standing before her with her face scarlet and her eyes shining brightly.
"You've been waiting a long time, godmother."
A little while. All done, are you?
She rose, crossed herself, and the two ladies left the cathedral. A fine rain was still falling, but Senor Arthur Cuchero, who was crossing the square with documents for the civil governor's office, escorted them to the Rua da Misericordia under his umbrella. Towards evening, João Eduardo was leaving home for the Rua da Misericordia, carrying under his arm a roll of wallpaper samples for Amelia to choose from, when at the door he encountered Ruca, who was about to pull the bell.
"What is it, Ruca?"
"The ladies have gone out for the evening, and here is a letter the young mistress is sending you." João Eduardo felt his heart tighten, and watched with a bewildered gaze as Ruca went down the street, her clogs clattering. He went to the lamp-post opposite, opened the letter.
"Senor João Eduardo, what was decided regarding our marriage was in the belief that you were a man of honor and could make me happy. But as everything is now known, and it was you who wrote the article in the Distrito and slandered the friends of the household and insulted me, and as your habits give me no guarantee of happiness in married life, you should from today consider everything over between us, as the bans have not been published nor expenses incurred, and I hope, as does Mamma, that you will be gentleman enough not to come to the house again, nor importune us in the street, all of which I communicate to you by order of Mamma, and remain your servant, Amelia Camina."
João Eduardo stood staring stupidly at the wall opposite where the lamplight fell, motionless as a stone, his roll of wallpaper samples under his arm. Mechanically, he went home. His hands trembled so much he could barely light the lamp. Standing by the table, he reread the letter. Then he stood there, straining his eyes against the flame of the wick with a chilling sensation of immobility and silence, as if suddenly, without a shock, all the life of the universe had gone mute and still. He wondered where they had gone for the evening. Memories of happy evenings at the Rua da Misericordia passed slowly through his mind. Amelia was at her needlework, head bowed, and between her very black hair and her very white collar, her neck had a pallor that the light softened. Then the thought that he had lost her forever pierced his heart with the cold of a knife thrust. He pressed his temples between his hands, dizzy. What was he to do? What was he to do? Sudden resolutions flashed for a moment through his mind, then faded. He wanted to write to her, to take her by force of law, to leave for Brazil, to find out who had discovered he was the author of the article. And since this last was the most practicable thing at that hour, he ran to the offices of the Voz do Distrito. Agostinho, stretched out on the sofa, with the candle beside him on a chair, was savouring the Lisbon newspapers. João Eduardo's distraught face alarmed him.
"What is it? You've ruined me, you wretch!"
And in one breathless rush he furiously accused the hunchback of having betrayed him. Agostinho had risen slowly, imperturbably searching for his tobacco pouch in the pocket of his jacket. "Look here," he said. "None of this fuss. I give you my word of honor I told no one about the article. It's true nobody asked me."
"But who was it then?"
cried the clerk. Agostinho buried his head in his shoulders. "What I know is that the priests were in a fever to find out who it was. Notario was here one morning about the advertisement from a widow appealing to public charity, but not a word was said about the article. It was Dr. Godinho who knew. Take it up with him. But then, have they done something to you?"
"They've killed me,"
said João Eduardo lugubriously. He stood for a moment staring at the floor, annihilated, and left, slamming the door. He wandered through the square, he walked at random through the streets, then, drawn by the darkness, out onto the Marazes road. He was suffocating, feeling an intolerable dull pounding beat inside against his temples. Despite the strong wind in the fields, it seemed to him he was moving through a universal silence. Now and then the thought of his misfortune would rip suddenly through his heart, and then he imagined the whole landscape was swaying and the road beneath his feet seemed soft as a quagmire. He came back past the cathedral as it struck 11 and found himself in the Rua da Misericordia, his gaze fixed on the dining-room window where there was still a light. Amelia's bedroom window lit up too. She was going to bed, no doubt. A furious desire for her beauty, her body, her kisses swept over him. He fled home. An intolerable fatigue prostrated him on the bed. Then an indefinable, profound nostalgia gradually softened him, and he wept for a long time, growing more tender at the sound of his own sobs, until he fell asleep, face down, an inert mass. The next day, early, Amelia was coming from the Rua da Misericordia towards the square, when near the arch, João Eduardo ambushed her.
I want to speak to you, Menina Amelia.
She recoiled in fright and said, trembling,
You have nothing to say to me.
But he had planted himself before her, quite determined, his eyes red as coals.
I want to tell you about the article. It's true, I was the one who wrote it. It was a disaster, but you had been tormenting me with jealousy. But what you say about bad habits is a slander. I've always been an upright man.
Father Amaro knows what you really are. Will you kindly let me pass?
At the parish priest's name, João Eduardo went livid with rage.
Ah, it's the Señor Father Amaro. It's the priest, the scoundrel. Well, we shall see. Listen.
Will you kindly let me pass? She said, irritated, so loudly that a stout man in a shawl cape stopped and stared. João Eduardo stepped back, raising his hat, and she immediately took refuge in Fernandez's shop. Then, in desperation, he ran to Dr. Godinho's house. Already the day before, between his fits of weeping, feeling so abandoned, he had thought of Dr. Godinho. He had once been his clerk, and since it was through Godinho's influence that he had entered Nunes Ferrell's notary office, and through his influence that he was to be given a post at the civil governor's office, he regarded him as a prodigal and inexhaustible providence. Moreover, since writing the article, he considered himself part of the Voz do Distrito of the Maya faction. Now, attacked by the priests, he should clearly seek shelter under the mighty protection of his chief, of Dr. Godinho, the enemy of reaction, the Cavour of Leiria, as the bachelor Azevedo, author of The Stings, would say, eyes wide. And João Eduardo, making his way to the yellow mansion near the Terreiro where the doctor lived, was in a flutter of hopes, content to take refuge, like a whipped dog, between the legs of that colossus. Dr. Godinho had already come down to his office, and, sprawling in his great abbatial armchair with its brass studs, his eyes on the dark oak ceiling, was beatifically finishing his after-lunch cigar. He received João Eduardo's good morning with majesty. So then, what brings you, my friend? The tall bookcases of weighty folios, the reams of legal documents, the imposing painting of the Marquis of Pombal standing on a terrace above the Tagus, with one finger expelling the English fleet, intimidated João Eduardo as always, and it was in an embarrassed voice that he said he had come so that His Excellency might find a remedy for a misfortune that had befallen him. A brawl? A beating?
No, sir, a family matter.
He then related at length his story from the publication of the article. He read out, deeply moved, Amelia's letter. He described the scene near the arch. Here he was now, driven out of the Rua da Misericordia by the parish priest's machinations, and it seemed to him, though he had not studied at Coimbra, that against a priest who insinuated himself into a family, unsettled an innocent girl, led her through intrigues to break with her fiancé, and installed himself as master of the house and master of the girl, there ought to be laws.
I don't know, Señor Doutor, but there must be laws.
Dr. Godinho seemed annoyed. Laws? He exclaimed, crossing his legs briskly. What laws do you expect there to be? Do you want to bring charges against the parish priest? On what grounds? Did he strike you, steal your watch, insult you in the press? No. Well then?
But, Señor Doutor, he intrigued against me with the ladies. I was never a man of bad habits, Señor Doutor. He slandered me.
Do you have witnesses?
No, sir.
Well then? And Dr. Godinho, setting his elbows upon his desk, declared that as a lawyer there was nothing he could do. The courts took no cognizance of such affairs, of these moral dramas, so to speak, that played out in domestic chambers. As a man, as a private individual, as Alipio de Vasconcelos Godinho, he likewise could not intervene because he knew neither Father Amaro nor those ladies of the Rua da Misericordia. He deplored the fact because, after all, he too had been young, had felt the poetry of youth, and knew, alas, he knew, what these pangs of the heart were. And there was all he could do, deplore it. Besides, why had the fellow given his affections to a bigot? João Eduardo interrupted him.
The fault isn't hers, Senor Doutor. The fault lies with the priest who is leading her astray. The fault lies with that rabble of the chapter.
Dr. Godinho extended his hand with severity and advised Senor João Eduardo to be careful with such assertions. Nothing proved that the parish priest possessed in that house any influence other than that of a skillful spiritual director, and he recommended to Senor João Eduardo, with the authority that his years and his position in the country conferred upon him, that he should not go about spreading, out of spite, accusations that served only to destroy the prestige of the priesthood, indispensable in a well-constituted society. Without it, all would be anarchy and debauchery. And he leaned back, thinking with satisfaction that he was in fine rhetorical form that morning. But the clerk's crestfallen face, as he stood motionless beside the desk, irritated him, and he said dryly, pulling a volume of case files towards him, "Well then, let's conclude. What is it you want, my friend? You can see there's nothing I can do for you." João Eduardo replied with a movement of desperate courage.
I imagined that the Senor Doutor might be able to do something for me, because after all, I was a victim. All this comes from its being known that I wrote the article, and it was agreed that it would be kept secret. Agostinho didn't tell anyone. Only the Senor Doutor knew.
The doctor leapt with indignation in his abbatial chair. "What are you insinuating? Are you suggesting that I was the one who told?" "I didn't tell. That is, I did tell. I told my wife because in a well-constituted family there should be no secrets between husband and wife. She asked me, and I told her. But supposing it was I who spread it through the streets? One of two things. Either the article was a slander, and in that case it is I who should accuse you of having polluted an honourable newspaper with a heap of defamations, or it was the truth, and in that case what sort of man are you, who is ashamed of the truths he unleashes, and who does not dare maintain in the light of day the opinions he wrote in the darkness of night?" 2 tears blurred João Eduardo's eyes. Then, before that crestfallen expression, satisfied at having crushed him with such logical and powerful reasoning, Dr. Godinho relented. "Well, let's not quarrel," he said. "No more talk of points of honour. You may believe that I deplore your misfortune." He gave him advice of a paternal solicitude. He should not succumb. There were other girls in Leiria, and girls of good principles who did not live under the direction of the cassock. He should be strong, and console himself with the thought that he, Dr. Godinho, and he was the man he was, had also suffered heartbreak in his youth. He should avoid the dominion of passions which would be prejudicial to his public career. And if he would not do so for his own sake, let him do it at least out of consideration for him, Dr. Godinho. João Eduardo left the office, indignant, feeling himself betrayed by the doctor.
"This happens to me,"
he muttered.
"Because I'm a poor devil. I don't cast votes in elections. I don't go to the Nove Soirées. I don't subscribe to the club. Ah, what a world! If I had a couple of thousand milreis."
Then came a furious desire to take revenge on the priests, the rich, and the religion that justified them. He went back very determinedly to the office and, half opening the door,
"Will Your Excellency at least allow me to vent in the newspaper? I'd like to describe this villainy, to lash into that rabble."
This audacity on the clerk's part outraged the doctor. He drew himself up severely in his armchair, and folding his arms terribly, "Senor João Eduardo, you are really going too far. You come here asking me to transform a newspaper of ideas into a scandal sheet? Go on, ask me to insult the principles of religion, to deride the Redeemer, to repeat Renan's drivel, to attack the fundamental laws of the state, to vilify the king, to revile the institution of the family. You must be drunk.
Oh, Senor Doctor.
You are drunk. Take care, my dear fellow, take care. You are on a slippery slope. It is by that path that one comes to lose respect for authority, for law, for sacred things and the hearth. It is by that path that one arrives at crime. Don't stare at me. At crime, I tell you. I have 20 years' experience at the bar. Man, stop yourself. Rein in those passions. Good heavens. How old are you?
26.
Then there is no excuse for a man of 26 to harbour such subversive ideas. Good day. Close the door. And listen. Don't think of sending another article to any other newspaper. I won't stand for it. I, who have always protected you. You'd like to make a scandal. Don't bother denying it. I can read it in your eyes. Well, I won't have it. It's for your own good to spare you a wicked social act. He assumed a grand posture in his armchair, repeating forcefully, "A most wicked social act. Where do you gentlemen want to lead us with your materialisms, your atheisms? When you have finished off the religion of our fathers, what have you to replace it with? What? Show me." João Eduardo's embarrassed expression, for he did not have there to show a religion to replace that of our fathers, gave the doctor his triumph. "You have nothing. You have mud. At most you have empty words. But as long as I live, at least in Lyria, faith and the principle of order shall be respected. They may set Europe ablaze. In Lyria they shall not raise their heads. In Lyria I stand vigilant, and I swear I shall be their undoing." João Eduardo received these threats with bowed shoulders, without understanding them. How could his article and the intrigues of the Rua da Misericordia produce such social catastrophes and religious revolutions? Such severity annihilated him. He would surely lose the doctor's friendship, the post at the civil governor's office. He tried to mollify him.
Oh, Senor Doctor, but your Excellency can see.
The doctor cut him off with a sweeping gesture. "I see perfectly well. I see that your passions, your thirst for revenge are leading you down a fatal path. What I hope is that my counsel will stop you. Well, good day. Close the door. Close the door, man." João Eduardo left, crushed. What was he to do now? Dr. Godinho, that colossus, was repelling him with tremendous words. And what could he, a poor notary's clerk, do against Father Amaro, who had on his side the clergy, the dean, the chapter, the bishops, the pope, a compact and solidary class that loomed before him like a fearsome citadel of bronze rising to the sky? It was they who had caused Amelia's resolution, her letter, the harshness of her words. It was a conspiracy of parish priests, canons, and bigots. If only he could tear her from that influence, she would soon be his Ameliazinha again, embroidering his slippers, coming to the window all flushed to watch him pass. The suspicions he had harboured before had faded during those happy evenings after the marriage was settled, when she, sewing by the lamp, spoke of the furniture they would buy and the arrangements for their little house. She loved him, surely. But what? They had told her he was the author of the article, that he was a heretic, that his habits were debauched. The parish priest, in his pedantic voice, had threatened her with hellfire. The canon, furious and all-powerful in the Rua da Misericordia because he paid for the household, had spoken sternly, and the poor girl, frightened, dominated, with that sinister flock of priests and bigots whispering in her ear, poor thing, had yielded. She was perhaps persuaded in good faith that he was a beast, and at that very hour, while he wandered the streets, cast out and wretched, Father Amaro, in the parlour of the Rua da Misericordia, ensconced in the armchair, master of the house and master of the girl, legs crossed, was holding forth. Scoundrel! And there were no laws to avenge him, and he could not even make a scandal now that the Voz do Distrito was closed to him. There came upon him furious desires to demolish the parish priest with his fists, with the strength of Father Brito. But what would satisfy him most would be devastating articles in a newspaper that would expose the intrigues of the Rua da Misericordia, rouse public opinion, fall upon the priest like catastrophes, force him, the canon and the rest to disappear in shame from Senora Joanera's house. Ah, he was certain that dear little Amelia, free of those vultures, would run straight back into his arms with tears of reconciliation. He thus tried to convince himself by force that it wasn't her fault. He recalled the months of happiness before the parish priest's arrival. He devised natural explanations for those tender little ways she had once shown towards Father Amaro, which had given him desperate jealousy. It was the desire, poor thing, to be agreeable to the lodger, to the canon's friend, to keep him there for the benefit of her mother and the household. And besides, how happy she had been after the marriage was settled. Her indignation over the article, he was sure, was not natural to her. It had been whispered into her ear by the parish priest and the bigots, and he found consolation in this idea that he was not being rejected as a sweetheart, as a husband, but that he was a victim of the vile Father Amaro's intrigues, who desired his fiancée and who hated him as a liberal. This heaped in his soul a disordered rancor against the priest. Going down the street, he searched anxiously for a revenge, casting his imagination this way and that. But the same idea kept returning: the newspaper article, the philippic, the press. The certainty of his unprotected weakness revolted him. Ah, if only he had some big man on his side. A countryman, yellow as a citron, who was walking slowly with his arm across his chest, stopped him to ask where Dr. Gouveia lived.
"First street on the left, the green gate by the lamp-post,"
said João Eduardo, and an immense hope suddenly lit up his soul. Dr. Gouveia was the one who could save him. The doctor was his friend. He had addressed him familiarly since curing him of pneumonia 3 years earlier. He heartily approved of his marriage to Amelia. Only weeks ago he had asked him near the square, "So then, when are you going to make that girl happy?" And how respected, how feared he was at the Rua da Misericordia. He was the doctor of all the lady friends of the household, who, despite being scandalized by his irreligion, depended humbly on his skill for their ailments, their vapors, their syrups. Moreover, Dr. Gouveia, a decided enemy of priestcraft, would surely be indignant at that bigoted scheming, and João Eduardo already saw himself entering the Rua da Misericordia behind Dr. Gouveia, who would rebuke Senora Joanera, demolish Father Amaro, convince the old ladies, and his happiness would begin again, unshakable now.
"Is the doctor in?"
he asked, almost cheerfully, of the maid who was hanging out washing in the yard. "He's with patients, Senor Joãozinho. Do come in." On market days the country patients always flocked in, but at that hour, when the parishioners from nearby villages were gathered at the taverns, there was only an old man, a woman with a child in her arms, and the man with his arm across his chest, waiting in a low-ceilinged room with benches, 2 pots of basil on the windowsill, and a large print of the coronation of Queen Victoria. Despite the clear sunlight entering from the yard and the fresh lime foliage brushing against the window ledge, the waiting room gave one a feeling of sadness, as if the walls, the benches, the very basil plants were saturated with the melancholy of the illnesses that had passed through there. João Eduardo went in and sat in a corner. It had struck noon, and the woman was complaining about having waited so long. She was from a distant parish, had left her sister at the market, and the doctor had been a full hour with 2 ladies. Every moment the child fussed, and she bounced it in her arms. Then they fell silent. The old man was rolling up his trouser leg, contemplating with satisfaction an ulcer on his shin wrapped in rags, and the other man gave disconsolate yawns that made his long yellow face all the more lugubrious. The delay frayed the clerk's nerves, softened his resolve. He felt himself gradually losing the courage to engage Dr. Gouveia. He was laboriously preparing his story, but it now seemed quite insufficient to interest the doctor. A despondency came over him, made more intense by the insipid faces of the patients. Life was positively a very sad thing, full of nothing but misery, betrayed feelings, afflictions, diseases. He would get up, and with his hands behind his back, go to gaze disconsolately at the coronation of Queen Victoria. Every now and then the woman cracked open the door to see if the two ladies were still in there. They were, and through the baize-covered doorway that closed off the doctor's consulting room, their unhurried voices could be heard chattering.
"Once you end up in here, the days are right off,"
grumbled the old man. He too had left his mule at Fumaka's door and his girl in the square. And what a wait he'd still have at the pharmacy after this, with 3 leagues still to travel to get home. Being ill is all very well, for those who are rich and have time to spare. The thought of illness, of the solitude it brings, now made the loss of Amelia seem all the more bitter to João Eduardo. If he fell ill, he would have to go to the hospital. The wicked priest had taken everything from him: wife, happiness, the comforts of family, the sweet companionship of life. At last they heard the two ladies leaving through the corridor. The woman with the child grabbed her basket, rushed forward, and the old man, immediately seizing the bench nearest the door, said with satisfaction, "Now it's my turn, Governor."
Do you have a long consultation?
João Eduardo asked him. "No, sir, just to collect the prescription." And he immediately launched into the story of his ulcer. A beam had fallen on him. He'd thought nothing of it. Then the wound had turned nasty, and now here he was, lame and racked with pain. "And you, sir, is it something serious?" he asked.
I'm not ill,
said the clerk.
It's business with the doctor.
The two men looked at him with envy. At last it was the old man's turn, then the yellow-faced man with his arm in a sling. João Eduardo, alone, paced the waiting room nervously. It now seemed very difficult to go and ask the doctor for help just like that, without ceremony. By what right? He thought of complaining first about chest pains or stomach trouble, and then, incidentally, telling him about his misfortunes. But the door opened. The doctor stood before him, with his long grey beard falling over his black velvet jacket, his wide soft hat on his head, pulling on his lisle thread gloves.
"Well, it's you, my boy. Any news from the Rua da Misericordia?"
João Eduardo blushed.
No, Senor Doctor. I wanted to speak to you privately.
He followed him into the consulting room, the well-known consulting room of Dr. Gouveia, which, with its chaos of books, its dusty air, a trophy of savage arrows, and 2 stuffed storks, had in the town the reputation of an alchemist's cell. The doctor pulled out his large watch.
1:45. Be brief."
The clerk's face expressed the difficulty of condensing so complicated a narrative.
"Very well,"
said the doctor.
"Explain yourself as best you can. There's nothing harder than being clear and brief. It takes genius. What is it?"
João Eduardo then stammered out his story, insisting above all on the priest's perfidy, exaggerating Amelia's innocence. The doctor listened, stroking his beard.
"I see what it is. You and the priest,"
he said.
"both want the girl. Since he's the shrewder and the more decisive, he's the one who got her. It's a law of nature. The stronger one despoils, eliminates the weaker. The female and the prey are his."
This seemed to João Eduardo a pleasantry. He said, his voice faltering,
Your Excellency is making fun, Senor Doctor, but my heart is being torn to pieces.
"My dear fellow,"
the doctor replied kindly,
"I'm philosophizing, not making fun. But in the end, what do you want me to do for you?"
It was the same thing Dr. Godinho had said, with more pomp.
I'm certain that if Your Excellency spoke to her...
The doctor smiled.
"I can prescribe a syrup for the girl, but I can't impose a husband on her. Do you want me to go and say to her, 'Miss, you must prefer Senor João Eduardo here'? Do you want me to go and tell the priest, a rascal I've never set eyes on, 'Would you be so kind as not to seduce this girl'?"
But they slandered me, Senor Doctor. They presented me as a man of bad habits, a scoundrel.
"No, they didn't slander you. From the point of view of the priest and those ladies who play lotto at night in the Rua da Misericordia, you are a scoundrel. A Christian who publicly vilifies abbots, canons, curates, personages so important for communicating with God and saving one's soul, is a scoundrel. They didn't slander you, my friend."
But, Senor Doctor...
"Listen, and the girl, in discarding you in obedience to the instructions of Father so-and-so, is behaving like a good Catholic. That's what I'm telling you. The whole life of a good Catholic, his thoughts, his ideas, his feelings, his words, the use of his days and his nights, his family relations and neighborly relations, the dishes at his dinner, his clothing and his amusements, all this is regulated by ecclesiastical authority, abbot, bishop, or canon, approved or censured by the confessor, counseled and ordered by the director of conscience. A good Catholic, like your girl, does not belong to herself. She has no reason, nor will, nor judgment, nor feelings of her own. Her priest thinks, wills, determines, feels for her. Her sole labor in this world, which is at the same time her sole right and her sole duty, is to accept this direction, to accept it without discussion, to obey it, come what may. If it contradicts her ideas, she must think her ideas are wrong. If it wounds her affections, she must think her affections are sinful. Given all this, if the priest told the girl she must neither marry nor even speak to you, the creature proves, by obeying him, that she is a good Catholic, a consistent devotee, and that she follows in life, logically, the moral rule she has chosen. There you have it, and forgive the sermon.
João Eduardo listened with respect, with amazement to these phrases, to which the doctor's placid face and fine grey beard lent a still greater authority. It now seemed to him almost impossible to recover Amelia, if she belonged so absolutely, body and soul, to the priest who confessed her. But after all, why was he considered an unsuitable husband?
I would understand,
he said,
if I were a man of bad habits, Señor Doctor. But I behave well. I do nothing but work. I don't frequent taverns or wild parties. I don't drink. I don't gamble. I spend my evenings at the Rua da Misericordia or at home working late for the notary's office.
My boy, you may have every social virtue, but, according to the religion of our fathers, all virtues that are not Catholic are useless and pernicious. To be hard-working, chaste, honest, just, truthful, these are great virtues, but for the priests and for the church, they don't count. If you were a model of goodness but didn't go to Mass, didn't fast, didn't confess, didn't doff your hat to the parish priest, you are simply a scoundrel. Other personages greater than you, whose souls were perfect and whose rule of life was impeccable, have been judged true scoundrels because they were not baptized before they were perfect. You must have heard of Socrates, of another called Plato, of Cato, and others. They were famous for their virtues. Well, a certain Bossuet, who is the great authority of the doctrine, said that hell was full of the virtues of those men. This proves that Catholic morality is different from natural morality and from social morality. But these are things you understand poorly. Would you like an example? I am, according to Catholic doctrine, one of the great reprobates walking the streets of this city, and my neighbor Peixoto, who beat his wife to death and is doing away with a little 10-year-old daughter by the same method, is, among the clergy, an excellent man because he fulfills his duties as a devotee and plays the bugle at sung masses. In short, my friend, that's how things are. And they appear to be good because there are thousands of respectable people who consider them good. The state maintains them, even spends a fortune maintaining them, even obliges us to respect them. And I, who stand here talking, pay every year a small sum so that they may continue to be so. You naturally pay less.
I pay 7 vintas, Señor Doctor.
But at least you go to the festivals, you hear music, sermons, you get your 7 vintens worth. I lose my small sum outright. I console myself only with the thought that it goes to help maintain the splendor of the church which in this life considers me a villain, and which for after death has prepared for me a first-class hell. Well, I think we've been chatting long enough. What more do you want?
João Eduardo was crushed. Now that he listened to the doctor, it seemed to him, more than ever, that if a man of such wise words and so many ideas were to take an interest in his case, the whole intrigue would easily be undone and his happiness, his place in the Rua da Misericordia, recovered forever.
So your excellency can do nothing for me?
He said very mournfully.
I can perhaps cure you of another pneumonia. Do you have another pneumonia to cure? No? Well then...
João Eduardo sighed.
I'm a victim, Senor Dutor.
That's wrong of you. There should be no victims if only to prevent there being tyrants,
said the doctor, putting on his wide, soft hat.
Because when all is said and done,
João Eduardo exclaimed, still clinging to the doctor with the desperation of a drowning man.
when all is said and done, what the scoundrel of a parish priest wants with all his pretexts is the girl. If she were plain, he wouldn't care in the least whether I was impious or not. What he wants is the girl.
The doctor shrugged his shoulders.
It's only natural, poor fellow,
He said, his hand already on the door latch.
What do you expect? As a man, he has passions and organs for women. As a confessor, the authority of a god. It's obvious he'll exploit that authority to satisfy those passions, and that he'll cloak that natural satisfaction beneath the appearances and pretexts of divine service. It's only natural.
João Eduardo, seeing him open the door, watching the hope that had brought him there evaporate, said furiously, lashing the air with his hat,
Scoundrels, the lot of them. They're a breed I've always detested. I'd like to see them swept from the face of the earth, Doctor.
Now that's another piece of foolishness,
said the doctor, resigning himself to hearing him out a little longer and pausing at the bedroom door.
Listen here. Do you believe in God? In the God of heaven, the God up there on high, who from above is the source of all justice and all truth?
João Eduardo, taken aback, said,
I do, yes, sir.
And in original sin?
That too.
In the afterlife, redemption, and so on?
I was raised in those beliefs.
Then why do you want to sweep the priests from the face of the earth? On the contrary, you should think there aren't enough of them. You're a liberal rationalist within the limits of the Charter from what I can see. But if you believe in the God of heaven who directs us from above, and in original sin, and in the afterlife, you need a class of priests to explain to you the doctrine and the revealed morality of God, to help you purify yourself of the original stain, and to prepare your place in paradise. You need priests, and it strikes me as a terrible lapse of logic that you should discredit them in the press.
João Eduardo, dumbfounded, stammered,
But Your Excellency, Doctor, forgive me, Your Excellency, but...
Go on, man. I what?
Your Excellency doesn't need priests in this world.
Nor in the next. I don't need priests in this world because I don't need the God of heaven, which is to say, my boy, that I have my God within me. That is the principle that governs my actions and my judgments, commonly known as conscience. Perhaps you don't quite follow. The fact is, I'm standing here expounding subversive doctrines. And it really is 3 o'clock.
and he showed him his pocket watch. At the courtyard door, João Eduardo said to him once more,
Then you'll excuse me, Doctor.
Think nothing of it. Send the Rua de Misericordia to the devil.
João Eduardo interrupted hotly.
That's easy enough to say, Doctor, but when passion is gnawing away inside you...
Ah,
said the doctor.
Passion is a fine and mighty thing. Love is one of the great forces of civilization. Properly directed, it can raise up a world and would suffice by itself to bring about a moral revolution.
And changing his tone.
But listen, mind you, sometimes what you feel isn't passion at all. It isn't in the heart. The heart is ordinarily a term we use, out of decency, to designate another organ. It's precisely that organ which is the only one involved most of the time in questions of sentiment, and in those cases the anguish doesn't last. Good day. Here's hoping that's all it is.
João Eduardo went down the street, rolling his cigarette. He felt unnerved, thoroughly exhausted from the desperate night he had spent, from that morning full of futile errands, from his conversations with Dr. Godinho and Dr. Gouveia.
It's over,
he thought.
There's nothing more I can do. I'll just have to bear it.
His soul was spent from so many efforts of passion, hope, and rage. He would have liked to go and stretch out at full length in some isolated spot, far from lawyers, women, and priests, and sleep for months on end. But since it was already past 3 o'clock, he hurried towards Nunes's office. He would probably still have to endure a sermon for arriving so late. What a wretched life he led. He had turned the corner at the Terrero when, near Osorio's eating house, he ran into a young man in a light jacket trimmed with a very broad black ribbon, and with a little moustache so black it looked false above his extremely pale features. "Well, well, where have you been, João Eduardo?" It was a fellow named Gustavo, a typographer at the Voz do Distrito, who had gone off to Lisbon 2 months before. According to Agostinho, he was a lad with brains, well read enough, but with the devil's own ideas. He sometimes wrote articles on foreign affairs in which he introduced poetic and thundering phrases, cursing Napoleon III, the Tsar, and the oppressors of the people, weeping over the enslavement of Poland and the misery of the proletariat. The sympathy between him and João Eduardo had grown out of conversations about religion, in which both vented their hatred of the clergy and their admiration for Jesus Christ. The revolution in Spain had fired his enthusiasm to such a degree that he had aspired to belong to the International, and the desire to live in a workers' centre where there would be associations, speeches, and fraternity had taken him to Lisbon. He had found good work and good comrades there, but since he supported his mother, old and ailing, and since it was more economical for them to live together, he had returned to Liria. The districto, moreover, with elections in prospect, was prospering to the point of raising the wages of its 3 typographers. So there I am, back again with the rag. He was on his way to dinner, and immediately invited João Eduardo to keep him company. The world wasn't going to end, what the devil, just because he missed 1 day at the office. João Eduardo then remembered that he had not eaten since the previous evening. Perhaps it was the weakness that had left him so dazed, so quick to lose heart. He made up his mind at once, glad, after the emotions and fatigues of the morning, to stretch out on a tavern bench before a full plate in the company of a comrade whose hatreds matched his own. Besides, the rebuffs he had suffered gave him a craving, a hunger for sympathy, and it was with warmth that he said,
I'm in, man. You're a godsend. This world is a cesspit. If it weren't for the odd hours spent in friendship, by God, it wouldn't be worth sticking around.
This manner, so novel in João Eduardo in Pacatinho, startled Gustavo. "Why? Things not going well? Rose with that brute Nunes, eh?" he asked.
No, a touch of spleen.
"Spleen? That's an English affliction. Oh, my lad, you should have seen Taborda in the London Romance. Forget about spleen. What you need is to fill your belly and hit the bottle." He took him by the arm and steered him through the tavern door. "Long live old Osorio, health and fraternity." The owner of the eating house, old Osorio, an obese personage well content with life, his shirt sleeves rolled up to the shoulders, his bare arms very white and propped on the counter, his face bloated and shrewd, immediately congratulated Gustavo on seeing him back in Leiria. He found him looking thinner. It must be the bad water in Lisbon and all the logwood dye in the wine. And what could he serve the gentleman? Gustavo, planting himself before the counter with his hat pushed back, hastened to deliver the witticism that had so delighted him in Lisbon. "Old Osorio, serve us some roast king's liver with grilled priest's kidney." Old Osorio, quick with a retort, replied at once, giving the zinc counter a swipe with his dishcloth. "We don't have that here, Mr. Gustavo. That's a delicacy from the capital."
Well then, you're very behind the times. In Lisbon, that was my daily lunch. Right, enough of that. Give us 2 plates of liver and potatoes, and well sautéed, mind.
"You'll be served like friends." They settled themselves at the table for the bashful, between 2 pine partitions closed off by a chintz curtain. Old Osorio, who had a high regard for Gustavo, an educated lad who doesn't take the mickey, came himself to bring the bottle of red and the olives, and wiping the glasses on his grimy apron.
So, what's new in the capital, Mr. Gustavo? How are things going down there?
The typographer immediately assumed a serious expression. He ran his hand through his hair and let fall a few enigmatic phrases. Shaky. Very little decency in politics. The working class is beginning to stir. Lack of unity, for now. Everyone's waiting to see how things go in Spain. There'll be fireworks. It all depends on Spain. But old Osorio, who had scraped together a few pennies and bought a small property, had a horror of upheavals. What the country needed was peace. Above all, what displeased him was counting on the Spanish. From Spain, the gentleman ought to know, neither good wind nor good wedding. "All peoples are brothers," exclaimed Gustavo. "When it comes to toppling Bourbons and emperors, camarillas and nobility, there are no Portuguese or Spaniards. All are brothers. It's all fraternity, old Osorio." "Well then, let's drink to that, and drink deep, because that's what keeps the business going," said old Osorio placidly, rolling his bulk out of the cubicle. "Elephant," the typographer growled, affronted by such indifference to the fraternity of peoples. What could one expect, after all, from a property owner and an election agent? He hummed the Marseillaise, filling the glasses from on high, and wanted to know what his friend João Eduardo had been up to. Did he not go by the Districto any more? The Rags editor had told him they couldn't prize him away from the Rua da Misericordia. "And when's this wedding of yours, then?" João Eduardo blushed and said vaguely,
Nothing decided. There have been difficulties.
and he added with a disconsolate smile,
We've been having quarrels.
"Sentimentality," the typographer let out, with a shrug of the shoulders that expressed a revolutionary's disdain for the frivolities of feeling.
Sentimentality. I don't know if it's sentimentality,
said João Eduardo.
What I do know is that it causes pain. It destroys a man, Gustavo.
He fell silent, biting his lip to hold back the emotion that churned within him. But the typographer considered all these stories about women ridiculous. The times were not for love affairs. The man of the people, the worker who clung to a skirt and wouldn't let go, was a dead weight. He was a sellout. What one should be thinking about was not romances, but giving the people their freedom, saving labor from the clutches of capital, ending the monopolies, working for the Republic. What was wanted was not whimpering. It was action. It was strength. And he rolled the R furiously. Strength! Waving his emaciated consumptive's wrists over the great plate of liver the waiter had brought. João Eduardo, listening to him, recalled the time when the typographer, mad about Julia the baker woman, used to turn up with eyes as red as coals and fill the print shop with dreadful sighs. At every moan the comrades would tease him with a little cough. One day Gustavo and Medeiros had even come to blows in the courtyard. "Look who's talking," he said at last. "You're just like the rest. You sit there spouting, but when it's your turn, you're like all the others." The typographer then, who, ever since he had frequented a democratic club in Alcantara and helped draft a manifesto to his cigar-making brothers on strike, considered himself exclusively devoted to the service of the proletariat and the Republic, was scandalized. He, like the rest, wasting his time on skirts? "You are gravely mistaken," and he withdrew into an offended silence, hacking at his liver with fury. João Eduardo feared he had insulted him. "Now, Gustavo, let's be reasonable. A man can have his principles, work for his cause, and still get married, settle down, have a family." "Never," exclaimed the typographer in high excitement. "The man who marries is lost. From that point on, it's earning the gruel, never stirring from the hole, never having a moment for one's friends, walking the brats at night when they bawl through their teeth. He's a dead weight, a sellout. Women understand nothing about politics. They're terrified the man will get mixed up in trouble, have run-ins with the police. A patriot, tied hand and foot. And what about when there's a secret to keep? A married man can't keep a secret. And there you are, a revolution compromised sometimes. To hell with the family. Another plate of olives, old Osorio." Old Osorio's belly appeared between the partitions. "So what are you gentlemen arguing about in there? Sounds like the Maya crowd have stormed the district council." Gustavo threw himself back on the bench, legs stretched out, and addressed him from on high. Old Osorio is the one who's going to settle it. Tell us, friend, would you be the sort of man to change your political opinions to please your missus? Old Osorio stroked the back of his neck and said with a sly air, I'll tell you this, Mr. Gustavo. Women are sharper than us, and in politics, as in business, whoever follows what they say goes safe. I always consult mine, and if you want to know, it's been 20 years now, and I've had no cause for complaint. Gustavo leapt up on the bench. You're a sellout, he shouted. Old Osorio, accustomed to that favourite expression of the typographers, was not scandalized. He even quipped back with his love of a good retort. Sellout I wouldn't say, but seller of whatever you like. That's what I'm telling you, Mr. Gustavo. You'll marry, and then you'll tell me all about it. What I'll tell you is that when the revolution comes, I'll march in here with a rifle on my shoulder and have you up before a court-martial, you capitalist. Well, until that day comes, let's drink and drink deep, said old Osorio, retiring unhurriedly. Hippopotamus, the typographer muttered, and, since he adored arguments, he immediately started up again, maintaining that a man bewitched by a skirt has no firmness in his political convictions. João Eduardo smiled sadly, in silent disagreement, thinking to himself that despite his passion for Amelia, he had not been to confession in the last 2 years. I have proof, Gustavo bellowed. He cited a freethinker of his acquaintance who, to maintain domestic peace, submitted to fasting on Fridays and tramping off to chapel every Sunday with his missal under his arm. And that's what'll happen to you. You have less bad ideas about religion, but I'll yet see you in a red cloak with a candle in your hand at the procession of the Lord of the Stations. Philosophy and atheism cost nothing when you're chatting at the billiard table among lads, but practicing them at home when you've got a pretty devout wife is the devil. That's what'll happen to you, if it isn't happening already. You'll toss your liberal convictions in the dustbin and start doffing your cap to the household confessor. João Eduardo turned scarlet with indignation. Even in the days of his happiness, when he had Amelia secure, that accusation, which the typographer only made for the sake of argument, of talk, would have scandalized him. But today, just when he had lost Amelia precisely for having proclaimed aloud, in a newspaper, his horror of bigots. Today, when he found himself there with a broken heart, robbed of all joy, exactly on account of his liberal opinions.
Saying that to me, there's a fine joke,
he said with a sombre bitterness. The typographer scoffed. Well now, I wasn't aware you were a martyr for liberty.
For heaven's sake, don't torment me, Gustavo,
said the clerk, deeply stung.
You don't know what's been going on. If you did, you wouldn't say that to me.
He then told him the story of the communiqué, though concealing that he had written it in a blaze of jealousy and presenting it as a pure affirmation of principles. And let him note this circumstance. At the time, he was about to marry a devout girl, in a house more frequented by priests than the sacristy of the cathedral. And did you sign it? Asked Gustavo, astonished at the revelation.
Dr. Godinho wouldn't let me,
said the clerk, blushing a little. And you gave them a proper thrashing, did you?
All of them, to a man.
The typographer, fired with enthusiasm, roared for another bottle of red. He filled the glasses with transport and drank a great toast to João Eduardo. By God, I want to see it. I want to send it to the lads in Lisbon. And what effect did it have?
A first-rate scandal.
And the priestlings?
A blaze.
But how did they find out it was you? João Eduardo shrugged. Agostinho hadn't told them. He suspected Godinho's wife, who had learned it from her husband and had gone and whispered it to Father Silverio, her confessor. Father Silverio from the Rua das Teresas. A fat one, who looks dropsical.
Yes.
What an ass! The typographer growled with rancour. He now regarded João Eduardo with respect. This João Eduardo, who had unexpectedly revealed himself as a paladin of free thought. Drink, my friend, drink, he kept saying, filling his glass with affection, as if that heroic effort of liberalism still required, after so many days, exceptional fortification. And what had happened next? What had the people in the Rua da Misericordia said? Such interest moved João Eduardo, and in one breath he made his confession. He even showed him Amelia's letter, which she had surely, poor girl, been driven to write in some terror of hellfire under pressure from the furious priests. "And there you have the victim that I am, Gustavo." He was one indeed, and the typographer regarded him with a growing admiration. He was no longer Pacatinho, Nunes's clerk, the fawning suitor of the Rua da Misericordia. He was a victim of religious persecution. He was the first the typographer had ever seen, and despite the fact that he did not appear in the traditional posture of the propaganda prince, tied to a stake amid the flames or fleeing with his terrified family from soldiers galloping out of the shadows in the background, he found him interesting. He secretly envied him that social distinction. What cachet it would give him among the lads in Alcantara. What a splendid bargain, to be a victim of reaction without forfeiting the comfort of old Osorio's liver and one's full wages on Saturday. But above all, the conduct of the priests infuriated him. To avenge themselves on a liberal, they had intrigued against him, taken away his fiancée. Oh, what scoundrels! And forgetting his own sarcasms against marriage and the family, he thundered from on high against the clergy, who are the ones forever destroying that perfect social institution of divine origin. "This calls for a monstrous revenge, my boy. We must crush them." Revenge? João Eduardo craved it, voraciously. But what kind?
What kind? Tell the whole story in the Distrito, in a tremendous article.
João Eduardo cited Dr. Godinho's words. From now on, the Distrito was closed to freethinkers. "Ass!" the typographer roared. But he had an idea, by God. Publish a pamphlet of 20 pages, what they call in Brazil a mofina, but in a florid style. He would take charge of that himself, raining down upon the clergy a landslide of mortal truths. João Eduardo was fired with enthusiasm, and in the face of Gustavo's active sympathy, seeing in him a brother, he released his last confidences, the most painful of all. What lay at the bottom of the intrigue was Father Amaro's passion for the girl, and it was in order to possess her that he had driven him out. The enemy, the villain, the tormentor, was the parish priest. The typographer clutched his head in his hands. Such a case, which was, however, trivial enough in the local news items he typeset, happening to a friend of his who was sitting right there drinking with him, a Democrat, struck him as monstrous. Something akin to the furies of Tiberius in old age, violating in perfumed baths the delicate flesh of patrician youths. He refused to believe it. João Eduardo piled up the evidence. And then Gustavo, who had lavishly drenched his liver in sauce, raised his clenched fists, and with his face swollen, teeth grinding, bellowed hoarsely, "Down with religion!" From the other side of the partition, a mocking voice croaked in reply,
"Long live Pius IX!"
Gustavo sprang up to go and slapped the interloper. But João Eduardo calmed him down, and the typographer, sitting down quietly, sucked the dregs from his glass. Then, elbows on the table, the bottle between them, they talked in low voices, face to face, about the plan for the pamphlet. The thing was easy enough. They would both write it. João Eduardo wanted it in the form of a novel, with a dark plot, giving the parish priest character the vices and depravities of Caligula and Heliogabalus. The typographer, however, wanted a philosophical work, with style and principles, that would demolish ultramontanism once and for all. He himself would undertake to print the work in the evenings, free of charge, naturally. But then a difficulty suddenly presented itself. The paper? How are we to get the paper? It was an expense of 9 or 10 milreis. Neither of them had it, nor a friend who, out of devotion to their principles, would advance them the sum. "Ask Nunes for it against your salary." the typographer suggested eagerly. João Eduardo scratched his head disconsolately. He was just thinking of Nunes and his indignation as a devout man, a member of the parish council, a friend of the precentor, the moment he read the pamphlet, and if he discovered it was his own clerk who had composed it with the office pens on the office foolscap. He could already see him, purple with rage, rising up on the toes of his white shoes, his portly person puffed up, screeching in his cricket's voice, "Out of here, Freemason, out of here!"
That would leave me in a fine fix,
said João Eduardo very seriously.
No woman and no bread.
This also reminded Gustavo of the probable fury of Dr. Godinho, owner of the print shop. Dr. Godinho, who after the reconciliation with the people of the Rua da Misericordia had publicly resumed his considerable position as a pillar of the church and a buttress of the faith. "Damn it all, it could cost us dear," he said.
It's impossible,
said the clerk. Then they cursed with rage. To miss an opportunity like that to lay bare the clergy's bald patches. The plan for the pamphlet, like a fallen column that seems larger lying on the ground, now appeared to them in its collapse of colossal height and importance. It was no longer the local demolition of a wicked parish priest. It was the ruin, far and wide, of the entire clergy, the Jesuits, temporal power, and other sinister forces. Damnation! If only it weren't for Nunes, if only it weren't for Godinho, if only it weren't for the 9 mil race worth of paper. That perpetual obstacle of the poor, lack of money and dependence on the boss, which was a hindrance even to a pamphlet, revolted them against society. "A revolution is positively necessary," the typographer declared. "We must raise everything, everything," and his sweeping gesture over the table indicated, in one formidable levelling of society, a demolition of churches, palaces, banks, barracks, and Godinho's properties. "Another bottle of red, old Osorio." But old Osorio did not appear. Gustavo hammered the table with all his might, using the handle of his knife. And at last, furious, he went out to the counter, to burst the belly of that sellout who kept a citizen waiting like this. He found him bareheaded, beaming, in conversation with the Baron de Villa Clara, who on the eve of elections was doing the rounds of the eating-houses to shake hands with his cronies. And there in the tavern the Baron looked magnificent, with his gold monocle, his patent leather boots on the earthen floor, coughing at the acrid smell of boiling oil and the fumes of wine dregs. Gustavo, catching sight of him, withdrew discreetly to the cubicle. "He's with the Baron," he said in a respectful undertone. But seeing João Eduardo crushed, with his head between his fists, the typographer exhorted him not to lose heart. What the devil! In the end, he was rid of marrying a bigot.
Not being able to avenge myself on that scoundrel,
João Eduardo broke in, shoving his plate aside. "Don't fret," the typographer promised with solemnity. "Revenge is not far off." He then confided to him in a low voice the things that were being prepared in Lisbon. He had been assured that there was a Republican club to which even prominent figures belonged, which was for him a supreme guarantee of success. Besides that, the working lads were stirring. He himself, and he was practically murmuring into João Eduardo's face, stretched across the table, had been approached to join a section of the International, which a Spaniard from Madrid was supposed to organize. He had never seen the Spaniard, who disguised himself on account of the police, and the thing had fallen through because the committee lacked funds. But it was certain that there was a man who owned a butcher's shop who had promised 100 meal raise. The army, besides, was in on it. He had seen at a meeting a stout fellow with a belly whom they told him was a major, and who certainly looked like one. So that, with all these elements, in his, Gustavo's, opinion, within months, the government, the king, the aristocrats, the capitalists, the bishops, all those monsters would be blown sky high. "And then we're the little kings, my boy. Godinho, Nunes, the whole pack of them. We'll clap them in the dungeon at Francisco. The one I'm going after is Godinho. As for priests, we'll beat them to a pulp, and the people breathe at last."
But between now and then,
sighed João Eduardo, who was thinking bitterly that by the time the revolution came, it would already be too late to recover his dear Amelia. Old Osorio then appeared with the bottle. "Well, at long last, your lordship," said the typographer, overflowing with sarcasm. "One doesn't belong to the class, but one is treated by it with consideration," old Osorio retorted at once, his satisfaction making him look even more paunchy. "For the sake of half a dozen votes."
18 in the parish, with hopes of 19. And what else can I serve the gentleman? Nothing more? Well, that's a pity. Then drink up, drink up!
And he drew the curtain, leaving the two friends before the full bottle, dreaming of a revolution that would permit one of them to recover the young lady Amelia and the other to thrash his employer, Godinho. It was nearly 5 o'clock when they finally emerged from the cubicle. Old Osorio, who took an interest in them as educated young fellows, noted at once, examining them from the corner of the counter where he was savouring his popular, that they were a bit tipsy. João Eduardo especially, with his hat pulled down and his lip jutting out. "A nasty drunk," thought old Osorio, who knew him little. But Mr. Gustavo, as always after his 3 litres, was radiant with glee. Fine fellow. He was the one paying the bill, and swaggering up to the counter, slapping down his 2 coins from on high. "Stash those in the coffers, Osorio, you barrel." "The pity is there are only 2, Mr. Gustavo." "Ah, you bandit! Do you imagine the sweat of the people, the money earned by labour, is fulfilling the bellies of Philistines? But you won't get away with it, because on the day of reckoning, the one who'll have the honour of puncturing that paunch of yours will be Bibi right here, and Bibi is me. I'm the one who's Bibi. Isn't that right, João? Who's the Bibi?" João Eduardo was not listening. Very surly, he was eyeing with suspicion a drunkard who, at the table in the back, before his empty litre, chin in his palm and pipe between his teeth, had been gaping in wonder at the 2 friends. The typographer pulled him to the counter. "Tell old Osorio here who the Bibi is. Who's the Bibi? Look at this fellow, old Osorio. A talented lad, one of the good ones. Just look at him. With 2 strokes of the pen, he finishes off ultramontanism. He's one of mine. Between us 2, it's for life and for death. Never mind the bill, Osorio, you fatso. Listen to what I'm telling you. This one's one of the good ones. And if he comes back here and wants 2 litres on credit, give them to him. Bibi here will stand good for everything." "Well then," old Osorio began, "liver for 2, salad for 2. But the drunkard had wrenched himself with effort from his bench. Pipe stuck in his mouth, belching loudly, he came and planted himself before the typographer and, trembling on his legs, extended an open hand. Gustavo looked him up and down with disgust. "What do you want? I'll bet it was you who shouted 'Long live Pius IX' a while ago. You sellout! Get that paw out of my face!" The drunkard rebuffed, grunted, and lurching towards João Eduardo offered him his outspread hand.
"Get away, you animal,"
the clerk said curtly. All friends, the drunkard mumbled, and he would not move, with his 5 fingers stiffly extended, breathing a fetid reek. João Eduardo, furious, shoved him violently against the counter. "No rough stuff!" old Osorio exclaimed sternly at once. "No brutality!"
He shouldn't have interfered with me,
the clerk growled.
And I'll do the same to you.
"Anyone without manners can go out to the street," said old Osorio very gravely.
Who's going to the street? Who's going to the street?
The clerk snarled, drawing himself up, fist clenched.
Say that again about going to the street. Who do you think you're talking to?
Old Osorio made no reply, braced against the counter on his hands, displaying his enormous arms, which kept his establishment respected. But Gustavo, with authority, stepped between them and declared that one must be a gentleman. Arguments and harsh words, no. One could joke and tease one's friends, but as gentlemen, and here there were only gentlemen. He dragged the clerk into a corner where he was grumbling resentfully. Now, João, he said with grand gestures. This isn't the behavior of an educated man. What the devil! One must have good manners. With these outbursts, with unruly wine, there was no good cheer, no society, no fraternity. He went back to old Osorio, speaking over his shoulder excitedly. "I'll answer for him, Osorio. He's a gentleman. But he's had his troubles, and he's not used to a liter too many. That's all it is. But he's one of the good ones. You'll excuse him, old Osorio. I answer for him." He fetched the clerk and persuaded him to shake hands with old Osorio. The tavern keeper declared with emphasis that he had not meant to insult the gentleman. The handshakes then followed with great vehemence. To consolidate the reconciliation, the typographer paid for 3 glasses of white brandy. João Eduardo, out of pride, also offered a round of cognac. And with the glasses lined up on the counter, they exchanged friendly words, addressed each other as gentlemen, while the drunkard, forgotten in his corner, slumped over the table, his head on his fists and his nose over the liter, drooled silently with his pipe clenched between his teeth. "This is what I like," said the typographer, whom the brandy had made more tender. "Harmony. My weakness is harmony. Harmony among the lads and among all humanity. What I'd like to see is one great table, and all humanity seated at a banquet, with fireworks and jests, settling the social questions. And the day's not far off when you'll see it, old Osorio. In Lisbon, things are being prepared for just that, and old Osorio is the one who'll supply the wine. What a bit of business. Say I'm not a friend."
Much obliged, Mr. Gustavo. Much obliged.
"Just between us, mind. We're all gentlemen here, and this one here," embracing João Eduardo, "is like a brother. Between us it's for life and for death. And send sadness to the devil, lad. On to writing the pamphlet. Godinho and Nunes."
I'll split Nunes in 2.
The clerk burst out forcefully, looking gloomier since the brandies. 2 soldiers then entered the tavern, and Gustavo decided it was time to head to the print shop. Otherwise, they'd never part all day, never part their whole lives. But work is duty, work is virtue. They left at last, after more handshakes with old Osorio. At the door, Gustavo once again swore to the clerk a brother's loyalty. He pressed upon him his tobacco pouch, and disappeared around the corner of the street, hat tilted back, humming the hymn of labor. João Eduardo, alone, set off straight away for the Rua da Misericordia. On reaching Senora Joanera's door, he carefully stubbed out his cigarette on the sole of his shoe and gave a tremendous pull at the bell rope. Rusa came running.
"Amelia, I want to speak to her."
"The ladies have gone out," said Rosa, startled by Mr. Joãozinho's manner.
"You're lying, you drunkard,"
the clerk bellowed. The girl, terrified, slammed the door shut. João Eduardo went and leaned against the wall opposite and stayed there, arms folded, watching the house. The windows were closed, the muslin curtains drawn. 2 of the cannon's snuff handkerchiefs were drying down below on the veranda. He approached again and knocked gently with the door knocker. Then he rang the bell furiously. No one appeared. Indignant, he set off towards the cathedral. Emerging into the square before the church facade, he stopped, looking around with a heavy frown, but the square seemed deserted. At the door of Carlos's pharmacy, a boy, sitting on the step, held a donkey loaded with grass by the halter. Here and there, hens went pecking voraciously at the ground. The church gate was shut, and the only sound was the hammering from a house nearby where work was being done. And João Eduardo was about to continue towards the Alameda when Father Silverio and Father Amaro appeared on the terrace of the church, on the sacristy side, walking slowly and talking. A quarter was then striking on the tower, and Father Silverio stopped to set his pocket watch. Then the 2 priests looked slyly at the window of the district administration, with its glass panes open, where one could see, in the dimness, the figure of the administrator with his binoculars trained on the house of Tellus the tailor. And they finally descended the cathedral steps, laughing shoulder to shoulder, amused by that passion which was the scandal of Leiria. It was then that the parish priest saw João Eduardo, who had frozen in the middle of the square. He stopped, about to turn back to the cathedral, no doubt to avoid the encounter, but he saw the gate was closed and was going to walk past with lowered eyes beside the good Silverio, who was placidly taking out his snuff-box, when João Eduardo, rushing forward, without a word, hurled a full-force punch at Amaro's shoulder. The parish priest, dazed, raised his umbrella feebly. "Help!" Father Silverio immediately shouted, recoiling with arms flailing. "Help!" From the door of the administration a man came running and seized the clerk furiously by the collar.
"You're under arrest!"
he roared.
"You're under arrest!"
"Help! Help!" Silverio screamed from a distance. Windows around the square flew open in haste. Amparo from the pharmacy appeared on the balcony in a white skirt, panic-stricken. Carlos had rushed from the laboratory in his slippers, and the administrator, leaning over his balcony railing, was gesticulating wildly with the binoculars in his hand. At last the administration clerk, Domingos, appeared, very grave, with his lustrine oversleeves on, and with the police corporal he immediately led the clerk, who offered no resistance, deathly pale, off to the administration office. Carlos, for his part, hastened to conduct the parish priest to the pharmacy. He had orange blossom water and ether prepared with great commotion. He called for his wife to make up a bed. He wished to examine his reverence's shoulder. Was there any swelling?
"Thank you, it's nothing,"
said the parish priest, very white.
"It's nothing, it was a glancing blow. A glass of water is all I need."
But Amparo thought a glass of port would be better, and she ran upstairs to fetch it, stumbling over the children who clung to her skirts, exclaiming with alarm, explaining on the staircase to the maid that someone had tried to murder the parish priest. Outside the pharmacy a crowd had gathered, gaping in at the door. One of the carpenters from the building works asserted that it was a knife attack, and an old woman at the back was craning her neck to see the blood. At last, at the parish priest's request, who feared a scandal, Carlos came majestically to announce that he would have no commotion at his door. The parish priest was better. It had merely been a punch, a glancing blow. He could answer for his reverence. And, as the donkey beside them had begun to bray, the pharmacist turned indignantly to the boy who was holding it by the halter.
"And aren't you ashamed? In the midst of an affliction like this, an affliction for the whole city, to stand here with that animal doing nothing but bray. Away with you, you insolent boy! Away!"
He then advised the two priests to go upstairs to the parlour, to avoid the curiosity of the rabble. And the good Amparo soon appeared with 2 glasses of port, one for the parish priest, the other for Father Silverio, who had collapsed into a corner of the sofa, still terrified, drained of emotion. "I am 55 years old," he said, after sucking the last drop of port, "and this is the first time I have found myself in an affray." Father Amaro, calmer now, affecting bravery, teased Father Silverio.
"You took the thing far too tragically, colleague, and as for it being the first time, let's see now, everyone knows you had it out with Notario."
"Ah, yes," exclaimed Silverio, "but that was among priests, my friend." But Amparo, still very tremulous, filling another glass for the parish priest, wanted to know the details, all the details.
"There are no details, my dear lady. I was coming along here with my colleague. We were chatting. The man came up to me, and as I was off my guard, he landed a blow on my shoulder."
"But why? Why?" exclaimed the good woman, wringing her hands in astonishment. Carlos then gave his opinion. Just the other day, he had said, in front of Amparozinha and Donna Josefa, the sister of the most respectable Canon Diaz, that these ideas of materialism and atheism were leading the youth to the most pernicious excesses, and little did he know then that he was prophesying.
"Consider this young man, your reverences. He begins by forgetting every duty of a Christian. So Donna Josefa herself assured us. Associates with ruffians, mocks the dogmas in the taverns. Then, follow the progression, your reverences. Not content with these transgressions, he publishes abject attacks against religion in the periodicals. And finally, possessed by a frenzy of atheism, he throws himself right in front of the cathedral upon an exemplary priest, no flattery intended since your reverence is present, and attempts to murder him. Now I ask, what lies at the bottom of all this? Hatred, pure hatred of the religion of our fathers.
Unfortunately so, sighed Father Silverio. But Amparo, indifferent to the philosophical causes of the offence, was burning with curiosity to know what was happening at the administration office, what the clerk would say, whether they had put him in irons. Carlos promptly offered to go and find out. After all, he said, it was his duty as a man of science to enlighten the authorities as to the consequences that a punch, delivered with full force to the delicate region of the clavicle, could have had. Although, thank God, there was no fracture, no swelling. And above all, he wished to reveal to the authorities, so that they might take appropriate measures, that this assault did not stem from personal vengeance. What could the parish priest of the cathedral have done to Nunez's clerk? It stemmed from a vast conspiracy of atheists and republicans against the priesthood of Christ. "Hear, hear," said the two priests gravely.
And that is what I shall prove conclusively to the administrator of the district.
In his zealous haste as an indignant conservative, he was about to go in his slippers and laboratory jacket, but Amparo caught him in the corridor.
Oh dear, your frock coat. At least put on your frock coat. The administrator is a man of ceremony.
She herself helped him into it, while Carlos, his imagination working busily, that wretched imagination which, as he said, sometimes even gave him headaches, was preparing his deposition, which would make a stir in the city. He would speak standing. In the little room of the administration office, there would be a judicial solemnity. At his desk, the administrator, grave as the personification of order, around him the clerks, busily scratching on their stamped paper, and the accused, opposite, in the traditional attitude of political criminals, arms folded across the chest, brow held high in defiance of death. He, Carlos, would then step forward and say, "Mr. Administrator, I come here of my own accord to place myself at the service of social justice."
I shall demonstrate to them with iron logic that it is all the result of a conspiracy of rationalism. You may rest assured, Amperosinha, it is a conspiracy of rationalism,
he said, pulling on with a groan of effort the straps of his buttoned boots.
And see if he says anything about the girl, about Senora Joanera.
I shall take notes. But this has nothing to do with Senora Joanera. This is a political trial. He crossed the square majestically, certain that the neighbors in their doorways were murmuring, "There goes Carlos to give his testimony." He was going to testify, yes, but not about the punch to his reverence's shoulder. What did the punch matter? The grave thing was what lay behind the punch, a conspiracy against order, the church, the charter, and property. That was what he would prove from on high to the administrator. This punch, most excellent sir, is the first excess of a great social revolution. And pushing open the baize-covered door that gave access to the district administration office of Leiria, he stood for a moment with his hand on the latch, filling the doorway with the pomp of his person. No, the judicial solemnity he had conceived was not there. The accused was there, yes, poor João Eduardo, but sitting on the edge of the bench, ears burning, staring stupidly at the floorboards. Arthur Cuchero, embarrassed by the presence of that intimate of the evenings at Senora Joanera's, there on the prisoner's bench, had buried his nose to avoid looking at him in the enormous register of official correspondence where he had spread out yesterday's popular. The clerk Pires, with eyebrows raised very seriously, was absorbed in the point of the quill pen he was trimming on his thumbnail. The chief clerk, Domingos, was vibrating with activity. His pencil was scribbling furiously. The proceedings were evidently being hurried along. It was time to introduce his idea. And so Carlos, stepping forward.
"Gentlemen, the administrator."
Just then His Excellency's voice called from within his office. "Mr. Domingos?" The chief clerk stood to attention, pushing his spectacles up onto his forehead. "Mr. Administrator, do you have any matches?" Domingos searched anxiously in his pocket, in the drawer, among the papers. "Does any of you gentlemen have matches?" There was a rummaging of hands across the desk. No, there were no matches. "Mr. Carlos, do you have any matches?"
"I do not, Mr. Domingos, I'm sorry."
The administrator then appeared, adjusting his tortoiseshell spectacles. "Nobody has matches, eh? It's extraordinary that there are never any matches here. An office like this without a single match. What do you gentlemen do with the matches? Send out at once for 6 boxes." The clerks exchanged looks of consternation at this flagrant deficiency in the administrative supplies, and Carlos, seizing upon His Excellency's presence and attention,
Mr. Administrator, I have come here. I have come here of my own volition, spontaneously, so to speak.
"Tell me one thing, Mr. Carlos," the authority interrupted. "Are the parish priest and the other one still there at the pharmacy?"
The parish priest and Father Silverio remained with my wife, recovering from the shock which—
"Would you be so good as to go and tell them they're needed here?"
I am at the disposal of the law.
"Tell them to come as soon as possible. It's 5:30. We want to go home. Do you see what a bore this has been all day? The office closes at 3. And His Excellency, turning on his heels, went to lean over the balcony of his office, that balcony from which daily, from 11 to 3, twisting his fair moustache and stiffening his blue shirt front, he debauched the wife of Tellus. Carlos was already opening the green door when a pest from Domingos stopped him. "My dear Carlos," and the chief clerk's little smile had a touching supplication. "Forgive me, won't you? But would you bring me back a box of matches from there?" At that moment Father Amaro appeared at the door, and behind him the enormous bulk of Silverio.
"I should like to speak to the administrator in private,"
said Amaro. All the clerks rose to their feet. João Eduardo, too, white as the lime on the wall. The parish priest, with his soft ecclesiastical tread, crossed the office, followed by the good Silverio, who in passing before the clerk described a cautious sideways semicircle in terror of the accused. The administrator had hurried to receive their reverences, and the office door closed discreetly. "There'll be a deal struck," the experienced Domingos muttered, winking at his colleagues. Carlos had seated himself in discontent. He had come there to enlighten the authorities on the social dangers threatening Leiria, the district, and society, to have his part in those proceedings which, in his view, were a political trial, and there he sat, silent, forgotten, on the same bench beside the accused. They had not even offered him a chair. It would really be intolerable if matters were arranged between the parish priest and the administrator without consulting him. He, the only one who had perceived in that punch to the priest's shoulder not the fist of a clerk, but the hand of rationalism. That contempt for his insight struck him as a fatal error in the administration of the state. The administrator positively lacked the capacity necessary to save Leiria from the perils of revolution. It was well said in the Arcada, he was a buffoon. The office door opened a crack, and the administrator's spectacles glinted. "Mr. Domingos, would you step in and have a word with us?" said His Excellency. The chief clerk hurried in with an air of importance, and the door closed again confidentially. Ah, that door, shut in his face, leaving him outside, outraged Carlos. There he remained, with Pires, with Arthur, among the subaltern intelligences. He, who had promised Amperosinha he would speak imperiously to the administrator, and who was being listened to, who was being summoned. Domingos, a notorious dunce who began satisfaction with a cedilla. What could one expect, moreover, from an authority who spent his mornings with binoculars, dishonouring a family? Poor Tellus, his neighbour, his friend. No, really, he must speak to Tellus. But his indignation grew when he saw Arthur Cuchero, a clerk in the office, in the absence of his superior, rise from his desk, come familiarly over to the accused, and say to him with melancholy, "Oh, João, what a mess, what a mess! But the thing will sort itself out, you'll see." João had shrugged his shoulders sadly. For half an hour he had been sitting there, on the edge of that bench, without moving, without lifting his eyes from the floor, feeling so inwardly empty of ideas that it was as though his brains had been scooped out. All the wine which in Osorio's tavern and in the cathedral square had kindled flashes of rage in his soul and stiffened his wrists with a craving for violence seemed suddenly eliminated from his system. He now felt as inoffensive as when at the office he was carefully trimming his quill pen. A great weariness benumbed him, and there he waited on the bench in a torpor of his entire being, thinking stupidly that he was going to end up in a dungeon in San Francisco, sleeping on straw, eating from the Misericordia's charity. He would never again stroll on the Alameda, never see Amelia again. The little house where he lived would be rented to someone else. Who would look after his canary? The poor little creature would die of hunger, surely, unless Eugenia, the neighbor, took it in. Domingos suddenly came out of His Excellency's office and, shutting the door smartly behind him, in triumph. "What did I tell you? A deal. It's all been settled." And to João Eduardo, "You lucky devil. Congratulations. Congratulations." Carlos thought that this was the greatest administrative scandal since the time of the Cabré, and he was about to withdraw in disgust, like the Stoic in the classical painting who turns his back on a patrician orgy, when the administrator opened the door of his office. Everyone stood up. His Excellency took 2 steps into the office, and, clothed in gravity, distilling his words, his spectacles fixed upon the accused. "Father Amaro, who is a priest of the utmost charity and goodness, came to explain to me. In short, he came to beg me not to pursue this matter any further. His Reverence quite rightly does not wish to see his name dragged through the courts. Moreover, as His Reverence put it very well, religion of which he is, I may say, the honour and the model, imposes upon him the forgiveness of the offence. His Reverence acknowledges that the attack was brutal, but it was frustrated. Besides, it appears the gentleman was inebriated." All eyes fastened on João Eduardo, who turned scarlet. That, at that moment, seemed worse to him than prison. "In short," the administrator continued, "for weighty considerations that I duly weighed, I take the responsibility of releasing him. Mind how you conduct yourself henceforth. The authorities will not lose sight of you. Very well, you may go with God." And His Excellency withdrew to his office. João Eduardo remained motionless, as if stupefied.
"I can go then?"
he stammered. "To China, wherever you like. Liberus, libera, liberum," exclaimed Domingos, who, inwardly detesting priests, was jubilant at this conclusion. João Eduardo looked around for a moment at the clerks, at the surly Carlos. 2 tears trembled on his eyelids. Suddenly he snatched up his hat and fled. "That saves us a fine bit of paperwork," Domingos summed up, rubbing his hands briskly. Immediately the papers were tidied away here and there in haste. It was late. Pires was gathering up his lustrine oversleeves and his little air cushion. Arthur rolled up his music sheets. And in the window recess, sulking, still waiting, Carlos gazed somberly out over the square. At last the 2 priests emerged, accompanied to the door by the administrator, who, his public duties dispatched, reappeared the man of society. So why hadn't his friend Silverio come to the Baroness de Villaclara's? There had been a furious game of hombre. Peixoto had lost 2 hands. He had uttered dreadful blasphemies. "Your humble servant. Glad everything has been harmonized. Mind the step. At your Reverence's service." However, upon returning to his office, he deigned to pause before Domingos's desk, and resuming a certain solemnity. "It went off well. It's a bit irregular, but sensible. There are enough attacks on the clergy in the papers as it is. The thing could have made a stir. The young man was capable of saying that it had been the priest's jealousy, that he was trying to pursue the girl, and so forth. It's wiser to hush the thing up, especially since, as the parish priest proved to me, all the influence he has exercised in the Rua da Misericordia, or wherever the devil it is, has been to save the girl from marrying that fellow, who, as one can see, is a drunkard and a brute." Carlos was seething. All those explanations were being given to Domingos, to him nothing. There he sat, forgotten in the window recess. But no, His Excellency from inside his office beckoned him mysteriously with his finger. At last, he rushed forward, radiant, instantly reconciled with the authority. "I was going to stop by the pharmacy," the administrator said to him quietly and without preamble, handing him a folded paper, "to have this sent to my house today. It's a prescription from Dr. Gouveia. But since you're here—"
I had come to place myself at the disposal of public justice.
"That's all settled," His Excellency interrupted briskly. "Don't forget, send it to me before 6. I need to take it tonight. Good day. Don't forget."
I shall not fail,
said Carlos dryly. On entering the pharmacy, his rage blazed. Either his name was not Carlos, or he would send a scathing letter to the Popular. But Amparo, who had been watching for his return from the balcony, came running, firing questions at him.
Well, what happened? Was the fellow let go? What did he say? How was it?
Carlos stared at her with flaming eyes.
It was not my fault, but materialism has triumphed. They will pay for it.
But what did you say?
Then, seeing the eyes of Amparo and of the apprentice wide open to devour the account of his deposition, Carlos, having to safeguard the dignity of a husband and the superiority of a master, said laconically,
I gave my opinion with firmness.
And what did he say? The administrator?
It was then that Carlos, remembering, read the prescription he had crumpled in his hand. Indignation struck him dumb, seeing that this was the entire result of his great interview with the authority.
What is it?
Amparo asked eagerly. What was it? And in his fury, disdaining professional secrecy and the good name of the authority, Carlos exclaimed,
It's a bottle of gibbet syrup for the administrator. There's the prescription, Mr. Augusto.
Amparo, who with some pharmaceutical experience understood the benefits of mercury, turned as scarlet as the flaming ribbons that adorned her bonnet. The whole of that afternoon the city talked excitedly about the attempted assassination of which the parish priest had nearly been the victim. Some people censured the administrator for not having taken action, the gentlemen of the opposition especially, who saw in the weakness of that functionary incontestable proof that the government, with its extravagance and its corruption, was leading the country into an abyss. But Father Amaro, he was admired as a saint. What piety, what gentleness! The precentor sent for him in the evening, received him paternally with a "Welcome, my paschal lamb," and after hearing the story of the insult, the generous intervention,
My son,
he exclaimed,
that is to combine the youth of Telemachus with the prudence of Mentor. Father Amaro, you would have been worthy to be priest of Minerva in the city of Salentum.
When Amaro arrived that evening at Senora Joanera's house, it was like the apparition of a saint escaped from the beasts of the circus or the mob of Diocletian. Amelia, without concealing her excitement, clasped both his hands for a long time, all a-tremble, with moist eyes. They gave him, as on special occasions, the canon's green armchair. Senora Donna Maria da Asuncao even insisted that a cushion be placed for him to rest his sore shoulder. Then he had to recount the whole scene in detail, from the moment when, talking with his colleague Silverio, who had conducted himself very well, he had caught sight of the clerk in the middle of the square, with a big stick raised and the air of a bully. These details outraged the ladies. The clerk seemed to them worse than Longinus and Pontius Pilate combined. What a wretch! The parish priest ought to have trampled him underfoot. Ah, it was the act of a saint to have forgiven.
I did what my heart inspired,
he said, lowering his eyes.
I remembered the words of our Lord Jesus Christ. He commands us to offer the left cheek after one has been struck upon the right.
At this, the canon cleared his throat loudly and observed,
I'll tell you what, if someone lands a blow on my right cheek, well, those are our Lord Jesus Christ's orders, so I offer the left. Those are orders from above. But after having fulfilled that duty as a priest, oh, ladies, I thrashed the villain.
And did it hurt much, Father? Asked from the corner a faint, unfamiliar little voice. An extraordinary event. It was Senora Donna Ana Gansoso who had spoken after 10 long years of sleepy taciturnity. That torpor which nothing had shaken, neither celebrations nor mournings, had at last, under an impulse of sympathy for the parish priest, produced a human vibration. All the ladies smiled at her gratefully, and Amaro, flattered, replied with kindness,
Hardly at all, Senora Donna Ana, hardly at all, my dear lady. Mind you, he struck hard, but I'm of a tough constitution.
Oh, what a monster!
Exclaimed Donna Josefa Diaz, infuriated at the idea of the clerk's fist descending on that saintly shoulder.
What a monster! I'd like to see him in chains, breaking stones on the road. I always knew what he was. He never fooled me. I always thought he had the face of a murderer.
He was drunk. Men with wine.
Senora Joanera ventured timidly. There was an uproar. No, she must not make excuses for him. It almost seemed sacrilegious. He was a wild beast, and the exultation was great when Arthur Cuchero, appearing, announced from the doorway the latest news. Nunez had summoned João Eduardo and told him, his exact words, "I don't want bandits and criminals in my office. Out!" Senora Joanera was then moved.
Poor lad. He's left with nothing to eat.
Let him drink! Let him drink! Cried Senora Donna Maria de Asuncao. Everyone laughed. Only Amelia, bent over her sewing, had gone very pale, terrified by the thought that João Eduardo might go hungry.
Well, look, I don't find it a laughing matter,
said Senora Joanera.
It's a thing that's going to cost me my sleep. To think that the boy might want a piece of bread and not have one. Good heavens, no, not that. And you'll forgive me, Father Amaro.
But Amaro did not wish to see the fellow fall into poverty either. He was not a man of rancour, and if the clerk came to his door in need 2 or 3 coins, he was not rich, he could not do more, but 3 or 4 coins he would give him. He would give them gladly. Such saintliness drove the old ladies wild. What an angel! They gazed at him, doting, with hands vaguely clasped. His presence, like that of a St. Vincent de Paul exhaling charity, gave the room a chapel-like sweetness, and Senora Donna Maria de Asuncao sighed with devout pleasure. But Notario appeared, beaming. He shook hands heartily all round and burst forth in triumph.
So you've heard. The villain, the assassin, driven out from all sides like a dog. Nunez expelled him from the office. Dr. Godinho told me just now that he would never set foot in the civil governor's office. Buried, demolished. What a relief for decent people.
And it is to Father Notario that we owe it,
exclaimed Donna Josefa Diaz. Everyone acknowledged it. It was he, with his skill, his eloquence, who had uncovered João Eduardo's perfidy, saved little Amelia, Leiria, and society.
And in whatever that scoundrel tries, he'll find me standing in his way. As long as he stays in Leiria, I won't let him go. What did I tell you, ladies? I'm the one who'll crush him. Well, there he is, crushed.
His bilious face beamed. He stretched out in the armchair, luxuriously, in the well-earned repose of a difficult victory. And turning to Amelia,
"And now what's past is past. You've been saved from a wild beast, that's all I can say to you."
Then the praises, which had already been repeated to her at length ever since she had broken with the beast, resumed more fervent.
"It was the most virtuous thing you've done in your whole life. It was God's grace that touched you. You are in a state of grace, child."
In short, she's Saint Amelia,
said the canon, getting to his feet, weary of these glorifications.
Well, it seems to me we've talked quite enough about the villain. Now then, madam, would you have the tea brought in?
Amelia remained silent, sewing hurriedly. She sometimes raised a restless glance towards Amaro. She was thinking of João Eduardo, of Notario's threats, and she imagined the clerk with hollow cheeks from hunger, a fugitive, sleeping in farmhouse doorways. And while the ladies settled themselves, chattering, around the tea-table, she managed to say quietly to Amaro,
"I can't rest easy with the thought that the fellow might be suffering want. I know he's a wretch, but it's like a thorn inside me. It takes away all my happiness."
Father Amaro then spoke to her with great kindness, showing himself above the injury in a lofty spirit of Christian charity.
My dear child, that's nonsense. The man won't starve. Nobody starves in Portugal. He's young, he's healthy, he's not a fool. He'll manage. Don't think about it. That's just Father Notario's talk. The fellow will naturally leave Leiria. We'll never hear of him again. And anywhere he goes, he'll earn a living. For my part, I've forgiven him, and God will take that into account.
These generous words, spoken softly, with a loving look, set her mind entirely at rest. The clemency, the charity of the parish priest seemed to her finer than anything she had ever heard or read about saints and pious monks. After tea at the card game, she sat close to him. A full, sweet happiness pervaded her deliciously. Everything that had vexed and frightened her until then, João Eduardo, the marriage, the obligations, had vanished at last from her life. The fellow would go far away, find employment, and the parish priest was there, all hers, all passion. At times, under the table, their knees touched, trembling. At one moment, when everyone was raising an indignant clamour against Arthur Cuchero, who for the third time had won a hand and was brandishing his triumphant card, it was their hands that met and caressed each other. A small simultaneous sigh, lost in the chattering of the old ladies, swelled both their breasts, and for the rest of the evening they went on marking their cards, very silent, with flushed faces, under the brutal pressure of the same desire. While the ladies were putting on their wraps, Amelia went over to the piano to run a scale, and Amaro was able to murmur in her ear,
"Oh, my darling, I want you so much, and we can never be alone."
She was about to reply when Notario's voice, as he was wrapping himself in his cloak by the sideboard, exclaimed very sternly,
Do the ladies allow such a book to lie about here?
Everyone turned, in the surprise aroused by that indignation, to look at the large bound volume that Notario was pointing at with the tip of his umbrella, as though it were an abominable object. Donna Maria de Asunção approached at once with gleaming eye, imagining it to be one of those notorious novels in which immoral things take place. And Amelia, coming closer too, said, astonished by such disapproval,
But it's the panorama. It's a volume of the panorama.
I can see it's the panorama,
said Notario dryly.
but I can also see this.
He opened the volume at the first blank page and read aloud.
This volume belongs to me, João Eduardo Barbosa, and serves me as recreation in my leisure hours. Don't you understand? Well, it's very simple. It seems incredible that you ladies don't know that since that man laid hands on a priest, he is ipso facto excommunicated, and excommunicated are all objects belonging to him.
All the ladies instinctively drew away from the sideboard where the fatal panorama lay open, huddling together with a shudder of fear at the idea of excommunication, which presented itself to them as a deluge of catastrophes, a shower of thunderbolts hurled from the hands of the avenging god, and there they stood mute in a terrified semicircle around Notario, who, with his great cloak over his shoulders and arms folded, was savouring the effect of his revelation. Then Senora Joanera, in her astonishment, ventured to ask,
Father Notario, are you speaking seriously?
Notario was indignant.
Am I speaking seriously? That's a good one. Would I jest about a case of excommunication, madam? Ask the canon there if I'm jesting.
All eyes turned to the canon, that inexhaustible fountain of ecclesiastical learning. He then assumed the pedagogical air that returned to him from his old seminary habits whenever there was a question of doctrine, and declared that his colleague Notario was right. Whoever strikes a priest, knowing him to be a priest, is ipso facto excommunicated. It is settled doctrine. It is what is called latent excommunication. It requires neither the declaration of the pontiff or the bishop, nor the ceremony, to be valid, and for all the faithful to consider the offender as excommunicated. They must therefore treat him as such. Avoid him, and everything belonging to him. And this case of laying sacrilegious hands upon a priest was so particular, the canon continued in a grave tone, that the bull of Pope Martin V, limiting the cases of tacit excommunication, nevertheless retained it for those who maltreat a priest. He cited further bulls, the constitutions of Innocent IX and of Alexander VII, the Apostolic Constitution, and other formidable legislation. He growled Latin and terrified the ladies.
That is the doctrine,
he concluded.
but it seems to me better not to make a fuss about it.
Donna Josefa Diaz spoke up at once.
But we can't risk our souls by finding excommunicated things lying about on the tables.
Destroy them, exclaimed Donna Maria da Asuncao. Burn them! Burn them! Donna Joaquina Gansoso had drawn Amelia to the window recess, asking her if she had other objects belonging to the man. Amelia, flustered, confessed that she had somewhere, she was not sure where, a handkerchief, an odd glove, and a straw cigar case. "Into the fire! Into the fire!" cried the Gansoso woman excitedly. The room now vibrated with the lady's clamour, carried away in a holy fury. Donna Josefa Diaz, Donna Maria da Asuncao spoke with relish of the fire, filling their mouths with the word in an inquisitorial delight of devout extermination. Amelia and the Gansoso woman in the bedroom were rummaging through the drawers, among the underclothes, the ribbons, and the petticoats, hunting for the excommunicated objects. And Senora Joanera looked on, stunned and frightened at this auto-da-fe uproar that had suddenly burst across her peaceful parlour, taking refuge beside the canon, who, after muttering a few words about the Inquisition in private houses, had settled himself comfortably in the armchair.
It's to make them feel that one cannot disrespect the cassock with impunity,
Notario was saying quietly to Amaro. The parish priest assented with a mute nod of the head, pleased by those bigoted rages, which were like the noisy affirmation of the lady's love for him. But Donna Josefa was growing impatient. She had already seized the panorama with the tips of her shawl to avoid contagion, and was calling into the bedroom, where a furious search through the drawers continued.
Has it turned up yet?
Here it is! Here it is!
It was the Gansoso woman, entering triumphantly with the cigar case, the old glove, and the cotton handkerchief, and the ladies, in an uproar, charged towards the kitchen. Senora Joanera herself followed them, as a good housewife, to supervise the bonfire. The three priests, left alone, looked at each other, and laughed.
Women have the devil in them,
said the canon philosophically.
No indeed, Father Master, no indeed.
Notario spoke up at once, making himself serious.
I'm laughing because the thing, seen like this, appears comical. But the sentiment is good. It proves genuine devotion to the priesthood, horror of impiety. In short, the sentiment is excellent.
The sentiment is excellent,
Amaro confirmed, also serious now. The canon rose.
and if they got hold of the man himself, they'd be capable of burning him. I don't say it in jest. My sister has the stomach for it. She's a Torquemada in skirts.
Quite right,
Notario affirmed.
I can't resist going to see the execution,
Exclaimed the canon.
I must see it with my own eyes.
And the three priests then went to the kitchen door. The ladies were standing there before the hearth, lit by the violent glow of the fire, which strangely set off the shawls they had already wrapped themselves in. Rosa, on her knees, was blowing herself breathless. They had sliced up the binding of the panorama with the kitchen cleaver, and the twisted, blackened pages, with a sputter of sparks, flew up the chimney in the tongues of bright flame. Only the kid leather glove would not burn. In vain they placed it with the tongs in the heart of the blaze. It scorched and shriveled into a wrinkled knot, but it did not catch fire, and its resistance terrified the ladies. "It's because it's from the right hand, the one that committed the outrage," said Donna Maria da Asuncao furiously.
Blow on it, girl, blow on it.
The canon advised from the doorway, thoroughly amused.
Would my brother kindly not make fun of serious matters?
Cried Donna Josefa.
Oh, sister, do you presume to know better than a priest how to burn a heretic? What presumption! Blow on it, blow on it.
Then, trusting in the learning of the canon, the Gansoso woman and Donna Maria da Asuncao crouched down and blew as well. The others watched, with a silent smile and bright, cruel eyes, in the pleasure of that extermination pleasing to our Lord. The fire crackled, leaping with gallant force, in the glory of its ancient function as purifier of sins, and at last, upon the glowing embers, nothing remained of the panorama, the handkerchief, or the glove of the heretic. At that hour, João Eduardo, the heretic, in his room, sitting at the foot of his bed, was sobbing, his face bathed in tears, thinking of Amelia, of the pleasant evenings on the Rua da Misericordia, of the city to which he would go, of the clothes he would pawn, and asking himself in vain why they treated him so, he who was such a hard worker, who wished no one ill, and who loved her so much. On the following Sunday there was a sung mass at the cathedral, and Senora Joanera and Amelia crossed the Praca to go and collect Donna Maria da Asuncao, who on market days and days of rabble never went out alone for fear of having her jewels stolen or her chastity insulted. That morning, indeed, the influx from the surrounding parishes filled the Praca, the men in groups blocking the street, very serious, freshly shaved, with their jackets slung over their shoulders, the women in pairs, with a fortune in gold chains and gold hearts across their swelling bosoms. In the shops, the assistants bustled behind counters laden with linens and chintzes. In the packed taverns there was loud chatter. Through the market, among the sacks of flour, the heaps of crockery, the baskets of maize bread, the haggling went on endlessly. There were crowds around the stalls where little round mirrors glittered and bunches of rosaries overflowed. Old women hawked their wares behind their trays of cakes, and the beggars, regulars of the town, whimpered paternosters on the street corners. Ladies were already passing on their way to Mass, all in silks, with prim little faces, and the Arcada was full of gentlemen, stiff in their new cashmere suits, smoking expensive cigars, enjoying the Sunday. Amelia attracted many looks. The tax collector's son, a bold fellow, even called out from a group, "She carries off my heart!" And the two ladies, quickening their pace, were turning into the Rua do Correio when Libanino appeared before them in black gloves with a carnation at his breast. He had not seen them since the outrage in the cathedral square, and immediately broke into exclamations. "Oh, my dears, what a blow that had been! That wicked clerk! He had been so busy that only that morning had he been able to go and pay his respects to the parish priest. The dear saint had received him very warmly, was getting dressed. He had insisted on seeing his arm, and fortunately, praise God, not so much as a bruise. And if they could only see, what a delicate constitution, what white skin, an archangel's skin.
"But do you know what, my dears? I found him in great distress."
The two ladies took fright. Why, Libanino? His maid, Vicencia, who had been complaining for days, had gone off to the hospital at dawn that morning with a raging fever.
"And there the poor saint is, without a maid, without a thing. Just think. For today it's fine. He's going to dine with our canon. I've been there too. Oh, what a saint! But tomorrow, and the day after, he's already got Victencia's sister at the house, Dionysia. But, oh, my dears, Dionysia! That's what I told him. Dionysia may be a saint, but what a reputation! There's no worse in Lyria. A lost woman who never sets foot in a church. I'm certain the precentor would even disapprove."
The two ladies readily agreed that Dionysia, a woman who did not fulfill her religious duties, who had appeared in amateur theatricals, was not suitable for the parish priest.
"Look here, Senora Joanera,"
said Libanino.
"Do you know what would suit him? I told him so myself. I put the proposal to him. He should install himself in your house again. That's where he's comfortable, with people who look after him, who care for his clothes, who know his ways, and where everything is virtue. He didn't say no, and he didn't say yes, but I could read it in his face that he's dying for it. You should speak to him, dear Joanera."
Amelia had turned as scarlet as her Indian silk cravat, and Senora Joanera said ambiguously,
"Speak to him. No. In these matters I'm very delicate. You understand?"
"It would be like having a saint under your roof, my dear,"
Libanino said warmly.
"Think about it, and it would be a joy for everyone. I'm certain even our Lord would be pleased. And now, goodbye, my dears. I'm in a rush. Don't dawdle. The Mass is about to start."
The two ladies continued in silence to Donna Maria da Asuncao's house. Neither wished to be the first to venture a word on that possibility, so unexpected, so momentous, of the parish priest returning to the Rua da Misericordia. It was only when they stopped that Senora Joanera said, pulling the bell rope,
The parish priest really can't have Dionysia under his roof.
Heavens, the very thought is horrifying. That was also the reaction of Senora Donna Maria da Asuncao. When they told her upstairs about Vicencia's illness and Dionysia's installation, it was horrifying. "I don't know her," said the excellent lady, "and I rather fancy meeting her, because they tell me she's a crust of sin from head to toe." Senora Joanera then mentioned Libanino's proposal. Donna Maria de Asuncao declared at once with ardour that it was an inspiration from our Lord. The parish priest should never have left the Rua da Misericordia. It even seemed as though the moment he was gone, God had withdrawn his grace from the house. There had been nothing but misfortunes. The communique, the canon's stomach trouble, the death of the bedridden old aunt, that wretched engagement which had so nearly gone through, what a horror, the scandal in the cathedral square. The house had seemed cursed, and it was positively sinful to let the dear saint go on living in that disorder with the filthy Vicencia, who couldn't even darn his socks properly.
There's nowhere he could be better than in your house. He has everything he needs right at hand. And for you, it's an honour. It's being in a state of grace. Look, my dear, if I weren't on my own, I'll say it straight out, the one to take him in would be me. Because this is where he'd be truly comfortable. What a parlour for him, eh?
Her eyes shone as she gazed around at her treasures. The parlour was indeed one vast storehouse of religious statuary and devout bric-a-brac, on the two black wood commodes with copper locks, beneath glass domes, on pedestals, there were clustered Our Ladies dressed in blue silk, Christ children with curled hair and plump little bellies and a hand raised in blessing, St. Antony's in their frieze habits, well-arrowed St. Sebastians, bearded St. Josephs. There were exotic saints, her pride, which they made for her in Alcobaca, St. Paschal Balon, St. Didacus, St. Chrysalis, St. Gorislanus. Then came the scapulars, the rosaries of metal and olive stones, coloured beads, yellowed lace from old albs, hearts of scarlet glass, small cushions with J.M. intertwined in beadwork, blessed boughs, martyrs' palms, little paper cones of incense. The walls disappeared beneath prints of virgins of every devotion, balanced atop the globe, draped at the foot of the cross, pierced with swords. Hearts from which blood dripped, hearts from which a bonfire blazed, hearts from which rays darted, framed prayers for the particularly beloved feasts, the marriage of Our Lady, the finding of the Holy Cross, the stigmata of St. Francis, and above all the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin, the most devout of all, which falls during the Ember Days. On the tables, lamps were kept lit, ready to be placed without delay before the appropriate saints when the good lady had her sciatica, or when her catarrh flared up, or when the cramps came on. She alone, she and no one else, arranged, dusted and polished that entire sainted celestial population, that holy arsenal which was barely sufficient for the salvation of her soul and the relief of her ailments. Her great concern was the placement of the saints. She altered it constantly, because sometimes, for instance, she sensed that St. Eleutherius did not care for being next to St. Justinus, and would go and hang him at a distance, in company more congenial to the saint. And she distinguished among them, according to the precepts of ritual as her confessor explained them, granting them a graduated devotion, and not according to a second-class St. Joseph, the same reverence she felt for a first-class St. Joseph. That wealth was the envy of her friends, the edification of the curious, and never failed to make Libanino say, whenever he came to visit, taking in the room with a languid gaze, "Oh, my dear, it's the little kingdom of heaven."
Isn't it true,
the excellent lady continued, beaming,
that this is where the dear saint of a parish priest would be comfortable? It's like having heaven at your fingertips.
The two ladies agreed. She could have her house arranged with such devotion, being rich as she was. "I won't deny it. I've got a few 100 mil rays invested here, not counting what's in the reliquary." "Ah, the famous sandalwood reliquary lined with satin. It contained a tiny splinter of the true cross, a broken fragment of a thorn from the crown, a scrap of the swaddling cloth of the infant Jesus, and it was whispered with resentment among the devout that such precious things of divine origin ought to be in the sacrarium of the cathedral. Donna Maria de Asuncao, fearing that the precentor might learn of that seraphic treasure, showed it only to her intimates in great secrecy, and the holy priest who had procured it for her had made her swear on the gospel never to reveal its provenance, to avoid gossip. Senora Joanera, as always, especially admired the scrap of swaddling cloth.
What a relic, what a relic,
she murmured. And Donna Maria de Asuncao, very softly, "There's none better. 30 milreis it cost me. But I'd give 60, I'd give 100, I'd give everything." And all but drooling before the precious little cloth, "The little swaddling cloth," she said, nearly in tears. "My precious little baby, his little swaddling cloth." She gave it a dainty, reverent kiss and went to lock the reliquary in the deep drawer. But noon was about to strike, and the three ladies hurried off to the cathedral to secure a place near the high altar. Already in the square they met Donna Josefa Diaz, who was rushing towards the church, avid for Mass, her mantle slipping off her shoulder and a feather of her hat coming loose. She had spent the whole morning in a frenzy with the maid. She had had to make all the preparations for dinner herself. Oh, she feared that even the Mass would fail to steady her nerves, so upset was she.
We have the parish priest dining with us today. You know the maid fell ill. Oh, I almost forgot. My brother wants you to come to dinner too, Amelia. He says it's to have 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen.
Amelia laughed with delight.
And you come and fetch her afterwards, Senora Joanera, in the evening. Heavens, I dressed in such a rush this morning that it feels as though my petticoat's falling down.
When the 4 ladies entered, the church was already full. It was a sung Mass to the Blessed Sacrament. And despite being contrary to strict ritual, by a diocesan custom which the good Silverio, very punctilious in matters of liturgy, never ceased to deplore, there was, in the presence of the Eucharist, music with violin, violoncello, and flute. The altar, richly ornamented with the relics exposed, stood out in a festive whiteness. Canopy, frontal, and missal vestments were white with faded gold reliefs. In the vases rose pyramidal arrangements of white flowers and foliage. The decorative velvets, draped like awnings, placed on either side of the tabernacle the whiteness of 2 vast, unfolded wings, evoking the spiritual dove, and the 20 candlesticks raised their yellow flames in ascending tiers to the open sacrarium, which from above displayed, set amid a shimmer of vivid golds, the round, dull host. Throughout the packed church a slow murmuring spread. Here and there a cough expectorated, a child whimpered. The air was already thickening with mingled breaths and the smell of incense, and from the choir, where the musicians' figures moved behind the necks of the double basses and the music stands, there came at intervals a groaning tuning of a violin or a chirp of piccolo. The 4 friends had barely settled near the high altar when the 2 acolytes, one stiff as a ramrod, the other portly and slovenly, entered from the sacristy side, holding high and upright in their hands the 2 consecrated candlesticks. Behind them came the cross-eyed Pimenta, in a surplice far too large for him, striding pompously in his great boots, bearing the silver censer. Then, successively, amid the rustle of kneeling in the nave and the leafing of prayer books, the 2 deacons appeared, and at last, vested in white, eyes lowered and hands joined, with that humble recollection prescribed by the ritual, expressing the meekness of Jesus marching to Calvary, Father Amaro entered, still flushed from the furious argument he had had in the sacristy, before robbing, over the laundering of the albs. And the choir immediately struck up the introit. Amelia spent the whole Mass enraptured, staring at the parish priest, who was, as the canon put it, a great artist for sung Masses. The whole chapter, all the ladies acknowledged it. What dignity, what gallantry in his ceremonious salutations to the deacons, how well he prostrated himself before the altar, annihilated and enslaved, feeling himself ash, feeling himself dust before God, who is present close at hand, surrounded by his court and his celestial family. But he was above all admirable in the blessings. He passed his hands slowly over the altar, as if to gather, to collect the grace that fell there from the present Christ, and then flung it with a broad gesture of charity across the whole nave, over the expanse of white headscarves, to the far end where the men from the countryside, packed tight, staff in hand, gaped at the glittering of the sacrarium. It was then that Amelia loved him most, thinking that those blessing hands were the ones she pressed with passion under the card table. That voice, with which he called her darling, was now reciting the ineffable prayers, and it seemed to her finer than the sighing of the violins, stirred her more than the deep notes of the organ. She imagined with pride that all the ladies no doubt admired him too, but she only felt jealousy, the jealousy of a devout woman who senses the enchantments of heaven when he stood before the altar in the ecstatic posture required by the ritual, so motionless that his soul seemed to have soared far away, to the heights, to the eternal and the insensible. She preferred him, for feeling him more human and more accessible, when, during the Kyrie or the reading of the epistle, he sat with the deacons on the red damask bench. She wanted then to catch his eye, but the parish priest kept his eyes lowered in modest composure. Amelia, sitting back on her heels, her face bathed in a smile, admired his profile, his well-shaped head, his gilded vestments, and remembered when she had first seen him coming down the staircase at the Rua da Misericordia, cigarette in hand. What a romance had unfolded since that night. She recalled the Moronal, the leap over the wall, the scene of the aunt's death, that kiss by the hearth. Oh, how would it all end? She tried to pray then. She leafed through her book, but the thought came to her of what Libanino had said that morning. The parish priest had skin as white as an archangel's. It must be very delicate indeed, very tender. An intense desire burned in her. She imagined it was a tempting visitation of the devil, and to repel it, she stared wide-eyed at the sacrarium and the throne that Father Amaro, surrounded by the deacons, was censing in semicircles signifying the eternity of praises, while the choir bellowed the offertory. Then he himself, standing on the second step of the altar, hands joined, was censed in turn. The cross-eyed Pimenta swung the silver chains of the thurible with bold vigor. A perfume of incense spread like a celestial annunciation. The sacrarium grew hazy beneath the white coils of smoke, and the parish priest appeared to Amelia transfigured, almost deified. Oh, she adored him then. The church trembled with the clamour of the organ in full voice. With mouths wide open, the choristers solfeged at full blast. Up above, rising among the necks of the double basses, the choir master, in the heat of execution, was desperately brandishing his baton, made from a rolled-up sheet of plainsong. Amelia left the church exhausted and very pale. At dinner, at the canon's house, Senora Donna Josefa reproved her repeatedly for not saying a word. She did not speak, but under the table her little foot never ceased rubbing, treading upon Father Amaro's. As it had grown dark early, they had lit the candles. The canon had opened a bottle, not of his famous 1815 Duke, but of the 1847, to accompany the dish of vermicelli that filled the centre of the table, with the parish priest's initials traced in cinnamon. It was, as the canon explained, a gallantry from my sister to the guest. Amaro had immediately toasted with the 1847 the worthy lady of the house. She was radiant, hideous in her green barège dress. What she regretted was that the dinner was so poor, that Gertrude's was becoming such a sloven. She had nearly let the duck with macaroni burn.
Oh, madam, it was delicious,
the parish priest protested.
You are too kind, Father. It's because I rescued it in time. Another tiny spoonful of vermicelli, Father? Nothing more, madam. I've had my fill.
Well then, just to finish it off, have another drop of the 47,
said the canon. He himself took a long, slow sip, gave an ah of satisfaction, and leaning back in his chair,
Good drop. This is the way to live.
He was already flushed and looked even more corpulent in his thick flannel jacket with the napkin tied around his neck.
Good drop,
he repeated.
You didn't taste this one today in the cruets.
Heavens, brother,
exclaimed Donna Josefa, her mouth full of angel hair noodles, greatly scandalized by the irreverence. The canon shrugged his shoulders with contempt.
Save the heavens for Mass. This pretension of always meddling in matters she doesn't understand. Well, let me tell you, the question of wine quality at Mass is of the utmost importance. The wine must be good.
It contributes to the dignity of the holy sacrifice,
said the parish priest very seriously, giving Amelia a caress on the knee.
And that's not all,
said the canon, immediately adopting his pedagogical tone.
When the wine isn't good and has impurities, it leaves a residue in the cruets. And if the sacristan isn't careful and doesn't clean them, the cruets develop a foul smell. And do you know what happens, madam? What happens is that the priest, when he goes to drink the blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, is unprepared and pulls a face. There you have it, madame.
And he took a great swig from his glass. But he was talkative that evening, and after a slow belch, he addressed Donna Josefa again, who was astounded by so much learning.
And tell me then, madam, since you're such an expert, should the wine for the divine sacrifice be white or red?
Donna Josefa thought it should be red, so as to resemble the blood of our Lord more closely.
Correct the lady,
bellowed the canon, wagging his finger at Amelia. She declined, with a little laugh. As she was not a sacristan, she wouldn't know.
Correct him then, the parish priest,
Amaro jested. If red was wrong, then it must be white.
And why?
Amaro had heard it said that it was the custom in Rome.
And why?
The canon persisted, pedantic and blustering. He didn't know.
Because our Lord Jesus Christ, when he first consecrated, did so with white wine. And the reason is very simple. Because in Judea at that time, as is well known, they did not produce red wine. Pass me the angel hair again, if you please.
Then, on the subject of wine and the cleanliness of the cruets, Father Amaro complained about Bento the sacristan. That morning, before vesting, just as the canon had entered the sacristy, he had finished giving him a dressing down about the albs. In the first place, Bento had them washed by an Antonia who lived in sin with a carpenter, in great scandal, and who was unworthy of touching the holy vestments. That was the first thing. Then the woman brought them back so soiled that it was a desecration to wear them for the divine sacrifice.
Oh, send them to me, Father. Send them to me.
Donna Josefa chimed in.
I'll give them to my washerwoman, who is a person of great virtue and brings the laundry back starched. Oh, it would be an honor for me. I'd iron them myself, and one could even bless the iron.
But the canon, who was positively in a state of copious loquacity that evening, interrupted her, and turning to Father Amaro, fixing him with a penetrating gaze,
Now, speaking of my entering the sacristy, I've been meaning to tell you, friend and colleague, that you committed a blunder today.
Amaro looked uneasy.
What blunder, Father Master?
After you vested,
the canon continued deliberately,
already with the deacons at your side, when you made the reverence to the image in the sacristy, instead of making the full bow, you made only the half bow.
Hold on there, Father Master,
exclaimed Father Amaro.
That is the text of the rubric. Facta reverentia cruci, having made the reverence to the cross. That is, the simple reverence, a slight inclination of the head.
And, to illustrate, he made a bow to Donna Josefa, who smiled at him warmly, squirming with delight.
I deny it,
the canon exclaimed formidably, for in his own house, at his own table, he imposed his opinions from on high.
And I deny it with my authorities. Here they come.
And he let fall upon Amaro, like boulders of authority, the venerated names of Laboranti, Baldeschi, Mirati, Turino, and Pavonio. Amaro had pushed back his chair, assuming a posture of controversy, pleased at the chance to bury the canon in front of Amelia, master of moral theology and a colossus of practical liturgy.
I maintain,
he exclaimed.
I maintain with Castaldus.
Stop, thief,
the canon roared.
Castaldus is mine.
Castaldus is mine, Father Master.
And they went at it tooth and nail, each pulling the venerable Castaldus and the authority of his eloquence to his own side. Donna Josefa bounced with glee in her chair, murmuring to Amelia with her face crinkled with laughter,
Oh, what a joy to watch them! Oh, the holy men!
Amaro continued, gesturing grandly.
And besides, I have common sense on my side, Father Master. Primo, the rubric, as I have explained. Secundo, the priest, having the beretta on his head in the sacristy, should not make a full bow because the beretta might fall off, and we would have a greater indecorum. Tertio, an absurdity would follow, because then the bow before Mass to the cross in the sacristy would be greater than the one made after Mass to the cross on the altar.
But the bow to the cross on the altar, said
The canon cried.
Is a half bow. Read the rubric. Caput inclinat. Read Gavantus. Read Garifaldi. And it could not be otherwise. Do you know why? Because after Mass the priest is at the height of his dignity, since he has within him the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, the point is mine.
And standing, he rubbed his hands vigorously, triumphant. The canon had sunk his jowls onto the folds of his napkin like a stunned ox, and after a moment,
You're not without reason. I said it to test you. The pupil does me credit.
he added, winking at Amelia.
Well then, drink up, and then bring us the nice hot coffee, Sister Josefa.
But a vigorous ring at the doorbell startled them.
It's Senora Joanera,
Said Donna Josefa. Gertrude's entered with a shawl and a woolen blanket. Here's what's been sent from the young lady Amelia's house. The mistress sends her regards, says she cannot come, that she's taken ill,
Then who am I to go home with?
said Amelia at once anxiously. The canon stretched his arm across the table and giving her hand a little pat.
In the last resort with this servant of yours, and her little virtue could rest easy.
What things you say, brother, the old woman cried.
Never mind, sister. What passes through the mouth of a saint stays holy.
The parish priest approved noisily.
Canon Diaz is quite right. What passes through the mouth of a saint stays holy. Your health.
And yours.
And they clinked glasses, with a mischievous glint in their eyes, reconciled after the controversy. But Amelia had grown alarmed. Lord, what can be wrong with Mamma? What could it be?
Oh, what do you think it is? Laziness.
The parish priest told her, laughing.
Don't fret, child.
Said Donna Josefa.
I'll take you home. We'll all take you.
The young lady will be carried in a litter.
The canon grumbled, peeling his pear. But suddenly he set down the knife, widened his eyes, looked about, and passing his hand over his stomach.
Well, look here,
he said.
I'm not feeling well myself.
What is it? What is it?
A little warning of the pain. It's past. It's nothing.
Donna Josefa, already alarmed, did not want him to eat the pear. The last time it had struck him, it had been because of the fruit. But he, stubborn, sank his teeth into the pear.
It's past. It's past,
he growled.
It was sympathy with Mama,
the parish priest said quietly to Amelia. Suddenly the canon pushed back his chair, and twisting to one side,
I'm not well. I'm not well. Jesus. Oh, the devil. Oh, blast. Ow. Ow, I'm dying.
They rushed about him in alarm. Donna Josefa supported him by the arm to the bedroom, shouting to the maid to go fetch the doctor. Amelia ran to the kitchen to heat a flannel to put on his stomach, but no flannel could be found. Gertrude's bumped into chairs, terrified, searching for her shawl to go out.
Go without your shawl, you fool!
Amaro shouted at her. The girl hurried off. Inside, the canon was howling. Amaro then, genuinely frightened, went into his bedroom. Donna Josefa was kneeling before the chest of drawers, moaning prayers to a large lithograph of Our Lady of Sorrows, and the poor Father Master, stretched out belly down on the bed, was gnawing the pillow.
But, madam,
said the parish priest sternly,
this is not the time to pray. We must do something for him. What is usually done?
Oh, Father, there's nothing.
The old woman whimpered.
It's a pain that comes and goes in an instant. There's no time for anything. Lime blossom tea relieves him sometimes, but as ill luck would have it, I haven't any today. Oh, Jesus.
Amaro ran home to fetch Lime Blossom. and shortly afterwards he returned breathless, with Dionysia, who had come to offer her activity and experience, but the canon, fortunately, had suddenly felt relieved.
Thank you so much, Father.
Donna Josefa was saying.
Such fine lime blossom. It's most charitable of you. He'll naturally fall into a drowsiness now. It always comes after the pain. I'm going to sit by him, forgive me. This was worse than the others. It's these accursed fruit.
She stopped short, terrified at the blasphemy.
They are the fruits of our Lord. It is his divine will. Forgive me, won't you?
Amelia and the parish priest were left alone in the parlour. Their gazes immediately gleamed with the desire to touch, to kiss one another, but the doors were open, and they could hear the old woman's slippers shuffling in the next room. Father Amaro then said aloud,
Poor Father Master, it's a terrible pain.
It strikes every 3 months,
said Amelia.
Mama had already had a premonition. She'd told me only the day before yesterday. It's the time for the canon's pain. I'm more worried than usual.
The parish priest sighed, and in a low voice,
As for me, there's no one who thinks of my pains.
Amelia rested her beautiful eyes upon him, long and moist with tenderness.
Don't say that.
Their hands were about to clasp ardently across the table, but Donna Josefa appeared, huddled in her shawl. Her brother had fallen asleep, and she was ready to drop. Oh, these shocks were ruining her health. She had lit 2 candles to St. Joachim and made a pledge to Our Lady of Health. It was the second one that year, on account of her brother's pain, and Our Lady had not failed her.
She never fails those who implore her with faith, madam,
said Father Amaro with unction. The tall grandfather clock then struck 8 with its deep tones. Amelia spoke again of her worry about her mother. Besides, it was getting so late.
And when I left, it was beginning to drizzle,
said Amaro. Amelia ran to the window, anxious. The pavement opposite, under the street lamp, gleamed wet. The sky was dark and threatening.
Lord, we're in for a night of rain.
Donna Josefa was distressed at the setback, but Amelia could see perfectly well that she could not leave the house just now. Gertrude's had gone to the doctor. She probably hadn't found him, was looking for him from house to house. Who knew when she would return? The parish priest then suggested that Dionysia, who had come with him and was waiting in the kitchen, could accompany young Donna Amelia. It was only a few steps. There was no one about. He himself would walk with them as far as the corner of the square. But they should hurry, for it was about to pour. Donna Josefa went at once to fetch an umbrella for Amelia. She urged her to tell her mother what had happened, but she shouldn't worry. Her brother was better.
And look,
she shouted from the top of the stairs.
Tell her that we did everything we could, but the pain didn't give time for anything.
Yes, I'll tell her. Good night.
When they opened the door, the rain was falling heavily. Amelia wanted to wait, but the parish priest, eager, pulled her by the arm.
It's nothing, it's nothing.
They went down the deserted street, huddled together under the umbrella, with Dionysia at their side, very silent, her shawl over her head. Every window was dark. In the silence, the gutters sang with torrents.
Lord, what a night,
said Amelia.
My dress will be ruined.
They were then in the Rua das Sousas.
It's pouring now,
said Amaro.
Really, I think the best thing would be to step into my courtyard and wait a moment.
No.
Amelia protested.
Nonsense,
he exclaimed impatiently.
Your dress will be ruined. It's only for an instant. It's just a downpour. Look over there, it's already clearing. It will pass. It's foolish. If your mother saw you arriving drenched, she'd be angry, and rightly so.
No.
But Amaro stopped, quickly opened the door, and gently pushing Amelia,
It's only an instant. It will pass. Come in.
And there they stood, silent in the dark courtyard, watching the ropes of rain that gleamed in the light of the street lamp opposite. Amelia was utterly flustered. The blackness of the courtyard and the silence frightened her, but it seemed delicious to be there in that darkness, close to him, unknown to all. Insensibly drawn, she brushed against his shoulder, and then recoiled at once, uneasy at hearing his breathing so agitated, at feeling him so close to her skirts. She perceived behind her, without seeing it, the staircase that led up to his room, and she had an immense desire to go up and see his furniture, his arrangements. The presence of Dionysia, huddled against the door and very silent, embarrassed her, yet at every moment she turned her eyes towards her, fearing she might disappear, vanish into the blackness of the courtyard or the night. Amaro then began stamping his feet on the ground, rubbing his hands, shivering.
"We're going to catch something here,"
he said.
"The flagstones are freezing. Really, it would be better to wait upstairs in the dining room."
No,
She said.
"Squeamishness. Your mother would be cross. Come, Dionysia, light a lamp upstairs."
The matron immediately bounded up the steps. He then, very quietly, taking Amelia's arm.
"Why not? What are you thinking? It's just squeamishness. It's only until the downpour passes. Say something."
She did not reply, breathing very hard. Amaro placed his hand on her shoulder, on her breast, pressing it, caressing the silk. She trembled all over, and she followed him at last up the stairs, as if dazed, her ears burning, stumbling at every step on the hem of her dress.
"Go in there. It's the bedroom,"
he whispered in her ear. He ran to the kitchen. Dionysia was lighting the candle.
"My dear Dionysia, you understand. I had arranged to hear young Amelia's confession here. It's a very serious matter. Come back in half an hour. Here."
He slipped 3 coins into her hand. Dionysia took off her shoes, went down on tiptoe, and shut herself in the coal cellar. He returned to the bedroom with the light. Amelia stood there, motionless, deathly pale. The parish priest closed the door and went towards her, silent, teeth clenched, snorting like a bull. Half an hour later, Dionysia coughed on the staircase. Amelia came down at once, wrapped tightly in the blanket. As they opened the courtyard door, 2 drunks passed in the street, gabbling. Amelia shrank back quickly into the darkness, but Dionysia shortly peeped out, and seeing the street deserted. "The coast is clear, my dear girl." Amelia wrapped her face more tightly, and they quickened their pace towards the Rua da Misericordia. It had stopped raining. There were stars, and a dry coldness announced the north wind and fair weather. The next day, Amaro, seeing on the clock at his bedside that the hour of Mass was approaching, sprang cheerfully from bed, and pulling on the old coat that served him as a dressing-gown, he thought of that other morning in Ferrand when he had awakened in terror at having the evening before, for the first time since becoming a priest, sinned brutally on the straw of the rectory stable with Joanna the cowherd, and he had not dared to say Mass with that crime on his soul, which smothered him like the weight of a boulder. He had considered himself contaminated, unclean, ripe for hell, according to all the Holy Fathers and the Seraphic Council of Trent. 3 times he had reached the church door. 3 times he had recoiled in horror. He was certain that if he dared touch the Eucharist with those hands that had rumpled the cowherd's skirts, the chapel would collapse upon him, or he would be struck paralyzed at the sight of the blazing figure of St. Michael the Avenger rising before the tabernacle with sword upraised. He had mounted his horse and trotted 2 hours through the muddy roads of Dom João to go to Gralhera and confess to the good Abbot Sequeira. Ah, those were the days of his innocence, of pious exaggerations and novice terrors. Now he had opened his eyes to the human reality around him. Abbots, canons, cardinals, and monsignors did not sin on stable straw. No, it was in comfortable alcoves with supper at their side. And the churches did not collapse, and St. Michael the Avenger did not abandon the comforts of heaven for so trifling a cause. It was not that which troubled him. What troubled him was Dionysia, whom he could hear in the kitchen, tidying up and coughing, without daring to ask her for water for his shave. It displeased him to feel that matron installed, ensconced in his secret. He did not doubt her discretion, certainly. It was her profession, and a few half-sovereigns would maintain her fidelity. But it offended his priestly modesty to know that this old concubine of civil and military authorities who had rolled her mass of flesh through every secular depravity of the town, was aware of his frailties, of the concupiscences that burned beneath his parish priest's cassock. He would have preferred that it were Silverio or Notario who had seen him the evening before, all inflamed. At least it would have been between priests. And what discomforted him was the idea of being observed by those cynical little eyes which were not impressed by the austerity of cassocks or the respectability of uniforms, because they knew that beneath them all lay the same bestial wretchedness of the flesh.
That's enough,
he thought.
I'll give her a sovereign and put her in her place.
Knuckles rapped discreetly at the bedroom door.
Come in,
said Amaro, sitting down quickly, bending studiously over his desk, as if absorbed, buried in his papers. Dionysia entered, set the jug of water on the washstand, coughed, and speaking to Amaro's back, "Father, look, this won't do. Last night they nearly saw the girl leaving here. This is very serious, young man. For everyone's sake, there must be secrecy." No, he could not put her in her place. The woman was establishing herself by force in his confidence. Those very words, murmured in fear of the walls, revealing a professional prudence, showed him the advantage of so experienced a complicity. He turned in his chair, very red.
Nearly saw, did they?
Nearly saw. They were two drunks, but they could have been two gentlemen.
That's true.
And in your position, Father, in the girl's position, everything must be done on the quiet. Not even the furniture in the room should know. In matters I manage, I demand as much caution as if it were a matter of life and death. Amaro then abruptly resolved to accept Dionysia's protection. He rummaged in a corner of the drawer, pressed a half-sovereign into her hand. "For the love of God, my son," she murmured.
Good. And now, Dionysia, what do you think?
He asked, leaning back in his chair, awaiting the matron's counsel. She spoke very naturally, without any affectation of mystery or malice. "It seems to me that for seeing the girl there's nothing like the bell-ringer's house."
The bell-ringer's house?
She reminded him, very calmly, of the excellent layout of the site. One of the rooms near the sacristy, as he knew, opened onto a courtyard where a shed had been built during the works. Well then, on the other side were the rear walls of the bell-ringer's house. The door to old Esquelas's kitchen opened onto the courtyard. One had only to leave the sacristy, cross the courtyard, and the parish priest would be in the nest.
And her?
She comes in through the bell-ringer's door, the street door that opens onto the churchyard. Not a living soul passes by. It's a wasteland, and if someone did see, nothing more natural. It would just be young Amelia going to give a message to the bell-ringer. This is still in rough outline, of course. The plan can be refined.
Yes, I see. It's a sketch,
said Amaro, who was pacing the room, thinking. "I know the place well, Father, and believe what I tell you. For a gentleman of the cloth who has his little arrangement, there's nothing better than the bell-ringer's house." Amaro stopped before her, laughing, growing familiar.
Auntie Dionysia, tell me frankly, this isn't the first time you've recommended the bell-ringer's house, is it?
She then denied it most emphatically. Old Esquelas was a man she barely knew, but the idea had come to her during the night, tossing in bed. Early in the morning she had gone to examine the site, and had recognized that it was perfect. She coughed, drew silently towards the door, and turning once more, with a final piece of advice, "It all depends on your reverence coming to a good understanding with the bell-ringer." That was now what preoccupied Father Amaro. Old Esquelas was regarded at the cathedral, among the attendants and sacristans, as a curmudgeon. He had lost a leg and used a crutch, and some priests, who would have liked the post for their protégés, even maintained that this defect rendered him, according to the rule, unfit for the service of the church. But the former parish priest, José Miguez, in obedience to the bishop, had kept him at the cathedral, arguing that the disastrous tumble that had necessitated the amputation had occurred in the bell tower during a festival in collaboration with the liturgy. Ergo, the intention of our Lord not to dispense with old Esquelas was clearly indicated, And when Amaro had taken charge of the parish, the cripple had availed himself of the influence of Senora Joanera and Amelia to keep, as he put it, the bell rope. It was moreover, and this had been the opinion of the Rua da Misericordia, a work of charity. Old Esguelas, a widower, had a 15-year-old daughter who had been paralyzed in the legs since childhood. "The devil has it in for the legs of this family," old Esguelas used to say. It was certainly this misfortune that gave him his taciturn sadness. It was said that the girl, whose name was Antonia, and whom her father called Toto, tormented him with tantrums, frenzies, and abominable whims. Dr. Gouveia had declared her hysterical, but it was a certainty, for persons of sound principles, that Toto was possessed by the devil. There had even been a plan to exorcise her. The Vicar General, however, always nervous about the press, had hesitated to grant the ritual permission, and they had merely sprinkled her, without result, with simple holy water. Moreover, the nature of the paralytic's possession was not known. Donna Maria de Asuncao had heard that it consisted of howling like a wolf. Gansosinho, in another version, maintained that the wretched girl lacerated herself with her nails. Old Esguelas, for his part, when asked about the girl, would answer curtly, "She's there." The intervals of his church service he spent entirely with his daughter in the little house. He only crossed the square to go to the apothecary for some remedy, or to buy cakes from Teresa's confectionery. All day long, that corner of the cathedral, the courtyard, the shed, the high wall alongside covered in pellitory, the house at the far end with its shuttered window in a leprous wall, remained in a silence, a damp shadow, and the choir boys, who sometimes ventured on tiptoe through the courtyard to spy on old Esguelas, invariably found him bent over the hearth, pipe in hand, spitting sadly into the ashes. He was accustomed every day to hear the parish priest's mass respectfully, and Amaro, that morning, as he vested, hearing the crutch on the courtyard flagstones, was already rehearsing his story, because he could not ask old Esguelas for the use of his little house without explaining in some fashion that he wanted it for a religious purpose. And what purpose, if not to prepare, in secret and far from worldly opposition, some tender soul for the convent and for sanctity? When he saw the bell-ringer enter the sacristy, he gave him a most amiable good morning. He told him he had a fine, healthy look about him. Not that this was surprising, because, according to all the holy fathers, the frequentation of bells, through the particular virtue imparted to them by their consecration, gave a special joy and well-being. He then recounted genially to old Esguelas and the two sacristans how, when he was a boy, in the house of the Marchioness of Alegros, his great desire had been to be a bell-ringer one day. They laughed heartily, marveling at his reverence's jest.
Don't laugh, it's true, and it wouldn't have ill become me. In former times it was clerics in minor orders who rang the bells. Our holy fathers consider them one of the most efficacious means of piety. As the gloss said, putting these words in the mouth of the bell, Laudo Deum, populum voco, congrego clarum, defunctum ploro, pestem fugo, festa decoro, which means, as you know, I praise God, I summon the people, I gather the clergy, I mourn the dead, I dispel pestilence, I adorn the festivals.
He recited the gloss with respect, already vested in amice and alb, standing in the middle of the sacristy, and old Esguelas drew himself up on his crutch at those words, which gave him an unforeseen authority and importance. The sacristan had approached with the purple chasuble, but Amaro had not finished his glorification of bells. He further explained their great virtue in dispersing storms, despite what certain presumptuous savants say, not only because they impart to the air the unction they receive from the blessing, but because they scatter the demons that roam amid the gales and the thunder. The Holy Council of Milan recommended that the bells be rung whenever there was a storm.
In any case, old Esguelas,
he added, smiling with concern for the bell-ringer,
I'd advise you that in such cases it's best not to take the risk. After all, you're up high and close to the thunder. Let's get on with it, Uncle Matthias.
and he received the chasuble upon his shoulders, murmuring with great composure, Domine, quis dixisti jugum meum? Pull the cords tighter at the back, Uncle Matthias. Suave est et onus meum leve. He bowed to the image and entered the church in the attitude prescribed by the rubric, with eyes lowered and body erect, while Matthias, after also saluting the Christ of the sacristy with a scrape of his foot, hurried along with the cruets, coughing hard to clear his throat. Throughout the entire Mass, whenever he turned to face the nave, at the offertory and the orate fratris, Father Amaro always directed himself, by a benevolence the ritual permits, towards the bell-ringer, as though the sacrifice were for his particular intention, and old Esguellas, with his crutch resting beside him, would sink into a more respectful devotion. Even at the Benedicat, after beginning the blessing turned towards the altar to receive from the living God the deposit of mercy, he completed it by turning slowly towards old Esguellas in particular, as if to bestow upon him alone the graces and gifts of our Lord.
And now, old Esguellas,
he said quietly upon entering the sacristy,
go and wait for me in the courtyard. We need to have a talk.
He soon came to meet him with a grave face that impressed the bell-ringer.
Put your hat on, old Esguellas. Well, I've come to speak to you about a serious matter. Really, to ask you a favor.
Oh, Father! No, it was not a favor, because when it concerned the service of God, everyone had the duty to contribute in proportion to their strength. It concerned a young woman who wished to become a nun. Well, to prove the trust he had in him, he would tell him the name.
It's little Amelia, from Senora Joanera's house.
You don't say, Father?
A vocation, old Esguellas. You can see the finger of God. It's extraordinary.
He then told him a diffuse story that he was laboriously fabricating, following the sensations he imagined he could read on the bell-ringer's astounded face. The girl had grown disenchanted with life after the disagreements she'd had with her fiancé, but her mother, who was old, who needed her to run the household, did not want to consent, supposing it was merely a whim. But no, it was a vocation. He knew it. Unfortunately, when there was opposition, the priest's conduct was very delicate. Every day the impious newspapers, and unfortunately they were the majority, railed against the influence of the clergy. The authorities, more impious than the newspapers, put up obstacles. There were terrible laws. If they found out that he was preparing the girl to take vows, they'd throw him in jail. What could old Esguellas expect? The impiety, the atheism of the times. Now, he needed to have many, many conferences with the girl, to test her, to discover her dispositions, to see clearly whether it was the solitary life she was suited for, or penitence, or the care of the infirm, or perpetual adoration, or teaching. In short, to study her inside and out.
But where?
He exclaimed, spreading his arms as in the desolation of a thwarted holy duty.
Where? At her mother's house, it's impossible. They're already suspicious. In the church, impossible. It's the same as the street. At my house, you can see a young woman.
Obviously.
So that, old Esguellas, and I'm sure you'll thank me for it. I thought of your house.
Oh, Father! The bell-ringer rushed in. Me, my house, everything I own, is at your service.
You see, it's in the interest of that soul. It's a joy for our Lord.
And for me, Father, and for me. What old Esguellas feared was that the house might not be decent enough and might not have the comforts.
Come now,
said the priest, smiling, in a renunciation of all human comforts.
As long as there are 2 chairs and a table to set the prayer book on.
Besides, from another point of view, said the bell-ringer, as a secluded spot and a quiet house, it was perfectly suited. They would be there, he and the young lady, like monks in the desert. On the days the parish priest came, he would go out for his stroll. They could not make do in the kitchen, because poor Toto's little room was next to it, but they had his room upstairs. Father Amaro slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about the paralytic.
That spoils our little arrangement, old Esguellas,
he exclaimed. But the bell-ringer reassured him eagerly. He was now thoroughly interested in this winning of a bride for our Lord. He wanted at all costs for his roof to shelter the holy preparation of the girl's soul. Perhaps it would draw God's mercy upon him. He showed with enthusiasm the advantages, the conveniences of the house. Toto wouldn't be in the way. She couldn't move from her bed. The parish priest would come in through the kitchen on the sacristy side, the young lady through the street door. They would go upstairs, shut themselves in the room.
And what does she do, this Toto?
Asked Father Amaro, still hesitating. Poor little thing, there she stayed. She had her manias. Sometimes she made dolls and grew so attached to them she got a fever. Other days she spent in a dreadful silence with her eyes fixed on the wall. But sometimes she was cheerful, chattered, joked. What a misfortune.
She ought to have something to occupy her. She ought to read,
said Father Amaro to show interest. The bell ringer sighed. She couldn't read, the girl. She had never wanted to learn. That was what he always told her. If you could read, life wouldn't weigh on you so. But what could he do? She had a horror of applying herself. The parish priest should have the charity to persuade her when he came to the house. But the parish priest was not listening, wholly absorbed in an idea that had lit up his face with a smile. He had suddenly found the natural explanation to give to Senora Joanera and the lady friends of Amelia's visits to the bell-ringer's house. It was to teach the paralytic to read, to educate her, to open her soul to the beauties of holy books, of the history of martyrs, and of prayer.
It's decided, old Escuelas,
he exclaimed, rubbing his hands with jubilation.
It's at your house that we shall make a saint of the girl. And about this...
And his voice took on a deep gravity.
Inviolable secrecy.
Oh, Father, said the bell-ringer, almost offended.
I'm counting on you,
said Amaro. He went at once to the sacristy to write a note, which he was to pass secretly to Amelia, explaining in detail the little arrangement he had made so that they might enjoy new and divine felicities. He informed her that the pretext for her coming to the bell-ringer's house every week was to be the education of the paralytic. He himself would propose it that evening at her mother's house. In this, he wrote, there is some truth, for it would be pleasing to God to illuminate with sound religious instruction the darkness of that soul. And so, dear angel, we killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Then he went home. How contentedly he sat down to his breakfast, with a complete satisfaction with himself, with life, and with the sweet ease he found in it. Jealousy, doubt, torments of desire, loneliness of the flesh, all that had consumed him for months and months, first in the Rua da Misericordia and then in the Rua da Susas, had passed. He was at last installed at large in happiness, and he recalled, sunk in a mute pleasure, his fork forgotten in his hand, that entire half-hour of the evening before, pleasure by pleasure, mentally resavoring them one by one, saturating himself with the delicious certainty of possession, like the farmer who surveys the strip of land he has acquired, which his eyes had coveted for many years. Ah, he would no longer look sideways with bitterness at the gentlemen who strolled along the Alameda with their wives on their arms. He too now had one, all his own, body and soul, beautiful, who adored him, who wore fine white undergarments and carried on her bosom a scent of eau de cologne. He was a priest, it was true. But for that he had his great argument, that the conduct of a priest, so long as it does not give scandal among the faithful, in no way prejudices the efficacy, the utility, the grandeur of religion. All the theologians teach that the order of priests was instituted to administer the sacraments. The essential thing is that men receive the interior and supernatural sanctity that the sacraments contain, and provided they are dispensed according to the consecrated formulas, what does it matter whether the priest is a saint or a sinner? The sacrament communicates the same virtue. It is not through the merits of the priest that they operate, but through the merits of Jesus Christ. He who is baptized or anointed, whether by pure hands or by corrupt ones, is equally well washed of original sin, or well prepared for eternal life. This can be read in all the Holy Fathers. The Seraphic Council of Trent established it. The faithful lose nothing in their soul or their salvation from the unworthiness of the parish priest. And if the parish priest repents at the final hour, the gates of heaven are not closed to him either. So, in the end, all turns out well, and in general peace. And Father Amaro, reasoning thus, sipped his coffee with pleasure. Dionysia, at the end of breakfast, came to ask, all smiles, if the parish priest had spoken to old Esguelas.
I mentioned it vaguely,
he said evasively.
Nothing has been decided. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Ah, she said, and she withdrew to the kitchen, thinking that the parish priest lied like a heretic. Not that she cared. She had never liked arrangements with gentlemen of the cloth. They paid badly and were always suspicious. And even as she heard Amaro going out, she ran to the stairs to tell him that, well, she had been looking after his house, and when the parish priest found a maid—
Donna Josefa Diaz is taking care of that for me, Dionysia. I hope to have someone by tomorrow. But do come round, now that we're friends.
When the parish priest needs me, just call from the window to the backyard, she said from the top of the stairs, for anything you might need. I know a little of everything, even miscarriages and deliveries. And on that point I can even say— But the priest was not listening. He had slammed the door, fleeing, outraged at that squalid usefulness so brutally offered. It was some days later that he spoke at Senora Joanera's house about the bell-ringer's daughter. The day before he had given the note to Amelia, and that evening, while the parlour buzzed with loud chatter, he had approached the piano where Amelia, with lazy fingers, was running through scales and bending down to light his cigar from the candle, had murmured,
Did you read it?
Splendid.
Amaro withdrew at once to the group of ladies, where Gansoso was recounting a catastrophe she had read about in a newspaper, which had happened in England, a coal mine that had collapsed, burying 120 workers. The old women shuddered in horror. Gansoso then, relishing the effect, piled on the details loquaciously. The people outside had struggled to dig the poor wretches out. Their moans and cries could be heard below. It was dusk. There was a snowstorm.
Unpleasant,
the canon growled, snuggling deeper into his armchair, enjoying the warmth of the parlour and the safety of the ceilings. Donna Maria de Asuncao declared that all those mines, those foreign machines, frightened her. She had seen a factory near Alcobaça, and it had seemed to her an image of hell. She was certain that our Lord did not look upon them favourably.
It's like the railways,
said Donna Josefa.
I'm certain they were inspired by the devil. I don't say it in jest, but just look at those howls, that blaze, that roar. Ugh, it gives one the shivers.
Father Amaro bantered, assuring Donna Josefa that they were wonderfully convenient for travelling quickly, but turning serious at once, he added,
In any case, it's incontestable that there is much of the devil in these inventions of modern science. And that is why our Holy Church blesses them, first with prayers and then with holy water. You should know that it's the custom, with holy water to perform the exorcism, to expel the enemy's spirit, and with prayers to redeem them from original sin, which exists not only in man, but in the things he constructs. That is why locomotives are blessed and purified, so that the devil cannot make use of them for his own purposes.
Donna Maria de Asuncao immediately demanded an explanation. What was the enemy's usual way of making use of the railways? Father Amaro enlightened her kindly. The enemy had many ways, but the habitual one was this. He derailed a train so that passengers would die, and as those souls had not been prepared by extreme unction, the devil, right there, quick as a flash, seized them.
What a rogue,
the canon growled, with a secret admiration for that crafty stratagem of the enemy. But Donna Maria de Asuncao fanned herself languorously, her face bathed in a smile of beatitude. "Oh, my dears," she said slowly, looking about, "that wouldn't happen to us. He wouldn't catch us unprepared." It was true, and they all savoured for a moment that delicious certainty of being prepared, of being able to outwit the tempter's malice. Father Amaro then cleared his throat as if to prepare the way, and resting both hands on the table, in the tone of a sermon,
Great vigilance is needed to keep the devil at a distance. I was thinking about that very thing today. It was in fact my meditation, with regard to a very sad case I have near the cathedral. The bell ringer's little daughter.
The ladies had drawn their chairs closer, drinking in his words, with a curiosity suddenly piqued, expecting to hear the piquant story of some feat of Satan. And the parish priest continued, in a voice to which the surrounding silence lent solemnity.
There lies that girl all the livelong day, nailed to her bed. She cannot read, she has no habitual devotions. She has no practice of meditation. She is consequently, to use the expression of St. Clement, a soul without defense. What happens? The devil, who prowls ceaselessly and never misses a bite, establishes himself there as if in his own house. That is why, as poor old Escuelas was telling me today, there are frenzies, fits of despair, rages without reason. In short, the poor man's life is ruined.
"And 2 steps from the Lord's church," exclaimed Donna Maria de Asunção, indignant at Satan's impudence in installing himself in a body, in a bed, that only the narrowness of a courtyard separated from the buttresses of the cathedral. Amaro agreed.
Donna Maria is right. The scandal is enormous. But what can be done? The girl cannot read. She doesn't know a single prayer. She has no one to instruct her, no one to bring her the word of God, no one to fortify her, no one to teach her the secret of thwarting the enemy.
He rose with animation, took a few paces about the room, shoulders bowed, in the grief of a shepherd from whom a disproportionate force was snatching a beloved sheep. And, carried away by his own words, he did in fact feel a pity that flooded through him, a genuine compassion for that poor creature whose lack of consolation must make the agony of her immobility all the more intense. The ladies looked at one another, touched by this sad case of spiritual neglect, above all by the pain it seemed to bring the parish priest. Donna Maria de Asunção, mentally surveying the abundant arsenal of devotion, had at once suggested that some saints be placed at her bedside, such as St. Vincent, Our Lady of the 7 Wounds, but the silence of her friends amply expressed the insufficiency of that pious gallery.
"Perhaps the ladies will say,"
said Father Amaro, sitting down again,
"that it is only the bell ringer's daughter. But she is a soul like our own."
All have a right to the grace of the Lord,
said the canon gravely, in a spirit of impartiality, admitting the equality of classes just so long as it was not a matter of material goods, but only the comforts of heaven.
Before God there is neither poor nor rich.
Sighed Senora Joanera.
Better poor, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to the poor.
No, better rich,
the canon interjected, extending his hand to halt that false interpretation of the divine law.
For heaven is also for the rich. Madam, you do not understand the precept. Beati pauperes, blessed are the poor, means that the poor should count themselves happy in their poverty, not covet the goods of the rich, not want more than the morsel of bread they have, not aspire to share in the wealth of others on pain of not being blessed. That is why, let me tell you, that rabble who preach that the workers and the lower classes should live better than they do are going against the express will of the Church and of our Lord, and deserve nothing but the whip, as the excommunicated wretches they are. Oof!
And he stretched out, exhausted from having spoken so much. Father Amaro, for his part, remained silent, elbow on the table, slowly rubbing his brow. He was about to launch his idea, as if from divine inspiration, to propose that Amelia go and bring pious education to the poor paralytic. And he hesitated superstitiously before his motive, which was entirely carnal, entirely of concupiscence. The bell-ringer's daughter now appeared to him, with exaggeration, plunged in a darkness of agony. He felt all the charity there would be in consoling her, entertaining her, making her days less bitter. This action would surely redeem many sins, would delight God if it were done in a pure spirit of Christian fraternity. A sentimental compassion, that of a good-natured fellow, came over him for that wretched body nailed to a bed, never seeing the sun or the street. And there he sat, embarrassed, flooded by that pity, unable to decide, scratching the back of his neck, almost regretting having spoken to the ladies about Toto. But Donna Joaquina Gansoso had had an idea. "Father Amaro, what if we sent her that book with pictures of saints' lives? The pictures were edifying. They touched my very soul. Don't you have it, Amelia?" "No," she said, without raising her eyes from her sewing. Amaro then looked at her. He had almost forgotten her. She was now on the other side of the table, hemming a dishcloth. The very fine parting disappeared in the thick abundance of her hair, where the light of the lamp beside her laid a lustrous streak. Her lashes seemed longer, blacker against the skin of her face, of a warm olive tone, warmed by a rosy tint. Her close-fitting dress, which gathered in a fold over the shoulder, swelled amply over the shape of her breasts, which he watched rising and falling in the rhythm of her even breathing. This was the beauty he most desired in her. He imagined them snow-white, round and full. He had held her in his arms, yes, but clothed, and his eager hands had found only the cold silk. But in the bell-ringer's house they would be his, without obstacle, without garments, at the disposal of his lips. For God's sake! And nothing prevented them from consoling Toto's soul at the same time. He hesitated no more, and raising his voice above the chatter of the old women who were now discussing the disappearance of the lives of the saints.
"No, ladies, it's not with books that we can help the girl. Do you know the idea that came to me? It would be for one of us, whoever is least occupied, to bring her the word of God and educate that soul."
And he added, smiling,
"And to tell the truth, the least occupied person here among us all is young Amelia."
Then what a surprise! It seemed like the very will of our Lord come as a revelation. The eyes of all lit up in devout excitement at the idea of that mission of charity originating right there among them from the Rua da Misericordia. They were ecstatic in the greedy foretaste of praise from the precentor and the chapter. Each offered her counsel in an eagerness to participate in the holy work, to share in the rewards that heaven would surely lavish. Donna Joaquina Gansoso declared warmly that she envied Amelia, and was much shocked to see her suddenly burst out laughing. "Do you think I wouldn't do it with the same devotion? You're already puffed up with the pride of the good deed. Watch out, or it won't profit you." But Amelia continued, seized by a nervous laugh, thrown back against the back of her chair, choking in her effort to contain herself. Donna Joaquina's little eyes blazed. "It's indecent, it's indecent," she cried. They calmed her down. Amelia had to swear to her on the Holy Gospels that it had been an extravagant thought that had crossed her mind, that it was just nerves. "Oh," said Donna Maria da Asuncao, "she's right to be proud. It's an honor for the household. Once people find out—" The parish priest interrupted sternly.
"But people should not find out, Donna Maria da Asuncao. Of what worth, in the eyes of the Lord, is a good work of which one makes a show and seeks vain glory?"
Donna Maria bowed her shoulders, humbled by the reprimand, and Amaro, with gravity, "This must not leave this room. It is between God and us. We wish to save a soul, to comfort an invalid, and not to have our praises in the newspapers. Isn't that so, Father Master?" The canon rose ponderously.
You have spoken tonight with the golden tongue of St. Chrysostom. I am edified, and I wouldn't mind seeing the toast appear now.
It was then, while Ruca went to fetch the tea, that it was decided that Amelia, every week, once or twice according to her devotion, would go in secret, so that the act might be more valuable in the eyes of God, to spend an hour at the paralytic's bedside, read her the lives of the saints, teach her prayers, and instill virtue in her. "In short," summed up Donna Maria da Asuncao, turning to Amelia, "I'll only say one thing. You've struck gold." Ruca came in with the tray, amid the laughter provoked by Donna Maria's nonsense, as Amelia said, having turned scarlet. And it was thus that she and Father Amaro were able to see each other freely, for the glory of the Lord and the humiliation of the enemy. They met every week, sometimes once, sometimes twice, so that her charitable visits to the paralytic would by month's end total the symbolic number of 7, which was to correspond in the minds of the devout ladies to the 7 lessons of Mary. The day before, Father Amaro would warn old Esguelhas, who would leave the street door merely pulled to after having swept the whole house and prepared the room for the parish priest's instruction. On those days, Amelia rose early. She always had some white skirt to starch, some ribbon to arrange. Her mother wondered at all this primping, the waste of eau de cologne with which she drenched herself. But Amelia explained that it was to inspire Toto with ideas of cleanliness and freshness. And once dressed, she would sit waiting for 11 o'clock, very serious, answering her mother's conversation distractedly, with colour in her cheeks, her eyes fixed on the clock hands. At last the old rattle groaned out 11, and she, after a glance in the mirror, would leave, planting a kiss on her mother. She always went in trepidation, in an anxiety of being watched. Every morning she prayed to Our Lady of Safe Travels to deliver her from bad encounters, and if she saw a beggar, she invariably gave alms to flatter the tastes of our Lord, friend of the destitute and the vagabond. What alarmed her was the cathedral square, over which Amparo from the apothecary, sewing behind the window, exercised an incessant surveillance. She would then make herself small in her mantelet, and lowering her parasol over her face, would enter the cathedral at last, always with her right foot first. But the muteness of the church, deserted and drowsing in a dim light, frightened her. She seemed to feel, in the taciturnity of the saints and the crucifixes, a reproof of her sin. She imagined that the glass eyes of the statues, the painted pupils of the panels, fixed upon her with a cruel insistence, and perceived the heaving that the hope of pleasure gave to her breast. Sometimes even, struck by a superstition, to dispel the displeasure of the saints, she would promise to devote herself entirely to Toto that morning, to busy herself charitably only with her, and not to let Father Amaro so much as touch her dress. But if upon entering the bell-ringer's house she did not find him, she would go at once, without pausing at Toto's bedside, to station herself at the kitchen window, watching the massive sacristy door whose black iron plates she knew one by one. He would appear at last. It was then the beginning of March. The swallows had already arrived. They could be heard twittering in that melancholy silence, flitting between the buttresses of the cathedral. Here and there, plants from the damp places covered the corners with a dark greenery. Amaro, sometimes very gallant, would go in search of a little flower. Amelia would grow impatient, tapping on the kitchen window pane. He would hurry. They would stand a moment at the door, clasping hands, with bright eyes that devoured each other, and at last they would go to see Toto, and give her the cakes the parish priest had brought in his cassock pocket. Toto's bed was in the alcove, beside the kitchen. Her consumptive little body hardly made a mound buried in the hollow of the pallet, beneath the grimy blankets that she amused herself by unravelling. On those days she had put on a white housecoat, and her hair gleamed with oil, because lately, since Amaro's visits, she had developed a fancy for looking like somebody, as old Esguelas said delightedly, to the point of not wanting to be separated from a mirror and a comb that she hid under the pillow, and making her father stow away beneath the bed, among the dirty laundry, the dolls she now despised. Amelia would sit for a moment at the foot of the cot, asking if she had studied her ABC, making her name a letter here and there. Then she would want her to repeat without error the prayer she had been teaching her, while the priest, not venturing past the doorway, waited with his hands in his pockets, bored, embarrassed by the paralytic's glittering eyes that never left him, penetrating him, scanning his body with wonder and with ardour, and which seemed larger and more brilliant in her dark face, so gaunt that the cheekbones showed. He felt now neither compassion nor charity for Toto. He detested the delay. He found the girl savage and obstinate. The moments weighed on Amelia too, in which, so as not to scandalize our Lord too greatly, she resigned herself to talking to the paralytic. Toto seemed to hate her. She answered with a fierce scowl. Other times she persisted in a rancorous silence, turned towards the wall. One day she tore up the alphabet, and she cringed and recoiled if Amelia tried to arrange the shawl on her shoulders or tuck in the blankets. At last Amaro, impatient, would make a signal to Amelia. She would immediately place the book with pictures of the lives of the saints before Toto.
There, now you can look at the pictures. Look, this is St. Matthew, this is St. Virginia. Goodbye. I'm going upstairs with the parish priest to pray that God gives you health and lets you go for a walk. Don't ruin the book. That would be a sin.
And they would climb the stairs, while the paralytic, craning her neck eagerly, followed them, listening to the creak of the steps, with blazing eyes that tears of rage clouded over. The room upstairs was very low, unceiled, with a roof of black beams on which the tiles rested. Beside the bed hung the oil lamp that had left a black plume of soot on the wall. And Amaro always laughed at the preparations old Esguelas had made. The table in the corner with the New Testament, a mug of water, and 2 chairs placed side by side.
It's for our conference to teach you the duties of a nun,
he would say, joking.
Teach me then,
She would murmur, arms open, standing before the priest, with a warm smile where the whiteness of her teeth glinted, in an abandon that offered itself. He flung voracious kisses at her neck, her hair. Sometimes he bit her ear. She gave a little cry, and then they would remain very still, listening, afraid of the paralytic below. The parish priest would then close the window shutters and the stiff door that had to be pushed with his knee. Amelia undressed slowly, and with her skirts fallen at her feet, she stood for a moment motionless, a white form in the darkness of the room. All around, the priest, preparing himself, breathed hard. She would then cross herself quickly, and as she climbed into the bed, she always gave a sad little sigh. Amelia could only stay until noon. Father Amaro therefore hung his pocket watch on the lamp nail. But when they didn't hear the chimes of the tower, Amelia knew the hour by the crowing of a neighboring cockerel.
I must go, darling,
she would murmur, quite exhausted.
Stay a while. You're always in such a hurry.
They would remain a moment longer in silence, in a sweet lassitude, pressed close together. Through the separated beams of the loosely joined roof, they could see here and there slits of light. Sometimes they heard a cat, with its soft footfalls, prowling, dislodging a loose tile. Or a bird, alighting, would twitter, and they would hear the flutter of its wings.
Oh, it's time,
Amelia would say. The priest would try to detain her. He could not tire of kissing her little ear.
Lazy bones,
She would murmur.
Let me go.
She dressed hurriedly in the dark room. Then she would go to open the window, come back to embrace Amaro's neck as he lay sprawled on the bed. And at last she would go to drag the table and chairs, so the paralytic below would hear it and know the conference was over. Amaro had still not finished smothering her in kisses. She then, to put an end to it, would escape him, go and fling open the bedroom door. The priest would go downstairs, cross the kitchen in 2 strides without looking at Toto, and enter the sacristy. Amelia, for her part, before leaving, would go to see the paralytic, to ask if she had liked the pictures. She sometimes found her with her head under the blankets, which she wedged and held down with her hands to hide herself. At other times, sitting up in bed, she would examine Amelia with eyes in which a vicious curiosity kindled. She would lean her face close, with dilated nostrils that seemed to smell her. Amelia would draw back, uneasy, blushing too. She would then complain that it was late, collect the lives of the saints, and leave, cursing that creature, so malicious in her muteness. On crossing the square at that hour, she always saw Amparo at the window. Lately she had even thought it prudent to confide her charity towards Toto to her in secret. Amparo, the moment she saw her, would call to her, and leaning right out over the railing,
So how is Toto?
Getting on.
Can she read yet?
She's already spelling.
And the prayer to Our Lady?
She can say it now.
Oh, what devotion you have, child.
Amelia lowered her eyes modestly. And Carlos, who was also in on the secret, would leave the counter to come to the door and admire Amelia.
Coming from her great mission of charity, eh?
He would say, his eyes wide, rocking on the tips of his slippers.
I spent a little while with the girl, keeping her company.
Magnificent,
Carlos would murmur.
An apostolate. Well, go on, my saintly young lady. My regards to your mother.
He would then turn back inside to the assistant.
Just look at that, Mr. Augusto. Instead of spending her time like the others in flirtations, she makes herself a guardian angel. She spends the flower of her youth with a cripple. Tell me if philosophy, materialism, and all that filth are capable of inspiring actions of this kind. Only religion, my dear sir. I'd like those Renans and that rabble of philosophers to see this, because I, mark you, admire philosophy. But when it goes hand in hand, so to speak, with religion, I'm a man of science and I admire a Newton, a Guizot. But, mark these words well, if philosophy parts company with religion, do mark these words well, within 10 years, Mr. Augusto, philosophy will be buried.
And he continued to move about the pharmacy at a slow pace, hands behind his back, ruminating on the end of philosophy. That was the happiest period of Amaro's life. I am in God's grace, he sometimes thought at night, as he undressed, when by an ecclesiastical habit, examining his days, he saw that they followed one another easily, so comfortably, so regularly enjoyed. There had been, in the last 2 months, neither friction nor difficulty in the parish service. The whole world, as Father Saldanha said, was in a saintly humour. Donna Josefa Diaz had found him, very cheaply, an excellent cook named Escolastica. In the Rua da Misericordia he had his admiring and devoted court. Each week, once or twice, came that delicious and celestial hour in old Esgueles's house, and to complete the harmony, the season itself was so lovely that in the Moronal the roses were already beginning to bloom. But what delighted him was that neither the old women, nor the priests, nor anyone from the sacristy suspected his rendezvous with Amelia. Those visits to Toto had become part of the household routine. They called them the girls' devotions, and they did not question her with any particulars, on the devout principle that devotions are a secret one has with our Lord. Only occasionally one of the ladies would ask Amelia how the invalid was doing. She would assure them that she was much changed, that she was beginning to open her eyes to the law of God. Then, very discreetly, they would speak of other things. There was only a vague plan to go one day, later, when Toto had mastered her catechism and through the efficacy of prayer had become good, to admire in pilgrimage the holy work of Amelia and the humiliation of the enemy. Amelia herself, faced with this generous trust in her virtue, had one day proposed to Amaro, as a very clever move, to tell the friends that the parish priest sometimes came to assist in the pious instruction she was giving to Toto.
That way, if someone caught you entering old Esgueles's house, there would be no suspicion.
I don't think it's necessary,
he said.
God is with us, child, obviously. Let us not interfere with his plans. He sees further than we do.
She agreed at once, as in everything that came from his lips. From that first morning in old Esgueles's house, she had given herself to him absolutely, completely, body, soul, will, and feeling. There was not a hair on her skin, not the smallest idea in her brain that did not belong to the parish priest. That possession of her entire being had not invaded her gradually. It had been complete from the moment his strong arms had closed around her. It seemed as though his kisses had drained and exhausted her soul. She was now like an inert appendage of his person. And she did not hide it. She took pleasure in humbling herself, offering herself constantly, feeling herself entirely his, entirely a slave. She wanted him to think for her and live for her. She had unburdened upon him, with satisfaction, that weight of responsibility that had always pressed upon her in life. Her judgments now came to her formed in the parish priest's brain, as naturally as if the blood that flowed in her veins issued from his heart. The parish priest wanted it, or, the parish priest said so, was for her a reason altogether sufficient and altogether powerful. She lived with her eyes on him, in an animal obedience. She had only to bow when he spoke, and when the moment came, to unfasten her dress. Amaro prodigiously enjoyed this domination. It compensated him for an entire past of dependency, the uncle's house, the seminary, the white drawing-room of the Count of Ribamar. His existence as a priest was a humble curvature that wearied his soul. He lived in obedience to the bishop, to the ecclesiastical chamber, to the canons, to the rule that did not even allow him his own will in his dealings with the sacristan. And now at last he had there at his feet that body, that soul, that living being over whom he reigned despotically. If he spent his days, by profession, praising, adoring, and sensing God, he too was now the God of a creature who feared him and gave him a punctual devotion. For her at least he was handsome, superior to counts and dukes, as worthy of the mitre as the most learned. She herself had said to him one day, after having been pensively silent for a moment,
"You could become Pope."
This is the stuff of which they're made,
he had replied with gravity. She believed it, with a fear, none the less, that the high dignities might take him from her, carry him far from Lyria. That passion, in which she was submerged and which saturated her, had made her stupid and obtuse to everything that did not concern the parish priest or their love. Amaro, moreover, did not permit her interests or curiosities beyond his own person. He even forbade her to read novels and poetry. Why should she make herself a blue-stocking? What did she care about the doings of the world? One day, when she had spoken, with some relish, of a ball the Villas Claras were going to give, he took offence as at a betrayal. He made terrible accusations at the bell-ringer's house. She was vain, she was a hussy, a daughter of Satan.
"I'll kill you, do you hear? I'll kill you!"
he exclaimed, seizing her wrists, withering her with his inflamed gaze. He had a nagging fear of seeing her slip from his dominion, of losing her mute and absolute adoration. He sometimes thought that she would tire, in time, of a man who did not gratify her womanly vanities and tastes, always shut up in his black cassock, with a shaved face and an open tonsure. He imagined that coloured cravats, well-twisted moustaches, a trotting horse, a lancer's uniform exercised a decisive fascination over women. And if he heard her speak of some officer of the garrison, some gentleman of the town, there were bitter jealousies.
"Do you fancy him, eh? Is it the fine clothes, the mustache?"
Fancy him? Oh, darling, I've never even seen the man.
But it was no use mentioning the fellow then. It was having a curiosity, setting her thoughts on another. It was just these lapses of vigilance over the soul and will that the devil took advantage of. He had thus come to harbour a hatred of the whole secular world, which might attract her, drag her out from under the shadow of his cassock. He prevented her, with elaborate pretexts, from any contact with the town. He even convinced her mother not to let her go alone to the arcade and the shops, and he never ceased to represent men to her as monsters of impiety, covered in sins as with a crust, stupid and false, destined for hell. He told her horrors about nearly every young man in Lyria. She would ask him, terrified but curious.
How do you know?
"I cannot tell you,"
he would reply with a reticence, implying that the seal of confession closed his lips, and at the same time he hammered her ears with the glorification of the priesthood. He unrolled before her with pomp the erudition of his old textbooks, singing the praises of the functions, the superiority of the priest. In Egypt, that great nation of antiquity, a man could only be king if he was a priest. In Persia, in Ethiopia, a mere priest had the privilege of dethroning kings, of disposing of crowns. Where was there an authority equal to his? Not even at the court of heaven. The priest was superior to the angels and the seraphim, because it had not been given to them, as to the priest, the marvelous power of forgiving sins. Even the Virgin Mary, had she a power greater than his, Father Amaro? No. With all due respect to the majesty of Our Lady, he could say with St. Bernardino of Siena, "The priest exceeds thee, O beloved mother." Because if the Virgin had incarnated God in her most chaste womb, it had been only once, and the priest, in the holy sacrifice of the Mass, incarnated God every day, and this was no quibble of his, all the Holy Fathers admitted it.
"Well, what do you think?"
Oh, darling.
She murmured, amazed, swooning with voluptuousness. Then he dazzled her with venerable citations. Saint Clement, who called the priest the god of the earth, the eloquent Saint Chrysostom, who said, "The priest is the ambassador who comes to give the orders of God," and Saint Ambrose, who wrote, "Between the dignity of the king and the dignity of the priest, there is a greater difference than that which exists between lead and gold."
And the gold is yours, truly,
said Amaro, patting his chest.
What do you think?
She threw herself into his arms with voracious kisses, as if to touch, to possess in him the gold of Saint Ambrose, the ambassador of God, all that was highest and noblest on earth, the being who exceeds the archangels in grace. It was this divine power of the priest, this familiarity with God, as much as or more than the influence of his voice, that made her believe the promise he always repeated, that to be loved by a priest would call down upon her the interest, the friendship of God, that after she died, 2 angels would come to take her by the hand, to accompany her, and resolve any doubts that St. Peter, the keeper of heaven's keys, might have, and that on her grave, as had happened in France to a girl beloved by a cure, white roses would spring up spontaneously, as celestial proof that virginity is not spoiled in the holy embraces of a priest. This enchanted her. At the thought of her grave perfumed with white roses, she would grow pensive in a foretaste of mystical felicities with little sighs of pleasure. She would declare, pouting, that she wanted to die. Amaro jested.
Talk of death, with that lovely flesh of yours.
She had in fact grown plumper. She now had an ample and even beauty. She had lost that anxious expression that used to put a dryness on her lips and sharpen her nose. Her lips had a warm, moist redness. Her gaze held laughter beneath a serene fluidity. Her whole person had a ripe appearance of fecundity. She had grown lazy. At home, she would constantly interrupt her work to gaze long with a fixed, mute smile, and everything seemed to drowse for a moment. The needle, the cloth she was sewing, her whole person. She was reliving the bell-ringer's room, the cot, the parish priest in his shirt-sleeves. She spent her days waiting for 8 o'clock, when he would appear regularly with the canon. But the evenings now weighed on her. He had recommended the utmost reserve. She exaggerated it through an excess of obedience to the point of never sitting near him at tea and not even offering him cakes. She then hated the presence of the old women, the cackle of voices, the tedium of the card game. Everything in the world seemed intolerable except being alone with him. But then, at the bell-ringer's house, what sweet revenge! That face utterly transformed, those suffocations of delirium, those agonizing cries, then the stillness of death. They sometimes alarmed the priest. He would raise himself on his elbow, anxious.
Are you unwell?
She would open her startled eyes as if returning from a great distance, and she was truly beautiful, crossing her bare arms over her uncovered breast, slowly shaking her head no. An unexpected circumstance came to spoil those mornings at the bell-ringer's house. It was the extravagance of Toto. As Father Amaro put it, the girl was turning out a monster. She now had a bitter aversion to Amelia. The moment Amelia approached the bed, she would thrust her head under the blankets, writhing in a frenzy if she felt her hand or heard her voice. Amelia would flee, seized by the idea that the devil inhabiting Toto, catching the scent of the church that clung to her clothes, impregnated with incense and sprinkled with holy water, was thrashing about in terror inside the girl's body. Amaro tried to reprimand Toto, to make her feel, in terrible words, her demonic ingratitude towards young Amelia, who came to keep her company, to teach her to converse with our Lord. But the paralytic broke into hysterical weeping. Then, suddenly, she went rigid, her eyes rolling back, showing the whites, with white foam at her mouth. There was a great fright. They doused her bed with water. Amaro, as a precaution, recited the exorcisms. And from then on, Amelia resolved to leave the wild creature in peace. She made no more attempts to teach her the alphabet or prayers to St. Anne, but out of scruple they always went to see her for a moment when they arrived. They did not pass beyond the alcove door, asking from a distance, how she was. She never answered, and they would withdraw at once, terrified by those wild, glittering eyes that devoured them, travelling from one to the other, scanning their bodies, fixing with a metallic flash on Amelia's dress and the priest's cassock, as if to divine what lay beneath, in an avid curiosity that desperately dilated her nostrils and bared her livid lips. But it was the silence, stubborn and rancorous, that disturbed them most. Amaro, who did not much believe in the possessed and the demoniac, saw in it the symptoms of raging madness. Amelia's fears increased. Fortunately, the paralytic's inert legs kept Toto nailed to the pallet. Otherwise, Lord, she might burst into their room and bite them in a fit. She told Amaro that she couldn't enjoy the morning's pleasure after that spectacle, and she decided then that from that point on she would go upstairs without speaking to Toto. It was worse. When Toto saw her cross from the street door to the staircase, she would lean out from the bed, clutching the edges of the pallet in an anxious effort to follow her, to see her, with a face utterly distorted by the despair of her immobility. And Amelia, upon entering the room, would hear from below a dry little laugh or a prolonged howling cry that froze her blood. She was now terrified. The idea had come to her that God had placed there, beside her love affair with the parish priest, an implacable demon to mock and jeer at her. Amaro, wishing to reassure her, told her that our Holy Father Pius IX had recently declared it a sin to believe in persons possessed.
But then what are the prayers for, and the exorcisms?
That belongs to the old religion. All that is going to be changed now. After all, science is science.
She sensed that Amaro was deceiving her, and Toto was ruining her happiness. Finally, Amaro found a way to escape the accursed girl. They would both enter through the sacristy. They had only to cross the kitchen to reach the staircase, and the position of Toto's bed in the alcove would not allow her to see them as long as they passed cautiously on tiptoe. It was easy, moreover, because at the hour of their rendezvous, between 11 and noon, on weekdays, the sacristy was deserted. But it happened that when they entered on tiptoe, holding their breath, their steps, however subtle, made the old staircase steps creak, and then Toto's voice would come from the alcove, a hoarse, harsh voice screaming,
"Get out, dog! Get out, dog!"
Amaro had a furious desire to strangle the paralytic. Amelia trembled, white as a sheet, and the creature howled from within.
"There go the dogs! There go the dogs!"
They took refuge in the room, bolting themselves in. But that voice of desolate lugubriousness, which seemed to come from the infernal regions, still reached them, pursued them. "The dogs are at it! The dogs are at it!" Amelia would collapse onto the cot, nearly fainting with terror. She swore she would never return to that accursed house.
"But what the devil do you want?"
the priest would say furiously.
"Where are we supposed to meet, then? Do you want us to lie on the sacristy benches?"
But what did I do to her? What did I do to her?
Amelia exclaimed, wringing her hands.
"Nothing. She's mad. And poor old Escuelas has been beside himself. What do you want me to do about it?"
She would not answer. But at home, as the day of the rendezvous approached, she would begin to tremble at the thought of that voice which constantly rang in her ears and which she heard in her dreams. And this terror was slowly awakening her from the slumber of her entire being into which she had fallen in the parish priest's arms. She now questioned herself. Was she not perhaps committing an unforgivable sin? Amaro's assurances, promising her the Lord's forgiveness, no longer calmed her. She could see plainly, when Toto howled, a pallor spreading over the parish priest's face, as though a shiver of the hell he had glimpsed were running through his body. And if God excused them, why did he allow the devil to hurl at them, through the paralytic's voice, insult and mockery? She would then kneel at the foot of the bed, hurling endless prayers to Our Lady of Sorrows, begging her to enlighten her, to tell her the meaning of Toto's persecution, and whether it was her divine intention to send her such a dreadful warning. But Our Lady did not answer. She did not feel her descend from heaven to her prayers as she had once done, that sweet tranquillity entering her soul like a wave of milk that was a visitation of the Lady. She was left all wilted, wringing her hands, abandoned by grace. She would then promise never to return to the bell-ringer's house. But when the day came, at the thought of Amaro, of the bed, of those kisses that carried away her soul, of that fire that penetrated her, she felt herself utterly weak against the temptation. She dressed, swearing it was the last time, and at the stroke of 11 she set off, her ears burning, her heart trembling at the voice of Toto she was about to hear, her insides ablaze with desire for the man who would throw her onto the pallet. On entering the church she did not pray, for fear of the saints. She ran to the sacristy to take refuge in Amaro, to shelter herself beneath the sacred authority of his cassock. He then, seeing her arrive so pale and so distraught, would joke to reassure her. No, it was foolish, if they were now going to ruin the pleasure of those mornings because there was a madwoman in the house. He had promised her, moreover, to find another place for them to meet, and even with the aim of distracting her, taking advantage of the solitude of the sacristy, he sometimes showed her the vestments, the chalices, the robes, trying to interest her in a new frontal or an antique surplice lace, proving to her, by the familiarity with which he handled the relics, that he was still the parish priest and had not lost his credit in heaven. It was thus that one morning he showed her a mantle of Our Lady, which had arrived a few days earlier as a gift from a wealthy devotee in Aurum. Amelia admired it greatly. It was of blue satin, representing a firmament with embroidered stars, and in the center of rich workmanship there blazed a golden heart encircled by golden roses. Amaro had unfolded it, making the thick embroidery sparkle near the window.
Fine work, eh? Hundreds of mille rays. We tried it on the statue yesterday. It fits like a glove, a touch long, perhaps.
And looking at Amelia, comparing her tall stature with the squat figure of the image of Our Lady.
It would suit you well. Let me see.
She drew back.
No, heavens, what a sin.
Nonsense,
he said, advancing with the mantle open, showing the lining of white satin of a cloud-like dawn whiteness.
It hasn't been blessed. It's as if it came from the dressmaker.
No,
she said faintly, her eyes already glinting with desire. He grew angry then. Perhaps she knew better than he what was a sin. Was the young lady now going to teach him the respect due to the vestments of the saints?
Come, don't be foolish. Let me see.
He placed it on her shoulders, fastened the clasp of wrought silver over her breast, and he stepped back to contemplate her, all enveloped in the mantle, alarmed and motionless, with a warm smile of devout pleasure.
Oh, my darling, how beautiful you look.
She then, moving with a solemn care, approached the sacristy mirror, an old mirror with a greenish reflection in a carved black oak frame bearing a cross at the top. She gazed at herself a moment in that celestial blue silk that enveloped her entirely, pricked with the sharp brilliance of the stars, with a sidereal magnificence. She felt its rich weight. The sanctity that the mantle had acquired from contact with the statue's shoulders penetrated her with a devout voluptuousness. A fluid sweeter than the air of earth enveloped her, passing over her body the caress of the ether of paradise. It seemed to her that she was a saint upon the processional platform, or higher still, in heaven. Amaro was gazing at her, enraptured.
Oh, my darling, you're more beautiful than Our Lady.
She stole a quick glance at the mirror. She was, certainly, beautiful. Not as beautiful as Our Lady, but with her olive face, her red lips, illuminated by that sparkle of her dark eyes, if she were upon the altar, with organ music and a murmuring congregation around her, she would make the hearts of the faithful beat hard indeed. Amaro then came up behind her, crossed his arms over her bosom, pressed her close, and extending his lips over hers, he gave her a long, silent kiss. Amelia's eyes were closing, her head tilting back, heavy with desire. The priest's lips would not let go, avid, draining her soul. Her breathing quickened, her knees trembled, and with a moan she swooned against the priest's shoulder, colorless and dead with pleasure. But she straightened up suddenly, stared at Amaro, blinking as if awakened from far away. A flood of blood scalded her face.
Oh, Amaro, how horrible! What a sin!
Nonsense,
he said. But she was tearing herself free of the mantle, utterly distraught.
Take it off,
she cried, as if the silk were burning her. Then Amaro became very serious. Really, one should not play with sacred things.
But it hasn't been blessed. There's no harm.
He folded the mantle carefully, wrapped it in the white cloth, placed it in the drawer without a word. Amelia watched him, petrified, and only her pale lips moved in a prayer. When he told her at last that it was time to go to the bell-ringer's house, she recoiled as if before the devil calling to her.
Not today,
she implored. He insisted. She was really taking the squeamishness too far. She knew well enough it was no sin when the things were not blessed. She was being very simple-minded. For heaven's sake, just half an hour or a quarter of an hour. She, without answering, was moving towards the door.
You don't want to, then?
She turned, and with imploring eyes,
Not today.
Amaro shrugged his shoulders, and Amelia crossed the church quickly, head bowed and eyes on the flagstones, as if passing between the crossed threats of the indignant saints. The following morning, Senora Joanera, who was in the dining-room, hearing the canon wheezing up the stairs, went to meet him and shut herself in the small parlour with him. She wanted to tell him about the fright she had had at dawn. Amelia had suddenly woken up screaming that Our Lady was pressing her foot on her neck, that she was suffocating, that Toto was burning her from behind, and that the flames of hell were rising higher than the towers of the cathedral. In short, it was horrifying. She had found her in her nightgown, running about the room like a madwoman. Then she had collapsed with an attack of nerves. The whole house had been in an uproar. The poor girl was in bed, and all morning she had barely touched a spoonful of broth.
Nightmares,
said the canon.
Indigestion.
Oh, Canon, no!
Exclaimed Senora Joanera, who seemed crushed, sitting before him on the edge of a chair.
It's something else. It's those wretched visits to the bell-ringer's daughter.
And then she unburdened herself with the verbal effusion of one who opens the floodgates to an accumulated discontent. She had never wanted to say anything, because after all she recognized it was a great work of charity. But ever since it had begun, the girl seemed disturbed. Lately, it was worse than ever. Now fits of joy without reason, now a moodiness to give the furniture melancholy. At night she could hear her pacing the house until late, opening the windows. Sometimes she was even afraid to see that strange look in her eyes. When she came home from the bell-ringers, she was always white as chalk, ready to collapse with weakness. She had to have broth immediately. In short, it was said that Toto had the devil in her, and the late precentor, God rest his soul, used to say that in this world the two things that most readily attach themselves to women were consumption and the devil in the body. It seemed to her, therefore, that she should not allow the girl to go to the bell-ringer's house without being certain that it was harming neither her health nor her soul. In short, she wanted a person of judgment, of experience, to go and examine Toto.
In a word,
said the canon, who had listened with closed eyes to that verbosity steeped in lamentation,
what you want is for me to go and see the paralytic and find out exactly what's going on.
It would be such a relief, dear.
That word, which Senora Joanera, in the gravity of her matronhood, reserved for the intimacy of the afternoon siestas, softened the canon. He caressed the plump neck of his old love, and kindly promised to go and study the case.
Tomorrow, when Toto will be alone,
Senora Joanera promptly suggested. But the canon preferred Amelia to be present. He could then observe how the two got along, whether there was any influence of the evil spirit.
Because what I'm doing here is worth some gratitude. It's only because of who's asking. It's quite enough for me to deal with my own ailments without taking on the affairs of Satan.
Senora Joanera rewarded him with a resounding kiss.
Ah, sirens, sirens,
the canon murmured philosophically. In truth, the task displeased him. It was a disruption of his habits. an entire morning thrown off. It would certainly tire him, having to exercise his sagacity. Moreover, he detested the spectacle of illness and all human circumstances related to death. But at last, faithful to his promise, some days later, on the morning when he had been told that Amelia was going to see Toto, he dragged himself reluctantly to Carlos's apothecary shop, and he installed himself with one eye on the popular newspaper and the other on the door, waiting for the girl to cross towards the cathedral. His friend Carlos was absent. Mr. Augusto was occupying his leisure seated at the desk, brow propped on fist, rereading his Soares de Pasos. Outside, the already warm sun of late April made the flagstones of the square glitter. No one passed, and only the hammering from Dr. Pereira's building works broke the silence. Amelia was late, and the canon, after having long contemplated, with the popular fallen on his knees, the terrible sacrifice he was making for his old love, was letting his eyelids droop, already overcome by drowsiness, in the hushed repose of approaching noon, when a clergyman entered the shop.
"Oh, Abbot Farao, you in the city!"
exclaimed Canon Diaz, waking from his torpor.
"Just passing through, colleague, just passing through,"
said the other, carefully placing on a chair 2 thick volumes he was carrying, tied with string. Then he turned and respectfully tipped his hat to the assistant. His hair was entirely white. He must have been past 60, but he was robust. A cheerfulness always danced in his lively little eyes, and he had magnificent teeth whose enamel a granite constitution had preserved. What disfigured him was an enormous nose. He inquired at once, with kindness, whether his friend Diaz was there on a visit or, unfortunately, on account of some illness.
"No, I'm here waiting. A fine errand, my friend Farao."
"Ah,"
said the old man discreetly, and while he methodically extracted from a wallet stuffed with papers a prescription for the assistant, he gave the canon news of the parish. It was out there, in Portuguese, that the canon had his estate, the Recoca. Abbot Farao had passed by the house that morning and had been surprised to see the facade being painted. Did his friend Diaz have any ideas of going there to spend the summer? No, he did not. But as he had had work done inside and the facade was a disgrace, he had ordered a coat of ochre. After all, some appearance was necessary, especially in a house that stood by the roadside, past which the young squire of Portuguese, a braggart who imagined that only he had a decent mansion within 10 leagues, passed every day. Just to put one over on that atheist. Didn't his friend Farao agree? The abbot was in fact privately lamenting this sentiment of vanity in a priest, but, out of Christian charity, so as not to vex his colleague, he hastened to say,
Of course, of course. Cleanliness is the joy of things."
The canon then, seeing a skirt and a mantelette pass in the square, went to the door to make sure it was Amelia. It was not. And returning, now taken up again with his preoccupation, seeing that the assistant had gone inside to the laboratory, he said in Farao's ear,
"A fine errand indeed. I'm going to see a woman possessed."
"Ah,"
said the abbot, quite serious at the thought of that responsibility.
"Would you like to come with me, Abbot? It's just nearby."
The abbot excused himself politely. He had come to speak with the vicar general, had then gone to Silverio's to ask him for those 2 volumes, had come in here to have a prescription filled for an old man of the parish, and had to be back in Portuguese by 2 o'clock. The canon insisted. It would only be a moment, and the case seemed curious. The abbot then confided to his dear colleague that these were things he did not like examining. He always approached them with a spirit rebellious to belief, with misgivings and suspicions that diminished his impartiality.
"But there are prodigies after all,"
said the canon. Despite his own doubts, he did not like this hesitation on the abbot's part regarding a supernatural phenomenon in which he, Canon Diaz, was interested. He repeated curtly,
"I have some experience and I know there are prodigies."
"Certainly, certainly there are prodigies."
said the abbot.
"To deny that God or the Queen of Heaven can appear to a creature is against the doctrine of the Church. To deny that the devil can inhabit a man's body would be to establish a dangerous error. It happened to Job, to go no further, and to the family of Sarah. There are prodigies, of course. But how very rare they are, Canon Diaz.
He fell silent a moment, looking at the canon, who was filling his nose with snuff in silence, and continued more quietly, with a keen and shrewd eye.
And then, hasn't the colleague noticed that it is something that only happens to women? It is only to them, whose malice is so great that Solomon himself could not resist them, whose temperament is so nervous, so contradictory, that the doctors cannot understand them. It is only to them that prodigies happen. Has the colleague ever heard of our Holy Virgin appearing to a respectable notary? Has he ever heard of a worthy judge of law possessed by the evil spirit? No. This gives one pause. And I conclude that it is malice in them, illusion, imagination, illness, and so forth. Don't you think? My rule in such cases is to regard it all from above and with great indifference.
But the canon, who had been watching the door, suddenly brandished his umbrella, gesturing towards the square.
Psst, psst, over here.
It was Amelia passing. She stopped at once, vexed at this encounter that would delay her even further, and the parish priest must already be desperate.
So then,
said the canon at the door, opening his umbrella,
you, abbot, would smell a prodigy.
I would suspect scandal at once.
The canon contemplated him for a moment, with respect.
You, Farao, could outdo Solomon in prudence.
Oh, colleague,
exclaimed the abbot, offended by this injustice to the incomparable wisdom of Solomon.
Solomon himself,
the canon affirmed, already from the street. He had prepared a clever story to justify his visit to the paralytic. But during his conversation with the abbot, it had escaped him, as did everything he left for a moment in the reservoirs of memory, and it was without any transition that he said simply to Amelia,
"Come along, I want to go and see this Toto too."
Amelia was petrified, and the parish priest was naturally already there. But her patron, Our Lady of Sorrows, whom she invoked at once in that affliction, did not leave her tangled in embarrassment, and the canon, walking at her side, was surprised to hear her say with a little laugh,
"Well now, today is the day for visiting Toto. The parish priest told me he might also turn up there today. He may even be there already."
Ah, our friend the parish priest too? Very well, very well. We shall hold a consultation over Toto.
Amelia then, pleased with her own cunning, chatted on about Toto. The canon would see. She was an incomprehensible creature. Lately she had not wanted to talk about it at home, but Toto had taken a dislike to her, and the things she said, she had a way of talking about dogs and animals that made your hair stand on end. Oh, it was a burden that was growing heavy. The girl would not listen to her lessons, nor her prayers, nor her advice. She was a wild beast.
The smell is disagreeable,
the canon growled as he entered. What did he expect? The girl was a filthy creature. There was no keeping her tidy. The father, well, he was a slovenly one too.
"It is here, Canon,"
she said, opening the door to the alcove, which now, in obedience to the parish priest's orders, old Esguelas always kept shut. They found Toto half raised on the bed, her face flushed with curiosity at the canon's voice, which she did not recognize.
"Well now, good day to you, Miss Toto,"
he said from the doorway, without approaching.
"Go on, pay your respects to the canon,"
said Amelia, immediately beginning with an unaccustomed charity to straighten the bedclothes and tidy the alcove.
"Tell him how you are. Don't be sulky."
But Toto remained as mute as the statue of St. Benedict at the head of her bed, studying intently that priest who was so fat, so grey-haired, so different from the parish priest. And her eyes, growing brighter every day as her cheeks grew more hollow, moved, as was their habit, from the man to Amelia, in an anxious effort to understand why she had brought that obese old man there, and whether she was also going to go upstairs with him to the room. Amelia was trembling now. If the parish priest should come in, and there, in front of the canon, Toto, seized by one of her frenzies, should burst out screaming, calling them dogs. On the pretext of tidying up, she went to the kitchen to watch the yard. She would signal from the window as soon as Amaro appeared. And the canon, alone in Toto's alcove, preparing to begin his observations, was about to ask her how many persons there were in the Holy Trinity, when she, leaning her face forward, said to him in a voice as faint as a breath, "And the other one?" The canon did not understand. Let her speak up. What was it?
The other one, the one who comes with her.
The canon leaned closer, his ear wide with curiosity.
What other one?
The handsome one, the one who goes with her to the room, the one who pinches her. But Amelia was coming in, and the paralytic fell silent at once, at rest, with her eyes closed and breathing contentedly, as if in a sudden relief from all her suffering. The canon, for his part, was immobilized with astonishment, frozen in the same posture, bent over the bed as though auscultating Toto. He straightened up at last, blew out a great breath, as on a sweltering August afternoon, slowly took a strong pinch of snuff, and remained with his snuff-box open between his fingers, his very red eyes fixed on Toto's bedspread.
"Well then, Canon, what do you think of my patient?"
asked Amelia. He answered without looking at her.
Yes, indeed, very good. She is doing well. Most peculiar. Well then, carry on, carry on. Goodbye.
He left, muttering that he had business to attend to, and went straight back to the apothecary's shop.
A glass of water,
he exclaimed, dropping his full weight onto the chair. Carlos, who had returned, hastened to offer him orange blossom water, asking whether His Excellency was unwell.
"A touch fatigued,"
he said. He picked up O Popular from the table and sat there without moving, sunk in the columns of the newspaper. Carlos tried to talk about the politics of the country, then about the affairs of Spain, then about the revolutionary dangers threatening society, then about the deficient administration of the municipal council, of which he was now a fierce adversary. In vain. His Excellency merely grunted sombre monosyllables, and Carlos at last retreated into an offended silence, comparing, with an inner contempt that creased the corners of his lips into sarcasm, the sullen obtuseness of that priest with the inspired eloquence of a Lacordaire or a Malhau. That was why materialism in Leiria, in all of Portugal, was rearing its hydra's head. The tower was striking one when the canon, who had been watching the square from the corner of his eye, seeing Amelia pass, flung down the newspaper, left the apothecary's without a word, and hurried his obese stride toward old Esguellas's house. Toto trembled with fear at seeing that portly figure appear again at the door of her alcove. But the canon smiled at her, called her Totosinha, promised her a coin for sweets, and even sat down at the foot of the bed with a contented sigh, saying,
"Now then, let us have a little chat, dear girl. This is the poorly leg, is it? Poor little thing. Don't worry, you'll get better yet. I shall pray to God for you. Leave it to me."
She turned first all white, then all red, looking here and there, unsettled by the perturbation that man caused her, alone with her, and so close she could smell his strong breath.
"Now then, listen,"
he said, drawing closer to her, making the bed frame creak under his weight.
"Listen. Who is the other one? Who is it that comes with Amelia?"
She answered at once, throwing out the words in a single breath.
"It's the handsome one, the thin one. They both come. They go up to the room, they lock themselves in. They're like dogs."
The canon's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets.
"But who is he? What is his name? What did your father tell you?"
"It's the other one. It's the parish priest, Amaro," she said impatiently.
"And they go to the room, do they? Up there? And what do you hear? What do you hear? Tell me everything, child, tell me everything."
The paralytic then recounted, with a fury that gave sibilant tones to her consumptive voice, how they both came in and came to see her, and rubbed against each other, and went off to the room upstairs, and stayed there an hour, locked in. But the canon, with a lubricious curiosity that put a flame in his dull eyes, wanted to know the sordid details.
"And tell me, Totosinha, what do you hear? Do you hear the bed creak?"
She nodded affirmatively, all pallid, her teeth clenched. "And look here, Totosinha, have you ever seen them kissing, embracing? Come on, tell me, and I'll give you 2 coins. She did not open her lips, and her distorted face seemed savage to the canon.
"You can't stand her, isn't that right?"
She nodded yes, in a fierce affirmation of the head.
And have you seen them pinching each other?
They're like dogs, she let out from between her teeth. The canon then straightened up, puffed again with his great overheated sigh, and scratched his tonsure vigorously.
Well,
he said, rising.
Goodbye, child. Keep warm. Don't catch cold.
He left, and as he slammed the door behind him, he exclaimed aloud,
This is the infamy of infamies. I'll kill him. I'll destroy myself.
He stood for a moment in reflection, then set off for the Rua das Sousas, parasol at the charge, hurrying his obesity along, his face apoplectic with fury. In the cathedral square, however, he stopped to think again, and spinning on his heels, entered the church. He was so carried away that, forgetting a habit of 40 years, he did not genuflect before the Blessed Sacrament. And he hurled himself toward the sacristy, just as Father Amaro was coming out, carefully pulling on the black gloves he now always wore to please dear Amelia. The canon's distraught appearance astounded him.
What is it, Father?
What is it?
The canon burst out all at once.
It is the villainy of villainies. It is your infamy. Your infamy.
And he fell silent, choked with rage. Amaro, who had turned very pale, stammered.
What are you saying, Father?
The canon had caught his breath.
Don't you father me. You have led the girl astray. That is a first-rate piece of rascality.
Father Amaro then frowned as though displeased by a joke.
What girl? You must be joking.
He even smiled, affecting composure, and his white lips trembled.
Man, I saw it,
bellowed the canon. The parish priest, suddenly terrified, recoiled.
Saw it?
In a flash he had imagined a betrayal, the canon hidden in some corner of old Esquelas's house.
I didn't see it, but it's as good as if I had.
The canon continued in a terrible tone.
I know everything. I've just come from there. Toto told me. You lock yourselves in the room for hours on end. You can even hear the bed creaking downstairs. It is an ignominy.
The parish priest, seeing himself caught, had, like a cornered and trapped animal, a desperate burst of resistance.
Tell me something. What business is it of yours?
The canon jumped.
What business? What business? And you still dare speak to me in that tone? My business is that I am going from here immediately to report everything to the Vicar General.
Father Amaro, livid, went at him with clenched fist.
You scoundrel.
Now,
exclaimed the canon, parasol raised.
You want to lay hands on me?
Father Amaro restrained himself. He passed his hand over his sweating brow, with his eyes closed, and after a moment, speaking with a forced calm,
Listen here, Canon Diaz. I should tell you that I once saw you in bed with Senora Joanera.
You lie,
the canon bellowed.
I saw it,
the other affirmed furiously.
One night when I came home, you were in your shirt sleeves. She had got up, she was fastening her corset. You even asked me, who's there? I saw it, as plainly as I see you now. You say one word, and I shall prove that you have been living in sin with Senora Joanera for 10 years, in the face of the entire clergy. There you have it.
The canon, already exhausted from the excesses of his fury, now stood at those words like a stunned ox. He could only say, after a moment, quite deflated,
What a wretch you turn out to be.
Father Amaro then, almost calm, certain of the canon's silence, said good-naturedly,
A wretch, why? Tell me, a wretch, why? We've both got skeletons in the cupboard, that's all there is to it. And mind you, I didn't go around asking or bribing Toto. It happened quite naturally when I came into the house, and if you come to me now with matters of morality, that makes me laugh. Morality is for the schoolroom and for the sermon. Out here in life, I do this, you do that, and others do what they can. You, Father, who are already getting on in years, cling to the old woman. I, who am young, make my arrangements with the young one. It is a sad business, but what can you do? It is nature that commands. We are men, and as priests, for the honor of the cloth, all we have to do is cover each other's backs.
The canon listened to him, swaying his head in the mute acceptance of those truths. He had sunk into a chair, recovering from so much useless rage, and raising his eyes to Amaro.
But you, man, at the start of your career.
And you, Father, at the end of yours."
At that they both laughed. Immediately each declared he withdrew the offensive words he had said, and they gravely shook hands. Then they talked. What had infuriated the canon was that it had to be with the girl from the household. If it had been with someone else, he would even have approved. But little Amelia, if the poor mother were to find out, she would burst with grief.
"But the mother needn't find out,"
exclaimed Amaro.
"This is between us, Father. This is a deathly secret. The mother knows nothing, and I won't even tell the girl what passed between us today. Things remain as they were, and the world goes on turning. But you, Father, be careful. Not a word to Senora Joanera. Let there be no treachery now."
The canon, with his hand on his breast, gravely gave his word of honor as a gentleman and as a priest that the secret would remain forever buried in his heart. Then they shook hands once more, affectionately. But the tower groaned out 3 strokes. It was the canon's dinner hour. And as he left, slapping Amaro on the back with a knowing gleam in his eye,
"Well, you rogue, you've got good taste."
"What can you do? Devil take it. It starts as a bit of fun."
"My good man,"
said the canon sententiously,
"it is the best thing a fellow takes from this world."
"It's true, Father, it's true. It is the best thing a fellow takes from this world."
From that day on, Amaro enjoyed a complete tranquility of soul. Until then he had been troubled, from time to time, by the thought that he had repaid with ingratitude the trust and the kindness that had been lavished upon him in the Rua da Misericordia. But the canon's tacit approval had removed, as he put it, that thorn from his conscience, because, after all, the head of the household, the respectable gentleman, the patriarch, was the canon. Senora Joanera was merely a concubine. And Amaro himself, sometimes now, in a jesting tone, called Diaz his dear father-in-law. Another circumstance had come to gladden him. Toto had fallen suddenly ill. The day after the canon's visit, she had spent it spitting up gouts of blood. Dr. Cardozo, called in haste, had spoken of galloping consumption, a matter of weeks, a decided case. "It's one of those, my friend," he had said, "where it's chop, chop." That was his way of depicting death, which, when in a hurry, finishes its work with a slash here and another there. The mornings at old Esguellas's house were tranquil now. Amelia and the parish priest no longer crept in on tiptoe, trying to steal away to their pleasure unnoticed by Toto. They banged the doors, talked loudly, certain that Toto was thoroughly prostrated with fever beneath sheets damp from constant sweats. But Amelia, out of scruple, did not fail to pray a Salve Regina every night for Toto's recovery. Sometimes, even while undressing in the bell-ringer's room, she would stop suddenly, and putting on a sad little face,
"Oh, darling, it almost seems like a sin, the 2 of us up here enjoying ourselves and the poor girl downstairs struggling with death."
Amaro shrugged his shoulders. What could they do about it, if it was God's will? And Amelia, resigning herself to God's will in all things, went on letting her skirts fall. She had now those frequent fits of mawkishness that exasperated Father Amaro. On certain days she would appear very wilted. She always had some mournful dream to recount that had tormented her all night, and in which she claimed to discern warnings of disasters. She would ask him sometimes,
"If I died, would you be very sad?"
Amaro would fly into a rage. Really, it was stupid. They had only 1 hour to see each other, and they were going to waste it with whimpering?
"It's just that you can't imagine,"
she would say.
"My heart is as black as night."
Indeed, her mother's friends found her changed. Sometimes during entire evenings she would not open her lips, drooping over her sewing, languidly plying the needle, or else, too tired even to work, she would sit by the table slowly turning the green lampshade of the oil lamp with a vacant gaze and her soul far away. "For heaven's sake, girl, leave that lampshade alone," the nervous ladies would tell her. She would smile, give a weary sigh, and very slowly take up again the white skirt she had been hemming for weeks. Her mother, seeing her always so pale, had thought of calling Dr. Gouveia.
It's nothing, Mother. It's nerves. It will pass.
What proved to everyone that it was nerves were the sudden frights that seized her, to the point of giving a shriek, nearly fainting, if a door banged without warning. On certain nights she even insisted that her mother come and sleep beside her, out of fear of nightmares and visions.
It is what Dr. Gouveia always says,
the mother observed to the canon.
She is a girl who needs to marry.
The canon cleared his throat noisily.
She lacks for nothing,
he muttered.
She has everything she needs, rather too much, it would seem.
That was indeed the canon's idea, that the girl, as he put it to himself, was wearing herself out with happiness. On the days when he knew she had been to see Toto, he could not stop studying her, eyeing her from the depths of his armchair with a heavy, lubricious gaze. He now lavished paternal familiarities upon her. He never encountered her on the stairs without stopping her, with little tickles here and there, with lingering pats on the cheek. He wanted her at his house repeatedly in the mornings, and while Amelia chatted with Donna Josefa, the canon never ceased prowling around her, dragging his slippers with the air of an old rooster. And between Amelia and her mother there were endless conversations about this fondness of the canon, who would surely leave her a handsome dowry.
"You rogue, you've got good taste,"
the canon would always say when he was alone with Amaro, his round eyes bulging.
"That one is a morsel fit for a king."
Amaro would puff himself up.
Not a bad morsel, Father, a fine morsel.
This was one of Amaro's great pleasures, to hear his colleagues praise Amelia's beauty, for she was known among the clergy as the flower of the devout. They all envied him that penitent. For that reason he urged her to dress elegantly on Sundays for Mass. He had even scolded her recently for appearing almost always bundled up in a dark merino dress that gave her the air of an aged penitent. But Amelia now no longer had that amorous need to please the parish priest in everything. She had almost entirely awakened from that stupefied torpor of soul and body into which Amaro's first embrace had cast her. The poignant consciousness of her sin was emerging distinctly before her. In those darknesses of a devout and enslaved spirit, a dawning of reason was taking place. What was she, after all? The parish priest's concubine. And that idea, stated so starkly, seemed terrible to her. Not that she lamented her lost virginity, her honor, her good name. She would have sacrificed more still for him, for the ecstasies he gave her. But there was something worse to fear than the reproaches of the world, the vengeances of our Lord. It was the possible loss of paradise that made her moan in secret, or something more dreadful still, some punishment from God, not those transcendent punishments that crush the soul beyond the grave, but the torments that come during life, that would strike her in her health, in her well-being, in her body. They were vague fears of illness, of leprosy, of paralysis, or of poverty, of days of hunger, of all those penalties which she supposed to flow in abundance from the God of her catechism. Just as when she was a child, on the days when she forgot to pay the Virgin her regular tribute of Salve Reginas, she would fear that the Holy Mother would make her fall on the stairs or get the ruler at school, so now she grew cold with terror at the thought that God, in punishment for her lying in bed with a priest, might send her some affliction that would disfigure her or reduce her to begging through the alleyways. These ideas had not left her since the day in the sacristy when she had sinned with concupiscence inside Our Lady's mantle. She was certain that the Holy Virgin hated her and never ceased clamoring against her. In vain she sought to appease her with an incessant flood of humbled prayers. She could sense Our Lady, inaccessible and disdainful, with her back turned. Never again had that divine face smiled upon her. Never again had those hands opened to receive her prayers with pleasure, like congratulatory bouquets. There was a dry silence, a frozen hostility of offended divinity. She knew the influence that Our Lady wielded in the councils of heaven. Since childhood they had taught her so. Everything she desires she obtains, as a reward due to her tears on Calvary. Her Son smiles at her on his right hand. God the Father speaks to her on his left. And she understood clearly that for her there was no hope, and that something dreadful was being prepared up there in paradise, which would fall upon her one day, crushing body and soul beneath a catastrophic collapse. What would it be? She would have ended her relations with Amaro had she dared, but she feared his anger almost as much as God's. What would become of her if she had both Our Lady and the parish priest against her? Besides, she loved him. In his arms, all the terror of heaven, the very idea of heaven, disappeared. Sheltered there, against his chest, she had no fear of divine wrath. Desire, the fury of the flesh, like a very strong wine, gave her a choleric courage. It was with a brutal defiance of heaven that she twisted herself furiously around his body. The terrors came afterwards, alone in her room. It was this struggle that made her grow pale, that put lines of premature aging at the corners of her dry, burning lips, that gave her that wilted look of fatigue which irritated Father Amaro.
"But what is the matter with you? You look as if someone squeezed the juice out of you,"
he would ask when at the first kisses he found her all cold, all inert.
I slept badly. Nerves.
"Damn these nerves,"
Father Amaro would mutter impatiently. Then came the peculiar questions that drove him to despair, repeated now every day. Had he said Mass with fervor? Had he read his breviary? Had he performed his mental prayer?
"Do you know what? Enough,"
he said furiously.
"Honestly, you think I'm still a seminarian and you're the examining priest checking whether I've kept the rule? What nonsense."
It's just that one must be in good standing with God,
she murmured. That was indeed her preoccupation now, that Amaro should be a good priest. She counted, for her own salvation and to escape Our Lady's wrath, on the parish priest's influence at the court of God. And she feared that through negligence of devotion he might lose it, and that if his fervor diminished, so would his merits in the eyes of the Lord. She wanted him to remain saintly and a favorite of heaven, so as to reap the benefits of his mystical protection. Amaro called this old nun nonsense. He detested it, finding it frivolous, and because it consumed precious time on those mornings at the bell-ringer's house.
"We didn't come here for sniveling,"
he would say very curtly.
"Shut the door, if you please."
She would obey. And then, at the first kisses in the half-light of the shuttered window, he would recognize at last his Amelia, the Amelia of the early days, the delicious body that trembled all over in his arms in spasms of passion. And each day he desired her more, with a continuous and tyrannical desire that those scant hours did not satisfy. Oh, positively, as a woman, there was no other like her. He defied anyone to find another, even in Lisbon, even among the aristocracy. She had her sentimental moods, yes, but the thing was not to take them seriously, and to enjoy himself while he was young, and enjoy himself he did. His life on all sides had its comforts and its sweetnesses, like one of those rooms where everything is upholstered, where there are no hard edges or corners, and the body, wherever it comes to rest, finds the soft elasticity of a cushion. Certainly the best thing was his mornings at old Esguellas's house. But he had other pleasures too. He ate well. He smoked expensive tobacco in a meerschaum holder. All his linen was new and of fine cloth. He had bought some furniture, and he no longer had, as before, money troubles, because Donna Maria de Asuncao, his most devoted penitent, was always there with her purse at the ready. Above all, he had lately had a windfall. One evening at Senora Joanera's, the excellent lady, apropos of a family of English people she had seen pass in a charabanc on their way to visit Batalha, had expressed the opinion that the English were heretics. "They are baptized like us," Donna Joaquina Gansoso had observed.
Well, yes, my dear, but it's a baptism for laughing at. It's not our proper baptism. It doesn't count.
The canon, then, who enjoyed tormenting her, declared deliberately that Donna Maria had uttered a blasphemy. The Holy Council of Trent, in its Canon 4, Session 7, had determined that whosoever shall say that the baptism given to heretics in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is not true baptism shall be excommunicated. And Donna Maria according to the Holy Council, was from that moment excommunicated. The excellent lady had a fainting spell. The next day she went to throw herself at Amaro's feet, and as penance for her insult to Canon IV, Session 7 of the Holy Council of Trent, he ordered her 300 masses of intention for the souls of purgatory, which Donna Maria was paying him for at 5 tostos each. Thus he could sometimes enter old Esquelas's house with an air of mysterious satisfaction and a small parcel in his hand. It was some gift for Amelia: a silk handkerchief, a colourful cravat, a pair of gloves. She would go into raptures at these proofs of the parish priest's affection, and then, in the dark room, there would be a delirium of love, while downstairs the consumption was finishing off Toto, going chop, chop.
The canon? I need to speak to him, quickly.
Canon Diaz's maid directed Father Amaro to the study and ran upstairs to tell Donna Josefa that the parish priest had come looking for the canon, and with a face so distraught that some disaster must surely have occurred. Amaro had flung open the study door, slammed it shut, and without even bidding his colleague good morning, exclaimed,
"The girl is pregnant."
The canon, who had been writing, fell back in his chair like a stricken mass.
What are you telling me?
Pregnant.
And in the silence that followed, the floorboards groaned beneath the parish priest's furious pacing from the window to the bookcase.
Are you certain?
The canon asked at last with dread.
Absolutely certain. The woman has been suspicious for days. She has done nothing but cry. But now it is definite. Women know these things. They are not mistaken. There is every sign. What am I to do, Father?
What a fix,
the canon pondered, dazed.
Just imagine the scandal, the mother, the neighbors, and if they suspect me, I am ruined. I don't care. I shall flee.
The canon was stupidly scratching the back of his neck, his lip hanging down like a trunk. Already he could picture the scenes at home, the night of the delivery, Senora Joanera eternally in tears, all his tranquility extinguished forever.
But say something.
Amaro shouted at him desperately.
What do you think? See if you have some idea. I don't know anything. I'm an idiot. I'm completely lost.
There you have the consequences, my dear colleague.
Go to the devil, man. This isn't a question of morality. Obviously it was a blunder. Well, it's done.
But then what do you want?
Said the canon.
You surely don't want us to give the girl a drug to get rid of it.
Amaro shrugged impatiently at that senseless idea. The canon was positively rambling.
But then what do you want?
The canon repeated in a hollow tone, wrenching the words from the depths of his thorax.
What do I want? I want there to be no scandal. What else would I want?
How many months along is she?
How many months? She's 1 month.
Then marry her off,
the canon exclaimed with a burst.
Marry her off to the clerk.
Father Amaro leapt up.
By the devil, you're right. A stroke of genius.
The canon affirmed gravely with his head that it was indeed a stroke of genius.
Marry her off at once, while there's still time. Pater est quem nuptiae demonstrant. He who is the husband is the father.
But the door opened, and there appeared the blue spectacles and the black bonnet of Donna Josefa. She had been unable to contain herself upstairs in the kitchen, seized by an acute frenzy of curiosity. She had crept down on the tips of her slippers and pressed her ear to the study keyhole. But the heavy baize curtain was drawn shut on the inside, and the noise of firewood being unloaded in the street muffled the voices. The good lady had then resolved to enter, to wish the parish priest good morning. But in vain, from behind her smoked spectacles, her sharp little eyes anxiously scrutinized the canon's thick face and Amaro's pale one. The two priests were as impenetrable as two shuttered windows. The parish priest even spoke lightly about the precentor's rheumatism, about the rumor going round concerning the Secretary-General's marriage. After a pause he stood up, mentioned that he had a fine pig's ear for dinner that day, and Donna Josefa, gnawing with frustration, watched him depart after he had already said from behind the curtain to the canon,
Then until tonight at Senora Joanera's, Father, eh?
Until tonight.
And the canon, very gravely, went on writing. Donna Josefa then could not contain herself, and after dragging her slippers for a moment around her brother's desk,
Is there news?
Great news, sister,
said the canon, shaking the nibs of his pen.
His Majesty Dom João VI has died.
Ill-mannered wretch!
She snarled, spinning on her big shoes, cruelly pursued by a little chuckle from her brother. It was that evening, downstairs, in Senora Joanera's sitting room, while upstairs, Amelia, with death in her soul, hammered out the waltz of the two worlds, that the two priests, huddled together on the sofa, with cigarettes between their teeth, beneath the sombre painting where the vague hand of the cenobite stretched out like a claw over the skull, whispered their plan. First of all, it was necessary to find João Eduardo, who had vanished from Leiria. Dionysia, a woman with a nose for things, would scour every corner of the city to discover the lair where the beast had gone to ground. Then, immediately, because time was pressing, Amelia would write to him. Just 4 simple words, that she had learned he had been the victim of an intrigue, that she had never lost any of the affection she had for him, that she owed him a reparation, and that he should come to see her. If the young man hesitated now, which was not likely, the canon assured him, they would dangle before him the hope of a position at the civil government, easy to obtain through Godinho, entirely governed by his wife, who was a little slave of Father Silverio.
But Notario,
said Amaro,
Notario who detests the clerk, what will he say to this revolution?
Man,
exclaimed the canon with a great slap on his thigh.
I'd clean forgotten. Don't you know what happened to poor Notario?
Amaro did not know.
He broke a leg, fell off his mare.
When?
This morning. I heard about it just now at dusk. I always told him, man, that animal will do you some mischief. Well, gentlemen, she did him the mischief, and a nasty one. He's laid up for the duration. And I'd clean forgotten. The ladies upstairs don't even know.
There was desolation upstairs when they heard. Amelia shut the piano. Everyone immediately remembered remedies that ought to be sent. It was a clamour of offerings, bandages, lint, an ointment from the nuns at Alcobaça, half a bottle of a liqueur from the monks of the desert near Córdoba. It was also necessary to ensure the intervention of heaven, and each lady volunteered to use her influence with the saints of her particular intimacy. Donna Maria de Asuncao, who had lately been in communication with Saint Eleutherius, offered her intercession. Donna Josefa Diaz would take charge of interesting Our Lady of the Visitation. Donna Joaquina Gansoso vouched for St. Joachim.
And what about our young lady?
The canon asked Amelia.
Me?
And she turned pale, in a sadness of her whole soul, thinking that she, with her sins and her transgressions, had lost the useful friendship of Our Lady of Sorrows, and the inability to contribute her own influence in heaven toward restoring Notario's leg was one of the bitterest sorrows, perhaps the most acute punishment she had felt since she had loved Father Amaro. It was at the bell ringer's house, a few days later, that Amaro communicated the canon's plan to Amelia. He prepared her, first revealing that the canon knew everything.
He knows everything under the seal of confession,
he added to calm her.
Besides, he and your mother have their own skeletons in the cupboard. It all stays in the family.
Then he took her hand, and looking at her tenderly, as though already pitying the anguished tears she was about to shed.
And now listen, child. Don't distress yourself at what I am about to tell you, but it is necessary. It is our salvation.
At the first words, however, about marriage to the clerk, Amelia was indignant with a great show of outrage.
Never. I would sooner die.
What? He put her in this condition, and now he wanted to cast her off and pass her on to another? Was she perhaps a rag to be used and then thrown to some wretch? After having turned the man out of the house, she was supposed to humble herself, call him back, and fall into his arms? Oh, no. She, too, had her pride. Slaves were traded and sold, but that was in Brazil. Then she grew tender. Oh, he no longer loved her. He was tired of her. Oh, how wretched she was. She threw herself face down on the bed and broke into a strident weeping.
Be quiet, woman. They'll hear you in the street,
said Amaro desperately, shaking her by the arm.
I don't care. Let them hear. I'll go out into the street and shout that I'm in this state, that it was Father Amaro, and that he wants to abandon me now.
Amaro was turning livid with rage, with a furious desire to strike her. But he restrained himself, and with a voice that trembled beneath its composure,
You are beside yourself, child. Tell me, can I marry you? No. Well then, what do you want? If people notice your condition, if you have the child at home, just see the scandal. As for you, you are lost, lost forever. And me, if it becomes known, what happens to me? Lost too, suspended, perhaps put on trial. What do you want me to live on? Do you want me to starve?
He too grew tender at the thought of the privations and miseries of the interdicted priest. Oh, it was she who did not love him, and who, after he had been so affectionate and so gentle, wanted to repay him with scandal and disgrace.
No, no.
Amelia exclaimed through her sobs, throwing herself around his neck. And they remained embracing, trembling in the same tenderness, she soaking the parish priest's shoulder with her tears, he biting his lip with his eyes all clouded with water. He gently disengaged himself at last, and wiping his tears.
No, child, it is a misfortune that has befallen us, but it must be so. If you suffer, imagine what I feel. To see you married, living with another, let us not even speak of it. But then it is fate. It is God who ordains it.
She remained annihilated at the edge of the bed, still racked by great sobs. The punishment had come at last, Our Lady's vengeance, which she had felt being prepared for some time in the depths of the heavens, like a gathering storm. There it was now, worse than the fires of purgatory. She had to separate from Amaro, whom she believed she loved more than ever, and go to live with the other, with the excommunicated man. How could she ever re-enter God's grace after having slept and lived with a man whom the canons, the Pope, all the earth, all heaven, considered accursed? And he was to be her husband, perhaps the father of other children. Oh, Our Lady was taking too cruel a vengeance.
And how can I marry him, Amaro, if the man is excommunicated?
Amaro then hastened to reassure her, lavishing arguments. There was no need to exaggerate. The young man was not, strictly speaking, excommunicated. Notario and the canon had misinterpreted the canons and the bulls. Striking a clergyman who was not vested was not grounds for excommunication ipso facto, according to certain authorities. He, Amaro, was of that opinion. Besides, the excommunication could be lifted.
You understand. As the Holy Council of Trent said, and as you know, we bind and we loose. The fellow was excommunicated? Well, we lift the excommunication. He comes out as clean as before. No, don't let that trouble you.
But what are we to live on if he has lost his position?
You didn't let me finish. A position will be arranged for him. The canon will arrange it. It is all settled, child.
She did not answer, very broken and very sad, with 2 persistent tears running down her cheeks.
Tell me, does your mother suspect anything?
No, for now it doesn't show,
she answered with a great sigh. They fell silent, she wiping her tears, composing herself to go out. He, with head bowed, pacing the bedroom floor lugubriously, thinking of the good mornings of old, when there had been nothing there but kisses and muffled laughter. Everything had changed now, even the weather, which was all overcast, a late summer day threatening rain.
Can you tell I've been crying?
She asked, arranging her hair in the mirror.
No. Are you going?
Mama is waiting for me.
They exchanged a sad kiss, and she left. Meanwhile, Dionisia was scouring the city on the trail of João Eduardo. Her activity had redoubled, especially once she learned that Canon Dias, the wealthy one, was interested in the investigation, and every day, at dusk, she would slip cautiously through Amaro's gate to bring him the news. She had already learned that the clerk had initially been in Alcobaça with a cousin who was an apothecary. Then he had gone to Lisbon. There, with a letter of recommendation from Dr. Gouveia, he had taken employment in a solicitor's office. But the solicitor, after a few days, by a cruel stroke of fate, had died of apoplexy. and since then João Eduardo's trail was lost in the vagueness, the chaos of the capital. There was, indeed, one person who would know his address and his movements, the typographer, Gustavo. But unfortunately Gustavo, after a quarrel with Agostinho, had left O Distrito and disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Worse still, the typographer's mother could not supply information, because she too had died.
Good heavens,
said the canon when Father Amaro brought him these threads of information.
Good heavens, but in this story everyone dies. It's a veritable hecatomb.
You may joke, Father, but it is serious. You know, a man in Lisbon is a needle in a haystack. It's a wretched run of luck.
Then, growing anxious, watching the days pass, he wrote to his aunt, begging her to search all over Lisbon to see whether a certain João Eduardo Barbosa had turned up there. He received a letter from his aunt, in 3 pages of scrawl, complaining about Joãozinho, her Joãozinho, who had made her life a hell, getting drunk on gin to such a degree that no lodgers would stay in her house. But she was more tranquil now. Poor Joãozinho had sworn to her some days ago, by his dear mother's soul, that henceforth he would drink nothing but soda water. As for the said João Eduardo, she had asked the neighbours and Mr. Palmer from the Ministry of Public Works, who knew everyone but had found out nothing. There was, yes, a Joaquim Eduardo who had a haberdashery in the neighbourhood, and if the business were with him, all the better, for he was an honest fellow.
Nonsense, nonsense,
the canon interrupted impatiently. He then resolved to write himself, and pressed by Father Amaro, who never ceased representing to him what Senora Joanera and he himself, Canon Diaz, would suffer from the scandal, he went so far as to authorize his friend in the capital to spend whatever was necessary to employ the police. The reply was delayed, but it came at last, promising and magnificent. The able policeman Mendez had discovered João Eduardo. He did not yet know his address, having merely spotted him in a cafe, but in 2 or 3 days his friend Mendez promised precise information. The despair of the 2 priests, however, was great, when, some days later, the canon's friend wrote that the individual whom the able policeman Mendez had taken for João Eduardo in a cafe in the Baixa on the basis of an incomplete description was a young man from Santo Tirso who was in the capital sitting an examination for the post of magistrate. And the expenses came to £3 and 17 tostos.
17 devils,
the canon roared, turning on Amaro furiously.
And when it comes down to it was you who had the fun, who had the pleasure, and it's me here ruining my health with all this running about and making outlays of this order.
Amaro, dependent on the canon, bowed his shoulders to the insult. But nothing was lost, thank God. Dionysia was still on the scent. Amelia received these reports with despondency. After the first tears, the irremediable necessity had imposed itself upon her with great force. What, after all, was left to her? In 2 or 3 months, with that unfortunate body of hers, narrow-waisted and narrow-hipped, she would be unable to conceal her condition. And what would she do then? Run away from home, go like old Chagona's daughter to Lisbon, to be beaten in the Bairro Alto by English sailors, or like Joaninha Gomez, who had been Father Abilio's mistress, to have dead rats flung in her face by the soldiers? No. Then she must marry. Then a baby boy would come at the end of 7 months. It was so common, legitimized by the sacrament, by the law, and by God our Lord. And her child would have a father, would receive an education, would not be a foundling. Since the parish priest had assured her upon his oath that the clerk was not truly excommunicated, that with a few prayers the excommunication could be lifted, her devout scruples were fading like embers dying out. When it came down to it, in all the clerk's transgressions, she could discover only the prompting of jealousy and love. It had been in a lover's spite that he had written the article. It had been in a fury of betrayed passion that he had struck the parish priest. Oh, she did not forgive him that brutality, but how he had been punished for it. Without a position, without a home, without a wife, so lost in the anonymous misery of Lisbon that not even the police could find him. and all because of her. Poor fellow, when it came down to it, he was not ugly. They spoke of his impiety, but she had always seen him very attentive at Mass. He prayed every night a special prayer to St. John that she had given him printed on an embossed card. With the position at the civil government, they could have a little house and a servant. Why should she not be happy in the end? He was not a man for taverns or idleness. She was certain she could dominate him, impose upon him her tastes and her devotions, and it would be pleasant to go out on Sunday mornings to Mass, well-dressed, with her husband at her side, greeted by everyone, able to parade her child before the whole city, very smart in his lace bonnet and his great fringed cape. Who knows, perhaps then, through the affection she lavished on the little one and the comforts she provided for the man, Heaven and Our Lady might soften. Oh, for that she would do anything, to have once more in heaven that friend, her beloved Our Lady, kind and confiding, always ready to heal her pains, to save her from misfortune, busy preparing for her in paradise a luminous haven. She would think like this for hours on end over her sewing. She would think like this even on the way to the bell-ringer's house, and after spending a moment with Toto, very quiet now, wasted by the slow fever, when she went up to the room, her first question to Amaro was,
"Well, is there any news?"
He would frown and mutter,
Dionysia is still at it. Why, are you in such a hurry?
"I am in a great hurry, yes."
She would answer very seriously,
"Because the shame is mine."
He would fall silent, and there was as much hatred as love in the kisses he gave her, to that woman who resigned herself so readily to going to sleep with another man. He was jealous of her, jealousy that had come upon him lately, ever since he had seen her reconcile herself to that odious marriage. Now that she no longer wept, he began to be enraged by the absence of her tears, and he secretly despaired that she did not prefer disgrace with him to rehabilitation with the other. It would not have cost him so much had she continued to protest, to make a clamor of weeping. That would have been a serious proof of love in which his vanity would have bathed deliciously. But that acceptance of the clerk now, without repugnance and without gestures of horror, outraged him like a betrayal. He had come to suspect that at bottom the change did not displease her. João Eduardo was, when all was said, a man. He had the vigor of his 26 years, the attractions of a fine moustache. She would feel in his arms the same delirium she felt in his own. If the clerk had been a decrepit old man consumed by rheumatism, she would not have shown the same resignation. So, to avenge himself on the priest's own pain, to spoil the arrangement, he wished João Eduardo would not appear, and many times when Dionysia came to report on her progress, he would say with a malicious smile,
Don't tire yourself out. The fellow won't turn up. Leave it be. It's not worth getting chest pains over.
But Dionysia had a strong chest, and one evening she came triumphant to tell him she was on the man's trail. She had finally seen Gustavo, the typographer, entering old Osorio's eating-house. The next day she would speak to him, and everything would be known. It was a bitter hour for Amaro. That marriage, which he had yearned for in the first moment of terror, now that he felt it was within reach, seemed to him the catastrophe of his life. He was losing Amelia forever. That man he had expelled, whom he had eliminated, was coming back to him now, through one of those malign twists of fortune in which Providence delights, to take his woman from him legitimately. And the idea that the fellow would have her in his arms, that she would give him the ardent kisses she gave him, that she would murmur, "Oh, João," as she now whispered, "Oh, Amaro," drove him to fury. And he could not prevent the marriage. Everyone wanted it. She, the canon, even Dionysia with her venal zeal. What good did it do him to be a man with blood in his veins and the strong passions of a healthy body? He would have to bid farewell to the girl, watch her leave on the arm of the other, the husband, both of them going home to play with the child, a child that was his. And he would attend the destruction of his happiness with folded arms, forcing himself to smile, returning to live alone, eternally alone, and to reread the breviary. Oh, if only it were still the time when a man could be eliminated with a denunciation of heresy. Let the world go back 200 years, and Mr. João Eduardo would learn what it costs to insult a priest and marry Miss Amelia. And this absurd idea, in the exaltation of the fever that gripped him, took such powerful hold of his imagination that he dreamed it all night long, in a vivid dream that he often recounted laughing to the ladies afterwards. It was a narrow street, baked by a blazing sun. Between the tall iron-studded doorways, a populace was jammed together. On the balconies, richly embroidered noblemen twirled their cavalier moustaches. Eyes glittered between the folds of mantillas lit with a holy fury. And down the street the auto-da-fe procession moved slowly, in a vast noise, beneath the tremendous tolling of funeral bells from all the neighboring churches. At the front, the half-naked flagellants, with white hoods over their faces, lacerated themselves, howling the miserere, their backs caked in blood. On a donkey rode João Eduardo, idiotic with terror, legs dangling, his white shift daubed with fire-coloured devils, bearing on his chest a placard on which was written, "For heresy." Behind him a fearsome servant of the Holy Office furiously goaded the donkey, and beside him a priest, holding the crucifix high, bellowed the counsels of repentance into his ears. And he, Amaro, walked alongside chanting the requiem, with the breviary open in one hand, blessing with the other the old women, the friends from the Rua da Misericordia, who crouched to kiss his alb. Now and then he would turn to savour that lugubrious pomp, and would see the long file of the confraternity of nobles, here a portly, apoplectic personage, there the face of a mystic with a fierce moustache and two blazing eyes. Each one carried a lit torch, and in the other hand held his hat, its black plume sweeping the ground. The helmets of the arquebusiers gleamed, a devout fury contorted the famished faces of the populace, and the procession undulated through the winding street amid the clamour of plainchant, the shrieks of fanatics, the terrifying tolling of bells, the clinking of arms in a terror that filled the whole city, drawing nearer to the brick platform where the piles of firewood were already smoking. And his disenchantment was great, after that ecclesiastical glory of the dream, when the maid came to wake him early with hot water for his shave. So it was on that very day that Mr. João Eduardo's whereabouts were to be discovered and the letter written. He was to meet Amelia at 11 o'clock, and the first thing he said to her, slamming the bedroom door irritably, was,
"The fellow has turned up. At least his bosom friend has, the typographer, who knows where the fool is staying."
Amelia, who was in one of her days of dejection and terror, exclaimed,
Thank God this torment will be over.
Amaro gave a little laugh, steeped in bitterness.
"So you're pleased, are you?"
If you can imagine, with the fright I've been living in.
Amaro made a desperate, impatient gesture. Fright. That was rich hypocrisy. Fright of what? With a mother who was a simpleton, who let her do anything. What it really was that she wanted to get married. She wanted another man. This morning entertainment, on the sly, didn't suit her. She wanted the thing comfortably, at home. Did the young lady imagine she could deceive him, a man of 30 with 4 years' experience of the confessional? He could see right through her. She was like all the rest. She wanted a change of man. She didn't reply, very pale. And Amaro, furious at her silence.
"You keep quiet, of course. What could you say? It is the plain truth. After all my sacrifices, after all I have suffered for you, the other one shows up, and off you go to the other one."
She rose and stamped her foot in desperation.
It was you who wanted this, Amaro.
"Of course. If you think I was going to ruin myself on your account, obviously I wanted it."
And looking down at her, making her feel the contempt of a very righteous soul.
"But you haven't even the shame to conceal your joy, your eagerness to go to the man. You are a shameless creature, that's what you are."
She, without a word, white as chalk, grabbed her mantle to leave. Amaro, exasperated, seized her violently by the arm.
"Where are you going? Look at me. You are a shameless creature. I'm telling you, you are dying to sleep with the other one."
"Well then, so I am," she said. Amaro, beside himself, struck her across the face. "Don't kill me," she cried. "It's your child." He stood before her, confounded and trembling. At that word, that idea of his child, a pity, a desperate love churned through his whole being, and flinging himself upon her in an embrace that crushed her, as though wanting to bury her in his chest, to absorb her wholly to himself alone, raining furious kisses that hurt her upon her face and hair.
"Forgive me,"
he murmured.
"Forgive me, my darling Amelia. Forgive me. I am out of my mind."
She was sobbing in a nervous weeping, and all that morning in the bell-ringer's room there was a delirium of love to which that feeling of maternity, binding them like a sacrament, gave a greater tenderness, an incessant renewal of desire that cast them ever more avidly into each other's arms. They forgot the hours, and Amelia only made up her mind to leap out of bed when they heard, downstairs in the kitchen, old Esquelas's crutch. While she was hurriedly arranging herself before the scrap of mirror that adorned the wall, Amaro stood contemplating her with melancholy, watching her pass the comb through her hair, through the hair that very soon he would never again see her comb. He heaved a great sigh and said to her tenderly,
"Our good days are coming to an end, Amelia. It is you who want it so. You must remember sometimes these good mornings."
"Don't say that,"
she said, her eyes brimming with tears, and throwing herself suddenly around his neck with the old passion of the happy times, she murmured,
"I shall always be the same to you, even after I am married."
Amaro seized her hands eagerly.
"Do you swear?"
"I swear."
"By the sacred host?"
"I swear by the sacred host. I swear by Our Lady."
"Whenever you have the chance?"
"Always."
"Oh, my darling Amelia. Oh, my child. I wouldn't trade you for a queen."
She went downstairs. The parish priest, giving the bed a quick straightening, could hear her below talking calmly with old Esquelas, and he said to himself that she was a splendid girl, capable of fooling the devil, and that she was going to lead that simpleton of a clerk a merry dance. That pact, as Father Amaro called it, became between them so irrevocable that they were already discussing its details calmly. The marriage to the clerk they regarded as one of those necessities that society imposes, stifling independent souls, but from which nature escapes through the smallest crack, like an irreducible gas. Before our Lord, the true husband of Amelia was the parish priest. He was the husband of her soul, for whom the best kisses, the intimate obedience, the will would be reserved. The other would have, at most, the corpse. Already they even plotted the skilful scheme of secret correspondence, of hidden places for rendezvous. Amelia was again, as in the earliest days, ablaze with passion. Faced with the certainty that in a few weeks the marriage would make everything white as snow, her anguish had disappeared. Even the terror of heaven's vengeance had subsided. Besides, the slap that Amaro had given her had been like the crack of the whip that rouses a lagging horse, and her passion, shaking itself and neighing loud, was carrying her off again in the impetus of a fiery gallop. Amaro, for his part, was delighted. Sometimes, to be sure, the thought of that man, day and night with her, still vexed him. But at bottom, what compensations? All the dangers were disappearing as if by magic, and the sensations were intensifying. Those atrocious responsibilities of seduction were ending for him, and the woman remained all the more appetizing. He now pressed Dionysia to finish at last that tedious campaign. But the good woman, no doubt in order to be better paid for the multiplicity of her efforts, could not find the typographer, that famous Gustavo who possessed, like the dwarves of chivalric romances, the secret of the marvelous tower where the enchanted prince dwells.
"Good heavens,"
said the canon.
"This is beginning to smell. Nearly 2 months searching for a scoundrel. Man, there is no shortage of clerks. Find another one."
But at last, one evening when he had come in to rest at the parish priest's house, Dionysia appeared, and exclaimed from the doorway of the dining room where the 2 priests were drinking their coffee, "At last."
"Well then, Dionysia?"
The woman, however, was in no hurry. She sat down, if the gentleman would permit, because she was worn out. No, the canon could not imagine the steps she had been obliged to take. That cursed typographer reminded her of the story they used to tell her as a child, about a stag that was always in sight but that the hunters at full gallop could never catch. Such a chase. But she had finally caught him, and tipsy into the bargain.
Get to the point, woman,
bellowed the canon. Well, here it is, she said. Nothing. The two priests stared at her, mystified. Nothing what, woman? Nothing. The man has gone to Brazil. Gustavo had received 2 letters from João Eduardo. In the first, which included his address somewhere near the Poco do Boratem, he announced his resolution to go to Brazil. In the second, he told him he had moved house without giving the new address, and declared that on the next steamer he was embarking for Rio. He said nothing about the money he had or the hopes he harbored. Everything was vague and mysterious. Since then, a month ago, the young man had not written again, from which the typographer concluded that he was by now on the high seas. But we shall avenge him, the typographer had told Dionysia. The canon was slowly stirring his coffee, stunned.
Well, what about that, Father?
Exclaimed Amaro, very white.
I think that's a good one.
The devil take all women, and hell confound them,
said Amaro darkly.
Amen,
the canon replied gravely. What tears when Amelia learned the news, her honor, the peace of her life, so many carefully laid plans for happiness, all lost and vanished into the mists of the sea on the way to Brazil. They were the worst weeks of her life. She would go to the parish priest, bathed in tears, asking him every day what was to be done. Amaro, overwhelmed and devoid of ideas, would go to the canon.
Everything possible has been done,
the canon would say desolately.
You must bear it. You shouldn't have got yourself into it.
And Amaro would return to Amelia with very limp consolations.
Everything will work out. Put your trust in God.
It was a fine moment to count on God, when he, indignant, was heaping miseries upon her, and that indecisiveness, in a man and a priest who should have had the skill and the strength to save her, drove her to despair. Her tenderness for him was draining away like water absorbed by sand, and there remained a confused sentiment in which, beneath the persistent desire, hatred was already showing through. She now spaced her visits to the bell-ringer's house from week to week. Amaro did not complain. Those good mornings in old Escuela's room were always spoiled with lamentations. Every kiss had a wake of sobs, and it so unnerved him that he felt tempted to fling himself face down on the pallet too and weep out all his bitterness. At bottom he accused her of exaggerating her difficulties, of communicating to him a disproportionate terror. Another woman with better sense would not have made such a fuss. But of course, a hysterical devotee, all nerves, all fear, all exultation. There was no doubt about it. It had been a colossal blunder. Amelia, too, thought it had been a blunder, and never to have imagined that this could happen to her. No, indeed. As a woman, she had rushed into love headlong, certain she would escape, she of all people, and now that she felt the child in her womb, it was all tears and terrors and complaints. Her life was lugubrious. By day she had to restrain herself before her mother, apply herself to her sewing, make conversation, feign happiness. It was at night that her unleashed imagination tortured her with an incessant phantasmagoria of punishments in this world and the next: destitution, abandonment, the contempt of respectable folk, and the flames of purgatory. It was then that an unexpected event provided a diversion from that anxiety which was becoming a morbid habit of her mind. One evening the canon's maid appeared, breathless from running, to say that Donna Josefa was at death's door. The day before, the excellent lady had felt unwell with a stabbing pain in her side, but had insisted on going to Our Lady of the Incarnation to pray her rosary. She returned chilled, with a worse pain and a touch of fever. And that afternoon, when Dr. Gouveia was called, an acute pneumonia had declared itself. Senora Joanera immediately ran to install herself there as nurse. And then, for weeks, in the canon's tranquil house, there was a commotion of anxious devotion. The friends, when they were not scattered through the churches making vows and imploring the saints of their devotion, were there in permanent attendance, gliding in and out of the sick woman's room on phantom footsteps, lighting votive lamps before the holy images here and there, and pestering Dr. Gouveia with maudlin questions. In the evenings, in the sitting-room, with the lamp half turned down, there was from every corner a whispering of mournful voices, and at tea, between each bite of toast, there were sighs and tears furtively wiped away. The canon sat in a corner, shattered, undone by that sudden apparition of illness and its melancholy scenery. The medicine bottles filling the tables, the solemn entrances of the doctor, the doleful faces that came to ask if there was improvement, the feverish breath pervading the entire house, the funereal timbre the wall clock took on in the muffling of all noise, the soiled towels that lay for days where they had fallen, the dusk of each day with its threat of eternal darkness. Moreover, a sincere sorrow prostrated him. For 50 years he had lived with his sister and been sustained by her. Long habit had made her dear to him, and her peevishness, her black bonnets, her bustling about the house were like a very part of his own being. Besides, who knew whether death, entering his house and wishing to spare itself trouble, might not carry him off too? For Amelia that time was a relief. At least no one was thinking, no one was noticing her. Neither her sad face nor the traces of tears would seem strange, given the danger her godmother was in. Moreover, her nursing duties kept her occupied. As she was the strongest and the youngest, now that Senora Joanera was exhausted from vigils, it was she who spent the long nights at Donna Josefa's bedside, and she spared no care then, seeking to appease Our Lady and Heaven with that charity toward the sick woman, hoping to merit equal compassion when her own day came of being similarly prostrated in a bed. There came to her now, under the funereal impression that emanated from the house, the repeated presentiment that she would die in childbirth. Sometimes, alone, wrapped in her shawl at the foot of the sickbed, listening to the patient's monotonous moaning, she would grow tender over her own death, which she believed certain, and her eyes would moisten with tears in a vague longing for herself, for her youth, and for her loves. She would then go and kneel by the chest of drawers where a little lamp flickered before a crucifix, casting onto the pale wallpaper its misshapen shadow that broke against the ceiling, and there she would stay praying, begging Our Lady not to refuse her paradise. But the old woman would stir with a painful sigh. She would then go to tuck in her bedclothes and speak to her softly. Then she would come to the sitting-room to check the clock for the time of the next dose, and would sometimes start at the sound, from the adjoining room, of a piccolo squeal or a hoarse trombone blast. It was the canon snoring. At last, one morning, Dr. Gouveia declared Donna Josefa out of danger. It was a great rejoicing for the ladies, each one convinced that it was owing to the particular intervention of her patron saint. And 2 weeks later there was a celebration in the house when Donna Josefa, for the first time, supported in the arms of all her friends, took 2 trembling steps in her room. Poor Donna Josefa, what the illness had done to her! That sharp little voice, from which words had been launched like poisoned arrows, now resembled no more than an expiring sound, when in an anxious effort of the will she asked for the spittoon or the syrup. That gaze, always alert, scrutinizing and malicious, had today retreated to the back of her eye sockets, frightened by the light, by shadows, by the contours of things, and her body, once so rigid, with a dryness like a vine branch, now as it sank into the depths of the armchair, beneath the tangle of wraps, seemed a rag as well. But at last Dr. Gouveia, despite announcing a long and delicate convalescence, had said laughing to the canon, in front of the friends, after having seen Donna Josefa express her first wish, the wish to be brought to the window, that with great care, tonics, and the prayers of all those good ladies, the sister was still good for many a year yet. "Oh, doctor," exclaimed Donna Maria, "our prayers will never fail her."
"And I shall never fail with the tonics,"
said the doctor.
So all that remains is to congratulate ourselves.
The doctor's joviality was for everyone the assurance of approaching health. And some days later, the canon, seeing the end of August approaching, spoke of renting a house at Vieira, as he was accustomed to do every other year, to go and take his sea baths. The year before, he had not gone. This was the year for the beach.
And sister, in those healthy sea breezes, is where she will finish gaining her strength and her flesh.
But Dr. Gouveia disapproved of the journey. The very bracing and rich air of the sea was not suited to Dona Josefa's weakness. It would be preferable for them to go to the Ricoca estate at Poiaes, a sheltered and very temperate spot. It was a blow for the poor canon, who lavished his complaints. What? Go and bury himself for the whole summer, the best time of the year, at Ricoca, and his baths, good Lord, his baths.
Just consider,
he said to Amaro one evening in the study.
Consider what I have suffered. During the illness, what disorder, what chaos in the house, tea at the wrong hours, dinner burned, and the worries I had which made me lose weight. And now, when I thought I could go and restore myself at the seaside, oh no, off to Ricoca with you, do without your baths. This is what I call suffering, and when it comes down to it, it wasn't me who was ill, but it's me who pays the consequences, missing my baths for 2 years running.
Amaro then suddenly thumped the table and exclaimed,
Man, I've just had a capital idea.
The canon looked at him doubtfully, as though it were not possible for a human intelligence to find the end of his woes.
When I say a capital idea, Father, I should say a sublime idea.
Get on with it.
Listen, you go to Vieira, and Senora Juanera naturally goes too. They will rent a house next to each other, as she told me they did 2 years ago.
Go on.
Right. So there we have Senora Juanera in Vieira. Now your sister goes off to Ricoca.
And the poor creature is to go alone?
No!
Exclaimed Amaro in triumph.
She goes with Amelia. Amelia will be her nurse. The two of them go alone. And there at Ricoca, in that hole where not a living soul goes, in that great house where a person can live without anyone round about suspecting, that is where the girl has the child. Eh, what do you think?
The canon had risen, his eyes round with admiration.
Man, a brilliant idea.
It solves everything. You take your baths. Senora Juanera, far away, doesn't know what is going on. Your sister enjoys the air. Amelia has a hidden place for the business. Nobody goes to Ricoca to see her. Dona Maria is also going to Vieira. The Gansosos likewise. The girl should be due around the beginning of November. From Vieira, and this will be your responsibility. None of our people returns before the beginning of December. And when we all come together again, the girl will be clean and fresh.
Well, gentlemen, for the first idea you've had in these last 2 years, it is a great idea.
Much obliged, Father.
But there was an ugly difficulty. To go to Dona Josefa, the rigorist Dona Josefa, so implacable toward the frailties of sentiment, the Dona Josefa who called for the ancient Gothic penalties for fallen women, branded letters on the forehead with red-hot iron, public floggings in the squares, grim dungeon cells, to go to Dona Josefa and ask her to be an accomplice to a birth.
Sister will raise the roof,
said the canon.
We shall see, Father,
replied Amaro, sprawling back and swinging his leg, very confident in his devout prestige.
We shall see. I shall speak to her. And when I have told her a few stories, when I have impressed upon her that it is a matter of conscience for her to protect the girl, when I remind her that it is on the eve of death that one must do a good deed, so as not to arrive at the gates of paradise empty-handed, we shall see.
Perhaps, said the canon. The moment is right, because the poor sister is a bit weak in the head and can be led like a child.
Amaro rose, rubbing his hands vigorously.
Then to work.
And there is no time to lose, because the scandal will break. This morning at our house, that fool Libanino took to teasing the girl, telling her she was getting thick around the waist.
Oh, the scoundrel,
growled the parish priest. No, it was probably not meant maliciously. But that the girl had put on weight was a fact. With all the turmoil of the illness, no one had had eyes for anything. but now people might notice. "It is serious, my friend. It is serious." Therefore, first thing the next morning, Amaro went, in the canon's expression,
to launch the great boarding operation on the sister.
First, however, he explained to the canon downstairs in the study his plan. He would begin by telling Donna Josefa that the canon was in complete ignorance of little Amelia's disaster, and that he, Amaro, knew of it, not under the seal of confession, in which case he could not reveal it, but through the secret confidences of the two of them, of Amelia and of the married man who had seduced her. The married man, yes, because after all it was necessary to prove to the old woman that a legitimate reparation was out of the question. The canon scratched his head, dissatisfied.
"That isn't well contrived,"
he said.
"Sister knows perfectly well that no married men went to the Rua da Misericordia."
And Arthur Cuchero?
Exclaimed Amaro without scruple. The canon burst out laughing with relish. Poor Arthur, toothless, burdened with children, with his sad sheep's eyes, accused of deflowering virgins. No, that was rich. "It won't wash, my friend, it won't wash. Try another, try another." But then the same name sprang simultaneously from both their lips. Fernandez. Fernandez from the draper's shop. A handsome man whom Amelia greatly admired. Whenever she went out, she called at his shop. There had even been indignation in the Rua da Misericordia 2 years ago at the boldness of Fernandez, who had accompanied Amelia along the Marazes road all the way to Moronal. It went without saying, one would not tell the sister explicitly, but one would give her to understand that it had been Fernandez. And Amaro went swiftly up to the old lady's room, which was above the study. He was there for half an hour, a heavy half-hour for the canon, who could only hear above him now the creaking of Amaro's soles, now the old woman's cavernous cough. And in his habitual pacing of the study, from the bookcase to the window, hands behind his back and the snuff-box in his fingers, he reflected on how many troubles, how many expenses that amusement of the parish priest would still bring upon him. He would have to keep the girl at the estate for 5 or 6 months. Then the doctor, the midwife. It was he, naturally, who would have to pay. Then some sort of layette for the baby. And what was to be done with the baby? In the city, the foundling wheel had been abolished. In Orem, as the Misericordia's resources were scarce and the influx of foundlings scandalous, they had placed a man by the bell at the wheel to question and create obstacles. There were investigations of paternity, restitutions of children, and the authorities, shrewdly, were combating the excess of abandonments with the terror of humiliations. In short, the poor canon saw before him a whole bristling array of difficulties to shake him from his torpor and ruin his digestion. But the excellent canon at bottom was not outraged. He had always had an old tutor's affection for the parish priest. Toward Amelia, he had always been inclined by a weakness, half paternal, half lubricious, and he already felt for the little one a vague grandfather's indulgence. The door opened and the parish priest appeared triumphant.
"Everything is perfect, Father. What did I tell you?"
She consented?
"To everything. Not without difficulty. She was getting prickly. I spoke to her of the married man. That the girl had lost her head, wanted to kill herself. That if she did not consent to conceal the matter, she would be responsible for a tragedy. Remember, madam, that you have one foot in the grave, that God may summon you from one moment to the next, and that if you have this weight on your conscience, there is no priest who can give you absolution. Remember that you will die out there like a dog."
"Well,"
said the canon approvingly,
"you spoke to her with prudence."
"I told her the truth. Now it is a matter of talking to Senora Joanera and getting her off to Vieira as soon as possible."
"Another thing, my friend,"
the canon interrupted.
"have you given thought to what is to be done with the offspring?"
The parish priest scratched his head disconsolately.
"Ah, Father, that is another difficulty. It has been weighing on me greatly. The natural thing is to give it to some woman to nurse, far away, near Alcabaca or Pombal. The lucky thing, Father, would be if the child were born dead."
One more little angel,
the canon muttered, taking his pinch of snuff. That very evening he spoke to Senora Joanera about the move to Vieira, downstairs in the sitting room where she was arranging saucers of quince paste that were being set out to dry for Donna Josefa's convalescence. He began by saying he had rented her the Ferrero house.
But that is a cupboard!
She exclaimed at once.
Where am I to put the girl?
Well, there is the thing. The fact is that this time Amelia is not going to Vieira.
Not going?
It was only then that the canon explained to her that his sister could not go alone to Ricoca, and that he had thought of sending Amelia with her. An idea that had come to him that morning.
I cannot go myself. I must take my baths, as you well know. The poor creature can't be stuck out there alone with a servant. Therefore...
Senora Joanera gave a little downcast silence.
That is true. But I'll be honest with you. It pains me to leave the girl behind. If I could do without the baths, I would go myself.
Nonsense. You are coming to Vieira. I am not going to be there on my own either. Ungrateful woman, ungrateful!
And assuming a very serious tone.
Think it over carefully, madam. Josefa has one foot in the grave. She knows that what I have is enough for me. She has a fondness for the girl. She is her godmother, after all. If she sees her there now, looking after her in her illness, staying alone with her for a few months, she will be won over. Mind you, sister is still worth a couple of thousand cruzados. The girl could come into a handsome dowry. I need say no more.
And Senora Joanera agreed at once, seeing that it was the canon's wish. Upstairs, Amaro was rapidly telling Amelia the great plan, the scene with the old woman, how she had volunteered at once, dear soul, already full of charity, even eager to help with the baby's layette.
You can trust her completely. She is a saint. So everything is saved, child. It's just a matter of spending 4 or 5 months at Ricoca.
That was what made Amelia whimper. To miss the season at Vieira, the fun of the baths. To go and bury herself for an entire summer in that sinister great house at Ricoca. The only time she had been there, already toward evening, she had been paralyzed with fear. Everything so dark, with such a hollow echo. She was certain she would die there in that exile.
Nonsense,
said Amaro.
Give thanks to the Lord for inspiring me with this idea of salvation. Besides, you have Donna Josefa, you have Gertrude's, the orchard to walk in, and I shall come to see you every day. You will even come to like it, you'll see.
Well, what can I do? I must bear it.
And with 2 fat tears on her eyelids, she inwardly cursed that passion which had brought her nothing but bitterness, and which now, when all of Leiria was going to Vieira, forced her to go and shut herself away in the solitude of Ricoca, listening to the old woman cough and the dogs howl in the grounds.
And Mama, what will Mama say?
What should she say? Donna Josefa can't go to the estate alone without a trusted nurse. Don't worry, the canon is downstairs working on her, and I must go and join them because I have already been up here alone with you for a while, and these last days we must be careful.
He went downstairs. The canon was just coming up, and they met on the stairs.
Well?
Amaro whispered in the canon's ear.
All arranged. And up there?
Likewise.
And in the darkness of the staircase, the 2 priests silently shook hands. A few days later, after a scene of tears, Amelia departed with Donna Josefa for Ricoca in a charabanc. They had arranged, with cushions, a comfortable corner for the convalescent. The canon accompanied them, furious at the inconvenience, and Gertrude's rode up on the seat in the shade of the mountain formed on top of the carriage by the leather trunks, the baskets, the tins, the bundles, the chintz sacks, the wicker hamper in which the cat mewed, and a bale tied up with ropes containing the paintings of the saints dearest to Donna Josefa. Then, at the end of the week, came Senora Joanera's journey to Vieira, at night on account of the heat. The Rua da Misericordia was blocked by the ox cart transporting the crockery, the mattresses, the kitchen gear, and in the same charabanc that had gone to Cortegaca, Senora Joanera now rode with Ruca, who also carried in her lap a hamper with the cat. The canon had left the day before. Only Amaro attended Senora Joanera's departure, and after a great bustle, after running up and down the stairs 100 times for a little basket that had been forgotten or a parcel that had gone missing, when Ruca at last locked the door, Senora Joanera, already on the step of the charabanc, burst into tears.
Now, my dear lady,
said Amaro.
Oh, father, leaving my girl behind. You don't know what it costs me. I feel as though I'll never see her again. Do visit Ricoca. Do me that kindness. See if she's happy.
Go in peace, my dear lady.
Goodbye, father. Thank you so much for everything. Oh, the favours I owe you.
Nonsense, my dear lady. A good journey, and do send news. My regards to the canon. Goodbye, my dear lady. Goodbye, Ruca.
The charabanc set off, and along the same road where it went rolling, Amaro walked slowly toward the road to Figueira. It was then 9 o'clock. The moon of a warm and serene August night had already risen. A faint, luminous mist softened the silent landscape. Here and there a projecting house front gleamed, bathed in moonlight, amid the shadows of the trees. By the bridge he stopped to gaze melancholically at the river flowing over the sand with a monotonous murmur. Where the trees leaned over the water, there were dense patches of darkness, and farther on, a brightness trembled upon the surface like a web of glittering filigree. He stood there, in that silence that calmed him, smoking cigarettes and tossing the ends into the river, absorbed in a vague sadness. Then, hearing 11 o'clock strike, he turned back toward the city, passing through the Rua da Misericordia in a surge of memories. The house, with its windows shuttered and stripped of their muslin curtains, seemed abandoned forever. The pots of rosemary had been left forgotten at the corners of the window-sill. How many times he and Amelia had leaned on that balcony. There had been a fresh carnation plant then, and as they talked, she would pluck a leaf and nibble it between her little teeth. All that was finished now. And in the Misericordia church next door, the hooting of the owls in the silence gave him a sensation of ruin, of solitude, and of eternal ending. He walked toward home slowly, with his eyes brimming with tears. The maid came straight to the staircase to tell him that old Esguelas, in great distress, had come looking for him twice. It must have been about 9 o'clock. Toto was dying, and would receive the last sacraments only from the parish priest's hands. Amaro, despite his superstitious reluctance to return like that on such a night, to such a sad purpose, amid the happy memories of his passion, went out of courtesy to old Esguelas. But that death troubled him, coinciding with Amelia's departure and seeming to complete the sudden dispersal of everything that had until then interested him or been bound up with his life. The door of the bell-ringer's house was ajar, and in the darkness of the entrance he bumped into 2 women who were leaving, sighing. He went straight to the paralytic's alcove. 2 great wax candles, brought from the church, burned on a table. A white sheet covered Toto's body, and Father Silverio, who had evidently been called because it was his week on duty, was reading the breviary, with his handkerchief on his knees and his great spectacles on the tip of his nose. He rose the moment he saw Amaro. "Ah, colleague," he said very softly, "they searched for you everywhere. The poor creature wanted you. As for me, when they came to fetch me, I was about to play my hand at Novais's house. It's the Saturday game. What a scene! She died in impenitence, as was to be expected. When she saw me, and that you weren't coming, what a spectacle! I was even afraid she would spit on the crucifix." Amaro, without a word, lifted a corner of the sheet, but let it fall back at once over the dead girl's face. Then he went upstairs to the room where the bell-ringer, stretched out on the bed, turned to the wall, was sobbing desperately. With him was another woman who remained in a corner, mute and motionless, her eyes on the ground, in the vague tedium that this heavy duty of a neighbor imposed upon her. Amaro touched the bell-ringer's shoulder and spoke to him.
You must be resigned, old Esguelas. These are the Lord's decrees. For her it is even a blessing.
Old Esguelas turned, and recognizing the parish priest through the veil of tears that flooded his eyes, he took his hand and tried to kiss it. Amaro drew back.
Come now, old escuelas. God will be merciful and will take into account your grief.
He was not listening, racked by convulsive weeping, while the woman, very tranquilly, was dabbing first one corner and then the other of her eye with her handkerchief. Amaro went downstairs, and to relieve the good Silverio of that extraordinary duty, he took his place beside the candle, breviary in hand. There he stayed until late. The neighbor, on leaving, came to tell him that old Esguelas had fallen asleep, and she promised to return with the woman who laid out the dead as soon as dawn broke. The whole house then fell into that silence which the proximity of the vast cathedral building made seem more sombre. Only now and then an owl gave a feeble cry from the buttresses, or the great Borden bell struck the quarters. And Amaro, seized by an indefinable terror, yet held there by a higher force of his startled conscience, hurried through his prayers. At times the book would fall onto his knees, and then, motionless, sensing behind him the presence of that shrouded corpse, he would recall, in a bitter contrast, other hours when the sun bathed the yard, the swallows fluttered about, and he and Amelia went laughing up to that room where now, on the same bed, old Esguelas lay dozing with barely quieted sobs. Canon Diaz had strongly urged Amaro not to go to Rococa for at least the first few weeks, so as to avoid arousing the suspicions of the sister and the maid. And Amaro's life then became sadder, emptier than in the old days, when he had first left Senora Joanera's house and come to the Rua das Susas. All his acquaintances were out of Liria, Dona Maria da Asuncao in Vieira, the little Gansosos near Alcobaca with their aunt, the famous aunt who had been at death's door for 10 years and was about to leave them a large estate. After his duties at the cathedral, the hours, the whole long day, dragged by heavy as lead. He could not have been more cut off from all human contact if, like St. Anthony, he had lived on the sands of the Libyan desert. Only the curate, who, a curious thing, never appeared in the happy times, had returned now, like the fateful companion of sorrowful hours, to visit him once or twice a week after dinner, thinner, more hollow-cheeked, more lugubrious than ever, with his eternal umbrella in his hand. Amaro loathed him. Sometimes, to put him off, he would pretend to be wholly absorbed in some reading, or, rushing to the table the moment he heard the slow footsteps on the stairs,
My dear curate, do forgive me. I'm just scribbling something here.
But the man would install himself with the detestable umbrella between his knees. Don't let me keep you, Father. Don't let me keep you. And Amaro, tormented by that lugubrious figure that would not stir from the chair, would throw down the pen in a fury and grab his hat.
I'm not in the mood today. I'm going out for some air.
And at the first corner he would brusquely shake off the curate. Sometimes, weary of solitude, he would go and visit Silverio. But the contented torpor of that obese creature, busy collecting home remedy recipes and observing the fantastic disturbances of his digestion, his constant praises of Dr. Godinho, of the children, and of his wife, the obsolete jokes he had been repeating for 40 years, and the innocent hilarity they gave him, all this exasperated Amaro. He would leave, frayed, thinking about his hostile fate and what happiness really was. Why could he not also be a good plodding priest with one small tyrannical obsession, a comfortable parasite of a respectable family, possessed of one of those tranquil bloodstreams that circulate beneath layers of fat, without danger of overflowing and causing disasters, like a brook that runs beneath a mountain? At other times he would visit his colleague Notario, whose fracture, badly treated at first, still kept him in bed with the apparatus on his leg. But there the sight of the room sickened him, permeated with the smell of arnica and sweat, with a profusion of cloths soaking in glazed bowls and squadrons of bottles on the chest of drawers between rows of saints. The moment Notario saw him appear, he would launch into complaints. The butchering quacks, his perpetual bad luck, the tortures they subjected him to, the backwardness of medicine in this accursed country. and he would spatter the dark floor with gobs of spittle and cigarette ends. Since falling ill, the health of others, especially of friends, outraged him as a personal affront.
"And you still in fine fettle, eh? I should think so,"
he would mutter with rancour. And to think that that beast Brito had never had a headache, and that the boor of an abbot boasted of never having stayed in bed past 7 in the morning. Animals. Amaro would then pass on the news, some letter he had received from the canon from Vieira, the progress of Donna Josefa's recovery. But Notario took no interest in people to whom he was linked only by acquaintance and friendship. What interested him were his enemies, with whom he had bonds of hatred. He wanted to know about the clerk, whether he had burst from starvation yet.
"At least I managed to do him some harm before falling into this wretched bed."
The nieces would then appear, 2 freckled little creatures with deeply shadowed eyes. Their great sorrow was that their uncle would not send for the healing woman to lay virtue on his leg. It was what had cured the young master of Barossa and Pimentel of Urim. Notario, in the presence of the 2 roses of his garden, would calm down.
"Poor dears, it isn't for lack of their care that I haven't recovered yet, but I have suffered, by Jove."
And the 2 roses, with the same simultaneous movement, would turn aside and dab their eyes with their handkerchiefs. Amaro left there even more bored. To tire himself out, he tried taking long walks along the Lisbon road. But as soon as he moved away from the bustle of the town, his sadness grew more intense, in harmony with that landscape of dreary hills and stunted trees, and his life appeared to him like that same road, monotonous and long, without a single incident to brighten it, stretching desolately until it was lost in the mists of twilight. Sometimes, on his way back, he would enter the cemetery, strolling among the rows of cypresses, breathing in at that late afternoon hour the sweetish emanation from the clumps of wallflowers. He read the epitaphs. He leaned against the gilded railing of the Gouveia family vault, contemplating the emblems in relief, a plumed hat and a dress sword, tracing the black letters of the famous ode that adorned the tombstone.
Wayfarer, pause here to contemplate these mortal remains, and, should you feel sorrow overflow, restrain your laments. For Julio Cabral da Silva Maldonado Mendonca de Gouveia, gentleman of the court, graduate in law, son of illustrious C, former administrator of this municipality, knight commander of Christ, was a singular mirror of virtue. Wayfarer, believe in this.
Then there was the rich mausoleum of the Morais, where his wife, who now, wealthy and in her 40s, was living in concubinage with the handsome Captain Trigueros, had engraved a pious verse.
Among the angels wait, O husband, for the other half of your heart which remained in this world, so lonely, wholly devoted to the duty of prayer.
Sometimes, at the far end of the cemetery, by the wall, he saw a man kneeling beside a black cross, shaded by a weeping willow, near the pauper's ditch. It was old Esguelas, with his crutch on the ground, praying over Toto's grave. He would go speak to him, and even, in an equality that the place justified, they would stroll familiarly, shoulder to shoulder, conversing. Amaro, with kindness, consoled the old man. What use was life to the wretched girl if she was to spend it stretched out on a bed? It was still living, Senor Parroco. And me, look at me now, all alone, day and night.
Everyone has their solitudes, Tio Esquelias,
said Amaro melancholically. The bell-ringer would then sigh and ask after Senora Donna Josefa, after young Amelia.
She's at the estate.
Poor little thing. She's not having a good time of it.
Such are life's crosses, Tio Esguelas.
And they would continue in silence through the boxwood-lined paths that enclosed the plots, thick with the blackness of crosses and the whiteness of new tombstones. Amaro would sometimes recognize a grave that he himself had sprinkled and consecrated. Where might those souls be now? Those souls he had commended to God in Latin, distracted, rushing through the prayers to go and meet Amelia. They were the tombs of townspeople. He knew the family members by sight. He had seen them then bathed in tears, and now they strolled in groups along the Alameda or bantered at the doorways of shops. He would return home sadder still, and his long night would begin, interminable. He tried to read, but after the first 10 lines he yawned with tedium and fatigue. Sometimes he wrote to the canon. At 9 o'clock he took tea, and then it was an endless pacing around his room, smoking packets of cigarettes, stopping at the window to gaze at the blackness of the night, reading here and there an item or an advertisement in the Popular, and resuming his pacing with yawns so cavernous that the maid could hear them in the kitchen. To fill those melancholy evenings, and out of an excess of idle sentimentality, he had tried writing verses, setting his love and the history of happy days into the familiar formulas of lyric nostalgia.
Do you remember that time of delights, O enchanting angel, beloved Amelia, when all was laughter and bliss and life flowed on for us in peace? Do you remember that night of poetry when the moon shone through the heavens and we, our souls united, O Amelia, raised our prayer to God?
But despite all his efforts, he had never got beyond these 2 stanzas, even though he had produced them with a promising facility, as if his being contained only these 2 isolated drops of poetry, and, once squeezed out at the first pressure, nothing remained but the dry prose of a carnal temperament. And this empty existence had so subtly slackened the entire machinery of his will and his capacity for action that any labor which might have filled the tedious hollowness of interminable hours was odious to him, like the weight of an unjust burden. He preferred even the tedium of idleness to the tedium of occupation. Apart from the strict duties he could not neglect without scandal and censure, he had gradually rid himself of all the practices of inner devotion, neither mental prayer, nor regular visits to the Blessed Sacrament, nor spiritual meditations, nor the Rosary to the Virgin, nor the evening reading of the Breviary, nor the examination of conscience. All these works of devotion, these secret means of progressive sanctification, he had replaced with endless pacing around his room, from the washstand to the window, and with packets of cigarettes smoked down to the blackened tips of his fingers. Morning Mass was rapidly gabbled through, the parish duties performed with sullen revolts of impatience. He had consummately become the indignus sacerdos of the ritualists, and he possessed in their full amplitude the 35 defects and the 7 half-defects that theologians attribute to the bad priest. All that remained to him beneath his sentimentality was a tremendous appetite. And since the cook was excellent, and Senora Donna Maria de Asuncao, before her departure for Vieira, had left him a commission of 150 masses at a cruzado apiece, he feasted, treating himself to chicken and jelly, washing it all down with a piquant wine from Bairrada that the Padre Mestre had chosen for him. And there he would sit at the table for hours on end, legs stretched out, smoking over his coffee, and lamenting that he did not have his Ameliazinha at hand.
What can she be doing out there, poor Ameliazinha?
He thought, stretching with tedium and languor. Poor Ameliazinha at Ricoca was cursing her life. Right from the journey in the charabanc, Donna Josefa had tacitly made her feel that she had nothing to expect from her, neither the old friendship nor forgiveness for the scandal. And so it was when they settled in. The old woman became intolerable. There was a whole cruel manner of abandoning the familiar tu, of addressing her as Menina, a brusque refusal if Amelia tried to arrange her pillow or tuck in her shawl, a reproachful silence when she spent the evening in her room sewing, and at every moment sighing allusions to the sad burden that God had sent her at the end of her days. Amelia, to herself, blamed the Parroco. He had promised her that her godmother would be all charity, all complicity, and now he had delivered her to this ferocity of a devout old spinster. When she found herself in that great house at Ricoca, in a freezing room painted canary yellow, lugubriously furnished with a canopied bed and 2 leather chairs, she wept all night with her head buried in the pillow, tormented by a dog that beneath the windows, alarmed no doubt by the lights and activity in the house, howled until dawn. The next day she went down to the estate to see the tenant farmers. They were perhaps good people with whom she might find some distraction. She met a woman, tall and lugubrious as a cypress, laden with mourning. A large black dyed kerchief, pulled very low over her forehead, gave her the air of a hooded penitent, and her moaning voice had the sadness of a death knell. The man seemed to her even worse, resembling an orangutan with two enormous ears protruding from his skull, a bestial prominence of jaw, colourless gums, the ungainly body of a consumptive, chest caved in. She hurried away, went to see the orchard. It was neglected. The little paths were invaded by damp weeds, and the shade of the trees packed closely together on low ground enclosed by high walls produced a sickly sensation. It was still preferable to spend her days shut up in the great house, interminable days in which the hours moved with the tedious slowness of a funeral procession. Her room faced the front, and through the two windows she received the sad impression of the landscape stretching before her, a monotonous undulation of barren fields with some gaunt tree here and there, a stifling air in which there seemed to drift constantly the exhalation of nearby marshes and damp lowlands, and to which not even the September sun could dispel the feverish pallor. First thing in the morning she would go to help Donna Josefa up and settle her on the sofa. Then she would come to sew beside her, as she had once done in the Rua da Misericordia beside her mother. But now, instead of good chatter, she had only the intolerable silence of the old woman and her incessant wheezing. She had thought of having her piano sent from town, but the moment she mentioned it, the old woman exclaimed with sourness,
"The girl is mad. I haven't the health for music. What nonsense!"
Gertrude's was no company for her either. In the hours when she was not attending the old woman or in the kitchen, she would disappear. She happened to be from that very parish, and spent her time around the farmsteads, chatting with old neighbours. The worst hour was at nightfall. After saying her rosary, she would remain by the window, staring stupidly at the gradations of the setting light. All the fields gradually faded into the same dun tone. A silence seemed to descend, to settle upon the earth. Then a first little star would twinkle and shine, and before her there was nothing but an inert mass of mute shadow stretching to the horizon, where for a moment there lingered a thin strip of faded orange. Her thoughts, with no gleam of light or contour of objects around to hold them, drifted longingly far away to Vieira. At that hour her mother and her friends would be returning from their walk on the beach. All the nets would already be gathered in. Lights were beginning to appear in the cottages. It was the hour for tea, for lively card games, when the young men from town would go in groups to friendly houses with a guitar and a flute, improvising soirees, and she was there, alone. Then it was time to put the old woman to bed, to say the rosary with her and Gertrude's. They would then light the brass lamp, placing an old hat-stand in front of it to shade the invalid's face, and all evening, in the lugubrious silence, the only sound was the whir of Gertrude's spindle as she spun, crouched in a corner. Before going to bed, they would lock every door, in a constant fear of thieves, and then, for Amelia, the hour of superstitious terrors would begin. She could not fall asleep, aware of the darkness of those ancient uninhabited rooms around her, and the tenebrous silence of the countryside. She heard inexplicable noises. It was the floorboards of the corridor creaking, as if beneath multiplied footsteps. It was the candle flame that suddenly bent as if under an invisible breath, or, in the distance, towards the kitchen, the dull thud of a body. She would then pile up prayers, huddled under the bedclothes. But if she fell asleep, nightmare visions continued the terrors of her waking. Once she had woken suddenly to a voice that said, groaning from behind the tall headboard, "Amelia, prepare yourself. Your end has come." Terrified, in her nightgown, she ran through the house and took refuge in Gertrude's bed. But the following night the sepulchral voice returned as she was falling asleep. "Amelia, remember your sins. Prepare yourself, Amelia." She screamed. She fainted. Fortunately, Gertrude's, who had not yet gone to bed, ran to that sharp cry that had cut through the silence of the great house. She found her sprawled across the bed, her hair loose from its net and trailing on the floor, her hands icy and as if dead. She went down to wake the farmer's wife, and until dawn there was a flurry of activity to bring her back to life. From that day on, Gertrude slept beside her, and the voice never again threatened her from behind the headboard. But night and day, the idea of death and the dread of hell never left her. Around that time, a travelling print seller passed through Ricoca, and Senora Donna Josefa bought from him 2 lithographs, the death of the righteous man and the death of the sinner.
It is good for each person to have a living example before their eyes,
she said. Amelia did not doubt at first that the old woman, who expected to die in the same blaze of glory as the righteous man in the picture, had wanted to show her, the sinner, the horrifying scene that awaited her. She hated her for that piece of spite. But her terrified imagination did not take long to give another explanation to the purchase of the print. It was Our Lady who had sent the print seller there to show her in vivid detail, in the lithograph of the death of the sinner, the spectacle of her own death agony, and she was then certain that everything would be exactly so, line for line, her guardian angel fleeing in sobs, God the Father turning his face from her in disgust, the skeleton of death laughing uproariously, and demons of dazzling colours, with a whole arsenal of tortures, seizing her, some by the legs, others by the hair, dragging her with howls of jubilation towards the flaming cavern shaken by the storm of roars that eternal suffering unleashes. And she could still see in the depths of the sky the great scales, with one pan raised very high where her prayers weighed no more than a canary's feather, and the other pan sunk low, its cords taut, bearing the bell-ringer's pallet and her tons of sin. She then fell into a hysterical melancholy that aged her. She spent her days unwashed and dishevelled, not wanting to take any care of her sinful body. All movement, all effort repelled her. Even prayers cost her an effort, as if she judged them futile. And she had thrown to the bottom of a chest the layette she had been sewing for the child, because she hated it, that being she could already feel stirring in her womb, and that was the cause of her perdition. She hated it, but less than the other one, the parrocho who had put it there, the wicked priest who had tempted her, ruined her, hurled her into the flames of hell. What despair when she thought of him! He was in Leiria at ease, eating well, confessing other women, perhaps courting them, and she there, all alone, with her belly condemned and swollen with the sin he had deposited in it, sinking into everlasting perdition. Certainly this agitation would have killed her, had it not been for Abad Ferrau, who had then begun to visit very regularly the sister of his friend the canon. Amelia had heard him spoken of many times in the Rua da Misericordia. It was said there that Ferrau had peculiar ideas, but it was impossible to deny him either the virtue of his life or the learning of a priest. He had been the abbade there for many years. Bishops had succeeded one another in the diocese, and he had remained there, forgotten in that poor parish, with arrears in his stipend, in a residence where the rain came through the roof. The last vicar-general, who had never lifted a finger to favour him, nevertheless told him, liberal with words, "You are one of the finest theologians in the kingdom. You are predestined by God for a bishopric. You will yet receive the mitre. You will go down in the history of the Portuguese Church as a great Bishop Ferrau." "A bishop, Senor Vicar-General, that would be something, but I would need the boldness of an Afonso de Albuquerque or a Dom João de Castro to accept, in the eyes of God, such a responsibility." And there he had remained, among poor folk, in a village of scarce land, living on 2 pieces of bread and a cup of milk, with a clean cassock on which the patches made a map, rushing half a league through a raging storm if a parishioner had a toothache, spending an hour consoling an old woman whose goat had died. And always in good humour, always with a cruzado at the bottom of his trouser pocket for a neighbour in need, a great friend of all the little boys for whom he carved cork boats, and not hesitating to stop if he met a pretty girl, which was rare in the parish, and exclaim, "Beautiful girl, God bless you." And yet, in his youth, the purity of his morals had been so celebrated that they called him the Maiden. In all other respects, a perfect priest in his zeal for the Church, spending hours in adoration before the Blessed Sacrament, fulfilling with fervent joy the smallest practices of the devout life, purifying himself for the day's labors with a deep mental prayer, a meditation of faith, from which his soul emerged more agile as from a fortifying bath, preparing himself for sleep with one of those long and pious examinations of conscience, so useful that St. Augustine and St. Bernard performed in the same manner as Plutarch and Seneca, and which are the laborious and subtle correction of small faults, the meticulous perfecting of active virtue, undertaken with the fervor of a poet revising a cherished poem. And all the time he had free, he buried himself in a chaos of books. Abade Ferrau had only one defect. He loved to hunt. He restrained himself because hunting takes up much time, and it is cruel to kill a poor bird going about its domestic business in the fields. But on clear winter mornings, when there was still dew on the broom, if he saw a man pass with a gun on his shoulder, stepping lively, followed by his pointer, his eyes would follow him longingly. Sometimes, however, temptation won out. He would furtively seize his gun, whistle for Janota, and with the tails of his greatcoat flying in the wind, off went the illustrious theologian, the mirror of piety, across fields and valleys. And shortly afterwards, bang, bang, a quail, a partridge on the ground, and back came the saintly man with the gun under his arm, the two birds in his pocket, hugging the walls, saying his rosary to the Virgin, and answering the good mornings of people on the path with lowered eyes and a very guilty air. Abade Ferrau, despite his hunched appearance and his great nose, had pleased Amelia from the very first visit to Ricoca, and her liking grew when she saw that Donna Josefa received him with little enthusiasm, despite the respect her brother the canon had for the abade's learning. The old woman, in fact, after having been alone with him for a talk lasting hours, had condemned him with a single word, in her authority as an experienced old devout.
He is lax.
They had not truly understood each other. The good Ferrau, having lived so many years in that parish of 500 souls, all of whom fell, from mothers to daughters, into the same mould of simple devotion to our Lord, Our Lady, and St. Vincent, patron of the parish, having little experience of confession, found himself suddenly facing the complicated soul of a city devout, a bigotry that was both stubborn and tormented, and hearing that extraordinary catalogue of mortal sins, he murmured in astonishment,
How strange, how strange!
He had perceived at the outset that he had before him one of those morbid degenerations of religious feeling that theology calls the disease of scruples, which today, broadly speaking, afflicts all Catholic souls. But then, at certain revelations from the old woman, he feared he was really in the presence of a dangerous maniac, and instinctively, with the singular horror that priests have of lunatics, he moved his chair back. Poor Donna Josefa! On the very first night she arrived at Ricoca, she recounted, as she began the rosary to Our Lady, she had suddenly remembered that she had forgotten her scarlet flannel petticoat, which was so effective for leg pains. 38 times in a row she restarted the rosary, and each time the scarlet petticoat interposed itself between her and Our Lady. Then she had given up, exhausted, worn out, and immediately she had felt sharp pains in her legs, and had something like a voice inside telling her that it was Our Lady, in revenge, sticking pins in her legs. The abade jumped.
Oh, my dear lady!
Oh, that is not all, Senor Abadi.
There was another sin that tortured her. When she prayed sometimes, she felt phlegm rising, and with the name of God or the Virgin still on her lips, she had to spit. Lately she had been swallowing the phlegm, but had been thinking that the name of God or the Virgin was going down, entangled, into her stomach and mixing with her excrement. What should she do? The abade, with a wild look in his eyes, was wiping the sweat from his brow. But this was not the worst. The grave matter was that on the previous night she had been perfectly calm, entirely virtuous, praying to St. Francis Xavier. And suddenly, she could not say how, she had begun to think what St. Francis Xavier would look like stark naked. The good Ferrau did not move, stunned, At last, seeing her looking anxiously at him, waiting for his words and his counsel, he said,
And have you felt these terrors, these doubts, for long?
Always, Senor Abada, always.
And have you been in the company of people who, like yourself, are subject to these anxieties?
Everyone I know, dozens of friends, everyone. The enemy did not single me out. He goes after everyone.
And what remedy was given for these anguishes of the soul?
Oh, Senor Abade, those saintly men in the city, the Senor Parroco, Senor Silverio, Senor Guedes, all of them always got us out of difficulties, and with such skill, such virtue.
Abade Ferrao was silent for a moment. He felt sad, thinking that throughout the kingdom so many hundreds of priests thus voluntarily kept their flock in that darkness of soul, maintaining the world of the faithful in an abject terror of heaven, representing God and his saints as a court no less corrupt and no better than that of Caligula and his freedmen. He then wanted to bring to that nocturnal brain of a devout, peopled with phantasmagorias, a higher and broader light. He told her that all her anxieties came from an imagination tortured by the terror of offending God, that the Lord was not a fierce and furious master, but an indulgent and loving Father, that it was through love that one must serve him, not through fear, that all those scruples, Our Lady sticking in pins, the name of God falling into one's stomach, were disturbances of a diseased reason. He counseled her to have trust in God, to follow a good regime to build up her strength, not to exhaust herself in exaggerated prayers.
And when I come back,
he said at last, rising and taking his leave,
we shall continue to talk about this, and we shall bring peace to that soul.
Thank you, Senor Abade.
the old woman replied dryly. And as soon as Gertrude's came in a little later to bring her the hot water bottle for her feet, Donna Josefa exclaimed, utterly indignant, nearly whimpering,
Oh, he's no use at all. No use at all. He didn't understand me. He's a blockhead. He's a Freemason, Gertrude's. What a disgrace and a priest of the Lord.
From that day on, she never again revealed to the Abbé the dreadful sins she continued to commit. And when he, out of duty, tried to resume the education of her soul, the old woman declared to him without ceremony that, since she confessed with Padre Gusmao, she was not sure it would be proper to receive moral direction from another. The Abbé turned red and replied,
You are right, my dear lady, you are right. One must be very careful about such things.
He left, and from then on, after entering her room to inquire about her health, having spoken of the weather, the season, the illnesses going around, some feast at the church, he would hasten to take his leave and go out to the terrace to talk with Amelia. Seeing her always so downcast, he had taken an interest in her. For Amelia, the Abbé's visits were a distraction in that solitude of Rococa, and so they grew familiar, to the point that on the days when he regularly came, Amelia would put on a mantle and walk along the Poyet road to meet him near the blacksmith's house. The Abbé's conversation, that of a tireless talker, entertained her, so different from the gossip of the Rua da Misericordia, as the spectacle of a wide valley with trees, plantations, streams, orchards, and the sounds of farming refreshes eyes accustomed to the four whitewashed walls of a city garret. He had indeed one of those conversations resembling the weekly magazines of entertainment, the family treasury or the fireside readings, in which there is a bit of everything, moral instruction, travel stories, anecdotes about great men, dissertations on farming, a good joke here, sublime episodes from the life of a saint, a verse now and then, and even recipes, such as a very useful one he gave Amelia for washing flannels without shrinking them. He was only monotonous when he spoke of his parish family, the marriages, baptisms, illnesses, disputes, or when he began his hunting stories.
One time, my dear Senora, I was going along the Corrego das Tristes when a flock of partridges.
Amelia knew that for at least an hour it would be nothing but exploits of Janota, fabulous shots told with gestures, with imitations of bird calls, and bang, bang of gunfire, or else it was descriptions of the savage hunts he had read about with relish, tiger hunting in Nepal, lion hunting in Algeria, and elephant hunting, ferocious stories that carried the girl's imagination far away, to exotic countries where the grass grows as tall as pine trees, the sun burns like a branding iron, and in every thicket a pair of wild eyes gleams. And then, apropos of tigers and Malays, he would remember a curious story about St. Francis Xavier, and off he went, the terrible talker, into a description of the deeds of Asia, the armadas of India, and the famous sword thrusts at the siege of Diu. It was, in fact, on one of those days, in the orchard, when the Abbé, having begun by enumerating the advantages the canon would gain from converting the orchard into farmland, had ended up recounting the perils and valor of the missionaries in India and Japan, that Amelia, then at the full intensity of her nocturnal terrors, spoke of the noises she heard in the house and the frights they gave her.
"Oh, what a disgrace,"
said the Abbé, laughing.
"A lady of your age afraid of bogeymen."
She then, drawn by the Abbé's kindness, told him about the voices she heard at night from behind the headboard. The Abbé grew serious.
"My dear Senora, those are imaginings that you must overcome at all costs. To be sure, there have been prodigies in the world, but God does not go about speaking to just anyone from behind headboards, nor does he permit the devil to do so. Those voices, if you hear them, and if your sins are grave, do not come from behind the bed. They come from within yourself, from your conscience. And you may have Gertrude sleep beside you, and 100 Gertrudes, and an entire infantry battalion, and you will go on hearing them. You would hear them even if you were deaf. What is necessary is to calm the conscience that cries out for penance and purification. They
had been walking up to the terrace as they spoke, and Amelia had sat down, tired, on one of the stone benches that were there, and had remained gazing at the estate in the distance, the roofs of the barns, the long avenue of laurels, the threshing floor, and, far off, the fields stretching flat and brightened by the damp hue the light rain of the morning had given them. Now the afternoon had a clear placidity, without wind, with great motionless clouds that the setting sun touched with vivid shades of tender rose. She thought about the Abbé's very sensible words, about the rest she would enjoy if each sin that weighed on her soul like a boulder were to grow light and dissolve under the action of penance. And longings came to her for peace, for a repose equal to the quietude of the fields stretching before her. A bird sang, then fell silent, and began again after a moment with a trill so vibrant, so joyful, that Amelia smiled, listening to it.
"It's a nightingale."
"Nightingales don't sing at this hour,"
said the Abbé.
"It's a blackbird. There's one who isn't afraid of phantoms, nor hears voices. Listen to that enthusiasm, the little rascal."
It was indeed a triumphant warbling, a delirium of happy blackbird, which had suddenly given the whole orchard a festive sonority. And Amelia, before that glorious chirping of a contented bird, suddenly, without reason, in one of those nervous collapses that come upon hysterical women, burst into tears.
"Now then, what is this? What is this?"
said the Abbé, very surprised. He took her hand with the familiarity of an old man and a friend, calming her.
"How unhappy I am,"
she murmured, sobbing. He then, very paternal,
"You have no reason to be. Whatever the afflictions, the anxieties, a Christian soul always has consolation at hand. There is no sin that God does not forgive, no sorrow that he does not soothe. Remember that. What you must not do is keep your grief to yourself. That is what suffocates you, what makes you weep. If I can be of help, bring you calm, then come to me."
"When?"
she said, already eager to take refuge in the protection of that holy man.
"Whenever you wish,"
he said, laughing.
"I have no set hours for consolation. The church is always open. God is always present."
Early the next day, before the hour when the old woman rose, Amelia went to the residence, and for 2 hours she knelt before the small pine confessional, which the good Abbé had painted dark blue with his own hands, adorned with extraordinary little angel heads that had wings instead of ears, a work of high art about which he spoke with a secret pride. Padre Amaro had finished his dinner and was smoking, his eyes on the ceiling, so as not to see the gaunt face of the coadjutor who had been sitting there motionless and spectral for half an hour, every 10 minutes producing a question that fell into the silence of the room like the melancholy quarter hours struck at night by a cathedral clock. "The Señor Parroco is no longer a subscriber to the Nacao?"
No, I read the popular.
The coadjutor lapsed back into silence, immediately beginning to laboriously assemble the words for a new question. He finally released it, with slowness. "Has there been any more news of that wretch who wrote the comunicado?"
No, he went to Brazil.
At that moment, the maid came in, saying that there was a person who wanted to speak to the Señor Parroco. This was her way of announcing Dionysia's presence in the kitchen. She had not appeared for weeks, and Amaro, curious, left the room at once, closing the door behind him, and called the matron to the landing. "Great news, Señor Parroco. And I came running. It's serious. João Eduardo is here."
Well,
exclaimed the Parroco.
and I was just talking about him. How extraordinary, what a coincidence.
"It's true. I saw him today. I was flabbergasted. And I'm already informed about everything. The man is the tutor for the Morgadinho's children."
Which Morgadinho?
"The Morgadinho of Poyais. Whether he lives there or goes in the morning and comes back at night, that I don't know. What I do know is that he's back, and quite the dandy new suit. I thought I should warn you because you can be sure that sooner or later he'll come across Ameliazinha there at Ricoca. It's on the way to the Morgado's house. What do you think?"
The damned fool.
Amaro snarled with rancor.
He shows up just when he's no use, so he didn't go to Brazil after all?
Apparently not. It was no shadow of his, it was him in the flesh. Coming out of Fernandez's shop, as a matter of fact, and quite the swell. It would be wise to warn the girl, Señor Parroco, so she doesn't go planting herself at the window. Amaro gave her the 2 coins she was expecting, and a quarter of an hour later, having rid himself of the coadjutor, he was on his way to Ricoca. His heart beat hard when he caught sight of the great yellow house, freshly painted, the broad lateral terrace level with the orchard wall, adorned at intervals along the parapet with noble stone urns. He was going at last, after so many long weeks, to see his Ameliazinha, and he was already thrilling at the thought of the passionate exclamations with which she would fall into his arms. On the ground floor were the stables, dating from the time of the noble family that had once lived there, now abandoned to rats and mushrooms, receiving light through narrow barred windows nearly hidden under layers of cobwebs. One entered through an immense dark courtyard where for many years a whole mountain of empty casks had been piled in a corner, and the grand staircase leading to the living quarters was on the right, flanked by 2 small stone lions, benign and drowsy. Amaro climbed up to a hall with a panelled oak ceiling, unfurnished, with half the floor covered with dried beans, and uncertain what to do, he clapped his hands. A door opened. Amelia appeared for an instant, all dishevelled and in a white skirt. She gave a little shriek, slammed the door, and the Parroco could hear her fleeing into the depths of the great house. He stood very disconsolate in the middle of the hall, with his umbrella under his arm, thinking of the easy familiarity with which he used to enter the house on the Rua da Misericordia, where the doors seemed to open of their own accord and the wallpaper itself seemed to brighten with joy. He was about to clap his hands again, already irritated, when Gertrude's appeared. "Oh, Señor Parroco! Come in, Señor Parroco! Well, at last! My lady, it's the Señor Parroco!" she cried, overjoyed to see at last a welcome visitor, a friend from the city, in that exile of Ricoca. She led him straight to Donna Josefa's room at the back of the house, an enormous room where, on a small sofa lost in a corner, the old woman spent her days huddled in her shawl, her feet wrapped in a blanket.
"Oh, Donna Josefa, how are you? How are you?"
She could not answer, seized by a fit of coughing brought on by the excitement of the visit.
As you can see, Senor Parroco.
She murmured at last, very feebly.
Here I am dragging out this old age. And yourself? Why haven't you come before?
Amaro excused himself vaguely with the demands of the cathedral, and he understood now, seeing that yellow, hollow face with a hideous cap of black lace, what sad hours Amelia must be spending there. He asked about her. He had glimpsed her from afar, but she had taken flight.
She wasn't decent to be seen,
said the old woman.
Today was wash day.
Amaro then wanted to know how they occupied themselves, how they passed the days in that solitude.
I sit here. The girl wanders about.
After each word she seemed to collapse with fatigue, and her wheezing grew worse.
So the change hasn't agreed with you, my lady?
She shook her head no. Let her talk, Senor Parroco, Gertrude interjected, having remained standing beside the sofa, enjoying the Parroco's presence. Let her talk. The truth is, she exaggerates too. She gets up every day, takes her little walk to the parlour, eats her bit of chicken. We have her here. We have her rallying. It's what Senor Abade Ferrao says. Health gallops away but comes back at a walk. The door opened. Amelia appeared, very flushed, in her old purple merino dressing gown, her hair hastily arranged.
Forgive me, Senor Parroco,
she stammered.
But today has been a day of chaos.
He shook her hand gravely, and they fell silent, as if separated by the distance of a desert. She did not take her eyes from the floor, rolling with a trembling hand a corner of the woolen shawl she wore loosely over her shoulders. Amaro found her changed, a little swollen in the face, with a crease of age at the corners of her mouth. To break that strange silence, he also asked her whether she was getting on well.
I'm managing. It's a bit dreary here. As Senor Abade Ferrao says, it's too big for one to feel at home.
Nobody came here to enjoy themselves,
said the old woman without opening her eyelids, in a dry voice from which all fatigue had vanished. Amelia bowed her head, turning pale. Amaro then, understanding at a glance that the old woman was tormenting Amelia, said with great severity,
That's true. You didn't come here to enjoy yourselves, but neither did you come here to make yourselves miserable on purpose. For a person to put herself in a foul mood and make life black for others is a horrible failure of charity. There is no worse sin in the eyes of the Lord. Whoever does such a thing is unworthy of God's grace.
The old woman began to whimper, very agitated.
Oh, what God has reserved for me in the last years of my life.
Gertrude soothed her. Now then, Senora, getting upset like that only made things worse. What nonsense. Everything would work out with the help of God. Health would not be lacking, nor happiness. Amelia had moved to the window, no doubt to hide the tears that were springing from her eyes. And the Parroco, distressed by the scene, began to say that Donna Josefa was not bearing those days of illness with the true resignation of a Christian. Nothing scandalized our Lord more than to see his creatures revolting against the pains or burdens he sent. It was to insult the justice of his decrees.
You are right, Senor Parroco, you are right,
murmured the old woman, very contrite.
Sometimes I don't know what I'm saying. It's the illness.
Very well, my lady. What you must do is resign yourself and try to see everything in rosy hues. That is the sentiment God most appreciates. I understand it is hard, being buried out here.
That's what Senor Abade Ferrao says,
Amelia put in, returning from the window.
The godmother is restless, torn like this from the habits of so many years.
Noting then the repeated citation of Abade Ferrao's words, Amaro asked if he was in the habit of coming to see them.
Oh, he's been wonderful company for us,
said Amelia.
He comes almost every day.
He's a saint, exclaimed Gertrude.
Of course,
murmured Amaro, displeased by such lively enthusiasm.
A person of great virtue.
Of great virtue,
sighed the old woman.
But...
She fell silent, not daring to express her reservations as a devout, and she exclaimed in a plea,
Oh, it is the Senor Parroco who should come here, to help me carry this cross of illness.
I shall come, my lady. I shall come. It will be good to distract you, to bring you the news. And speaking of which, I had a letter from our canon yesterday.
He searched in his pocket and read a few passages from the letter. The Padre Mestre had already had 15 baths. The beach was full of people. Donna Maria had been unwell with a boil. The weather was splendid. Every afternoon, long walks to watch the nets come in. Senora Joanera, well, but always talking about her daughter.
Poor Mama.
Amelia whimpered. But the old woman took no interest in the news, moaning with her wheeze. It was Amelia who asked after the friends in Liria, after Padre Notario, after Padre Silverio. It was growing dark already. Gertrude's had gone to prepare the lamp. Amaro finally rose.
Well then, my lady, until another day. Rest assured I shall appear from time to time, and no fretting. Keep warm, eat well, and God's mercy will not abandon you.
Don't desert us, Senor Parroco, don't desert us.
Amelia had extended her hand to say goodbye there in the room, but Amaro, in a jesting tone,
If it is no trouble, Menina Amelia, it would be helpful if you showed me the way out, as I get lost in this great house.
They both left, and as soon as they were in the hall, where the 3 broad windows still admitted a certain light.
The old woman makes your life miserable, child,
said Amaro, stopping.
What more do I deserve?
She replied, lowering her eyes.
Shameless woman, I'll give her a piece of my mind. My Ameliacina, if you knew what it has cost me.
And as he spoke, he was putting his arm around her neck, but she drew back, deeply agitated.
What's this?
Said Amaro, astonished.
What?
This manner. You won't give me a kiss, Amelia? Are you mad?
She raised her hands towards him in an anxious supplication, speaking all a-tremble.
No, Senor Parroco, leave me be. That is over. What we have sinned is quite enough. I want to die in God's grace. Let there never be talk of such a thing again. It was a misfortune. It is finished. All I want now is the peace of my soul.
You are out of your mind. Who put that into your head? Listen here.
He moved towards her again, arms open.
Don't touch me for the love of God.
And she swiftly retreated to the door. He stared at her for a moment in mute fury.
Very well, as you wish,
he said at last.
In any case, I want to warn you that João Eduardo has returned, that he passes by here every day, and that it would be wise not to stand at the window.
What do I care about João Eduardo and all the others and everything that has happened?
He retorted, overflowing with bitter sarcasm.
Of course, now the great man is Senor Abade Ferrao.
I owe him a great deal, that is all I know.
At that moment Gertrude's came in with the lit lamp, and Amaro, without bidding Amelia farewell, left, umbrella raised like a lance, grinding his teeth with rage. But the long walk back to town calmed him. This resistance of the girl's was, after all, merely a fit of virtue and scruples. She had found herself alone in that great house, embittered by the old woman, impressed by the moralizing sermons of Ferrao, far from him, and she had had that devout reaction with its terrors of the other world and appetites for innocence. Nonsense. If he began going to Ricoca regularly, within a week he would regain all his dominion. Ah, he knew her well. All it took was a touch, a wink. She would surrender at once. He spent, however, a restless night, desiring her more than ever. And the next day at 1 o'clock he set off for Ricoca, bringing her a bouquet of roses. The old woman was overjoyed to see him. Why, the Senor Parroco's presence was a tonic for her health, and if it were not for the distance, she would beg him for the charity of coming every morning. Even after his little visit, she prayed with more fervor. Amaro smiled, distracted, his eyes fixed on the door.
And Menina Amelia?
He asked at last.
She went out. Now it's a walk every morning,
said the old woman sourly.
She goes to the residence. She's entirely the Abade's.
Ah,
said Amaro with a livid smile.
A new devotion, eh? A person of great merit, the Abade.
Oh, he's no good, no good,
exclaimed Donna Josefa.
He doesn't understand me. He has very peculiar ideas. He offers no spiritual nourishment.
A man of books,
said Amaro. But the old woman had raised herself on her elbow and, lowering her voice, her gaunt face ablaze with hatred.
And between ourselves, Amelia has behaved very badly. I shall never forgive her for it. She confessed to the abbé. It is an indelicacy, being the Señor Paraco's confessant, having received nothing from you but kindnesses. She is an ingrate. She is a traitor.
Amaro had turned pale.
What are you telling me, Señora?
The truth. She doesn't even deny it. She's even proud of it. She's a lost creature, after the favor we are doing her.
Amaro concealed the indignation churning within him. He even laughed. One must not exaggerate. There was no ingratitude. It was a matter of faith. If the girl thought the abbé could guide her better, she was right to open herself to him. What everyone wanted was for her to save her soul. Whether it was under the direction of so-and-so or such, that did not matter. And she was in good hands with the abbé, and pulling his chair sharply up to the old woman's bed.
And so now, every morning she goes to the residence?
Nearly every morning. But she won't be long now. She goes after lunch and always comes back at about this time. Oh, this has caused me such grief.
Amaro took a nervous little stroll around the room and, extending his hand to the old woman,
Well, my lady, I cannot stay. I came in a hurry. I'll be back again soon.
And without heeding the old woman, who anxiously begged him to stay for dinner, he descended the stairs like a rolling stone and struck out furiously on the road to the residence, still holding his bouquet. He expected to meet Amelia on the road, and before long he caught sight of her near the blacksmith's house, crouching by the verge, sentimentally picking little wildflowers.
What are you doing here?
He exclaimed, coming up to her. She stood up with a little cry.
What are you doing here?
He repeated. At that too, and at that angry voice, she quickly put a finger to her lips, alarmed. The Señor Abad was inside the house with the blacksmith.
Listen,
said Amaro, his eyes blazing, grabbing her arm.
You confessed to the abbé?
What do you want to know for? I did. It's no disgrace.
But you confessed everything. Everything?
He asked through clenched teeth. She grew flustered, and still using the familiar tu.
It was you who told me many times that the greatest sin in this world was to hide anything from a confessor.
You drunken fool!
Amaro snarled. His eyes devoured her, and through the haze of fury that filled his brain and made the veins throb in his temples, he found her more beautiful, with a fullness about her entire body that he burned to embrace, with red lips enlivened by the open country air that he wanted to bite until they bled.
Listen,
he said, yielding to a brutal invasion of desire.
Listen, it's over. I don't care. Confess to the devil if you like. But you must be the same for me.
No,
she said firmly, pulling free, ready to run to the blacksmith's house.
You'll pay for this, damn you.
The priest snarled between his teeth, turning on his heel, striding down the road with the steps of a man in despair. And he did not slacken his pace until the town, driven by an impulse of indignation that under the gentle peace of a mid-autumn day suggested to him plans for ferocious vengeance. He arrived home exhausted, still holding the bouquet. But there, in the solitude of his room, the awareness of his impotence gradually came to him. What could he do to her, in the end? Go around town saying she was pregnant? That would be to denounce himself. Spread the rumor that she was having an affair with Abade Ferrao? That was absurd. An old man of nearly 70, grotesquely ugly, with an entire past of saintly virtue. But to lose her, never again to hold that body of snow in his arms, never again to hear those stammered endearments that carried his soul to something better than heaven, that no. And was it possible that she, in 6 or 7 weeks, had thus forgotten everything? In those long nights at Ricoca, alone in bed, would no memory come to her of the mornings in Tio Esquelos's room? Surely, He knew it from the experience of so many women who had confessed to him and revealed in distress the mute and stubborn temptation that never leaves the flesh that has once sinned. No, he must pursue her, and by every means fan that desire which now burned in him higher and louder. He spent the night writing her a letter of 6 pages, absurd, full of passionate entreaties, mystical subtleties, exclamation marks, and threats of suicide. He sent it early the next day, by Dionysia. The reply came only at night, by a boy from the estate. With what eagerness he tore open the envelope. It was merely these words, "I beg you to leave me in peace with my sins." He did not give up. The next day he was at Ricoca again, visiting the old woman. Amelia was in Donna Josefa's room when he appeared. She turned very pale, but her eyes did not leave her sewing. During the half-hour he remained there, now in a sombre silence slumped in the depths of the armchair, now responding absently to the old woman's chatter, who was very talkative that morning. And the following week it was the same. If she heard him come in, she would quickly shut herself in her room. She only appeared if the old woman sent Gertrudes to tell her that the Señor Párroco was there and wished to see her. She would go then, extend her hand, which he always found scalding, and taking up her eternal sewing by the window, she would pick at the stitching with a taciturnity that drove the priest to despair. He had written her another letter. She had not replied. Then he would swear never to return to Ricoca, to scorn her. But after spending the night tossing in bed unable to sleep, with the same vision of her nakedness intolerably fixed in his brain, off he would go in the morning for Ricoca, blushing when the roadworks foreman, who saw him pass every day, tipped his oilskin cap. One afternoon, when it was drizzling, upon entering the great house, he had come face to face with Abade Ferrao, who at the door was opening his umbrella.
"Hello, here you are, Señor Abade,"
he said. The Abade replied naturally,
It is you who are hardly a surprise, coming here every day.
Amaro could not contain himself, and trembling with fury,
"And what concern is it of the Señor Abade's whether I come or not? Is this your house?"
That unjustifiable brutality offended the Abade.
Well, it would be better for everyone if you didn't come.
"And why is that, Señor Abade? And why?"
Amaro shouted, beside himself. Then the good man started. He had committed there the gravest fault of the Catholic priest. What he knew of Amaro, of his love affair, was under the seal of confession, and to betray the mystery of the sacrament was to show that he disapproved of this persistence in sin. He removed his hat very low and said humbly,
You are right. I beg pardon for what I said without thinking. Good afternoon, Señor Párroco.
"Good afternoon, Señor Abade."
Amaro did not enter Ricoca. He turned back to the town through the rain, which was now beating down hard. And as soon as he reached home, he wrote a long letter to Amelia, in which he recounted the scene with the Abade, heaping accusations upon him, above all of having indirectly betrayed the secret of confession. Like the others, this letter received no reply from Ricoca. Then Amaro began to believe that so much resistance could not spring solely from repentance and the terror of hell. There's a man in this, he thought, and consumed by a black jealousy, he began prowling around Ricoca at night. But he saw nothing. The great house remained sleeping and dark. On one occasion, however, as he approached the orchard wall, he heard ahead on the road that descends from Portuguese a voice sentimentally humming the waltz from Les Deux Mondes, and a glowing point of a lit cigar advancing in the darkness. Alarmed, he took refuge in a crumbling ruin on the other side of the road. The voice fell silent, and Amaro, peering out, then saw a figure who seemed wrapped in a light travelling shawl, standing still, contemplating the windows of Ricoca. A fury of jealousy seized him, and he was about to leap out and attack the man, when he saw him continue tranquilly along the road, cigar held high, humming,
"Do you hear far off, rumbling in the mountains, the sound of bronze that fills us with dread?"
By the voice, by the shawl, by the gait, he had recognized João Eduardo. But he was certain that if a man was speaking at night to Amelia or entering the estate, it was certainly not the clerk. Nevertheless, fearing discovery, he did not prowl around the great house again. It was indeed João Eduardo, who, whenever he passed by Ricoca, by day or by night, would stop for a moment to gaze melancholically at the walls she inhabited, because, despite so many disillusions, Amelia had remained for the poor fellow the one, the beloved, the most precious thing on earth. Neither in Urim, nor in Alcobaça, nor in the inns where he had wandered, nor in Lisbon, where he had arrived like the hull of a shipwrecked boat washing up on shore, had he ceased for a moment to keep her present in his soul and to be moved by his longing for her. During those bitter days in Lisbon, the worst of his life, when he had been a clerk in a dingy solicitor's office, lost in that city which seemed to have the vastness of a Rome or a Babylon, and in which he felt the harsh selfishness of bustling crowds, he even tried to cultivate that love more, for it gave him something like the sweetness of a companion. He felt less isolated, always having in his mind that image with whom he struck up imaginary dialogues during his endless walks along the Cas do Sodre, blaming her for the sorrows that were aging him. And this passion, being for him a kind of indefinite justification of his miseries, made him interesting in his own eyes. He was a martyr of love. This consoled him, just as he had been consoled in his first despair by considering himself a victim of religious persecution. He was not some banal wretch whom chance, laziness, lack of friends, bad luck, and the patches on his coat kept fatally in the privations of a subordinate. He was a man of great heart, whom a catastrophe partly amorous and partly political, a domestic and social drama, had thus forced, after heroic struggles, to travel from one solicitor's office to another with a bag of lustrine full of legal papers. Destiny had made him the equal of so many heroes he had read about in sentimental novels, and his threadbare overcoat, his dinners at 4 Vintons, the days when he had no money for tobacco, all of this he attributed to his fatal love for Amelia and to the persecution of a powerful class, thus giving, by a very human instinct, a grandiose origin to his trivial miseries. When he saw those he called the fortunate pass by, individuals driving carriages, young men he encountered with a beautiful woman on their arm, well-muffled folk heading to the theatres, he felt less wretched thinking that he too possessed a great inner luxury, which was that unhappy love. And when at last, by a stroke of luck, he obtained the certainty of a position in Brazil, the money for the passage, he idealized his banal emigrant's adventure, repeating to himself throughout the day that he was about to cross the seas, exiled from his country by a tyranny of priests and authorities combined, and for having loved a woman. Who would have told him then, as he packed his suit in the tin trunk, that within weeks he would be once again half a league from those priests and those authorities, gazing with a tender eye at Amelia's window? It had been that singular Morgadinho of Poiaes, who was neither a Morgadinho nor from Poiaes, but merely an eccentric rich man from near Alcobaça, who had bought that old property from the Poiaes gentry, and who with possession of the land received from the parish folk the honour of the title. It had been that worthy gentleman who had saved him from seasickness on the steamer and the hazards of emigration. He had met him by chance at the solicitor's office where he was still working on the eve of his voyage. The Morgadinho, a client of old Nunes, knew his story, the exploit of the comunicado, the scandal in the cathedral square, and he had long since conceived a burning sympathy for him. The Morgadinho had indeed a maniacal hatred of priests, to the point that he could not read in the newspaper the account of a crime without deciding, even when the guilty party was already convicted, that at bottom there must be a cassock in the story. It was said that this rancor derived from the grief his first wife, a celebrated devout of Alcobaça, had caused him. As soon as he saw João Eduardo in Lisbon and learned of the approaching voyage, he immediately had the idea of bringing him back to Leiria, installing him at Poiaes, and entrusting him with the primary education of his 2 little sons as a strident insult to the entire diocesan clergy. He imagined, moreover, that João Eduardo was a godless man, and this suited his philosophical plan of raising the boys in brazen atheism. João Eduardo accepted, with tears in his eyes. It was a magnificent salary coming his way, a position, a family, a resounding rehabilitation.
Oh, Senor Morgado, I shall never forget what you are doing for me.
It's for my own satisfaction. It's to annoy the scoundrels. And we leave tomorrow. At Chao de Macas, as soon as he stepped down from the railway carriage, he declared at once to the station master, who knew neither João Eduardo nor his story, "Here I bring him in triumph. He's come to smash the face of every priest, and if there are costs to pay, it's me who pays them." The station master was not surprised, because the Morgadinho was generally considered in the district to be a lunatic. It was there, at Portuguese, on the very day after his arrival, that João Eduardo learned that Amelia and Dona Josefa were at Ricoca. He learned it from the good Abade Ferrao, the only priest to whom the Morgado spoke, and whom he received at his house, not as a priest, but as a gentleman. "As a gentleman I esteem you, Senor Ferrao," he would say, "but as a priest I abominate you." And the good Ferrao would smile, knowing that beneath that ferocity of an obtuse, godless man there was a saintly heart, a father of the poor in the parish. The Morgado was also a great lover of old books, an indefatigable arguer. Sometimes the two of them had tremendous battles over history, botany, systems of hunting. When the Abbade, in the heat of controversy, put forward some contrary opinion with authority, "Are you presenting that to me as a priest or as a gentleman?" the Morgado would exclaim, drawing himself up.
"As a gentleman, Senor Morgado?"
"Then I accept the objection. It is sensible. But if it were as a priest, I would break your bones." Sometimes, thinking to vex the Abbade, he would show off João Eduardo, clapping the young man vigorously on the shoulder, with the caress of a connoisseur, like a favourite horse. "Look at this. He's already nearly done for one of them, and he'll still kill 2 or 3 more. And if they arrest him, I'll save him from the gallows."
"That is not difficult, Senor Morgado,"
the Abbade said, calmly taking his pinch of snuff.
"Since we no longer have gallows in Portugal."
Then the Morgado would fly into indignation. No gallows? And why not? Because we had a liberal government and a constitutional king. If the priests had their way, there would be a gallows in every square and a bonfire at every street corner. "Tell me one thing, Senor Ferrao. Have you come here to defend the Inquisition in my own house?"
"Oh, Senor Morgado, I haven't even mentioned the Inquisition."
"You didn't mention it out of fear, because you know perfectly well I would put a knife in your stomach." And all of this at the top of his voice, leaping about the room, creating a gale with the prodigious tails of his yellow dressing gown.
"At heart an angel,"
the Abbade would say to João Eduardo.
"Capable of giving the shirt off his back even to a priest, if he knew one to be in need. And you are well placed here, João Eduardo. Just don't mind his manias."
Abade Ferrao had taken a liking to João Eduardo, and knowing from Amelia the famous legend of the comunicado, he had wanted, in his favourite expression, to leaf through the man here and there. He had conversed with him for entire afternoons in the laurel-lined avenue of the estate, at the residence where João Eduardo came to borrow books, and beneath the exterminator of priests, as the Morgado called him, he had found a poor, sensitive young man with a sentimental religiosity, ambitions for domestic peace, and a great respect for work. Then an idea had come to him which, above all, because it had occurred to him one day as he emerged from his devotions before the Blessed Sacrament, seemed to him to have descended from above, from the will of the Lord. It was to marry him to Amelia. It would not be difficult to lead that weak, tender heart to forgive her transgression. And the poor girl, after so many trials, once that passion which had entered her soul like a breath from the devil, sweeping away her will, her peace, and her modesty headlong into the abyss, was extinguished, would find in João Eduardo's company a whole remainder of life that was calm and content, a gentle domestic corner, a sweet refuge, and a purification of the past. He spoke to neither of them about this idea that so moved him. This was not the moment when she carried in her womb the other man's child. but he was lovingly preparing for that outcome, especially when he was with Amelia, telling her about his conversations with João Eduardo, some very sensible remark the young man had made, the good care he was showing as a tutor in the education of the little Morgados.
"He's a fine young man,"
he would say.
"A family man, one of those to whom a woman can truly entrust her life and her happiness. If I belonged to the world, if I had a daughter, I would give her to him."
Amelia would not respond, blushing. She could no longer raise against those persuasive praises the old, the great objection, the comunicado, the impiety. Abade Ferrao had demolished it one day with a single remark.
"I read the article, my dear Senora. The young man did not write against the priests. He wrote against the Pharisees."
And to soften this severe judgment, the most uncharitable he had made in many years, he added,
"In any case, it was a grave fault. But he is deeply repentant. He has paid for it with tears and with hunger."
And this touched Amelia's heart. It was also around that time that Dr. Gouveia had begun to come to Ricoca, because Donna Josefa had worsened with the colder autumn days. Amelia, at first, at the hour of the visit, would shut herself in her room, trembling at the idea of having her condition discovered by old Dr. Gouveia, the family doctor, that man of legendary severity. But in the end, it had been necessary to appear in the old woman's room, to receive his instructions as a nurse regarding the times for the medicines and the diets. And one day, having accompanied the doctor to the door, she froze, seeing him stop, turn to her, stroking his great white beard that fell over his velvet jacket, and say to her with a smile,
"I had always told your mother to get you married."
2 tears sprang from her eyes.
Now, child, I don't hold it against you. You are in the right. Nature commands us to conceive, not to marry. Marriage is an administrative formality."
Amelia looked at him, not understanding, with the 2 very round tears running slowly down her face. He tapped her chin with his fingers, very paternal.
"I mean to say that as a naturalist I rejoice. I find that you have made yourself useful to the general order of things. Now to practical matters."
He then gave her advice about the hygiene she should follow.
"And when the time comes, if you find yourself in a fix, send for me."
He was about to go down. Amelia stopped him, and with a frightened plea,
"But you won't say anything in town, Senor Dutor."
Dr. Gouveia paused.
"Now, aren't you being silly? Very well. I forgive you that, too. It's consistent with your temperament." "No, I won't say anything, girl. But for heaven's sake, why didn't you marry that poor João Eduardo? He would have made you just as happy as the other fellow, and you wouldn't need to beg for secrecy. Anyway, for me, that's a secondary detail. What matters is what I told you. Send for me. Don't put too much trust in your saints. I understand more about these things than St. Bridget or whoever it is. For you are strong, and you'll give the state a fine, strapping lad."
All those words, which she had not entirely understood, but in which she felt a vague justification and the kindness of an indulgent grandfather, especially that medical knowledge which promised her health, and to which the doctor's grizzled beard, a beard worthy of God the Father, lent an air of infallibility, reassured her, increasing the serenity she had been enjoying for weeks, ever since her desperate confession in the chapel at Portuguese. Ah, it had surely been Our Lady, finally taking pity on her torments, who had sent her from heaven that inspiration to go and deliver herself, all her pain, into the care of Abad Ferrao. It seemed to her that she had left there, in his navy-blue confessional, all the bitterness, the terrors, the black rags of remorse that had been stifling her soul. With each of his persuasive consolations she had felt the darkness that blocked the sky for her disappear. Now she saw everything in blue, and when she prayed, Our Lady no longer turned away her indignant face. For the Abade's manner of hearing confession was so different. His ways were not those of the rigid representative of a scowling god. There was something feminine and maternal in him that passed over the soul like a caress. Instead of raising before her eyes the sinister scenery of the flames of hell, He had shown her a vast, merciful heaven with its doors flung wide, and the many paths leading there, so easy and so sweet to tread that only the stubbornness of the rebellious refuses to try them. God appeared, in that gentle interpretation of the afterlife, as a kindly, smiling great-grandfather. Our Lady was a sister of mercy, the saints hospitable companions. It was an amiable religion, bathed entirely in grace, in which a single pure tear suffices to redeem a lifetime of sin. How different from the grim doctrine that had kept her terrified and trembling since childhood. As different as that little village chapel was from the vast stone mass of the cathedral. There, in the old cathedral, walls of arm-thick masonry separated one from human and natural life. All was darkness, melancholy, penance, the severe faces of statues. Nothing of what makes the joy of the world entered there. Not the high blue sky, not the birds, not the open air of meadows, not the laughter of living lips. Whatever flowers there were artificial. The verger posted himself at the portal to keep out the little children. Even the sun was exiled, and all the light there was came from funereal candelabra. And here, in the little chapel of Portuguese, what familiarity between nature and the good Lord. Through the open doors came the scented breeze of honeysuckle. Small children playing filled the whitewashed walls with their noise. The altar was like a little garden and an orchard. Bold sparrows came to chirp right up to the pedestals of the crosses. Sometimes a grave ox would poke its muzzle through the door with the ancient familiarity of the stable at Bethlehem, or a stray sheep would come to rejoice at the sight of one of its kind, the paschal lamb, sleeping contentedly at the back of the altar with the holy cross between its paws. Besides this, the good Abbade, as he had told her, did not demand impossibilities. He knew well that she could not uproot in an instant that sinful love which had taken root to the very depths of her being. He wanted only that when the thought of Amaro assailed her, she should take shelter at once in the thought of Jesus. Against the colossal strength of Satan, who has the power of a Hercules, a poor girl cannot wrestle arm to arm. She can only take refuge in prayer when she feels him near, and leave him to exhaust himself, roaring and foaming around that impenetrable asylum. He himself helped her daily in that repurification of the soul with the solicitude of a nurse. It was he who had rehearsed with her, like a stage director, the attitude she should adopt at Amaro's first visit to Rococa. It was he who arrived with some brief word of encouragement, like a cordial, if he saw her falter in that slow reconquest of virtue. If her night had been agitated by warm memories of past pleasures, there would follow an entire morning of good conversation, without a pedagogical tone, in which he showed her in a friendly way that heaven would give her greater joys than the squalid room of the bell-ringer. He had gone so far, with a theologian's subtlety, as to demonstrate that in the Paraco's love there was nothing but brutality and bestial frenzy. That, sweet as human love might be, a priest's love could only be a momentary explosion of compressed desire. When the Paraco's letters had begun, he had analyzed them phrase by phrase, revealing to her what they contained of hypocrisy, of selfishness, of rhetoric, and of base desire. He was thus slowly weaning her away from the Paraco. But he did not wean her from legitimate love, purified by the sacrament. He knew well that she was all flesh and desires, and that to hurl her violently into mysticism would only be to twist her natural instinct for a moment without creating a lasting peace. He did not try to wrench her abruptly from human reality. He did not want her for a nun. He only wished that the loving force he felt in her should serve the joy of a husband and the useful harmony of a family, and not be wasted in casual concubinage. Deep down, the good Pharaoh would certainly have preferred, in his priestly soul, that the girl should separate herself absolutely from all the selfish interests of individual love, and give herself, like a sister of charity, like a nurse in a hospice, to the broader love of all humanity. But poor Ameliazinha had flesh too beautiful and too weak. It would not be prudent to frighten her with such high sacrifices. She was entirely a woman, Entirely a woman she should remain. To limit her sphere of action would be to spoil her usefulness. Christ was not enough for her with his ideal limbs nailed to the cross. She needed a man like any other, with a moustache and a top hat. So be it. Let him at least be a husband under sacramental legitimacy. And so he was slowly curing her of that morbid passion with a daily direction, one of those missionary persistences that only sincere faith inspires, putting the subtlety of a casuist at the service of the morality of a philosopher, paternal and skilful, a marvelous cure from which the good Abbé secretly drew a certain pride. And great was his joy when it seemed to him that at last the passion for Amaro was no longer a living sentiment in her soul, but was dead, embalmed, laid away in the depths of her memory as in a tomb, already hidden beneath the delicate flowering of a new virtue. So at least the good Ferrau judged. Seeing her now allude to the past with a tranquil gaze, without those blushes that had once scalded her face at the mere name of Amaro. She, in fact, no longer thought of the Señor Pároco with the emotion of former days, the terror of sin, the penetrating influence of the Abbé, that abrupt separation from the devout milieu in which her love had developed, the pleasure she felt in a greater serenity, without nocturnal frights and without the enmity of Our Lady, all had conspired so that the noisy fire of that passion was gradually reduced to embers that glowed dully. The Pároco had stood at first in her soul with the prestige of an idol covered in gold. But so many times, since her pregnancy, she had shaken that idol in hours of religious terror or hysterical repentance, that all the gilding had come off in her hands, and the trivial dark form that appeared beneath no longer dazzled her. She therefore watched the Abbé topple it entirely, without weeping and without struggle. If she still thought of Amaro, it was because she could not help thinking of the bell-ringer's house, but what still tempted her was the pleasure, not the Pároco. And with her nature of a good-hearted girl, she had a sincere gratitude towards the Abbé. As she had told Amaro that afternoon, she owed him everything. This was what she also felt now towards Dr. Gouveia, who came regularly to see the old woman every other day. They were her good friends, like two fathers that heaven sent her, one who promised her health, the other grace. Sheltered in those two protections, she enjoyed an adorable peace in the last weeks of October. The days were very calm and very warm. It was good to sit on the terrace in the afternoons, in that autumnal serenity of the fields. Dr. Gouveia sometimes encountered Abade Ferrau there. The two were fond of each other. After the visit to the old woman, they would go out to the terrace, and their eternal arguments about religion and morality would promptly begin. Amelia, her sewing fallen to her lap, feeling her two friends near her, those two colossi of knowledge and of sanctity, would abandon herself to the charm of the gentle hour, gazing at the estate where the trees were already fading. She thought of the future. It appeared to her now easy and secure. She was strong, and the birth, with the doctor present, would be merely an hour of pain. Then, free of that complication, she would return to the city and to her mother. And then another hope, born of the Abbé's constant talk about João Eduardo, would come dancing in her imagination. Why not? If the poor fellow still loved her, and would forgive. He had never repelled her as a man, and it would be a splendid marriage now that he had the Morgado's friendship. It was said that João Eduardo was going to become the administrator of the estate, and she could see herself living at Poyais, riding in the Morgado's carriage, called to dinner by a bell, served by a footman in livery. She would remain quite still for a long time, bathed in the sweetness of this prospect, while the Abbé and the doctor at the far end of the terrace battled over the doctrine of grace and conscience, and monotonously the irrigation water murmured in the orchard. It was around this time that Donna Josefa, worried at not seeing the Señor Pároco appear, had expressly sent the tenant farmer to Liria to beg his reverence for the charity of a visit. The man had returned with the astonishing news that the Señor Pároco had departed for Vieira and would not be back for 2 weeks. The old woman wept with dismay, and Amelia, that night, in her room, could not fall asleep. In the irritation provoked by the idea of the Señor Parroco enjoying himself at Vieira, not thinking of her, no doubt bantering with the ladies on the beach, and going from soirée to soirée. With the first week of November came the rains. Ricoca now seemed even more lugubrious in those short days, drenched in water, under a stormy sky. Abade Ferrao, crippled by rheumatism, no longer appeared at the estate. Dr. Gouveia, after his half-hour visit, would trundle off in his old cabriolet. Amelia's only distraction was to stand at the window behind the glass. 3 times she had seen João Eduardo pass on the road, but upon catching sight of her he would lower his eyes or take further shelter under his umbrella. Dionysia also came frequently. She was to be the midwife, despite Dr. Gouveia having recommended Michaela, a matron of 30 years' experience. But Amelia didn't want more people in on the secret, and besides, Dionysia brought her news of Amaro which she got from his cook. The Señor Parroco had found himself so comfortable at Vieira that he was going to stay until December. This infamous conduct infuriated her. She had no doubt that the Parroco wanted to be far away when the trials, the dangers of the birth arrived. Moreover, it had long been decided that the child would be handed over to a wet nurse near Urim, who would raise it in the village. And now the time was coming, and the nurse had not been arranged, and the Señor Parroco was picking seashells on the beach.
"It's indecent, Dionysia,"
Amelia exclaimed, furious. "Oh, it doesn't seem right to me. No, I could speak to the nurse. But you see, these are very serious matters. The Señor Parroco was the one who took charge of everything."
"It's infamous."
Besides, she had neglected the layette, and here she was on the verge of having the child, without a rag to cover it, without the money to buy one. Dionysia had even offered her some pieces of layette that a woman she had taken in had left with her as a pledge. But Amelia had refused to let her child wear another's baby clothes, which might bring a contagion of disease or an unlucky fate, and out of pride she would not write to Amaro. Moreover, the old woman's petty torments were becoming odious. Poor Donna Josefa, deprived of the devout assistance of a priest, a real priest, not an Abade Ferrao, felt her old soul defenseless, exposed to all the audacities of Satan. The singular vision she had had of St. Francis Xavier naked was now repeating itself with terrifying persistence regarding all the saints. It was an entire court of heaven, casting off tunics and habits and dancing before her imagination in sarabandes in the altogether, and the old woman was dying of the persecution of these spectacles devised by the devil. She had asked for Padre Silverio, but it seemed that a general rheumatism had crippled the entire diocesan clergy. Since the beginning of winter, Silverio had also been bedridden. The Abbade of Cortegaca, summoned urgently, came, but only to share with her a new recipe he had discovered for making salt cod Biscay style. This lack of a virtuous priest put her in a ferocious temper, which fell upon Amelia in a rain of petty cruelties. And the good lady was seriously thinking of sending to Amor for Padre Brito, when one afternoon, at the end of dinner, unexpectedly, the Señor Parroco appeared. He arrived looking magnificent, tanned by the sun and the sea air, in a new jacket and patent leather boots, and talking at length about Vieira, the acquaintances who had been there, the fishing he had done, the superb card games. He brought into that dreary room of a sick old woman a whole invigorating breath of the amusing life by the sea. Donna Josefa had 2 tears on her eyelids from the joy of seeing the Señor Parroco, of hearing him.
"And Mama as well,"
he said to Amelia.
"She's had her 30 baths already. She won 15 tostos the other day at a little card game. And here, what have you been up to?"
Then the old woman burst into bitter complaints. Such loneliness, such rain, such a lack of friendship. Oh, she was losing her soul out here at this wretched estate.
"Well, as for me,"
said Padre Amaro, crossing his legs,
"I've enjoyed myself so much that I'm thinking of going back next week."
Amelia, unable to contain herself, exclaimed,
"The idea, again."
"Yes,"
he said.
"If the Señor Chantre gives me a month's leave, I shall go and spend it there. They'll make me up a bed in the Padre Mestre's dining room, and I'll take a few baths. I was sick of Lyria and of this boredom.
The old woman seemed desolate. What, going back, leaving them there to stiffen with sadness? He jested.
Come now, the ladies don't need me here. You're in fine company.
I don't know,
said the old woman sourly.
Whether the others...
And she stressed the word with rancor.
Whether the others need the Senor Parroco. As for myself, I am not in fine company. I am losing my soul here. The company that comes brings neither honour nor profit.
But Amelia countered to contradict the old woman.
And on top of everything, Senor Abade Ferrao has been ill. He has rheumatism. Without him, the house is like a prison.
Donna Josefa gave a little scornful laugh. And Padre Amaro, rising to leave, expressed sympathy for the good Abade.
Poor man, a saintly soul. I must go and see him when I have time. Well, tomorrow I'll come again, Donna Josefa, and we shall set that soul at peace. Don't trouble yourself, Senora Donna Amelia. I know the way now.
But she insisted on accompanying him. They crossed the hall without a word. Amaro was putting on his new black kid gloves, and at the top of the stairs, very ceremoniously, doffing his hat.
My lady.
And Amelia stood petrified, watching him descend very calmly, as if she were more indifferent to him than the 2 stone lions, which below slept with their muzzles on their paws. She went to her room to weep face down on the bed, with rage and humiliation. The wretch! And not a word about the child, about the nurse, about the layette. Not a single look of concern for her body, disfigured by the pregnancy he had given her. Not even an irritated complaint at all the contempt she had shown him. Nothing. He put on his gloves, hat at an angle. How unworthy. The next day the priest returned earlier. He spent a long time closeted in the room with the old woman. Amelia, impatient, paced the hall with eyes like burning coals. He appeared at last, as on the day before, putting on his gloves with a prosperous air.
Leaving already?
She said in a voice that trembled.
Yes, indeed, my lady. I had a little talk with Donna Josefa.
He raised his hat, bowing very deeply.
My lady.
Amelia, livid, murmured,
You wretch.
He looked at her as if astonished.
My lady,
he repeated. And as on the previous day, he descended slowly down the broad stone staircase. Amelia's first thought was to denounce him to the Vicar General. Then she spent the night writing him a letter, 3 pages of accusations and laments. But Amaro's entire response the next day, sent verbally through young Joãozinho from the estate, was that he might appear there on Thursday. She had another night of tears. While in the Rua das Suzas, Padre Amaro rubbed his hands in the delight of his famous stratagem, and yet he had not conceived it himself. It had been suggested to him at Vieira, where he had gone to unburden himself with the Padre Mestre and disperse his sorrows in the sea air. It was there that he had learned it, the famous stratagem, at a soiree, listening to the brilliant Pinheiro, prize winner in law and the glory of Alcobaça, hold forth on love. In this matter, ladies, Pinheiro would say, running his hand through his poet's mane to the semicircle of ladies who hung on his golden lips, in this matter, I am of the opinion of Lamartine. He was alternately of the opinion of Lamartine or of Peloton. I say with Lamartine, woman is like a shadow. If you run after her, she flees from you. If you flee from her, she runs after you. There was a hearty, well said, exclaimed with conviction, but a lady of ample proportions, mother of 4 delightful angels, all named Maria, as Pinheiro put it, wanted an explanation because she had never seen a shadow flee. Pinheiro gave it scientifically. It is very easy to observe, Senora Donna Catarina. Position yourself on the beach when the sun begins to decline, with your back to the celestial body. If you walk forward, pursuing the shadow, it goes ahead of you, fleeing. Recreational physics, most interesting, murmured the law clerk into Amaro's ear. But the Parroco was not listening to him. The famous stratagem was already dancing in his imagination. Ah, as soon as he got back to Leiria, he would treat Amelia like a shadow and flee from her so as to be pursued. And the delicious result was right there. 3 pages of passion with stains of tears on the paper. On Thursday he appeared indeed. Amelia was waiting for him on the terrace, from where she had been watching the road since morning with a pair of opera glasses. She ran to open the little green gate in the orchard wall for him.
"So, here you are,"
said the Parroco, climbing up behind her to the terrace.
Well, yes, since I'm so alone.
"Alone?"
My godmother is sleeping, and Gertrude's has gone to town. I've been here in the sun all morning.
Amaro was making his way into the house without replying. Before an open door he stopped, seeing a large canopied bed, and around it convent leather chairs.
"Is this your room, then?"
It is.
He entered familiarly, hat on his head.
"Much better than the one on Rua da Misericordia. And fine views. Those are the Morgado's lands over there."
Amelia had closed the door, and going straight to him, eyes blazing.
Why didn't you answer my letter?
He laughed.
"That's a good one. And why didn't you answer mine? Who started it? You did. You say you don't want to sin anymore. Well, neither do I. It's over."
But that's not what this is about.
She exclaimed, pale with indignation.
There is the child to think about, the nurse, the layette. You can't just abandon me here.
He grew serious, and in a resentful tone,
"I beg your pardon. I pride myself on being a gentleman. All of that will be arranged before I go back to Vieira."
You are not going back to Vieira.
"And who says so?"
I do, because I don't want you to go.
She had placed her hands firmly on his shoulders, holding him, taking possession of him, and right there, heedless of the door barely shut, she gave herself to him as before. 2 days later, Abad Ferrao appeared, recovered from his attack of rheumatism. He told Amelia of the Morgado's kindness, who had gone so far as to send him every afternoon, in a tin warmer of hot water, a chicken boiled with rice. But it was above all to João Eduardo that he owed the finest charity. All his free hours were spent at his bedside, reading aloud to him, helping him turn over, staying with him until 1 in the morning with the devotion of a nurse. What a fellow! What a fellow! And suddenly, taking both of Amelia's hands, he exclaimed,
Tell me, will you allow me to tell him everything, to explain, to arrange for him to forgive and forget, and for this marriage to be made, this happiness?
She stammered, astonished, flushing scarlet.
Just like that, so suddenly. I don't know. I must think about it.
Think about it, and may God enlighten you,
said the old man with fervor. It was that night that Amaro was supposed to enter through the little gate of the orchard, for which Amelia had given him the key. Unfortunately, they had forgotten about the farmer's pack of dogs. And the moment Amaro set foot inside the orchard, there burst through the silence of the dark night such a savage barking of dogs that the Señor Parroco fled down the road, his jaw chattering with terror. That morning, Amaro sent urgently for Dionysia as soon as he received his post, but the matron, who was at the market, came late, when he had already returned from Mass and finished his breakfast. Amaro wanted to know for certain, and immediately, when things were due.
The young lady's happy event? Between 15 and 20 days? Why, is there news?
There was, and the Parroco then read her in confidence a letter he had beside him. It was from the canon, writing from Vieira, saying
that Senora Joanera already had 30 baths and wanted to come home.
He added,
lose nearly 3 or 4 baths every week deliberately, to space them out and buy time, because you know my wife won't leave without my 50. And I've already had 40, but so you see. Besides, it's getting genuinely cold around here. A lot of people have already left. So let me know by return of post what state things are in.
And in a postscript he said,
have you given any thought to what is to be done with the fruit?
20 more days, 20 fewer, Dionysia repeated. And right there Amaro wrote his reply to the canon, which Dionysia was to take to the post.
The thing could be done in 20 days. Delay the mother's return by all means. That is absolutely out of the question. Tell her the girl doesn't write and doesn't come because your excellent sister is always poorly.
And crossing his legs,
And now, Dionysia, as our canon says, what is to be done with the fruit?
the matron widened her eyes in surprise. I thought the Senor Parroco had arranged everything, that the child was to be given to a wet nurse outside the district.
Naturally,
The Parroco interrupted impatiently.
If the child is born alive, it is obvious it must be put out to nurse, and it must be outside the district. But that's just it. Who is the nurse going to be? That is what I want you to arrange for me. It's about time.
Dionysia seemed very embarrassed. She had never liked recommending wet nurses. She knew a good one, a strong woman with plenty of milk, a trustworthy person. But unfortunately, she had been admitted to hospital, ill. She knew of another, and had even had dealings with her. Her name was Joanna Carrera, but she would not do because she lived precisely in Poye, close to Ricoca.
What do you mean, won't do?
Exclaimed the Parroco.
What does it matter that she lives near Ricoca? As soon as the girl has recovered, the ladies will come back to town, and there'll be no more talk of Ricoca.
But Dionysia was still searching, slowly scratching her chin. She also knew of another one. That one lived towards Barossa, at a good distance. She took children in, it was her trade. But that one was out of the question. A sickly woman, unwell. Dionysia moved closer to the Parroco and lowering her voice. Oh, my dear, I don't like to accuse anyone, but it is proven. She is an angel maker.
A what?
An angel maker?
What is that? What does that mean?
The Parroco asked. Dionysia stammered out an explanation. They were women who took in children to nurse at home. And without exception, the children died. Since there had been a very well-known one who was a weaver, and the little ones went off to heaven, that was where the name came from.
So the children always die?
Without fail. The Parroco paced slowly around the room, rolling his cigarette.
Tell me everything, Dionysia. Do the women kill them?
Then the excellent matron declared that she didn't want to accuse anyone. She had not gone to spy. She did not know what went on in other people's houses. But the children all died.
But who would hand over a child to a woman like that?
Dionysia smiled, pitying that masculine innocence. They do, yes, sir, by the dozen. There was a silence. The Parroco continued his pacing from the washstand to the window, head bowed.
But what profit does the woman get if the children die?
He asked suddenly.
She loses the wages.
The thing is, she's paid a year's keep in advance, Senor Parroco, at 10 tostos a month, or a quartino, depending on means. The Parroco now, leaning against the window, was slowly drumming his fingers on the glass.
But what do the authorities do, Dionysia?
The good Dionysia silently shrugged her shoulders. The Parroco then sat down, yawned, and stretching out his legs said,
Well, Dionysia, I see the only thing to do is to speak to that wet nurse who lives near Ricoca, Joanna Carrera. I'll arrange it.
Dionysia spoke further about the pieces of layette she had already bought on the Parroco's account, about a very cheap second-hand cradle she had seen at the carpenter's, and she was about to leave with the letter for the post, when the Parroco, getting up and jesting,
I say, Tia Dionysia, that angel-maker business is just a story, isn't it?
Then Dionysia was scandalized. The Senor Parroco knew she was not a woman for intrigues. She had known the angel-maker for more than 8 years, from speaking to her and seeing her in town nearly every week. Just last Saturday, she had seen her coming out of the Greek's tavern. Had the Senor Parroco ever been to Barossa? She waited for the Parroco's reply, then continued. Well then, you know the beginning of the parish. There is a ruined wall. Then there is a path that goes down. At the bottom of that little lane, you'll find a well that's filled in. Beyond it, set back, there is a little house with a porch. That's where she lives. Her name is Carlotta. This is just to show you that I know what I'm talking about, my friend. The Parroco stayed home all morning, pacing around his room, strewing the floor with cigarette ends. There he was now, face to face with that fateful episode which until now had been merely a distant worry, disposing of the child. It was a very serious matter to hand it over to some unknown wet nurse in a village. The mother, naturally, would want to go and see it at every turn. The nurse might talk to the neighbours. The boy would become, in the parish, the parocho's son. Some envious rival, coveting his parish, might denounce him to the Senor Vicar General. A scandal, a reprimand, an inquiry, and if he were not suspended, he could, like poor Brito, be sent far away, to the mountains, back among the shepherds. Ah, if the fruit were born dead, what a natural and permanent solution, and for the child, a stroke of luck. What destiny could it have in this hard world? It would be the foundling, the priest's bastard. He was poor, the mother poor. The boy would grow up in misery, loafing, picking up horse dung, snotty and rough. From one privation to the next he would come to know every form of human hell. Days without bread, freezing nights, the brutality of the tavern, prison in the end, a pallet in life, the pauper's ditch in death, and if it died, it would be a little angel that God gathered into paradise. And he went on pacing sadly around his room. Really, the name was well chosen. Angel Maker. With good reason, whoever prepares a child for life with the milk of her breast prepares it for toil and for tears. Better to wring its neck and send it straight to eternal bliss. Look at him. What a life his had been these 30 years past. A melancholy childhood, with that magpie the Marquesa de Alegros, then the house in Estrella, with that boor of an uncle the pork butcher, and from there the cloisters of the seminary, the perpetual snows of Feirao, and here in Liria so many trials, so much bitterness. If they had crushed his skull at birth, he would now have 2 white wings, singing in the eternal choirs. But in the end, there was no point in philosophizing. He had to set out for Poyes and speak to the nurse, to Senora Joanna Carrera. He went out, heading for the road, without haste. Near the bridge, however, the idea suddenly came to him, the curiosity to go to Barossa to see the angel maker. He would not speak to her. He would merely examine the house, the woman's appearance, the sinister aspects of the place. Besides, as a parocho, as an ecclesiastical authority, he ought to observe that sin organized in a corner of a road, unpunished and profitable. He might even report it to the Senor Vicar General or the Civil Governor's Secretary. He still had time. It was only 4 o'clock. On that gentle, lustrous afternoon, a ride on horseback would do him good. He did not hesitate then. He went to hire a mare from the Cruz Inn, and before long, with a spur on his left foot, he was trotting straight along the road to Barossa. On reaching the lane that Dionysia had described, he dismounted and walked, leading the mare by its halter. The afternoon was admirable. Very high in the blue, a great bird traced slow semicircles. He found at last the filled-in well beside 2 chestnut trees where birds were still chirping. Beyond, on flat ground, very isolated, there stood the house with its porch. The declining sun struck its single-side window, setting it ablaze in a splendor of gold and embers, and very slender, a wisp of clear smoke rose from the chimney in the still air. A great peace spread all around. On the hillside, dark with the foliage of low pines, the little chapel of Barossa offered the cheerful whiteness of its freshly whitewashed wall. Amaro was now imagining the angel-maker's appearance. Without knowing why, he supposed her to be very tall, with a dark face in which 2 witches' eyes glittered. In front of the house, he tied the mare to the gate and looked through the open door. It was a ground-floor kitchen, with a large hearth, opening onto a yard paved with rushes where 2 piglets were rooting. On the mantelpiece shelf, the white crockery gleamed. On either side hung great copper pans, polished like those of a wealthy household. In an old half-open cupboard, piles of linen shone white, and there was such order that a brightness seemed to emanate from the cleanliness and arrangement of everything. Amaro then clapped his hands loudly. A turtle-dove jumped, startled, in its wicker cage hanging from the wall. Then he called out,
Senora Carlota.
Immediately, from the direction of the yard, a woman appeared, with a sieve in her hand, and Amaro, surprised, saw an agreeable creature of nearly 40, full-breasted, broad-shouldered, very white at the neck, with a pair of fine earrings and black eyes that reminded him of Amelia's, or rather the more tranquil gleam of Senora Joanera's. Astonished, he stammered,
I believe I've made a mistake. Is this where Senora Carlota lives?
He had not been mistaken. It was she. But with the notion that the dreadful figure who wove the angels must be lurking somewhere, crouched in some dark recess of the house, he asked again,
Do you live here alone?
The woman looked at him suspiciously. No, senor, she said at last. I live with my husband. Just then, the husband came out of the yard. A hideous creature, practically a dwarf, his head wrapped in a handkerchief and sunk deep between his shoulders, his face with a waxy, oily, glistening yellowness. On his chin curled the sparse hairs of a black beard, and beneath deep, browless sockets, 2 bloodshot eyes glowed red, eyes of insomnia and drunkenness. At your service. Does your worship want something? He said, pressed tight against his wife's skirts. Amaro entered through the kitchen, stammering out a story he was laboriously concocting. It was a relative who was about to have her confinement. The husband hadn't been able to come speak to them because he was ill. They wanted a wet nurse to come to the house, and they had been told, No, not away from home. Here at home, said the dwarf, who would not detach himself from his wife's skirts, eyeing the priest sideways with his hideous bloodshot eye. Ah, then he had been misinformed. He was sorry. But what the relative wanted was a nurse for the house. He walked slowly toward the mare, stopped and buttoned up his overcoat.
But at home you do take in children for nursing?
He asked again. If the terms are agreeable, said the dwarf, who had followed him. Amaro adjusted the spur on his foot, gave a tug at the stirrup, lingering, circling the mount. One would have to bring it to you here, of course. The dwarf turned and exchanged a glance with his wife, who had stayed at the kitchen door. We can also go fetch it, he said. Amaro patted the mare's neck.
But if the thing were at night in this cold, that would kill the child.
Then the 2 of them, speaking at once, assured him it would do no harm. Provided, of course, there was warmth and swaddling. Amaro swung nimbly onto the mare, bade them good afternoon, and trotted off down the lane. Amelia was now beginning to grow frightened. Day and night she thought of nothing but those hours, drawing ever nearer, when she would feel the pains arrive. She suffered more than during the early months. She had dizzy spells, perversions of taste, which Dr. Gouveia observed, frowning with displeasure. The nights were bad, turbulent with nightmares. They were no longer the religious hallucinations. Those had ceased in a sudden subsidence of all devout terror. She would not have felt less fear of God had she already been a canonized saint. Now there were other fears, dreams in which the birth presented itself in monstrous forms. Now it was a hideous being that leapt from her entrails, half woman and half goat. Now it was an endless snake issuing from within her, for hours on end, like a ribbon miles long, coiling around the room in successive rings that reached the height of the ceiling, and she would wake in nervous tremors that left her prostrate. But she longed to have the child. She shuddered at the thought of seeing her mother appear unexpectedly one day at the Ricoca. She had written to her, complaining of Canon Diaz, who kept her at Vieira, of the storms that were already raging, of the solitude that was settling over the beach. Besides that, Donna Maria da Asuncao had returned. Fortunately, a providentially freezing night had given her a bronchial inflammation during the journey, and she was bedridden for weeks, according to Dr. Gouveia. Libanino, too, had come to the Ricoca, and had left lamenting that he had not seen dear Amelia, who had a migraine that day.
If this drags on another fortnight, everything will be found out,
she said, whimpering to Amaro.
Patience, child. One cannot force nature.
What you've made me suffer.
She sighed.
What you've made me suffer.
He said nothing, resigned, very kind, very tender with her now. He came to see her nearly every morning, because he did not want to encounter Abbot Ferrau in the afternoons. He had reassured her about the wet nurse, telling her he had spoken to the woman from the Ricoca recommended by Dionysia. What a fine choice, Senora Joanna Carrera, strong as an oak, with barrels of milk and teeth of ivory.
She's so far away from me to go and see the child afterwards.
She sighed. For the first time now, maternal enthusiasm seized her. She despaired at not being able to sew the rest of the layette herself. She wanted the boy, because it was going to be a boy, to be called Carlos. She already imagined him a man and a cavalry officer. She grew tender at the hope of seeing him crawl.
Oh, I'd want to nurse him myself if it weren't for the shame.
He'll be very well off where he's going,
said Amaro. But what tortured her, what made her cry every day, was the thought of his being a little foundling. One day she came to the abbot with an extraordinary plan inspired by Our Lady. She would marry João Eduardo straight away, but the young man would have to adopt little Carlos by deed, for rather than let the little angel be a foundling, she would marry even a road paver. And she clasped the abbot's hands in loquacious supplication. Let him convince João Eduardo, let him give little Carlos a papa. She wanted to kneel at his feet, at the feet of the dear abbot, who was her father and her protector.
Oh, my dear lady, calm yourself, calm yourself. That is also my wish, as I told you, and it will be arranged but later,
said the good old man, flustered by that excitement. Then, a few days later, there was another fit of exultation. She had suddenly discovered one morning that she must not betray Amaro, because he was little Carlos's papa. And she told the abbot. She made the good old man's 60 years blush, prattling most convincingly of her wifely duties toward the priest. The abbot, who knew nothing of the priest's visits every morning, was astonished.
My dear lady, what are you saying? What are you saying? Come to your senses. What a disgrace! I imagined those follies had passed.
But he is the father of my child, dear abbot, she said, looking at him very gravely. She then wearied Amaro for a whole week with a puerile tenderness. Every half hour she reminded him that he was little Carlos's papa.
I know, child, I know,
he said impatiently.
Thank you. I don't boast of the honor.
She would cry then, curled up on the sofa. It took an elaborate complication of caresses to calm her. She made him sit on a little stool beside her. She kept him there like a doll, gazing at him, gently scratching his tonsure. She wanted little Carlos's photograph taken so they could both wear it in a locket around their necks. And if she should die, he must take little Carlos to the grave, make him kneel, put his little hands together, make him pray for Mamma. Then she would fling herself against the pillow, covering her face with her hands. Oh, poor me, my darling child, poor me.
Be quiet. Someone's coming,
Amaro told her furiously. Ah, those mornings at the Ricoca. They were for him like an unjust penance. On arriving, he had to go to the old woman to listen to her lamentations. Then there was that hour with Amelia, who tortured him with the mawkish sentimentalities of a hysterical nature. Stretched out on the sofa, round as a barrel, her face swollen, her eyes puffy. On one of those mornings, Amelia, who was complaining of cramps, wanted to take a turn around the room leaning on Amaro, and she was dragging herself along, enormous in her old dressing gown, when they heard below on the road the sound of horses' hooves. They went to the window, but Amaro drew back sharply, leaving Amelia gaping with her face pressed against the glass. On the road, gallantly mounted on a bay mare, João Eduardo rode past in a white overcoat and top hat. Beside him, the two young Morgados trotted along, one on a pony, the other strapped onto a donkey, and behind, at a respectful ceremonial distance, a liveried servant in riding boots and enormous spurs, wearing a uniform far too large for him that made grotesque creases at his flanks, and on his hat a scarlet rosette. She stood there astonished, following them until the lackey's back disappeared around the corner of the house. Without a word she came and sat on the sofa. Amaro, who went on pacing around the room, then gave a sarcastic little laugh.
The idiot, with a lackey bringing up the rear.
She did not answer, very flushed, and Amaro, stung, went out slamming the door, went to Donna Josefa's room to tell her about the cavalcade and vituperate the Morgado.
An excommunicated wretch with a liveried servant!
Exclaimed the good lady, clutching her head with both hands.
What a disgrace, dear father, what a disgrace for the nobility of these kingdoms!
From that day Amelia no longer whimpered when the priest did not come in the morning. The one she now awaited impatiently was Abbot Ferrau in the afternoon. She seized upon him, wanted him in a chair by the sofa, and after prolonged circlings like a bird testing its prey, she pounced on the fatal question, whether he had seen Señor Juan Eduardo. She wanted to know what he had said, whether he had spoken of her, whether he had glimpsed her at the window. She tormented him with curiosities about the Morgado's house, the furniture in the drawing-room, the number of lackeys and horses, whether the liveried servant waited at table. And the good abbot answered patiently, pleased to see her forgetting the priest, occupied with João Eduardo. He now felt certain that the marriage would take place. She avoided, moreover, so much as pronouncing Amaro's name, and once even replied to the abbot when he asked whether the priest had been back to the Rococa.
Oh, he comes in the morning to see his godmother. But I don't show myself. I'm not even decent.
All the time she could spend on her feet, she now spent at the window, very well arranged from the waist up, which was all that could be seen from the road, slovenly from the skirts down. She was watching for João Eduardo, the Morgados, and the lackey, and from time to time she did indeed have the pleasure of seeing them pass at that fine, well-bred pace of expensive horses, especially João Eduardo's bay mare, which he always made prance sideways in front of the Rococa, with his whip held crosswise and his leg in the Marialva style, as the Morgado had taught him. But it was the lackey above all who enchanted her, and with her nose against the glass she followed him with a greedy gaze, until at the bend in the road she saw the poor old man disappear, his back hunched, the collar of his uniform up to his nape, his legs dangling. And for João Eduardo, what a delight those rides with the young Morgados on the bay mare. He never failed to go into town. His heart beat at the sound of the horseshoes on the cobblestones. He would ride past Amparo's pharmacy, past Nunes's notary office, which had its desk by the window, past the arcade, past the district administrator who stood on his veranda with binoculars trained on the Tellez woman, and his only regret was that he could not ride into Dr. Godinho's office with the mare, the Morgados, and the lackey, since it was in the interior of the house. It was one day, after one of those triumphal rides, returning at 2 o'clock from the Barossa, that on reaching the Poco das Bentas and climbing up to the cart track, he suddenly saw Father Amaro coming down mounted on a pony. Immediately João Eduardo made the mare caracole. The path was so narrow that despite keeping to the hedges, they nearly grazed knees, and João Eduardo was able, from the height of his 50-guinea mare, menacingly brandishing his whip, to crush with a look Father Amaro, who shrank back very pale, unshaven, his face bilious, savagely spurring the sluggish pony. At the top of the path, João Eduardo paused, turned in the saddle, and saw the priest dismounting at the door of the isolated cottage where, a short while before, as they passed, the young Morgados had laughed at the dwarf.
Who lives there?
João Eduardo asked the lackey. A Carlota. Bad folk, Señor Juanzinho. Passing the Rococa, João Eduardo, as always, slowed the bay mare to a walk. But he did not see behind the glass the customary pale face beneath the scarlet kerchief. The shutters were half closed, and at the gate, unhitched with its bars on the ground, stood Dr. Gouvea's cabriolet. For the day had come at last. That morning a farmhand had arrived from the Rococa with a nearly illegible note from Amelia. Dionysia, quickly, the thing has come. He also brought orders to go fetch Dr. Gouvea. Amaro went himself to alert Dionysia. Days before, he had told her that Donna Josefa herself, had recommended a wet nurse, whom he had already engaged, a big woman, sturdy as a chestnut tree, and now they quickly agreed that that night Amaro would station himself with the nurse at the little gate of the orchard, and Dionysia would come and hand him the child, well bundled up.
At 9 o'clock at night, Dionysia. And don't keep us waiting.
Amaro urged her again as he watched her hurry off in a flurry. Then he returned home and shut himself in his room, face to face with that difficulty which he felt like a living thing, fixing him with its gaze and interrogating him. What was he to do with the child? He still had time to go to the foyer and engage the other nurse, the good nurse that Dionysia knew, or he could ride out to the Barossa and speak to Carlotta. And there he stood, before those two paths, hesitating in agony. He wanted to calm himself, to discuss the case as though it were a point of theology, weighing the pros and the contras. But recklessly before him, instead of two arguments, he saw two visions, the child growing and living at the Poyais, or the child strangled by Carlotta in some corner of the Barossa road. And pacing the room, he sweated with anguish, when on the landing the unexpected voice of Libanino cried,
"Open up, dear little priest. I know you're home."
It was necessary to open the door to Libanino, shake his hand, offer him a chair. But Libanino, fortunately, could not stay long. He had been passing in the street and had come up to see if his friend the priest had news of those dear little saints at the Rococa.
They're well,
said Amaro, forcing his face to smile, to look pleasant.
I haven't been able to go there. I've been rather busy. I'm on duty at the barracks. Don't laugh, dear priest. I'm doing a great deal of good there. I mix with the soldiers. I talk to them about the wounds of Christ.
You're converting the regiment,
said Amaro, who was shuffling through the papers on his desk, pacing about with the restlessness of a caged animal.
That's beyond my powers, dear priest, though I wish I could. Look, I'm just on my way now to take some scapulars to a sergeant. They were blessed by little Saldanha. They're full of grace. Yesterday, I gave the same kind to a corporal, a perfect lad, a darling of a lad. I put them on him myself, under his shirt. Perfect lad!
You should leave those cares for the regiment to the colonel,
said Amaro, opening the window, stifling with impatience.
Good heavens! Listen to the heathen. If they let him, he'd have the whole regiment unbaptized. Well, goodbye, dear little priest. You're looking yellow, my boy. You need a purge, I know what that is.
He was about to leave, but at the door, stopping.
Oh, tell me, dear priest, tell me, have you heard anything?
About what?
It was Father Saldanha who told me. He says our precentor declared, Saldanha's very words, that it had come to his knowledge that there was a scandal going on in the city involving a certain ecclesiastic. But he didn't say who or what. Saldanha tried to sound him out, but the precentor says he had received only a vague denunciation without a name. I've been wondering, who could it be?
Saldanha's nonsense.
Oh, my boy, God grant that's all it is. For those who rejoice are the godless. When you pass by the Rococa, give my regards to those dear little saints.
And he bounded down the stairs to go deliver the grace to the battalion. Amaro was left terrified. It was him, certainly. It was his affair with Amelia that was already reaching the Vicar General in tortuous denunciations. And now here came this child, raised half a league from the city, to stand as living proof. It seemed to him extraordinary, almost supernatural, that Libanino, who in 2 years had not come to his house twice, that Libanino should have appeared with that terrible news at the very moment when he was locked in a battle with his conscience. It was like Providence, which in the grotesque form of Libanino had come to bring him its warning, to whisper, "Do not let live what can bring you scandal. See, you are already suspected." It was surely a merciful God who did not want there to be on earth one more foundling, one more wretch, and who was reclaiming his angel. He hesitated no longer. He set off for Cruz's Inn, and from there on horseback to Carlotta's house. He stayed there until 4 o'clock. Back at home, he flung his hat onto the bed and at last felt a relief in his whole being. It was done. He had spoken to Carlotta and the dwarf. He had paid them a year in advance. Now all he had to do was wait for nightfall. But in the solitude of his room, all manner of morbid imaginings assailed him. He saw Carlota strangling the purple-faced little creature. He saw the police constables later exhuming the corpse, Domingos from the administration drafting on his knee the autopsy report, and himself, in his cassock, dragged off to the prison of São Francisco in irons alongside the dwarf. He almost felt like mounting his horse, riding back to the Barossa and undoing the arrangement. But an inertia held him. Besides, nothing forced him that night to hand the child over to Carlota. He could take it, well wrapped up, to Joanna Carrera, the good nurse at the Poyai. To escape those thoughts that made a storm's roar beneath his skull, he went to see Notario, who was already up, and who immediately shouted at him from the depths of his armchair.
Well, did you see Amaro, the idiot, with a lackey behind him?
João Eduardo had ridden past his street on the bay mare with the young Morgados, and ever since, Notario had been roaring with impatience at being tied to his chair and unable to resume the campaign, to expel him through some clever intrigue from the Morgados' household, to strip him of the mare and the lackey.
But he won't get away with it, God willing I get my legs back.
Leave the man alone, Notario,
said Amaro. Leave him alone. When he had a prodigious idea, which was to prove to the Morgado, with documents, that João Eduardo was a bigot. What did his friend Amaro think of that? It was amusing indeed. The fellow certainly deserved it, if only for the way he looked down at respectable people from the height of his mare. And Amaro flushed red, still indignant at the encounter that morning on the Barossa cart track.
Precisely,
exclaimed Notario.
What are we priests of Christ for? To exalt the humble and cast down the proud.
From there, Amaro went to see Donna Maria de Assunção, who had also got up, who gave him the history of her bronchitis and the enumeration of her latest sins. The worst was that, to distract herself a little during her convalescence, she reclined behind the window, and a carpenter who lived across the street gaped at her. And through the influence of the evil one, she hadn't the strength to withdraw inside, and wicked thoughts came to her. But your worship is not paying attention, dear father.
Why, my dear lady?
And he hastened to pacify her scruples, for the salvation of that idiotic old soul was for him a better living than the parish itself. It was already growing dark when he got home. Escolastica complained about the delay that had dried out his dinner, but Amaro took only a glass of wine and a forkful of rice, which he swallowed standing up, gazing with terror through the window at the night that was impassively falling. He was going into his room to see if the street lamps were already lit when the curate appeared. He had come to speak to him about the baptism of Guedes' son, which was scheduled for the following day at 9 o'clock. "Shall I bring a light?" said the maid from inside, hearing the visitor.
"No!"
Amaro shouted at once. He feared the curate would see the agitation he felt in his face, or that the man would install himself for the whole evening. "They say there's a very good article in the day before yesterday's Nacao," observed the curate gravely.
"Ah,"
said Amaro. He paced in his habitual track from the washstand to the window. He stopped now and then to drum on the glass. The street lamps had already been lit. Then the curate, offended by that darkness in the room and that pacing like a beast in a cage, rose and with dignity, "Perhaps I am in the way."
"No."
And the curate, satisfied, sat down again with his umbrella between his knees. "It gets dark earlier now," he said.
"It does."
At last Amaro, desperate, declared that he had an odious migraine and was going to lie down, and the man left, after reminding him once more about the baptism of his friend Guedes' son. Amaro set off at once for the Ricoca. Fortunately, the night was dark and warm, heralding rain. He was now seized by a hope that made his heart pound, that the child might be born dead. And it was quite possible. Senora Joanera, in her youth, had had 2 stillborn children. The anxiety in which Amelia had lived must have disturbed the pregnancy. And what if she died too? Then at this thought, which had never occurred to him before, a pity, a tenderness for that good girl who loved him so much and who now, on his account, was screaming, torn by pain, flooded over him. And yet, if both of them died, she and the child, it was his sin and his error that would fall forever into the dark abysses of eternity. He would remain, as before his coming to Lyria, a tranquil man, occupied with his church, his life clean and washed like a blank page. He stopped by the ruined cottage at the roadside, where the person from the Barossa who was to come for the child was to be waiting. It had not been decided whether it would be the man or Carlotta, and Amaro dreaded meeting the dwarf, coming for his son with those eyes streaked with bad blood. He spoke into the darkness of the cottage.
"Hello?"
It was a relief when the clear voice of Carlotta said from the blackness, "Here I am."
"Good, just wait, Senora Carlotta."
He was content. It seemed to him he had nothing to fear if his son departed nestled against that robust bosom of a fecund woman in her 40s, so fresh and so clean. He went then to circle the house. It was dark and silent, like a denser mass of shadow in that dismal December night. Not a crack of light came from the windows of Amelia's room. In the heavy air no foliage rustled, and Dionysia did not appear. That delay tortured him. People might pass and see him prowling on the road, but he was repelled by the thought of going to hide in the ruined cottage beside Carlotta. He walked along the orchard wall, turned back, and then saw on the glazed terrace door a glow of light appear. He ran to the little green gate of the orchard, which almost immediately opened, and Dionysia, without a word, placed a bundle in his arms.
"Dead?"
he asked. "Not at all. Alive. A fine big boy." And she closed the gate softly, as the dogs, scenting the commotion, began to bark. Then the contact of his son against his chest swept away all Amaro's ideas like a gale. What? Go and give him to that woman, the angel-maker, who on the road would toss him into some ditch, or at home would fling him down the privy? No, he was his son. But what was he to do then? He did not have time to run to the foyer and wake the other nurse. Dionysia had no milk. He could not take him to the city. Oh, what a furious desire to pound on that door of the estate, rush to Amelia's room, put the little creature in the bed, well wrapped up, and all three of them stay there as in the warmth of a heaven. But no, he was a priest. Cursed be the religion that crushed him so. From inside the bundle came a whimper. He ran then to the cottage, nearly collided with Carlotta, who seized the child at once.
"There he is,"
he said.
"But listen, this is serious now. This is a different matter. I don't want him dead. He's to be looked after. What was said before doesn't count. He's to be raised. He's to live. You have your fortune. Take care of him."
"No trouble at all. No trouble at all," said the woman hurriedly.
"Listen, the child isn't well wrapped up. Put my cloak on him."
"He's fine, sir. He's fine."
"He's not fine, damn it. He's my son. He'll have the cloak. I don't want him dying of cold."
He threw it over her shoulders with force, wrapping it across her chest, bundling the child, and the woman, already annoyed, set off swiftly down the road. Amaro stood there, planted in the middle of the path, watching the figure vanish into the blackness. Then all his nerves, after that shock, gave way in the weakness of a sensitive woman, and he burst into tears. For a long time he circled the house, but it remained in the same darkness, in that silence which terrified him. Then, sad and weary, he turned back toward the city as the 10 strokes tolled at the cathedral. At that hour, in the Rococo dining room, Dr. Gouverre was tranquilly having supper on the roast chicken that Gertrude's had prepared for him after the day's exertions. Abbot Farao, seated beside the table, attended his supper. He had come furnished with the sacraments in case of danger, but the doctor was satisfied. During the 8 hours of labor the girl had shown courage. The delivery had been a successful one after all, and out had come a fine big boy who did great credit to his papa. The good Abbot Farao chastely lowered his eyes at those details in his priestly modesty.
"And now,"
said the doctor, carving the breast of the chicken,
"now that I've introduced the child into the world, you gentlemen, and when I say you gentlemen, I mean the church, seize hold of him, and don't let go until death. On the other hand, though less greedily, the state doesn't lose sight of him either. And so the poor wretch begins his journey from the cradle to the grave, between a priest and a police constable.
The abbot leaned forward and took a thunderous pinch of snuff, preparing himself for the debate.
The church,
continued the doctor with serenity,
begins when the poor creature doesn't yet even have a consciousness of life by imposing a religion upon it.
The abbot interrupted, half serious, half laughing.
Doctor, if only out of charity toward your soul, I must warn you that the Sacred Council of Trent, Canon 13, threatens the penalty of excommunication against anyone who says that baptism is void because it was imposed without the acceptance of reason.
Duly noted, Abbot. I am accustomed to these courtesies from the Council of Trent toward myself and other colleagues.
It was a venerable assembly,
cried the abbot, already scandalized.
Sublime, Abbot. A sublime assembly. The Council of Trent and the Convention were the two most prodigious assemblies of men the earth has ever witnessed.
The abbot made a grimace of repugnance at that irreverent comparison between the holy authors of doctrine and the murderers of good King Louis XVI. But the doctor continued.
Then the church leaves the child in peace for a while, as it cuts its teeth and has its bout of worms.
Go on, doctor,
murmured the abbot, listening patiently with his eyes closed, as if to say,
Go on, bury that soul well in the abyss of fire and pitch.
But when the first symptoms of reason manifest themselves in the child,
continued the doctor,
when it becomes necessary that he should have, to distinguish him from the animals, a notion of himself and of the universe, then the church enters his house and explains everything to him. Everything. So completely that a lad of 6 who doesn't yet know his ABCs possesses a knowledge vaster, more certain than the combined royal academies of London, Berlin, and Paris. The little rascal doesn't hesitate a moment to explain how the universe and its planetary systems were made, how creation appeared on Earth, how the races succeeded one another, how the geological revolutions of the globe occurred, how languages were formed, how writing was invented. He knows everything. He possesses complete and immutable the rule for directing all actions and forming all judgments. He even has certainty about all mysteries. Though he may be as short-sighted as a mole, he sees what goes on in the depths of the heavens and in the interior of the globe. He knows, as though he had done nothing but attend that spectacle, what will happen to him after he dies. There is no problem he cannot decide. And when the church has made this lout such a marvel of learning, it then sends him off to learn to read. What I ask is, what for?
Indignation had struck the abbot dumb.
Tell me, Abbot, what do you gentlemen send them to learn to read for? All universal knowledge, the res sibyllis, is in the catechism, committed to memory, and the lad at once possesses the knowledge and consciousness of everything. He knows as much as God. In fact, he is God himself.
The abbot leapt up.
That is not debating,
he exclaimed.
That is not debating. Those are Voltairean jests. Such things should be treated from a loftier plane.
Jests, Abbot? Take one example, the formation of languages. How were they formed? It was God who, displeased with the Tower of Babel.
But the drawing-room door opened, and Dionysia appeared. A short while before, the doctor had given her a dressing down in Amelia's room, and now the matron always addressed him, cowering with terror. "Doctor," she said into the silence that fell, "the girl has woken up and says she wants her child."
Well then, the child has been taken away, hasn't it?
"The child has been taken away," said Dionysia.
Well, that's that.
Dionysia was about to close the door, but the doctor called her back.
Listen. Tell her the child will come tomorrow. That tomorrow, without fail, they'll bring it. Lie. Lie like a dog. The abbot here gives permission. Let her sleep. Let her rest.
Dionysia withdrew. But the debate did not resume. Before that mother who was waking after the exhaustion of childbirth and calling for her child, the child that had been taken far away and forever, the two old men forgot the Tower of Babel and the formation of languages. The abbot above all seemed moved, but the doctor was not long in reminding him, pitilessly, that these were the consequences of the priest's position in society. The abbot lowered his eyes, occupied with his pinch of snuff, saying nothing, as if unaware that there was a priest in that unhappy story. The doctor then, pursuing his idea, discoursed against the training and education of the clergy.
There you have it, Abbot. An education dominated entirely by the absurd. Resistance to the most just solicitations of nature, and resistance to the most elevated movements of reason. To train a priest is to create a monster who will spend his wretched existence in a desperate battle against the two irresistible forces of the universe, the force of matter and the force of reason.
What are you saying, sir?
Exclaimed the abbot in astonishment.
I am saying the truth. What does the education of a priest consist of? Primo, in preparing him for celibacy and virginity, that is, for the violent suppression of the most natural feelings. Secundo, in avoiding all knowledge and every idea capable of shaking the Catholic faith, that is, the forced suppression of the spirit of inquiry and examination, and therefore of all real and human knowledge.
The abbot had risen, wounded by pious indignation.
So you deny the Church its learning?
Jesus, my dear abbot,
the doctor went on calmly.
Jesus, his first disciples, the illustrious St. Paul represented in parables, in epistles, in a prodigious flood of words that the products of the human mind were useless, puerile, and above all pernicious.
The abbot paced around the room, bumping into one piece of furniture after another like a goaded ox, clutching his head in despair at those blasphemies. He could not contain himself and shouted,
You don't know what you're saying. Forgive me, doctor. I humbly beg your pardon. You are making me fall into mortal sin. But that is not debating. That is speaking with the levity of a journalist.
He then launched himself warmly into a dissertation on the wisdom of the Church, its lofty Greek and Latin studies, an entire philosophy created by the Holy Fathers.
Read St. Basil,
he exclaimed.
There you will see what he says about the study of profane authors, which is the best preparation for sacred studies. Read the history of the monasteries in the Middle Ages. That was where knowledge was, where philosophy was.
But what philosophy, sir? What knowledge? For philosophy, half a dozen conceptions of a mythological mind in which mysticism is substituted for social instincts. And what knowledge? The knowledge of commentators, the knowledge of grammarians. But other times came, new sciences were born that the ancients had been ignorant of, for which ecclesiastical teaching offered neither foundation nor method, and immediately the antagonism between them and Catholic doctrine was established. In the early days, the Church still tried to suppress them through persecution, the dungeon, the stake. Don't squirm, Abbot. The stake, yes, the stake and the dungeon. But now she can no longer do that and limits herself to reviling them in bad Latin. And meanwhile she continues to provide in her seminaries and her schools the teaching of the past, the teaching that preceded those sciences, ignoring them and scorning them, taking refuge in scholasticism. Don't clutch your head. Estranged from the modern spirit, hostile in her principles and methods to the spontaneous development of human knowledge, you cannot deny this. Look at the syllabus in its 3rd canon excommunicating reason, in its 13th canon.
The door opened timidly. It was Dionysia again. The girl is whimpering. She says she wants the child.
Bad,
said the doctor, and after a moment,
What does she look like? Is she flushed? Is she restless?
No, sir, she's all right, just whimpering, talking about the little one. She says she wants him tonight, come what may.
Talk to her, distract her. See if she falls asleep.
Dionysia withdrew, and the abbot said at once with concern,
Doctor, do you suppose it could do her harm to be upset?
It could do her harm, Abbot, it could.
Said the doctor, who was rummaging in his portable pharmacy.
But I'm going to make her sleep. Well, it's true. The church today is an interloper, Abbot.
The abbot raised his hands to his head again.
No need to go further, Abbot. Look at the church in Portugal. It's gratifying to observe her state of decadence.
He painted it for him in broad strokes, standing with his bottle in his hand. The church had been the nation. Today she was a tolerated minority protected by the state. She had dominated the courts, the councils of the crown, the treasury, the navy. She had made war and peace. Today, a deputy of the majority had more power than the entire clergy of the kingdom. She had been learning in this country. Today, all she knew was some macaronic Latin. She had been rich. She had owned entire districts in the countryside and entire streets in the city. Today, she depended for her meager daily bread on the minister of justice and begged alms at chapel doors. She had recruited from among the nobility, from among the kingdom's finest, and today, to assemble a staff, she was at a loss, and had to go fetch them from the foundlings of the Misericordia. She had been the repository of national tradition, of the collective ideal of the fatherland, and today, without communication with national thought, if such a thing existed, she was a foreigner, a citizen of Rome, receiving from there her law and her spirit.
Well, if she is so prostrate, all the more reason to love her,
said the abbot, rising, scarlet. But Dionysia had appeared at the door once more.
What now?
The girl is complaining of a heaviness in her head. She says she sees sparks before her eyes. The doctor then immediately, without a word, followed Dionysia. The abbot, alone, paced the room, chewing over an entire argument bristling with texts and formidable names of theologians, which he was going to bring crashing down upon Dr. Gouveia. But half an hour passed, the lamp was guttering, and the doctor did not return. Then that silence of the house, where only the sound of his footsteps on the floorboards of the drawing-room struck a living note, began to weigh on the old man. He opened the door softly, listened, but Amelia's room was very far away, at the end of the house, near the terrace. From there came neither sound nor light. He resumed his solitary pacing in the drawing-room, with an indefinable sadness that was gradually invading him. He would have liked to go and see the patient too, but his character, his priestly modesty, did not allow him even to approach a woman in bed, in labor, unless danger called for the sacraments. Another hour, longer, more funereal, passed. Then, on tiptoe, blushing in the darkness at his own audacity, he went to the middle of the corridor. Now, in terror, he could hear from Amelia's room a confused, muffled noise of feet moving quickly over the floorboards, as if in a struggle. But not a cry, not a moan. He retreated to the drawing-room and, opening his breviary, began to pray. He heard Gertrude's slippers pass rapidly, at a run. He heard a door slam in the distance, then the scraping of a brass basin across the floor. And at last the doctor appeared. His appearance made the abbot turn pale. He came without a cravat, his collar torn. The buttons of his waistcoat had burst, and his shirt cuffs, turned back, were all stained with blood.
Is something wrong, Doctor?
The doctor did not answer, searching quickly around the room for his case, his face flushed with the heat of battle. He was about to leave with the case, but remembering the abbot's anxious question,
"She's having convulsions,"
he said. The abbot then detained him at the door, and very gravely, very dignified,
Doctor, if there is danger, I ask you to remember. She is a Christian soul in her agony, and I am here.
Certainly, certainly.
The abbot was left alone again, waiting. Everything slept at the Ricoca. Donna Josefa, the farmhands, the estate, the fields around it. In the drawing-room, an enormous and sinister wall clock that had a scowling sun on its face, and on top, above the frame, the carved wooden figure of a pensive owl, a piece of furniture from an ancient castle, struck midnight, then 1 o'clock. At every moment the abbot went to the middle of the corridor. There was the same sound of feet in a struggle, at other times a tenebrous silence. He would return then to his breviary. He meditated on that poor girl who, in the room beyond, was perhaps at that very moment deciding her eternity. She had at her side neither her mother nor her friends. In her terrified memory there must be passing the vision of her sin. Before her dimming eyes the sorrowful face of the offended Lord must be appearing. Pain was contorting her wretched body, and in the darkness into which she was sinking she already felt the burning breath of Satan's approach. Fearful end of time and of the flesh. And so he prayed fervently for her. But then he thought of the other, who had been one half of her sin, and who now in the city, stretched out in bed, was snoring peacefully. And he prayed then for him too. On his breviary he had a small crucifix, and he contemplated it with love, lost in tender certainty of its power, against which the doctor's science and all the vanities of reason amounted to very little. Philosophies, ideas, profane glories, generations and empires pass. They are like the ephemeral sighs of human effort. Only it endures and will endure, the cross. Hope of men, trust of the desperate, support of the weak, refuge of the defeated, the greater force of humanity, crux triumphus adversus demonios, crux oppugnatorum murus. Then the doctor entered, very flushed, vibrating from that tremendous battle he was waging in there against death. He had come for another bottle, but he opened the window, without a word, to breathe for a moment a gulp of fresh air.
"How is she?"
asked the abbot.
Badly,
said the doctor, going out. The abbot then knelt and murmured the prayer of St. Fulgentius.
"Lord, give her first patience. Give her then mercy."
And there he remained, his face in his hands, leaning against the edge of the table. At the sound of footsteps in the room, he raised his head. It was Dionysia, sighing, collecting all the napkins she could find in the drawers of the sideboard.
"Well, Signora, well?"
the abbot asked her. "Oh, dear abbot, she's lost. After the convulsions, which were hair-raising, she fell into that sleep which is the sleep of death." And looking around to all the corners, as if to assure herself of their solitude, she said, very agitated, "I didn't want to say anything. The doctor has such a temper. But to bleed the girl in that state is to kill her. She hadn't lost much blood, it's true, but you never bleed anyone at such a moment. Never, never."
"The doctor is a man of great learning."
"He can have all the learning he wants. I'm no fool either. I have 20 years' experience. I've never lost one, dear abbot. Bleeding during convulsions, it's horrifying." She was indignant. The doctor had tortured the poor creature. He'd even wanted to administer chloroform. But the voice of Dr. Gouveia bellowed for her from the far end of the corridor, and the matron hurried off with her bundle of napkins. The hideous clock, with its pensive owl, struck 2, then 3. The abbot now yielded at intervals to an old man's fatigue, closing his eyelids for a moment. But he resisted abruptly. He would go and breathe the heavy night air, look at that darkness over the whole village, and he would return to sit, to murmur, his head bowed, his hands folded on the breviary.
"Lord, turn thy merciful eyes upon that bed of agony."
Then it was Gertrude's who appeared, overcome. The doctor had sent her down to wake the farmhand and have the mare hitched to the cabriolet. "Oh, dear abbot, the poor creature, she was doing so well, and then suddenly this... It was because they took her child away. I don't know who the father is, but what I know is that in all this there is a sin and a crime." The abbot did not answer, praying softly for Father Amaro. The doctor then entered with his case in his hand.
"If you wish, abbot, you may go in,"
he said. But the abbot did not hurry, looking at the doctor with a question dancing on his half-open lips, holding it back out of timidity. At last he could not contain himself, and in a tone of dread,
"Everything has been done? There is no remedy, doctor?"
"No."
"It is just that we, doctor, must not approach a woman in an illegitimate birth except in the most extreme case."
"This is the most extreme case, dear abbot,"
said the doctor, already putting on his large overcoat. The abbot then gathered up his breviary, the cross, but before leaving, judging it his priestly duty to set before the rationalist physician the certainty of the mystical eternity that emerges from the moment of death, he murmured,
"It is in this instant that one feels the terror of God, the vanity of human pride."
The doctor did not answer, occupied with buckling his case. The abbot left, but already in the middle of the corridor turned back once more, speaking with agitation.
"Forgive me, doctor, but it has been known after the succors of religion for the dying to come back to themselves suddenly, by a special grace. The presence of the physician then can be useful."
"I'm not going yet. I'm not going yet,"
said the doctor, smiling involuntarily at seeing the presence of medicine called upon to assist the efficacy of grace. He went down to see if the cabriolet was ready. When he returned to Amelia's room, Dionysia and Gertrude's, on their knees beside the bed, were praying. The bed, the entire room, was in disorder like a battlefield. The two spent candles were guttering out. Amelia lay motionless, her arms rigid, her hands clenched in a dark purple color. And the same color, more violet, covered her stiff face. And bending over her, with the crucifix in his hand, the abbot was still saying in a voice of anguish,
"Jesu, Jesu, Jesu, remember the grace of God, have faith in divine mercy, repent in the bosom of the Lord, Jesu, Jesu, Jesu."
At last, feeling her dead, he knelt, murmuring the Miserere. The doctor, who had remained at the door, withdrew softly, crossed the corridor on tiptoe, and went down to the street, where the farmhand was holding the harnessed mare. "We're going to have rain, doctor," said the lad, yawning with sleep. Dr. Gouveia turned up the collar of his overcoat, settled his case on the seat, and a moment later the cabriolet was rolling silently along the road under the first downpour of rain, cutting through the darkness of the night with the red glow of its two lanterns. The next day, from 7 in the morning, Father Amaro waited for Dionysia at home, posted at the window with his eyes fixed on the corner of the street, heedless of the fine rain lashing his face. But Dionysia did not appear, and he had to leave for the cathedral, bitter and sick, to baptize Guedes's son. It was a heavy torment for him to see those cheerful people who brought to the gravity of the cathedral, gloomier on that dark December day, a barely contained murmur of domestic rejoicing and paternal festivity. Papa Guedes, resplendent in his frock-coat and white cravat, the godfather self-important with a large camellia on his lapel, the ladies in their finery, and above all the plump midwife, parading with pomp a heap of starched lace and blue ribbons from which two swarthy little cheeks could barely be discerned. At the back of the church, his mind far away at the Rococa and the Barossa, he rattled off the ceremonies in haste, blowing in a cross over the little one's face to expel the demon who already inhabited that tender flesh, placing salt upon his mouth so that he would forever be disgusted by the bitter taste of sin and take pleasure in nourishing himself only on divine truth, touching him with saliva on the ears and nostrils, so that he would never listen to the solicitations of the flesh and never breathe the perfumes of the earth. And all around, with tapers in their hands, the godparents, the guests, weary of so much Latin mumbled in haste, concerned themselves only with the baby, dreading lest he respond with some impudent outrage to the tremendous exhortations addressed to him by Mother Church. Then Amaro, lightly placing his finger on the white bonnet, demanded that the little one there, in the full cathedral, renounce Satan forever, his pomps and his works. The sacristan Matthias, who gave the ritual responses in Latin, renounced for him, while the poor little one opened his mouth, searching for the breast. At last the priest made his way to the baptismal font, followed by the whole family, by the old devotees who had gathered, by urchins hoping for a distribution of coins. But the anointings were all confusion. The midwife, overcome with emotion, could not manage to unfasten the ribbons of the christening robe to bare the baby's shoulders and chest. The godmother tried to help, but she let the taper slip, spreading melted wax over the dress of a lady, a neighbor of the Guedes family, who was left seething with rage.
"Franciscus Cretus?"
asked Amaro. Matthias hastened to affirm on behalf of Francisco. Credo.
Franciscus, vis baptizari.
Matthias, volo. Then the lustral water fell upon the round little head, like a soft melon. The child was kicking now in a tantrum.
Ego te baptizo, Franciscus, in nomine Patris, et Filiis, et Spiritus Sancti.
At last, it was over. Amaro rushed to the sacristy to disrobe, while the solemn midwife, Papa Guedes, the tender-hearted ladies, the old devotees, and the urchins filed out to the pealing of bells, and huddled under their umbrellas, splashing through the mud, they went off bearing in triumph Francisco, the new Christian. Amaro raced up his stairs with the presentiment that he would find Dionysia. There she was indeed, seated in the room, waiting for him, rumpled, bedraggled from the night's ordeal and the mud of the road, and as soon as she saw him, she began to whimper.
What is it, Dionysia?
She burst into sobs without answering.
Dead,
exclaimed Amaro. Oh, everything was done for her, my boy, everything, cried the matron at last. Amaro collapsed at the foot of the bed as though dead himself. Dionysia screamed for the maid. They drenched his face with water, with vinegar. He recovered a little, very pale. He pushed them away with his hand, without speaking, and flung himself face down on the pillow in desperate weeping, while the two distressed women retreated to the kitchen. It seems he was very fond of the girl, Escolastica began, speaking softly as in the house of a dying person. The habit of going there. He was a guest for so long. Oh, they were like brother and sister, said Dionysia, still tearful. They then spoke of heart diseases, because Dionysia had told Escolastica that the poor girl had died of a burst aneurysm. Escolastica also suffered from the heart, but in her case it was gas from the ill treatment her husband had given her. Oh, she too had been very unhappy. Will you have a drop of coffee, Senora Dionysia? Well, to tell the truth, Senora Escolastica, I'd have a drop of sweet wine. Escolastica ran to the tavern at the end of the street, brought back the sweet wine in a quarter-pint glass under her apron, and both at the table, one dunking bread in her coffee, the other sipping from the glass, they agreed with sighs that in this world everything was fear and tears. 11 o'clock struck, and Escolastica was thinking of taking some broth to the priest when he called from inside. He was wearing his top hat, with his coat buttoned up, his eyes red as coals. Escolastica, run to Cruises and have him send me a horse, but quickly. He then called Dionysia, and sitting beside her, almost pressed against the woman's knees, with his face rigid and livid as marble, he listened in silence to the story of the night. The convulsions, so sudden and so violent that she, Gertrude's, and the doctor could barely hold her. The blood, the prostration she fell into. Then the anguish of the asphyxia that turned her as purple as the robe on a statue. But the cruise lad had arrived with the horse. Amaro took from a drawer, from among white linen, a small crucifix, and gave it to Dionysia, who was going back to the Ricoca to help lay out the girl.
Put this crucifix on her breast. She had given it to me.
He went down, mounted, and once on the Barossa road galloped away. It was not raining now, and between the grey clouds an occasional feeble ray of December sun made the grass and the wet stones glisten. When he reached the filled-in well from which Carlotta's house could be seen, he had to stop to let a long flock of sheep pass along the path, and the shepherd, with a goatskin over his shoulder and a leather flask slung across his chest, suddenly reminded him of Feirao, his whole former life, which came back to him in abrupt fragments, those landscapes drowned in the greyish vapours of the mountains, Joanna laughing stupidly as she hung from the bell-rope, his suppers of roast kid at the Gralhera with the abbot, opposite the fireplace where the green wood crackled, the long days when he despaired in the sadness of the parish, watching the snow fall ceaselessly outside. And there came to him an anxious longing for those mountain solitudes, for that wolf's existence, far from men and cities, buried there with his passion. Carlotta's door was shut. He knocked, went around to call, throwing his voice over the rooftop of the pens, toward the yard, where he could hear roosters crowing. No one answered. He followed the path to the village, leading the mare by the halter. He stopped at the tavern, where an obese woman was knitting, seated at the door. Inside, in the darkness of the dingy bar, two men with their half-pints beside them were slapping down cards in a hard-fought game of bisca, and a sickly-looking youth with a feverish yellowness, a kerchief tied around his head, watched their game sadly. The woman had in fact just seen Senora Carlotta pass by. She had even stopped to buy a quarter-pint of olive oil. She must be at Michaela's house, by the churchyard. She called inside. A cross-eyed little girl appeared from behind the shadows of the barrels. "Run along. Go to Michaela's. Tell Senora Carlotta there's a gentleman from the city here." Amaro went back to Carlotta's door, waited seated on a stone, holding his horse by the bridle. But that closed and silent house terrified him. He went and put his ear to the keyhole, hoping to hear a cry, a whimper of a child. Inside lay the silence of an abandoned cavern. But it reassured him to think that Carlotta must have taken the child with her to Michaela's. He really should have asked the woman in the tavern whether Carlotta had been carrying a baby. And he looked at the well-whitewashed house, with its upstairs window that had a little muslin curtain, a luxury so rare in those poor parishes. He recalled the good order, the gleaming crockery in the kitchen. Surely the little one must have a clean cradle too. Ah, he had surely been mad the day before, when he had placed there on the kitchen table 4 gold pounds, a year's nursing paid in advance, and had cruelly told the dwarf, "I'm counting on you." Poor little creature. But Carlotta had understood well enough, at night at the Rococa, that he now wanted his son alive and raised with care. Nevertheless, he would not leave him there, no, under the bloodshot eye of the dwarf. He would take him that night to Joanna Carrera at the Poyai. For the sinister stories Dionysia told about the angel-maker were a mad legend. The child was perfectly content at Michaela's house, sucking at that fine, healthy breast of a woman in her 40s. And then the same desire came to him, to leave Leiria, go and bury himself in Feirao, take Escolastica with him, raise the child there as a nephew, living through him once more all the emotions of that 2-year romance. And there he would pass his days in a sad peace, in the memory of Amelia, until he went, like his predecessor, Abbot Gustavo, who had also raised a nephew at Feirao, to rest forever in the little cemetery, in summer under the wildflowers, in winter under the white snow. Then Carlotta appeared, and she stopped short at the gate in astonishment when she recognized Amaro, her brow furrowed, her handsome face very grave.
"The child?"
exclaimed Amaro. After a moment she answered without perturbation, "Don't even talk to me about that. It's given me such a grief. Yesterday evening itself, 2 hours after it arrived, the poor little angel starts turning purple, and there it died before my very eyes."
"You're lying,"
Amaro shouted.
"I want to see."
"Come in, sir, if you want to see."
"But what did I tell you yesterday, woman?"
"What can I do, sir? It died. Look." She had opened the door, very simply, without anger or fear. Amaro glimpsed in a flash, beside the fireplace, a cradle covered with a scarlet petticoat. Without a word he turned his back and threw himself onto the horse. But the woman, suddenly very loquacious, began to say that she had gone to the village precisely to order a decent little coffin. Since she could see it was the child of a respectable person, she hadn't wanted to bury it wrapped in a rag. But anyway, since the gentleman was here, it seemed reasonable that he should give something toward the expense. A couple of 1,000 reis, say. Amaro stared at her for a moment with a brutal desire to strangle her. Finally, he put the money in her hand, and he was trotting along the path when he heard her still running behind him, calling, "Psst, psst." Carlotta wanted to return the cloak he had lent the night before. It had done very good service. The child had arrived warm as a little firecracker. Unfortunately, Amaro was no longer listening, savagely spurring the flanks of his mount. In the city, after dismounting at Cruz's door, he did not go home. He went straight to the bishop's palace. He had now one single thought: to leave this accursed city, to see no more the faces of the devotees, nor the hateful facade of the cathedral. It was only on climbing the broad stone staircase of the palace that he remembered with unease what Libanino had said the day before about the Vicar General's indignation about the obscure denunciation. But the affability of Father Saldanha, the palace confidant, who ushered him immediately into His Excellency's library, reassured him. The Vicar General was very amiable. He was surprised by the priest's pale and troubled appearance.
I have a great sorrow, Your Excellency. My sister is dying in Lisbon, and I come to ask Your Excellency's permission to go there for a few days.
The Vicar General expressed his sympathy with kindness. Certainly, I consent. Ah, we are all forced passengers in Charon's bark. Ipseratum conto subigit, velisque ministrat et ferruginea subvectat corpora cimba. No one escapes him. I am sorry. I shall not fail to remember her in my prayers. And most methodically, His Excellency jotted down a note in pencil. Amaro, on leaving the palace, went straight to the cathedral. He shut himself in the sacristy, deserted at that hour, and after thinking a long time with his head between his fists, he wrote to Canon Diaz.
My dear Father Master, my hand trembles as I write these lines. The poor girl is dead. I cannot, as you see, and I am going away, because if I stayed here my heart would burst. Your most excellent sister will be seeing to the funeral. As you understand, I cannot. I thank you most sincerely for everything, until we meet again, if God wills that we should see each other once more. For my part, I intend to go far away, to some poor parish of shepherds, to end my days in tears, in meditation, and in penitence. Console the mother's grief as best you can. I shall never forget what I owe you, while I have a breath of life. And farewell, for I scarcely know where my head is. Your friend from the heart, Amaro Vieira. P.S. The child also died. It has already been buried.
He sealed the letter with a black wafer, and after arranging his papers, he went to open the great iron-plated door to gaze for a moment at the courtyard, the shed, the bell-ringer's house. The mists, the first rains, were already giving that corner of the cathedral its gloomy winter air. He advanced slowly beneath the sad silence of the high buttresses, peered through the glass of old Esguellas's kitchen window. There he was, seated by the fireplace with his pipe in his mouth, spitting sadly into the ashes. Amaro tapped softly on the glass, and when the bell-ringer opened the door, that familiar interior glimpsed in a flash. The curtain of Toto's alcove, the staircase that led up to the room, stirred in the priest so many memories and so sudden a longing that for a moment he could not speak, his throat choked with sobs.
I've come to say goodbye, old Esguellas,
he murmured at last.
I'm going to Lisbon. My sister is dying.
And he added, his lips trembling with tears about to break,
All misfortunes come together. You know, poor dear Amelia died suddenly.
The bell-ringer was struck dumb with astonishment.
Goodbye, old Esguellas. Give me your hand, old Esguellas. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear father. Goodbye, said the old man, his eyes brimming with tears. Amaro fled home, holding back sobs that threatened to burst out loud in the streets. He told Escolastica at once that he was leaving that night for Lisbon. Cruz was to send him a horse, to go catch the train at Chão de Macas.
I have only the money needed for the journey, but what's left here in sheets and towels is for you.
Escolastica, weeping at losing the priest, tried to kiss his hand for such generosity. She offered to pack his trunk.
I'll manage it myself, Escolastica. Don't trouble yourself.
He shut himself in his room. Escolastica, still whimpering, went straight off to gather and examine the few garments left in the wardrobes. But Amaro called for her a little later. Outside the window, a harp and a fiddle, out of tune, were playing the waltz of the two worlds.
Give those men a tosto,
said the priest furiously.
And tell them to go to hell. There's a sick person here.
And until 5 o'clock, Escolastica heard no further sound from the room. When Cruz's man came with the horse, thinking the priest had fallen asleep, she went and knocked softly at his door, already whimpering in anticipation of the coming farewell. He opened at once. He was wearing his cloak over his shoulders. In the middle of the room the canvas trunk, ready and strapped, which was to go on the mare's crupper. He gave her a bundle of letters to deliver that evening to Senora Donna Maria de Asuncao, to Father Silverio, and to Notario, and he was about to go downstairs amid the woman's tears when he heard on the stairs the familiar sound of a crutch, and old Esguelas appeared, very moved.
"Come in, old Esguelas, come in."
The bell-ringer closed the door, and after hesitating a moment, "Your worship must forgive me, but it had completely slipped my mind with all the troubles I've had. Some time ago I found this in the room, and I thought that—" And he placed in Amaro's hand a gold earring. He recognized it at once. It was Amelia's. She had searched for it in vain for a long time. It must have come loose on some morning of love on the bell-ringer's pallet. Amaro then, choking, embraced old Esguelas.
"Goodbye, goodbye, Escolastica. Remember me here. Give my regards to Matthias, old Esguelas."
The lad buckled the trunk to the saddle, and Amaro departed, leaving Escolastica and old Esguelas both weeping at the door. But after passing the weirs, near a bend in the road, he had to dismount to fix the stirrup, and he was about to mount again when there appeared, coming around the wall, Dr. Godinho, the Secretary-General, and the district administrator, all great friends now, who were returning to the city after their walk. They stopped at once to talk to the priest, surprised to see him there, with a trunk on the crupper, looking as if he were setting off on a journey.
"It's true,"
he said.
"I'm going to Lisbon."
The former Bibi and the administrator sighed, envying his good fortune. But when the priest spoke of his dying sister, they expressed polite concern, and the administrator said, "You must be very grieved, I understand. On top of everything, that other misfortune at the house of those ladies, your friends. Poor little Amelia, dead so suddenly." The former Bibi exclaimed, "What? Little Amelia, that pretty one who used to live on Rua da Misericordia, dead?" Dr. Godinho, too, had not known, and seemed dismayed. The administrator had learned it from his maid, who had heard it from Dionysia. They said it had been an aneurysm. "Well, dear father," exclaimed Bibi, "forgive me if I offend your respectable beliefs, which are mine as well, for that matter. But God committed a true crime. To take from us the prettiest girl in the city, what eyes, gentlemen, and then with that charming spice of virtue." Then, in a tone of condolence, they all lamented that blow which must have so affected the priest. He said very gravely, "I felt it deeply. I knew her well, and with her fine qualities she would no doubt have made a model wife. I felt it very much." He silently shook the hands around him. And while the gentleman returned to the city, Father Amaro went trotting down the road, which was already darkening, toward the station at Chao de Macas. The next day, around 11 o'clock, Amelia's funeral procession left the Rococa. It was a raw morning. The sky and the fields were drowned in a grey-brown mist, and a very fine freezing rain was falling. It was a long way from the estate to the chapel at the Portuguese. The altar boy in front, with the cross raised high, hurried along, splashing through the mud in great strides. Abbot Ferrau, in his black stole, took shelter, murmuring the exultabunt domino, beneath the umbrella held beside him by the sacristan with the aspergillum. 4 labourers from the estate, bowing their heads against the slanting rain, carried on a bier the coffin enclosing the lead casket. And beneath the farmer's vast umbrella, Gertrude's, with her shawl over her head, was telling her beads. Beside the road, the sad valley of the Poye sank away, all grey in the mist, in a great silence, and the enormous voice of the vicar, booming out the Miserere, rolled through the damp ravine where the swollen streams murmured. But at the first houses of the village the coffin-bearers stopped, exhausted, and then a man who had been waiting beneath a tree under his umbrella came silently to join the procession. It was João Eduardo, in black gloves, in deep mourning, with dark hollows sunken beneath his eyes, heavy tears streaming down his cheeks. And immediately, behind him, 2 liveried servants took their places, with their trousers rolled up high and tapers in their hands. 2 lackeys sent by the Morgado to honor the funeral of one of those ladies at the Ricoca, friends of the abbot. Then, seeing those 2 liveries that had come to lend distinction to the cortege, the altar boy stepped out at once, raising the cross still higher. The 4 men, their fatigue forgotten, stiffened at the poles of the bier. The sacristan bellowed a tremendous requiem, and up the muddy, steep village road the procession climbed, while at the doors the women crossed themselves, watching the white surplices and the gold-braided coffin recede, followed by the cluster of open umbrellas in the sorrowful rain. The chapel stood on a height in a churchyard of oak trees. The bell tolled, and the procession disappeared into the dark interior of the church, to the subvenite sancti that the sacristan intoned in a rumble. But the 2 liveried servants did not enter, for so the Morgado had ordered. They waited at the door, under the umbrella, listening, stamping their frozen feet. Inside, the plain chant continued. Then came a murmur of prayers dying away, and suddenly funeral Latin flung out by the vicar's deep voice. Then the 2 men, weary of it, came down from the churchyard, stepped into old Seraphim's tavern for a moment. 2 herdsmen from the Morgado's estate, who had been drinking their half-pints in silence, rose at once at the sight of the 2 liveried servants. "At ease, lads, sit down and drink," said the short old fellow who accompanied João Eduardo on horseback. "We're over there, stuck with the funeral. Good afternoon, Senor Seraphim." They shook Seraphim's hand, and he measured out 2 brandies for them, and asked whether the deceased was young Senor Joãozinho's fiancée. He had been told she died of a burst vein. The short one laughed. "Burst vein? Nothing burst on her. What burst was a fine big boy from her belly." "The work of young Senor Joãozinho?" asked Seraphim, widening his sly eye. "I don't think so," said the other importantly. "Joãozinho was in Lisbon. The work of some gentleman in the city. Do you know who I suspect, Senor Seraphim?" But Gertrudes, out of breath, burst into the tavern crying that the cortege was already near the cemetery, and the only ones missing were those gentlemen. The lackeys set off at once and caught up with the procession just as it was passing through the small cemetery gate at the last verse of the Miserere. João Eduardo was now carrying a candle in his hand, walking just behind Amelia's coffin, almost touching it, his tear-clouded eyes fixed on the black velvet that covered it. Ceaselessly, the chapel bell tolled desolately. The rain fell finer still, and all of them silent in the murky silence of the cemetery, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth. They made their way to the corner of the wall where Amelia's grave had been freshly dug, black and deep amid the wet grass. The altar boy planted in the ground the shaft of the silver cross, and Abbot Ferrau, stepping forward to the edge of the dark hole, murmured the Deus Cujus Miseratione. Then João Eduardo, very pale, suddenly swayed, and the umbrella fell from his hands. One of the liveried servants ran over, seized him by the waist. They tried to lead him away, to wrench him from beside the grave. But he resisted, and there he remained, teeth clenched, clutching desperately at the servant's sleeve, watching the gravedigger and the 2 farmhands tie the ropes around the coffin, ease it slowly down between the crumbling earth that rolled with a grinding of badly nailed boards. "Requiem aeternam dona ai, Domine, et lux perpetua luceat ei," boomed the sacristan. The coffin struck the bottom with a dull thud. The abbot scattered some earth upon it in the form of a cross, and slowly, shaking the aspergillum over the velvet, the earth, the grass all around, requiescat in pace. "Amen," answered the hollow voice of the sacristan and the shrill voice of the altar boy. "Amen," they all said in a murmur that whispered, faded away among the cypresses, the grasses, the tombs, and the cold mists of that sad December day. At the end of May 1871, there was great commotion at the Casa Havanesa on the Chiado in Lisbon. Breathless people arrived, pushed through the groups that crammed the doorway, and rising on tiptoe craned their necks through the mass of hats toward the railing of the balcony, where a suspended board displayed the telegrams from the agent's havas. Men with startled faces emerged dismayed, exclaiming at once to some calmer friend who had waited outside, "All lost! Everything in flames!" Inside, in the crowd of chatterers pressing against the balcony, voices argued loudly, and along the pavement, in the Largo do Loreto, opposite the tobacconists, all the way up the Chiado to the Magalhães, there was on that already warm day, at the onset of summer, a whole clamour of agitated voices in which the words communists, Versailles, pétroleurs, tiers, crime, international, returned at every moment, hurled with fury, amid the rattle of carriages and the cries of newsboys shouting supplements. Indeed, each hour brought telegrams announcing the successive episodes of the insurrection fighting in the streets of Paris. Telegrams dispatched from Versailles in terror reporting the palaces that were burning, the streets that were collapsing, mass executions in barracks courtyards and among the mausoleums of cemeteries, vengeance that would satiate itself even in the darkness of the sewers, the fatal madness that was deranging uniforms and blouses alike, and the resistance that had the fury of a death agony with the methods of a science, blowing up an old society with petroleum, dynamite, and nitroglycerin. A convulsion, an end of the world, which 20, 30 words suddenly revealed in a flash by the light of a conflagration. The Chiado lamented with indignation the ruin of Paris. They recalled with exclamations the buildings burned, the Hôtel de Ville, so handsome, the Rue Royale, such splendor. There were individuals as furious at the burning of the Tuileries as if it were their own property. Those who had been to Paris for a month or two launched into invective, arrogating to themselves a Parisian stake in the city's wealth, scandalized that the insurrection had not respected monuments on which they had laid their eyes. "Just imagine," exclaimed a fat man, "the palace of the Legion of Honor destroyed. Only a month ago I was there with my wife. What infamy! What villainy!" But a rumor had spread that the ministry had received another, more devastating telegram. The entire boulevard from the Bastille to the Madeleine was ablaze, and also the Place de la Concorde, and the avenues of the Champs-Élysées all the way to the Arc de Triomphe. And so the revolt had levelled in a fit of madness that whole system of restaurants, concert cafes, public dance halls, gambling houses, and nests of prostitutes. Then there ran through the whole Largo do Loreto, as far as the Magalhães, a shudder of fury. So the flames had annihilated that most convenient centralization of revelry. Oh, what infamy! The world was ending. Where would one eat better than in Paris? Where would one find more experienced women? Where would one again see that prodigious procession of a return from the Bois on those sharp, dry winter days when the victorias of the courtesans gleamed beside the phaetons of the stockbrokers? What abomination! The libraries and museums were forgotten, but the grief was sincere for the destruction of the cafes and the burning of the brothels. It was the end of Paris, the end of France. In a group near the Casa Havanesa, the debaters talked politics. The name of Proudhon was uttered, which around that time was beginning to be vaguely cited in Lisbon as a bloodthirsty monster, and invective broke out against Proudhon. Most of them imagined it was he who had set the fires, but the esteemed poet of Flowers and Sighs put in that, apart from the nonsense Proudhon talked, he was still quite an agreeable stylist. Then the gambler Franca bellowed, "Style, my foot! If I caught him here on the Chiado, I'd break every bone in his body." And he would have. After cognac, Franca was a wild beast. Some young men, however, in whom the dramatic element of the catastrophe stirred the romantic instinct, applauded the heroism of the Commune, Vermorel opening his arms like the crucified, and under the bullets that pierced him crying, "Long live humanity!" Old Delescluze, with a saint's fanaticism, dictating from his deathbed the violence of the resistance. "They are great men!" exclaimed an exalted youth. Around them the sober citizens growled, Others edged away pale-faced, already seeing their houses in the Baixa dripping with petroleum and the Casa Havanesa itself engulfed in socialist flames. Then, in every group, there was a fury of authority and repression. It was necessary for society, attacked by the International, to take refuge in the strength of its conservative and religious principles, surrounding them well with bayonets. Haberdashers spoke of the rabble with the imposing contempt of a La Tremouille or an Osuna. Men picking their teeth decreed vengeance. Idlers seemed furious at the worker who wants to live like a prince. Property and capital were spoken of with devotion. On the other hand, there were verbose youths, excited local commentators who declaimed against the old world, the old idea, threatening them from on high, proposing to demolish them in tremendous articles, and so a torpid bourgeoisie expected to halt, with a few policemen, a social evolution, and a young generation, varnished with literature, resolved to destroy in a feuilleton a society of 18 centuries. But no one was more worked up than a hotel bookkeeper who, from the top step of the Casa Havanesa, brandished his cane, advising France to restore the Bourbon. Then a man dressed in black, who had come out of the tobacconists and was crossing between the groups, stopped, hearing an astonished voice exclaim at his side,
"Father Amaro, you old rascal!"
He turned. It was Canon Diaz. They embraced with fervor, and to talk more quietly, they strolled to the Lago de Camoes, where they stopped beside the statue.
So when did you arrive, Father Master?
He had arrived the day before. He was bringing a lawsuit against the Pimentas of the Pogera over a right-of-way on the estate. He had appealed to the High Court and had come to follow the case closely in the capital.
And you, Amaro? In your last letter you said you wanted to leave Santo Tirso.
It was true. The parish had its advantages, but Villafranca had fallen vacant, and he, wanting to be nearer the capital, had come to speak to the Count of Ribamar, his count, who was working to obtain the transfer. He owed him everything, especially the Countess.
And from Liria? Senora Joanera, is she better?
No, poor thing. You know, at first we had a terrible fright. We thought the same thing was going to happen to her as to Amelia. But no, it was dropsy. What she has is anasarca.
Poor thing, saintly woman. And Notario?
Aged. He's had his troubles. Plenty of gossip.
And tell me, Father Master, Libanino.
I wrote to you about that,
said the canon, laughing. Father Amaro laughed too, and for a moment the two priests stood there, holding their sides.
Well, it's true,
said the canon at last.
The thing had really been scandalous. Because after all, consider that they caught him with the sergeant in such a way that there was no doubting it. And at 10 o'clock at night, on the promenade. That's imprudence. But anyway, the thing blew over, and when Matthias died, we gave him the sacristan's position, which is a very nice berth, much better than what he had at the notary's office, and he'll do his duty with zeal.
He'll do his duty with zeal,
agreed Father Amaro very seriously.
And speaking of which, Donna Maria de Asuncao?
Well, things are whispered. A new servant, a carpenter who used to live across the street. The fellow's decked out.
Really?
Decked out. Cigar, watch, gloves. Rather amusing, don't you think?
Priceless.
The Gansoso sisters, same as ever,
continued the canon.
They've got your maid now, Escolastica.
And that fool João Eduardo?
I told you in a letter, didn't I? He's still at the Poyais. The Morgado is in a bad way with his liver, and João Eduardo is said to be consumptive. But I don't know. I never see him anymore. It was Ferrao who told me.
How is he, Ferrao?
Well, do you know who I saw a few days ago? Dionysia.
And?
The canon whispered a word in Father Amaro's ear.
Really, Father Master?
On Rua das Susas, 2 doors from your old house. It was Dom Luis from the Barossa who gave her the money to set up the establishment. Well, there you have the news. And you're looking stouter, man. The change has done you good.
And standing in front of him, bantering,
Amaro, and you writing to me that you wanted to retire to the mountains, go to a monastery, spend your life in penitence.
Father Amaro shrugged.
What can I say, Father Master? In those first moments, it was hard, I tell you, but everything passes.
Everything passes,
said the canon, and after a pause,
Ah, but Laria isn't Laria anymore.
They walked in silence for a moment, then lost in a memory that came from the past. The jolly whist games at Senora Joanera's, the chats over tea, the strolls to Moronal, the farewell and the unbeliever sung by Arthur Cuchero and accompanied by poor Amelia, who now lay sleeping in the cemetery at the Poyais under the wildflowers.
And what do you say to these events in France, Amaro?
Exclaimed the canon suddenly.
Dreadful, Father Master. The Archbishop, a pack of priests shot. What a fine game.
A bad game,
growled the canon. And Father Amaro.
And around here, too, it seems those ideas are beginning to spread.
The canon had heard the same. They then railed against that mob of Freemasons, Republicans, Socialists, people who wanted the destruction of everything respectable, the clergy, religious instruction, the family, the army, and wealth. Our society was threatened by monsters unleashed. The old repressions were needed, the dungeon and the gallows. Above all, men must be inspired with faith and respect for the priest.
There's where the evil lies,
said Amaro.
They don't respect us. They do nothing but discredit us. They destroy the people's veneration for the priesthood.
They slander us infamously,
said the canon in a profound tone. Just then 2 ladies passed close by them, one already white-haired, with a very noble air, the other a thin, pale little creature with dark circles under her eyes, sharp elbows pressed against a waist of sterility, an enormous bustle on her dress, a tall hat, heels a hand's breadth high.
My word,
said the canon in a low voice, nudging his colleague's elbow.
Father Amaro? That's one you'd like to confess.
Those days are gone, Father Master,
said the priest, laughing.
I only confess married women now.
The canon gave himself up to a bout of great hilarity, but he resumed his ponderous air of a portly priest when he saw Amaro raise his hat with deep deference to a gentleman with a grizzled moustache and gold spectacles, who was entering the square from the Loretto side, with a cigar clamped in his teeth and his parasol under his arm. It was the Count of Ribamar. He advanced with bonhomie toward the 2 priests, and Amaro, hat in hand and at attention, introduced his friend, Canon Diaz of Leiria Cathedral. They chatted for a moment about the weather, which was already growing warm. Then Father Amaro spoke of the latest telegrams.
What does your Excellency say to these events in France, Count?
The statesman waved his hands in a desolation that shadowed his face.
Don't even speak of it, Father Amaro. Don't even speak of it. To see 6 bandits destroy Paris. My Paris. Believe me, gentlemen, I have been ill.
The 2 priests, with an expression of dismay, joined their grief to the statesman's, and then the canon.
And what does your Excellency believe the outcome will be?
The Count of Ribamar, with deliberation in words that emerged slowly, weighed down by the gravity of ideas, said,
The outcome? It is not difficult to foresee. When one has some experience of history and of politics, the outcome of all this is clearly visible, as clearly as I see your worships before me.
The 2 priests hung upon the prophetic lips of the man of government.
Once the insurrection is suppressed,
continued the Count, looking straight ahead with his finger in the air, as though following, pointing out the historical futures that his eye, aided by his gold spectacles, penetrated.
Once the insurrection is suppressed, within 3 months we shall have the empire again. If your worships had seen, as I have, a reception at the Tuileries or at the Hôtel de Ville in the days of the empire, you would say, as I do, that France is profoundly imperialist and nothing but imperialist. We shall therefore have Napoleon III, or perhaps he will abdicate, and the Empress will take the regency during the minority of the Prince Imperial. I would rather advise, and I have already made it known, that this is perhaps the more prudent solution. As an immediate consequence, we shall have the Pope in Rome once more master of temporal power. I, to tell the truth, and I have already made it known, do not approve of a papal restoration. But I am not telling you here what I approve or what I disapprove. Fortunately, I am not the master of Europe. That would be a charge beyond my years and my infirmities. I am telling you what my experience of politics and history points to as certain. What was I saying? The Empress on the throne of France, Pius XIX on the throne of Rome. There we have democracy crushed between those two sublime forces. And believe a man who knows his Europe and the elements of which modern society is composed. Believe me that after this example of the Commune, there will be no more talk of republic, nor of the social question, nor of the people for the next 100 years.
May our Lord God hear you, Count,
said the canon with unction. But Amaro, radiant to find himself there in a Lisbon square in intimate conversation with an illustrious statesman, asked further, putting into his words the anxiety of an alarmed conservative.
And does your excellency believe that those ideas of republic, of materialism, could spread among us?
The count laughed and said, walking between the two priests, almost up to the railings surrounding the statue of Luis de Camões,
Do not worry about that, gentlemen. Do not worry about that. It is possible that there may be one or two hotheads here and there who complain, who talk nonsense about Portugal's decadence, and that we are in a state of torpor, and that we are sinking into brutalization, and that this cannot last 10 years, etc., etc. Drivel!
He had leaned almost against the railings of the statue, and, assuming an attitude of confidence,
The truth, gentlemen, is that foreigners envy us. And what I'm about to say is not to flatter your worships, but as long as in this country there are respectable priests like your worships, Portugal will maintain its place in Europe with dignity. Because faith, gentlemen, is the foundation of order.
Without doubt, Count, without doubt, said both priests emphatically.
Otherwise, just look at this. What peace, what animation, what prosperity.
And with a sweeping gesture he showed them the Lago do Loreto, which at that hour, at the end of a serene afternoon, concentrated the life of the city. Empty cabs rolled slowly by. Pairs of ladies passed, in full hats and high heels, with languid movements, the chlorotic pallor of a degenerating race. On some scrawny nag, a youth with a historic name trotted past, his face still greenish from the night's wine. On the benches of the square, people stretched out in a torpor of idleness. An ox cart, jolting on its high wheels, was like the symbol of agriculture centuries behind the times. Street toughs swaggered, cigarettes between their teeth. Some bored bourgeois read on the billboards the announcement of obsolete operettas. On the pinched faces of workers there was something like the personification of moribund industries. And all this decrepit world moved slowly, under a lustrous sky of a rich climate, amid urchins hawking the lottery and legal gambling, and plaintive-voiced boys offering the journal of small news, and it drifted on, in a lazy dawdle, between the square where two sad church facades rose, and the long row of houses on the plaza where 3 pawn-shop signs glinted. 4 tavern doorways gaped, and with the foul look of an open sewer, the alleyways of a whole quarter of prostitution and crime debauched.
Look,
the Count was saying.
Look at all this peace, this prosperity, this contentment. Gentlemen, it is really no wonder that we are the envy of Europe.
And the man of state, the 2 men of religion, all 3 abreast, beside the railings of the monument, savoured with heads held high this glorious certainty of their country's greatness. There beside that pedestal, under the cold bronze gaze of the old poet, erect and noble, with his broad cavalier's shoulders, the epic upon his heart, his sword held firm, surrounded by the chroniclers and the heroic poets of the ancient fatherland. A fatherland forever past, a memory almost lost. October 1878. October 1879.